Yi Yan opened the door and looked at the woman with a devilish figure and stunning natural beauty, yet he held no fondness for her. Yi Yan, you've been 3 months behind on rent. If you don't pay today you'll have to move out. Su Lan pouted, her big eyes blazing as she yelled. I'm not broke. I deliver food and often get bad reviews. The little money I manage to earn I have to send to my parents. Su Lan's expression softened after hearing this. She knew Yi Yan was a filial son who sent money home every month while surviving on instant noodles and steamed buns. Su Lan's tone softened. Didn't I lend you a computer? You can edit videos with it and earn some income. I'll give you a few more days, but you must pay me back then, no more excuses. Under Su Lan's gaze, Yi Yan nodded shyly. The landlady was already very kind. Back in his room he looked at the computer on the table. Edit videos. Would he even make money? Forget it. Just try it. Yi Yan turned on the computer, thought for a moment and decided to edit Naruto-themed content, his favorite anime. As for the first short video content. Got it. The second stage of the Flying Thunder God of a Tsunade teen beating a masked obsessive lover. A few hours later. The video was finished. Yi Yan casually uploaded it on the Douyin platform. When it was time for work he went to deliver food. Delivery was still his main job. However, Yi Yan had no idea that his edited video had not been sent to Douyin but to the real Naruto world. Naruto World, Konoha Village. Under a blood-red moon, the Ninetales suddenly appeared in Konoha. Its claws and tail easily destroyed forests and houses. Thousands of ninjas unleashed techniques against it, but to no avail. The Ninetales roared and fired a pitch-black-tailed beast ball. If it landed it would level Konoha. Whoosh! A golden flash streaked by. The battle robe fluttered in the wind and the large characters on its back were especially conspicuous. Fourth Hokage. That's right, he was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. He stood on the Hokage rock face watching the incoming tailed beast ball, quickly formed hand seals and used spacetime ninjutsu to absorb and teleport it away. After Minato teleported the tailed beast ball, a masked man suddenly appeared behind him, grabbing his arm. Your opponent should be me. The suction force of Kamui tried to pull Minato in. Just as it was about to succeed, Minato used Flying Thunder God to instantly escape its pull. On a grassy field, Minato rose from the ground. Soon a vortex appeared in the air and the masked man stepped out. The masked man held a chain keeping his distance from Minato. Minato also took out a special kunai inscribed with technique formulas ready to use Flying Thunder God. Just as their nerves were stretched taut, a projection screen suddenly appeared between them. Minato was so startled he almost activated Flying Thunder God. The masked man was no better, he jumped in fright. Two great lords startled by a projection was quite embarrassing, but luckily no one was around. They observed the suspicious projection screen. First a title appeared before their eyes: the second stage of the Flying Thunder God of a Tsunade teen beating a masked obsessive lover. They looked at each other. Holy cow, wasn't that about them? Minato was stunned. This video not only knew he was a Tsunade teenager but also that Flying Thunder God had a second stage. The masked man was the leader of the Akatsuki. How could he be called an obsessive lover? Didn't he care about his reputation? Soon the video continued, showing exactly their current fight, but it seemed to have reached a critical moment. Minato and the masked man rushed at each other. Minato threw a kunai. The masked man phased through it, ignoring the attack. The next second his hand was about to touch Minato. Clearly the masked man was faster and about to win. At that moment Minato teleported above the masked man, catching the kunai that had passed through. This is the second stage of Flying Thunder God. A massive azure Rasengan smashed directly into the masked man. The entire ground was lifted up and the masked man was heavily injured. Seeing this, both the masked man and Minato were speechless. The masked man thought, holy crap. You really do know the second stage. Is that a flash adult? Minato wondered, who the hell is this? He's revealing my strategy to the enemy. How can I fight now? The masked man regained composure, though I don't know whose prophecy this is. It seems more beneficial to me. I know your tactics now, I won't get hit by you. Minato held the kunai, his eyes resolute. The situation is indeed unfavorable for me. But I carry many burdens, I cannot afford to fail. The man before him was the youngest Hokage of Konoha. He wouldn't be helpless just because his tactics were revealed. Rin. I will create a world with only you. I am the second sage of 6 paths. Soon the video showed the masked man's mask shattering, revealing the obsessive lover who wanted to create a world only for Rin, Obito. The masked man was Minato's student Obito Uchiha. At the end of the video large words appeared on the screen: friends. Remember to like, comment and share, triple tap. Yi Yan who loves his fans. Triple tap. Yi Yan who loves fans. Who the hell are you? Come out. You're spoiling everything. How can I even play? The masked man was about to lose his mind, his mentality was shattered. Now was not the time to reveal his identity. He couldn't expose himself in front of Minato. Minato stared at the masked man shocked and incredulous. He instinctively didn't believe it, this couldn't be Obito, he was dead and couldn't have such power. But that video indeed predicted his intended tactic, the second stage of Flying Thunder God. Minato's eyes deepened. You. Are you really Obito? The masked man took off his mask and admitted frankly, yeah, so what, sensei? Because of a video clip this great battle had changed. What would the outcome be? Would Minato be able to defeat Obito, stop the Nine Tails and survive? The answer was Obito, having his identity known, lost his will to fight, so the battle ended abruptly, unresolved. Afterward Minato deeply regretted the events that drove Obito to darkness. He wished he could have arrived in time to prevent it all. So while stopping the Nine Tails he extracted its chakra, successfully unlocking the Nine Tails mode and becoming friends with the beast. Thus the Nine Tails attack was prevented. However, he still sealed the other half of the Nine Tails inside Naruto, believing he could control its power. Then Konoha returned to peace. Minato became very interested in Yi Yen and began searching for him. Ding! Clip video gained Minato's attention. Random signature ninjutsu acquired Flying Thunder God. Yi Yen was eating a meal a customer had cancelled when suddenly a mechanical voice rang in his mind. Clip video. Minato. Flying Thunder God. What the hell? Wait. Did he get a system? Yi Yen hurriedly took out his phone and opened the video he had posted. There was only one follower and the avatar was indeed Minato's. There were 2 comments on the video. Minato, thank you author. I will stop my student and take responsibility as a teacher. Obito spoilers are so damn annoying. Shit author. Yi Yen opened his private message with Minato. Couldn't send messages, but there was this notification: due to author Yi Yen's video Obito's identity was exposed and he retreated. Holy crap. His video actually went to the Naruto world and changed the original story. Was this for real? Yi Yen put down his phone and recalled the voice earlier. If the system was real, then his edited video really went to the Naruto world. Then the Flying Thunder God technique he got from Minato must also be real. Yi Yen looked at the food in front of him and muttered, Flying Thunder God. With this skill wouldn't he be invincible? Haha. Overtime. Bad reviews. Order cancellations. All of them can go to hell. From now on the delivery world will have a new legend, Fast Little Prince. In the Rose Garden residential complex it was time for dinner. Zhongli was about to order takeout, not because she was hungry but because she wanted to toy with the delivery workers every day, indulging in a sense of superiority. For every order she received she would deliberately nitpick down to the bone and leave a bad review. Seeing the delivery workers apologize frustrated and dejected brought her delight. Choosing the on-time guarantee option, Zhongli placed an order for fried noodles from the restaurant farthest away from her. It was precisely rush hour, traffic was certainly jammed, so the delivery would almost certainly be late. Even if she did not intend to eat it, boiled noodles would turn soggy and she could then justifiably refuse the order and leave a bad review. After placing the order and seeing that a delivery rider had accepted and started the trip, Zhongli's lips curled into a smile. Yi Yen. It seemed he had delivered to her once before. She had indeed given him a bad review. That young man's utterly despairing expression had been downright entertaining in her eyes. She was just about to put down her phone when she noticed the distance indicator jump from 10 kilometers straight to 10 meters. In only a few seconds, was he delivering by rocket? 10 meters meant he was practically at her doorstep. At first she thought it was a software bug. After a brief moment of shock she was about to post on her social feed to complain about the app when the doorbell suddenly rang for real. Startled, Zhongli was so flustered that she twisted her ankle, a sharp pain shooting through her. Could it really be that same delivery rider? Yet how could that be possible? Limping, Zhongli made her way to the door and opened it, telling herself it had to be someone else. However, as the door swung open she found Yi Yen standing there beaming at her. Your delivery, he said. Zhongli shrieked as though she had seen a ghost and tried to slam the door in shock, but Yi Yen reached out and stopped it with one hand. Yi Yen found her reaction amusing and repeated calmly, your delivery. Zhongli swallowed hard, regaining a bit of composure, and stared at him. What kind of transportation did you use to get here? She asked. Yi Yen shook his head. Trade secret. Just signed for your delivery already. Stop dawdling, he replied. Maybe because Yi Yan's sudden appearance had unnerved her so much, Zhongli did not complain about his tone. She simply took the delivery and sneered, if the noodles are soggy or the drink spilled I won't accept it. Yi Yen responded coolly, if there's anything wrong I'll eat it myself. Satisfied? Zhongli opened the takeaway box, convinced that given how fast it had arrived there would surely be something wrong. Yet when she lifted the lid she found the contents perfectly arranged, completely unchanged, the temperature as if just out of the kitchen, still piping hot with not the slightest hint of soggy noodles. Zhongli felt as though a bone were lodged in her throat, suffocated by frustration. She had not ordered takeout to eat, she had ordered it to pick a fight. Yet this time she could not find a single flaw, no matter how hard she tried. Her face turned ashen as she finally forced out the words, "The delivery itself is fine, but you came too fast. You scared me. I'm giving you a bad review." This incident illustrated that if someone is determined to find fault, they will always manage to find something. Although her bluntness was rare, Yi Yan encountered far too many fault-finding customers in a single day. In the past he would have swallowed his anger, but now things were different. He possessed the Flying Thunder God technique and a system. His delivery videos could even be uploaded to the world of Naruto. Why should he fear anyone? What kind of creature did she think she was? With a sharp crack, Yi Yan slapped Zhongli across the face, swelling her cheek in an instant. She clutched her face, eyes wide with shock. Yi Yan opened the takeaway box, stuffed a mouthful of noodles into his own mouth, then took a large swig of the drink. Staring at Zhongli, he said, "I'm not afraid of bad reviews, and I couldn't care less about them. Let me add one more thing, spending a mere dozen yuan does not make you a god, it only makes you an idiot." As his words fell, Yi Yan triggered the Flying Thunder God and vanished from sight in an instant. Zhongli watched, eyes wide, as a living, breathing man disappeared before her. There was no way she could still think about leaving a bad review. Convinced she had seen a ghost, she fainted from sheer terror. On the Alisai Snow Mountain, Sulan had originally set out with friends to climb and explore, but on the way they were caught in a blizzard and the group became trapped in a freezing cave. They had already sent out a distress signal and rescuers would likely arrive within 2 days, but the remaining food supplies were scarce, so everyone rationed carefully. Sulan sat with the others around the fire, scrolling through her phone. Seeing countless dishes listed in the delivery app, her imagination ran wild. What would happen if she ordered takeout from here? Surely it could never be delivered. She knew the answer, yet whether from boredom or impulse she placed the order anyway. To her amazement, her request was accepted by a delivery rider just moments later. Even more coincidentally, the delivery rider was Yi Yan, who owed her several months' rent. She let out a soft laugh. What a coincidence, though there was no way he could actually reach them. Sulan turned off her phone and went to a secluded corner to rest. Conserving battery and maintaining enough sleep were the best strategies now. Yet it was so cold and she was so hungry that she could not fall asleep at all. "Hey, what are you doing here?" "Forget it, sign for your delivery," a sudden voice called out. Sulan lifted her head and saw Yi Yan standing there with a large bag of food. Sulan wondered if she was dreaming. Had the food really been delivered? How was that possible? Was he also somewhere on this mountain? No, he was still holding the very takeaway she had ordered. Yi Yan glanced at the bag and said, "Hot pot, sushi, steak, red wine. Are you having a party up here?" He sighed. "The world of the wealthy is beyond us workers' understanding. Enjoy it slowly. I have to get back to work. As for the rent I owe you, I'll pay it back as soon as I can. You're a very good landlady, I can't let you down." Sulan took the bag and checked the contents. Everything she had ordered was there, not a single item missing. When she looked up intending to question Yi Yan, he had already vanished. If not for the delicious aroma rising from the food, she would have thought it all a figment of her imagination. Sulan shook her head. What a strange man. Once she returned home, she was determined to get to know Yi Yan better. Her curiosity had been piqued to the extreme. Thanks to Yi Yan, Sulan invited her companions to share the hot pot and sushi together. They forcibly transformed their predicament into a party with a unique atmosphere. Their hunger and cold seemed to disappear, replaced only by contentment and happiness. After everyone had eaten their fill and began wondering where all this food had come from, Sulan simply said she had found it. Of course no one believed her, and they teased her in return. "You found all this in a cave in the wild mountains? Are you filming comedy sketches?" Sulan could only smile without explaining further. If she told them she had ordered takeout and a delivery rider had brought it, they would never believe her anyway. It was a situation that simply defied explanation, so she let it go. After eating their fill, all they could do was wait for rescue. In just a few short days, the number of orders Yi Yan had delivered exceeded his totals for an entire year. Positive reviews flowed in without end, leaving his boss utterly astonished. To retain this rising star of the delivery world, the boss even settled Yi Yan's wages for the past few days in advance. Yi Yan received 100,000 yuan, 100,000 yuan. This sizable sum allowed Yi Yan to finally experience top-tier service at Hadaleo, something he had only ever heard about and never dared to try. After indulging himself, he set aside money for rent and basic living expenses, then transferred the rest to his parents. It was not to support a younger brother, there was none, but because both his parents were gravely ill and required hospitalization. When it came to his parents, Yi Yan did not care how much money he spent. What pained him was that working far from home, he could not be there to accompany them. Pushing away those thoughts, he returned to his rented room ready to start editing his second video. He had already tasted the sweetness of success. If he wanted to change his fate, editing videos was his best path forward. In his first video, he had revealed future events to Namake's Minato, catching Minato's attention and exposing the power of the Flying Thunder God technique. So could he now assume that if he wanted someone's abilities, all he had to do was edit a video for that person? Yes, that was exactly how he should play it. For now he was not short on money and did not urgently need revenue-generating skills. What he desired most from the Naruto world was its miraculous medical ninjutsu. If he learned that art, would he not become a legendary physician in the real world? Countless beauties would come to him for treatment. He cut off his own train of thought. He was getting ahead of himself. Once he mastered medical ninjutsu, his first priority would be to go home and treat his parents. That was what truly mattered. With that thought, Yi Yan had already chosen his new target for a spoiler-filled video. She was widely acknowledged in the Naruto world as a great beauty and the finest medical ninja. Tragically, both men she loved left her and her life remained filled with unresolved sorrow. Now Yi Yan intended to change everything for her. Today the mahjong parlor was brimming with excitement. A burly muscular man was engaged in a gambling match with a young woman. Beneath her beautiful face she possessed an exaggerated cup size, causing countless men to steal glances and swallow their saliva. However, despite her beauty, her gambling skills were utterly pathetic. She had been here for 3 days, losing an unknown amount of money, a veritable fat sheep. The sunglasses man was the boss here. He decided to win against this foolish woman one more time. He said, "Let's gamble one more round. If you lose, you become my woman. How about it? What's the use of having more money? This woman is so beautiful, wouldn't it be great to win her as a wife?" The woman touched her delicate chin and nodded very seriously. Gamble? Why not? She wouldn't lose. Besides, she was Gang Shou, one of the legendary Sannin. How could she refuse someone's challenge? Thus began this utterly one-sided, almost freebie gambling match. The sunglasses man shook the dice frantically, then slammed them onto the table. When he opened the cup, it showed a 2. The crowd was astonished. Could this fat sheep actually be about to win? Gang Shou revealed a confident smile. "If I lose, I'm yours. If I win, you must return all the money I lost." Gang Shou shook the dice cup, her technique appearing quite professional. The sunglasses man and the others grew fearful. It's over. She's really going to turn the tables. They should have rigged the game from the start. Indeed, they hadn't cheated because they thought this fat sheep was too weak and they were sure to win. But now it was too late for regrets. Under everyone's gaze, Gang Shou opened the dice cup. It showed a 1. The whole room fell silent. Gang Shou was petrified on the spot. Gone. It was all gone. She was going to marry the sunglasses man. Ha ha ha. The big man and everyone in the parlor roared with laughter. Truly a fat sheep, she had gambled herself away. Gang Shou coughed and immediately planned to make a run for it. As if she would actually marry this sunglasses man, she wasn't crazy. Though fleeing was a bit against the rules. But there was always a way. Just as Gang Shou was about to escape, the parlor door was pushed open. "I am the handsome man who can make even crying children shut up, Lord Jiraiya." The white-haired man extended his hand, flicked his long white hair and delivered an opening line he thought was very cool. What he got was silence, utter silence. Gang Shou covered her face. That idiot Jiraiya. Why was he here? Stepping in her high heels, she walked toward him one step at a time, then glared with her beautiful eyes. "What are you doing here? I told you don't follow me." Jiraiya shot her a glance. "Even Jing Xiang couldn't keep up with you. If I don't come, who can control you?" Gang Shou was taken aback and about to speak, but Jiraiya pushed her aside and grinned at the big man. "How about a round with me? Well, bet on the ownership of this woman and the money she left here." At these words, a man in black clothes walked over, clearly thinking Jiraiya was just causing trouble. "Why should we gamble with you? You think you're a fat sheep or a beauty?" The sunglasses man shook his head. "If I Before he could finish, a bag of gold coins was tossed in front of the big man. "This should be enough to buy a whole street. If I lose, these are yours." The sunglasses man's eyes sparkled and he immediately agreed. Gang Shou frowned her beautiful brows. This many gold coins should be Jiraiya's entire savings. She didn't understand why Jiraiya would stake everything and meddle in her affairs. The game began again. This time the sunglasses man decided to cheat. After all, his opponent wasn't a fat sheep, so he had to be careful. So this time when he opened the dice cup, it was a 6. Everyone relaxed. This meant victory. Now he had both a woman and money, a double win. How wonderful. Gang Shou was furious, glaring at Jiraiya. "What are you gambling for? Even I couldn't win. Don't you know your own skill level? You're just making trouble." Jiraiya retorted, "Does your conscience hurt saying that?" He told her to calm down. "I haven't opened mine yet. It's too early to say I've lost." The sunglasses man scoffed. "It's a 6, how can you win?" "How?" Confidently he added a bet. "If you can win, I'll swallow this table." Jiraiya didn't waste words. He directly opened the dice cup. "You said it yourself, if I win you swallow the table." The dice showed 7 points. Don't get it wrong, it wasn't 2 dice. It was one die with a 6 on one side and he used chakra to shatter the opposite side, extracting the 1 dot separately. 6 plus 1 equals 7. The big man was dumbfounded. Holy crap. You can play like that. Gang Shou nudged Zilayi with her elbow. I acknowledge you, your gambling skills are on par with mine. Not bad. Zilayi rolled his eyes at her. You wish. You're always giving away for free. He took the gold bag and said calmly, hand over Gang Shou's share too. You'll accept your loss gracefully, won't you? The sunglasses man nodded helplessly, but the black-clad man beside him shouted arrogantly, accept the loss. As if. What do you take this place for? Zilayi and Gang Shou exchanged a glance, understanding each other's thoughts. Boom. Under the Rasengan and monstrous strength, the entire parlor was blasted into ruins. Zilayi tossed Gang Shou's money back. I helped you win it back. Remember, from now on you also. Before he finished, Gang Shou thanked him. Thanks. Let's drink together sometime. She added, I'm leaving and don't you follow me. Zilayi watched her retreating figure, gave a self-deprecating smile, knowing he might never win Gang Shou's true heart. But he didn't care. Zilayi was about to leave, unaware that in a few minutes Gang Shou would throw herself into his arms. And all of this was because of a video edit. Gang Shou arrived at a tavern planning to celebrate with a drink. But halfway there she was blocked by a projection. Gang Shou punched it, but it was like hitting the hardest metal, indestructible. So she had to patiently watch the content on the projection. The playful author's years of secretly adoring the gambling girl. This bizarre title made Gang Shou want to leave on the spot. But this damn thing blocked the way. She couldn't leave without watching it. The next moment the screen showed every little moment Zilayi had shared with Gang Shou, all the experiences they had together. Some had already happened and some were yet to come. Gang Shou felt no emotion, she just pondered, could this thing predict the future? Come to think of it, that kid Shui Men had mentioned that she and Zilayi should inquire about Yi Yan. Yi Yan was a prophet who used projection videos to foresee the future, truly incredible. It was through Yi Yan's video that Shui Men learned the true identity of the masked man. So this thing was indeed the work of that prophet. But what did it want to say? Finally the video showed Zilayi and Gang Shou in their 50s or 60s. Under the twilight they had a conversation. Are you really going to the Yuren village alone? Even you might. I've already decided. If even you die. But you won't be as sad as when Duan died, right? Well. Aren't you the one who always loses bets? Then this time bet on my death. When I come back alive. Haha, just kidding. Idiot. Later Zilayi went to gather intelligence and was killed by Payen. Watching this, tears streamed down Gang Shou's face without warning. The person she loved was Duan. After his death her world fell into darkness. But the one who had always stayed by her side and protected her had always been Zilayi. Originally Gang Shou only saw Zilayi as a comrade. But upon hearing of his death the pain in her heart made her realize her true feelings. The future self might have already understood, but due to age and many other things could only let it lie. But now it gave her exactly one chance. If she missed it again she would regret it for the rest of her life. Jiraiya walked alone on the street, suddenly stopping outside a nightclub. Should I go gather some material? I have no choice. For the sake of inspiration to write my novel I'll have to force myself a little. Just as Jiraiya convinced himself and took a step forward, Tsunade suddenly appeared behind him, startling him. With red eyes Tsunade said, I have something to tell you. Jiraiya looked at the lights inside the nightclub, feeling quite conflicted. What could you possibly need to say that can't wait until tomorrow? Isn't it a little unreasonable to interrupt someone's writing? But looking at Tsunade's tearful appearance made Jiraiya worried. Since her previous boyfriend's downfall he had never seen Tsunade this heartbroken. Jiraiya shifted his gaze from the nightclub and looked seriously at Tsunade. Did something happen? If anyone hurts you Jiraiya won't let them off. Just as Jiraiya finished speaking Tsunade leaped into his arm. Jiraiya was stunned. What? What is happening? I want to be with you. Tsunade in Jiraiya's embrace shyly gazed at him. Jiraiya couldn't help but blush. How could anyone resist a shy Tsunade? And more importantly, was this a confession? How could it suddenly? Tsunade waited quietly for a few seconds. Seeing that Jiraiya had no response she immediately became angry, grabbing his collar and pulling him in front of her. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? The breath Tsunade exhaled was practically hitting Jiraiya's face. His heart raced. Since the moment he met Tsunade as a child he had liked her. But Tsunade had never shown any interest in him. When he saw Tsunade devastated by her ex-boyfriend's downfall he felt helpless, wishing he could do something for her. Over the years he had only silently guarded her. He asked for no reward, he was content with that. But now. Jiraiya held Tsunade's delicate hand with deep affection. Forget it, I believe whatever you say. It seems I won't need to gather material from the nightclub anymore. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged smiles, and at last these two tragic figures found each other. In the future Tsunade might become Hokage, but she wouldn't have to live a life of solitude. As for Jiraiya, he might die in battle, yet he would be happy for a long time and the world wouldn't label him as the lecherous sage. It was of course thanks to our editing master Yi Yen that such a great thing came to pass. Because of this he gained Tsunade's attention along with their comments. Yi Yen excitedly opened the video comments, eager to see the feedback this time. Tsunade, although the author is quite mysterious, they seem impressive. I'll give a good review. Let's drink together if we have the chance. Jiraiya, bro, that's awesome. Yi Yen was quite pleased. Look, he received 2 good reviews this time. The sense of achievement from editing this video was immense. Yi Yen had been looking forward to the system's reward, medical ninjutsu. As long as he got Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, he could go home and treat his parents. Thinking of this, he became excited, and indeed the system's voice began to sound. Ding. Obtained Tsunade's attention and a triple connection, gaining the talent super strength. Yi Yen almost spat blood. Super strength. You're giving him super strength. Why would he need super strength to move bricks? He needs medical ninjutsu. Yi Yan's eyes turned red. If the system were real, he would definitely smash it. What a foolish system. After a long time, Yi Yen finally calmed down. Since he had already planned to go home, he might as well do it. After all, it had been a long time since he last saw his parents, and now he had money. Why not go back? As for the ability of medical ninjutsu, although he failed with Tsunade, didn't he still have a glasses-wearing friend who was also a medical ninja? He could edit for him, trick him for attention, and that would be fine. But that wasn't urgent. First he needed to go home and slowly edit. After packing his things, a backpack, traveling light, he was about to head out when he saw Sulan at the elevator. Seeing Yi Yen like this, Sulan curiously asked, "Are you going on a long trip?" Yi Yen smiled and nodded. Sulan quietly gazed at Yi Yen and he winked at her. It took a few seconds for him to realize. Oh right. He hadn't paid her back yet. Isn't going on a long trip now just like dodging a debt? Yi Yen hurriedly said, "Scan the code, he'll transfer the money to you right now." Sulan nodded, and after receiving the transfer from Yi Yen she casually chatted, "Going back home?" Yi Yen nodded, "Yeah, going home to see my parents." Sulan said unexpectedly, "I just came back from the snow mountain and I have nothing to do. I can accompany you back there for a stroll." Huh? You're coming to stroll back home with me? He was going to see his parents. What are you tagging along for? It has to be said, this is indeed strange. Of course, if they were a couple planning to get married it wouldn't be odd. But the problem is they are just landlord and tenant. Even if they were a bit close, they were just slightly better than ordinary friends. Yi Yen didn't mind the beautiful company, but he couldn't understand her intentions. Instinctively he wanted to refuse, but Sulan took the initiative. "I have a car, we can go for a drive." He a car. What's the point? It's better to take a train. Sulan added, "I just bought an Audi RS8 recently. Haha, with a goddess accompanying me, I'm already happy enough. Let's go together. I'll accompany you back home to catch fish." You can't blame Yi Yen, for every man's supercars have an irresistible charm. Thus Yi Yen and his beautiful landlord embarked on a journey back home together. However, just as they were about to depart, a small incident occurred. Arriving downstairs, Yi Yen caught sight of the deep green RS8. Yi Yan's eyes sparkled, wondering when he could get one for himself. Sulan in the car rolled down the window, "Come up, experience it." Just as Yi Yen was about to knock on the door, another supercar drove up and a man in a suit got out. Sulan furrowed her beautiful brows upon seeing the suited man. The suited man walked towards Yi Yen. "Who do you think you are? Do you even deserve to be near Sulan's car?" Wei Xiaojie was the head of a publicly traded company, and he felt they were a perfect match. So seeing Yi Yen in cheap clothes, he looked down on him, greatly wondering why this kid was even near a woman he liked in her car. Tsunade felt furious hearing Wei Xiaojie's words towards Yi Yen. This pursuer was like a fly, wherever she went he followed. She doubted if she was being monitored by him. To avoid the pesky Wei Xiaojie suddenly appearing before her, she had taken to exploring and adventuring everywhere, which also served as an excuse. Just as Tsunade was about to speak up for Yi Yen and tell him not to pay attention to Wei Xiaojie, Yi Yen spoke first. "I'm just a delivery guy, what's wrong with that? You seem to like Sulan. Have you ever been in her RS8? Yi Yen was not only unashamed but also filled with provocation in his words. Of course not, he was the male lead with a system. Why would he feel inferior in front of this slightly wealthy fool? Yi Yan's words left Wei Xiaojie dumbfounded. Especially that line, "Have you ever been in her RS8? That hit hard, my friend. Yes, he hadn't been. Then Yi Yen wasted no time, directly opening the car door to sit in the passenger seat beside Sulan and coldly said to her, "Buckle me up." Wei Xiaojie's eyes were about to pop out. Not only did he get in the car, but he also had Sulan buckle him up. "Who do you think you are? Su Lan chuckled, obediently leaning forward to buckle Yi Yan's seatbelt. Seeing the two so close, Wei Xiaoji's heart shattered. Yi Yan raised his middle finger at Wei Xiaojia and let Su Lan drive. Watching the two leave, Wei Xiaojia kicked a utility pole. Wei Xiaojia shouted, hugging his leg, tears of pain streaming down. Wei Xiaojia clenched his fists tightly. Damn loser. So you want to flirt with his woman? Just you wait. Wei Xiaojia got into his luxury car and decided to follow Su Lan and Yi Yan. He wants to see where these two think they can run off to. Furthermore, he needed to find an opportunity to vent his anger, otherwise he wouldn't be Wei Xiaojia. Yes, going back home meant not only having a beautiful landlord but also a very annoying tail. Thus this journey would clearly not be dull. Yi Yan sat in the RS-8 glancing around as if he were Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden. If you like it, I can give it to you. Yi Yan fell into silence upon hearing this. Did this rich woman want to keep him? Otherwise, why would she give him a car? Su Lan seemed to see the doubts in Yi Yan's heart and added, but you have to answer me a question first. Yi Yan replied directly, I like it. I like you. Now can I have the car? Su Lan gave Yi Yan a resentful glance. Who asked you that? I want to know, how did you get there on the snow mountain? Were you nearby all along? Yi Yan felt a headache upon hearing this. She was indeed going to press him about that. Should he just say that he had an editing system and obtained the flying Raijin technique from Minato Namikaze? He wouldn't mind saying it outright, but they had to believe him or they might think he had a mental illness. Yi Yan couldn't come up with a casual response, so he seriously replied to Su Lan, you underestimate me. A man like me is destined to live for his dreams. Mere temptations are not worth mentioning. Su Lan was so angry her teeth itched. How could she not know that Yi Yan was deliberately withholding information to annoy her? Humph. Fine, if you want, say I don't want to know anyway. Just as Su Lan was sulking, a luxury car caught up to them. The window on the opposite side opened to reveal an annoying face. Xiao Lanlan, did this guy make you angry? Just leave him here. Shall we go on a date? Pfft. Xiao Lanlan. That nickname is not bad. Su Lan's handsome face turned as red as a ripe apple and she tiredly said to Wei Xiaojia, could you not call me that? Wei Xiaojia understood that when a woman says she doesn't want to hear something, she actually wants to hear it. Sure, Xiao Lanlan. Wei Xiaojia is so annoying. Having been humiliated in front of Yi Yan before, this time he was determined to regain his dignity and show his charming self to his goddess. Wei Xiaojia smiled and said, did you see the truck up ahead? I'll overtake it and show you what a driving god is. This is a skill that your little buddy will never master. Inside the RS-8, Su Lan and Yi Yan exchanged glances. With so many cars around, was he really going to show off his driving skills? Was he not afraid of crashing? Was he out of his mind? Indeed, Wei Xiaoji's maneuvers were reckless, but they couldn't stop him. So Wei Xiaojia pressed the accelerator and sped up swiftly, overtaking the truck in a flash and even executed a drift while taking the bend. This scene surprised Yi Yan and Su Lan. They didn't expect the other's driving skills to be quite good. However, just 2 seconds later, a small sedan suddenly appeared right in front of Wei Xiaoji's vehicle. And Wei Xiaojia was driving at such high speed, showing no signs of slowing down. At this rate he would definitely crash because he couldn't stop in time. If that happened, Wei Xiaojia would deserve it, but the people in that small sedan would be innocent if they were just driving normally, and suddenly they would be rear-ended with potential life-threatening consequences. Su Lan was also worried about that small sedan, feeling guilty that she should have done everything possible to stop Wei Xiaojia. Moreover, Wei Xiaojia was also driving so fast because he wanted to show off in front of her. How could she let Wei Xiaojia drive off like that? The passenger Yi Yan fell into deep thought. Logically, he shouldn't intervene even if he could prevent the tragedy. Because Su Lan was right beside him, if he used his abilities she would suspect him and he wouldn't be able to explain. But if a tragedy were to unfold right before his eyes and he didn't stop it, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Yi Yan made up his mind, unbuckled his seatbelt and said to Su Lan, aren't you curious about what happened that day? I can't explain it to you, but you can witness it yourself. If you want to post it online afterward, I don't mind. Su Lan looked at Yi Yan in confusion. What are you going to do? We can't stop it. No, I can stop it. Yi Yan said decisively. As soon as he spoke, he instantly vanished from the passenger seat. The next second he appeared right behind the small sedan while Wei Xiaojia's speeding car was coming toward him. Wei Xiaojia thought he must have misseen. How did this guy get in front of him? But before he could think too much, the car crashed into him and Wei Xiaojia closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Su Lan, who was following behind, felt her heart racing with fear. Although she didn't know how Yi Yan got there. How could such high speed possibly be stopped by human strength? Yi Yan was simply insane. Was he trying to throw his life away? Just as he had thought, Yi Yan raised his arm and single-handedly caught the out-of-control car. Virum. Virum. The tremendous impact made Yi Yan's arm shake. He frowned, gripping the front of the car tightly, and with a forceful squeeze he crumpled it into a mass, bringing the luxury car to a stop, emitting white smoke. All the nearby vehicles halted but they had no idea what had transpired. In just a few seconds as they realized what was happening they saw someone standing in front of a wrecked car prompting them to stop. But Su Lan and Wei Xiaojia knew exactly what had happened. Someone had teleported over and single-handedly stopped the car and crushed it. Is Yi Yan even human? This is a monster, right? Wei Xiaojia in the car had already wet himself. Was this freeloader a diamond or the Hulk? Yi Yan explained to the bewildered Wei Xiaojia, don't get me wrong, it's not that I'm strong, but your car is a toy, right? The quality is so poor that it broke with just a touch. Don't try to pin this on me. Seeing that Wei Xiaojia didn't believe him, Yi Yan stopped pretending and stepped on the car's hood. When the police arrive you know what to say and what not to say, right? Wei Xiaojia twitched his mouth. So he was done pretending and now he was directly threatening him. But he still obediently nodded. Of course if he didn't cooperate the next one to be crushed would probably be him. Soon the police arrived asking what had happened. There were no surveillance cameras on this road, so as long as Wei Xiaojia didn't say anything ridiculous no one would record this unbelievable scene. Wei Xiaojia really wanted to tell the police that Yi Yan had crushed the car. But just as he was about to speak he was shot a glare by Yi Yan who was smiling beside him and he swallowed his words saying only this is a toy car. I rear-ended and crashed into thin air so the car exploded. The police raised an eyebrow. Crashed into thin air. Are you serious? They looked at Yi Yan and you, what are you doing on the road? At this time the driver of the small sedan stepped out and explained to the police. The police then asked Yi Yan to pay a fine and gave him a warning letting the matter drop. Indeed besides Su Lan and Wei Xiaojia there was one other person who knew the truth, Shang Guanyun, who was saved by Yi Yan. Shang Guanyun naturally would not mention Yi Yan's matters as it would bring a lot of trouble to her benefactor. There are some special people in this world but it is generally difficult for ordinary people to encounter them. Thinking about it the benefactor must be such a person too. After finishing her words for Yi Yan, Shang Guanyun handed him a business card. Benefactor, this is my contact information. If you need my help in the future please do not hesitate to ask. Yi Yan looked at the introduction on the business card and couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Editor Shang Guanyun, he remembered that this editor was quite famous online, a true editing master in the country. Moreover his editing videos had won numerous awards internationally. Yi Yan accepted the business card. Then I won't be polite. While the two were chatting Wei Xiaojia tried to sneak away but was stopped by Yi Yan. I was fined 50. Do you think I should pay this? Wei Xiaojia was taken aback but didn't think much of it. It was just 50, he could cover it. What was it worth? With a grin he took out his wallet to pay while Yi Yan replied helplessly, there are 50,000. What are you thinking? 50 has 1,000. That makes 50,000. Oh my. 50,000. Are you trying to gouge me? And you also smashed his car, okay? You won't let me compensate yet you want 50,000 from him. Yi Yan looked at the wrecked luxury car. I think you look like a toy figurine. Wei Xiaojia was nearly in tears. Can't I give it back? So he put away his wallet and took out his phone to transfer money to Yi Yan. When Yi Yan saw the extra 50,000 in his account he felt that this risky venture was worth it. Yi Yan patted Wei Xiaojia's shoulder. You often come to trouble me, I'm really poor. Oh. Yi Yan, just wait. I won't let you off. Wei Xiaojia was furious. He knew that trying to take revenge on the strong Yi Yan directly wouldn't work. But that didn't mean he would back down. He could play dirty. This grudge he had to make Yi Yan kneel before him to Yi Yan then returned to the car and glanced at Su Lan who was about to say something. Su Lan preemptively said, don't worry, I won't ask anything, but I hope you can tell me something when we return. Yi Yan touched his nose, genuinely a bit surprised. But that's fine, dragging it out for a day is better than nothing. After that there were no more twists and turns and the two quickly arrived at Shanyang village. Shanyang village had excellent greenery and the air quality far exceeded that of the city. Most of the villagers were simple and warm-hearted, greeting Yi Yan warmly when they saw him return with a stunning beauty. Yi Yan is back. Is the person beside you your girlfriend? Yi Yan replied, you misunderstood, she is just a rich lady. No, an ordinary friend. Oh, come to Auntie's house for a meal, I just killed a chicken. Yi Yan said, no thanks Auntie. Come to my house, I just wonder if you mind our simple food. Uncle, I mean no offense, I just want to go home and spend time with my parents. You all shouldn't pressure the child, let him come over another day. Su Lan and Yi Yan walked along the dirt road home and Su Lan's beautiful face broke into a smile. The people in your village are so warm. Yi Yan nodded, yes, they are all elders who watched me grow up, they are very nice. Then uncle and auntie, are they also super nice? Will they like these gifts I brought? Su Lan pointed at the health products in Yi Yan's hand. Yi Yan's mouth twitched. What you said? Really sounds like a little wife meeting her parents for the first time. Yi Yan suspected Su Lan's intentions weren't pure. But he had no evidence. Yi Yan replied, my parents are very nice but they are seriously ill so they probably can't get out of bed, so please don't mind. At this point the atmosphere became a bit somber. Sulan shook her head. I hope uncle and auntie can recover soon. Yi Yan sighed. I hope so. Yi Yan was truly worried about his parents' health. While he was away his parents always reported good news and not bad. If he hadn't asked his uncle he probably wouldn't have known that his parents were so seriously ill. This time he must find a way to obtain the medical ninjutsu from the medicine master Do to cure his parents. To put it another way, even if he couldn't get it he had 50,000 enough to find the best doctor for his parents. Without talking the two walked halfway when suddenly a Yanga team appeared before them with elderly men and women dressed in red dancing the Yanga and beating drums creating a lively scene. Yi Yan and Sulan couldn't help but be drawn in stopping to watch. Yi Yan and Sulan were quite engrossed and their depressed mood lifted considerably. Sulan took out her phone to record a video and in the phone she saw the youngest couple in the team full of vitality dancing energetically the best among them. Excited Sulan shared it with Yi Yan beside her. Yi Yan, look how well they dance. Yi Yan didn't notice those two because there were many people in the team. When he saw the video Sulan recorded showing a pair of middle-aged women he gradually fell into silence. Yi Yan recalled the WeChat message his uncle sent him a year ago. Your parents can't even get out of bed. The doctor said the operation needs hundreds of thousands, you have to find a way. Your parents don't let me tell you, but how can I hide this from you? However, in the Yanga team before him the best dancers were his parents. As they danced they showcased their unique skills to entertain everyone. One breathing fire, the other doing a 180-degree flip. This is better than his own physical condition. What illness? Uncle. Yi Yan realized how he had believed. His uncle always exaggerated small matters to the extreme. It was probably just that his parents had a minor illness and he made it sound serious. This past year he indeed inquired about his parents' health but they said they were fine. He thought they didn't want to worry him. But they really were fine. Sulan saw the uncle and aunt breathing fire and flipping excitedly said, Yi Yan, come quickly, they are amazing. Yi Yan's mouth twitched speechless. That's my dad and mom. Sulan dropped her phone. This is your parents. Patience. Yi Yan, though surprised, was genuinely happy to see his parents healthy. Shaking his head he thought no more, squeezed into the crowd and gave them a big hug. Dad. Mom. I'm back. Yi Dad and Yi Mom looked at Yi Yan in surprise then were overjoyed. You brat finally came back, we thought you forgot us and your mom. What are you talking about? It's good that the child is back. Oh, you've lost weight. Come back, Mom will make your favorite braised pork. Yi Yan replied with a hum then introduced Sulan to his parents. Sulan, seeing his parents nervous, immediately said, hello Dad and Mom. As soon as these words were spoken Sulan felt she had died socially. Oh my. What did she just say? The two elders exchanged glances, astonished that their son had found such a beautiful girlfriend. This kid. Not bad. If that's the case they wouldn't have to worry anymore. Sulan's face turned crimson as she snatched the gift from Yi Yan's hands and presented it to his parents, explaining, Uncle, Auntie, I misspoke, Yi Yan and I are just ordinary friends. This is a gift for you. Sulan shoved the gift into the elder's hands and shyly ran away. Strictly speaking it should be described as awkward rather than shy. Yan's mother looked at Yi Yan and said, I think this girl is quite nice. Are you truly just ordinary friends? Yan's father replied sternly, my son cannot become like that. What's it called again? A scumbag. Yan's mother interrupted. Yan's father quickly agreed, yes, that's the scumbag we're talking about, we can't let him become one. Yi Yan looked at the two elders smiling helplessly and said earnestly, it really doesn't matter. Upon hearing it doesn't matter, for some reason the elders' expressions turned strange. As if they were brewing some conspiracy. Back home Yi Yan's mother went into the kitchen to prepare a feast both for her son and to welcome Sulan as a guest. Yan's father began drinking with Sulan, chatting about everything under the sun, surprisingly becoming fast friends despite their age difference. Yi Yan watched, unsure of what to say. He thought Sulan might become friends with his mother, but as for his father, he hadn't really considered that. Perhaps it was because they both had a decent alcohol tolerance. After eating his fill Yi Yan returned to his room and began pondering in front of his computer. Since his parents were not severely ill there was no need for any medical ninjutsu. However, in the world of Naruto he had always liked the characters Orochimaru and Kabuto. So he decided to give them a spoiler and edit a video to let them know about his future fate. Yi Yan even prepared the title. The Dream Fulfillment Master Kabuto. The Immortal Snake Ant Orochimaru. Yi Yan truly liked them and couldn't bear to see them fight, so when he posted he specifically set up 2 video segments each intended for the other. Kabuto and Orochimaru each watched their own spoiler videos perfectly tailored for them. Since it was a special edit, Yi Yan did not specifically cut out anything regarding their betrayals and grudges. After finishing the video edit Yi Yan's hand trembled as he successfully published it just as he heard his parents' voices. Xiao Yan, come to the living room, we have something to discuss with you. Yi Yan yawned, puzzled as to what could be so important that it couldn't wait until tomorrow. Although reluctant, he still walked toward the living room. Upon entering, he was somewhat surprised by the scene before him. He saw Sulan sitting cross-legged on the sofa, barefoot, munching on sunflower seeds with great enthusiasm, utterly lacking any goddess-like demeanor. Meanwhile, his parents sat on either side of Sulan, also cracking sunflower seeds. One could easily mistake them for a family, with Yi Yan as the outsider. Yi Yan sensed a bad premonition, found a stool, sat down casually and said, "Go ahead." Pfft. Sulan suddenly burst into laughter, clearly already aware of what was going on. Yan's father and mother exchanged glances with Sulan, who smiled gently and continued cracking seeds. Yi Yan's ominous feeling intensified. Yan's father directly stated, "Xiao Yan, you're of age, it's time for you to get married." Yi Yan was taken aback and looked at Sulan, who shook her head and quickly asserted, "What are you looking at me for? This has nothing to do with me." Yan's father cleared his throat, "What are you looking at that girl for? We want you to marry her, not your aunt." Yi Yan was shocked. Aunt? Sulan. Yes, in that moment Sulan had become the older sister to Yan's father, and according to their hierarchy she was indeed Yi Yan's cousin. Yi Yan couldn't focus on that right now. With the emergence of this cousin only prompted him to say, "Dad, I want to get married too, but you know I don't have any money." "How can I get married?" Not having money is an excuse. Yi Yan simply wasn't ready for marriage. He had only just graduated and hadn't thought about it at all. He thought that by saying this his parents would fall silent and the topic would be dropped. They could then discuss how Sulan became his cousin. That would be much more interesting. However, when Yan's father saw Yan's mother, she opened an old box on the coffee table, revealing it was full of cash. Yi Yan's eyes widened. Did his family have so much money? Could it be that he was actually a rich second generation? Yi Yan stood up in excitement, eagerly looking at his parents. "You two aren't trying to tell me that you're actually wealthy, just pretending to be poor to train me, are you?" Yan's father struck down Yi Yan's hopes. "What are you thinking? We are truly poor if this 200,000 is what you sent home. We just saved it for you." Yi Yan was deeply disappointed. The dream of being a rich second generation was gone. So that 200,000 was still earned by him. Wait, he earned 200,000. He was genuinely shocked to realize he had saved so much. In fact, it wasn't surprising, hadn't he just sent home 100,000 a few days ago? And over the years he had worked multiple jobs, delivering food, scrimping and saving, sending every penny home. If his parents hadn't used any of it, they would have nearly saved another 100,000. 10 plus 10 equals exactly 200,000. Yi Yan protested, "The money I earned is for you to spend. Why are you saving it?" The two elders stated that they were healthy and had no illnesses, so why would they need money? It was better to save it up as a dowry for their son's future wife. Yan's father remarked, "This 200,000 is the dowry for the bride for you to marry, so don't say you don't have money to fool us." Yi Yan's mouth twitched. He struggled, saying, "Even if I have money, someone still has to be willing to marry me, right?" Yan's father clapped his hands. "Actually they do. The girl and her parents have all agreed. As long as you agree, the dowry will be given and the wedding can be held in the village right away." Yi Yan was petrified. These two elders came prepared. Goose goose goose. Sulan was already laughing uncontrollably, completely relishing the misfortune. He had thought only families like hers would arrange marriages, never realizing Yi Yan's family would do the same. Thus Sulan was enjoying the gossip immensely. Yi Yan was jolted back to reality by Sulan's laughter. Most people would definitely refuse and storm. However, Yi Yan considered more agreeing could help ease his parents' anger. After all, they were getting older and opposing them might genuinely lead to a hospital visit. He thought it best to meet the girl first and find a suitable reason to resolve the marriage issue without anyone feeling awkward. So Yi Yan replied, "Dad, Mom, let me meet the girl first. After all, it wouldn't make sense to marry without meeting first. Once met, they could see if it was suitable." "Yes, you said it, a meeting is necessary. Let's see how it goes." Yi Yan's parents immediately agreed, smiling broadly, thinking there was hope. Upon hearing Yi Yan's response, Sulan felt inexplicably less happy. Did she want Yi Yan to refuse? No, that couldn't be. She was just curious about the secrets surrounding Yi Yan, not interested in his marriage. In the early morning, as the faint sunlight just began to rise, the little dog in the yard let out two woofs and Yi Yan got out of bed. Today he was going to visit his fiancée, and this feeling was rather complicated. The determination in Yi Yan's heart was unwavering. No matter what she looked like, he would refuse outright. In this day and age, love should naturally be free. How could it be arranged by parents? Just as Yi Yan was about to head out, he spotted Sulan, who had been waiting for him. Today Sulan had tied her hair into a high ponytail, wore a sportswear outfit that was very casual, and upon closer look she had applied a light layer of makeup. This woman usually went barefaced, and her natural complexion already outshone many internet celebrities. Now with a touch of makeup she even stunned Yi Yan. Seeing Yi Yan staring at her without blinking, Sulan pretended to be angry and said, "What are you looking at?" Yi Yan snapped back to reality and let out a dry laugh. Then Yi Yan asked him, going to my fiancé's house. Your outfit. Are you coming with me? Su Lan stood on tiptoe, turned around and said matter-of-factly, your parents said that since I'm your elder I should go along and take a look for you. I'll reluctantly oblige. Yi Yan frowned and said elder. Su Lan turned around and pouted, I'm your grandaunt. With no other choice Yi Yan had to bring Su Lan along, after all she was his grandaunt. But he couldn't figure out how Su Lan had become his father's younger sister. How could people from different generations have such close friendship? How ridiculous. The journey was silent. Following the address they walked further and further into a remote area where almost no one lived. Su Lan asked curiously, is the address really around here? It's so desolate. Yi Yan shook his head, the address is correct. Just as they spoke, a shabby wooden door house appeared before them. The house was built with rammed earth walls. In this day and age such a dwelling was quite rare even in rural areas. Yi Yan stroked his chin habitually, beginning to ponder if there was any trick. Meanwhile Su Lan had already started knocking on the door, but as soon as she knocked the door swung open on its own. Apparently the door had never been latched. Su Lan looked at Yi Yan awkwardly and Yi Yan shrugged, forget it, let's go in. You wretched girl, I'll beat you to death. As soon as they stepped inside they heard a middle-aged man's angry roar. Following the source of the voice Yi Yan saw a bald man in a white vest holding a slipper and striking a young girl. Su Lan tugged Yi Yan, he's bullying a girl, go teach him a lesson. If something goes wrong your grandaunt will bail you out. Yi Yan smiled, that's exactly what I was thinking. The man in the vest swung the slipper toward the girl's face. The girl closed her eyes in fear, but after a moment the slipper never landed. She opened her eyes to find Yi Yan gripping the man's hand. No matter how hard the vest-wearing man tried he couldn't pull his hand free. He stared at Yi Yan as if seeing a ghost. He used to be the village butcher and had an abundance of strength if nothing else. Yet before this young man he seemed as weak as a child. This time it was Yi Yan who exerted force and the vest-wearing man felt as if his arm was about to be torn off, screaming in agony. His screams indeed sounded somewhat like the squealing of a slaughtered pig. Yi Yan grabbed the man's face with one hand and lifted him forcefully. A man of such burly build felt astonishingly light in Yi Yan's grip. At your age still hitting a girl. I recall that in rural areas they use old-fashioned manure pits. How about I toss you in for a bath? Yi Yan's tone was calm but dripping with menace. The vest-wearing man was terrified, but Yi Yan covered his mouth, allowing only muffled whimpers to escape. Su Lan found it immensely satisfying. Yes, that's exactly what he deserved, a good soak. Go ahead, I support you. With his grandaunt's approval Yi Yan immediately started looking for the outhouse, but just then the girl behind them spoke. He is my father. Please let him go. Xiao Xiaoli gathered her courage and said to Yi Yan. Although her father was drunk every day and frequently beat her, he was still her father and she couldn't bear to see him treated like this. For a moment Yi Yan and Su Lan were at a loss for words. They also realized that this innocent young girl was probably Yi Yan's fiancée. And this bald white-vested man might be Yi Yan's future father-in-law. Yi Yan's head ached as he released Qiu Laoda. He felt he should have a proper conversation with the girl about how to protect herself. So Yi Yan crouched down and leaned close to look at Qiu Xiaoli. Qiu Xiaoli also stared back at him blankly. Xiaoli. Qiu Xiaoli. Yi. Brother Yi Yan. The two had played together as children, but when they grew a bit older Yi Yan moved to the city to study in Shanghai. After growing up this was the first time they met. Although both had changed greatly they recognized each other in that moment. Yi Yan never expected that the little girl from next door who had followed him around when they were kids would become his fiancée. Qiu Xiaoli only knew that her father had found a marriage partner for her, but she never imagined it would be brother Yi Yan. Overjoyed she threw herself into Yi Yan's arms. Brother Yi Yan, Xiaoli missed you so much. You're finally back. Yi Yan caught the delicate fragrance of the girl's body and couldn't help flushing, but soon he saw the bruises all over her fair skin and became furious again. Yi Yan gently pushed Qiu Xiaoli away. We can catch up later. But when your father hit you, didn't you know how to fight back? Su Lan looked at Qiu Xiaoli and Qiu Laoda's physiques, one frail and helpless, the other a burly giant. How could she fight back? Yi Yan quickly realized this too and continued, then why not call the police? Qiu Xiaoli shook her head. No matter what, he is my father. When I was little and Grandpa was still alive he was kind to me. But after Grandpa passed away my father turned to drinking and became like this. Yi Yan's head throbbed. If it weren't for the fact that this old man was Qiu Xiaoli's father things would have been much simpler. Qiu Laoda came to his senses and realized Yi Yan's identity. He walked over and said, you're the eldest son of the Yi family, right? You're strong. But I don't hold it against you. If you can't stand seeing her suffer, take her away with 200,000, otherwise mind your own business. Yi Yan was taken aback. If he could take Qiu Xiaoli away she would be freed from her father's clutches. That seemed like a solution. Yi Yan felt utterly speechless. He had told himself he absolutely wouldn't agree. But now it seemed he had no choice but to say yes. Yi Yan sighed and said bluntly, I agree to the marriage so I can give you 200,000. But I only want Qiu Xiaoli to leave you. I have no goodwill towards someone like you. Qiu Laodao laughed. Fine, as long as you pay up. Yi Yan was boiling with rage. Maybe he should still toss him into the manure pit for a bath. Qiu Laodao now only desires money, he cares little for anything else. Therefore, as long as Yi Yan can produce 200,000 in betrothal gifts, he will remain silent. Yi Yan warned Qiu Laodao again, you must not hit her again during these days. Otherwise I will not let you off. Qiu Laodao assured Yi Yan, I will not hit Qiu Xiaoli again. Will this be sufficient? Yi Yan sighed, saying nothing further, and simply arranged to meet Qiu Xiaoli for it. Qiu Xiaoli said, Yi Yan, go. If you don't like me, then let's call off this marriage. You shouldn't concern yourself with our family matters, it's fine. Yi Yan shook his head, we grew up together, you are like my sister. How could I not care for you? Su Lan, sipping water nearby, interjected, soon she won't just be your sister but your wife. Yi Yan's mouth twitched, cousin, can't you just be a good third wheel? Qiu Xiaoli blushed, too shy to speak. Yi Yan pondered for a moment and devised a win-win solution. Xiaoli, how about we pretend to get married? As long as I give the betrothal gifts and take you home, you will no longer have anything to do with Qiu Laodao and he can't bully you anymore. Yi Yan did not care about the money, he cared only for this childhood companion. He knew that Qiu Laodao was still Qiu Xiaoli's father and reporting him to the police was not realistic. But once married and at the Yi family, what could Qiu Laodao do? It was just a matter of spending some money, and Yi Yan was not in short supply of funds now. Aside from the 200,000 from home, he also had 500,000 in hand, which could be considered a small asset. Qiu Xiaoli looked at Yi Yan puzzled. Yi Yan, go. Why do we have to pretend to marry? Why pretend to marry? This is indeed a good question. Real marriage could also solve Qiu Xiaoli's issues, so why does it have to be fake? Yi Yan was momentarily at a loss for an answer, but Su Lan came to the rescue. What Yi Yan means is you're still too young. Marrying now would be irresponsible for both of you, so it's better to wait until you are more mature before getting married. Qiu Xiaoli obediently nodded. Then if it's a pretend marriage, I will definitely find a way to return the 200,000 to you. Yi Yan, go. Yi Yan silently gave Su Lan a thumbs up. Her explanation was just in time. Truly worthy of being a cousin. So reliable. After discussion, the fake marriage was settled. Of course it was kept a secret from others. Only Yi Yan, Qiu Xiaoli and Su Lan knew, while everyone else had to be kept in the dark. So when it reached the ears of Yen dad and Yen mom, it was taken as a real marriage. They were so excited that they couldn't sleep all night. The next morning it was announced that the wedding would take place on Sunday, a lucky day. If missed, it would take several months to wait for another good day. The wedding would be held at home, inviting the entire village for a grand celebration. Su Lan strongly agreed. A marriage is a lifetime matter, so it should be grand to avoid any regrets. Yi Yan knew Su Lan was reveling in his misfortune, a grand fake marriage. If it got exposed, would his life still matter? But how could Yi Yan stop his parents' enthusiasm? He could only watch as they called all their relatives. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wei Xiaojie had already arrived in the village and settled down. When he learned that Yi Yan was getting married, he was overjoyed. But upon reflection, it didn't seem so joyful. Though one rival was gone, Yi Yan had made him lose face and cost him hundreds of thousands. This grudge must be avenged. He had not been idle lately and had thoroughly investigated Yi Yan's father-in-law. He loved to drink and was greedy. Greed, that was the weakness Wei Xiaojie could exploit. Yi Yan's marriage must happen, but it couldn't just be an ordinary. Wei Xiaojie made a phone call inviting someone to the village, bringing along a bottle of Wuliangye to confront Qiu Laodao. Qiu Laodao was cursing when someone knocked on his door. It's early in the morning and you're banging on my door. Do you want me to pour the urinal on you? Upon opening the door, he saw a man holding Wuliangye. Wei Xiaojie couldn't help but swallow hard upon seeing the urinal in the man's hand. He wasn't greedy. He was just afraid that if this thing spilled on him there would be misunderstandings. Qiu Laodao's face, which was originally dark, instantly turned pale as the lust plateau. Today the magpies on the branches are chirping. I knew a distinguished guest would come, and here he is. Qiu Laodao warmly invited Wei Xiaojie inside. Of course, the moment he entered, he took the Wuliangye away. Wei Xiaojie's mouth twitched at this old man. Wei Xiaojie sat down in the living room of the Qiu family and got straight to the point. I heard your daughter is getting married soon. Upon hearing this, Qiu Laodao felt very proud, extending 2 fingers, of course 200,000 in betrothal gifts. Ha ha ha. Wei Xiaojie shook his head. Is 200,000 a lot? Do you know how much betrothal gifts a somewhat attractive girl in the city requires? Qiu Laodao rarely went to the county town, so he naturally did not know how much the betrothal gifts were in the city. Curiously he asked, how much? Wei Xiaojie laughed. At least 500,000 or more. Qiu Laodao fell silent, immediately becoming indignant, pulling out a photo of his daughter and handing it to Wei Xiaojie. My daughter is so beautiful. 200,000 in betrothal gifts is indeed too little. Wei Xiaojia looked at the photo with the girl and it was indeed pure and very attractive. Wei Xiaojia, envious of Yi Yan for marrying such a girl, continued, yes, a girl who looks this good I personally think not to mention 200,000 even 2 million is worth it. 2 million. Upon hearing this figure Qiu Laoda's eyes lit up. How much is that? He had never seen that much in his life. But Qiu Laoda was worried, but can the Yi family come up with 2 million? Wei Xiaojia showed Qiu Laoda the transfer record. Recently I transferred 50,000 to Yi Yan. The Yi family is unfathomable and 2 million is not a large sum for them. Seeing the transfer record Qiu Laoda realized it really was a transfer of 50,000. The Yi family is wealthy yet they only plan to spend 200,000 to marry his daughter. Right, he didn't want 200,000, he wanted 2 million. Seeing the change in Qiu Laoda's expression, Wei Xiaojia was quite satisfied and said, Uncle, I have a method that can make the Yi family willingly produce 2 million. Qiu Laoda was taken aback and hurriedly asked, what method? Quickly share it with me, if this works out you will certainly benefit. Wei Xiaojia began to quietly whisper to Qiu Laoda. After listening Qiu Laoda could not help but clap his hands, haha, what a great idea. Uncle should praise you. Wei Xiaojia of course was happy, sure you can praise me, hee hee. Qiu Laoda laughed, you and I are still not bad. In the world of Naruto time flies. It has been many years since the Ninetales attacked Konoha. However, during all these years Minato Namikaze has never given up on searching for Yi Yan. This has led to rumors about Yi Yan spreading throughout the ninja world. Some say that Yi Yan is the sage of 6 paths knowledgeable about all things in the world. Others claim that Yi Yan is Uchiha Madara. In short, there are all sorts of rumors, all exaggerated. This also allowed the two in the laboratory to hear about the rumors surrounding Yi Yan. Lord Orochimaru, do we need to investigate this Yi Yan as well? Kabuto adjusted his glasses and asked. Orochimaru injected the substance into his body, panting as he replied, there is no need, I have no interest in this person. Orochimaru is only interested in Itachi Uchiha, but alas, that is a man he cannot obtain. He can only settle for other alternatives such as Kimimaro and Kabuto. Among them Orochimaru pays particular attention to this child Kabuto. His powerful medical ninjutsu can assist him in many ways. As for loyalty, that is not important because he has the ability to control these talented and ambitious geniuses. Orochimaru is confident in himself and does not feel too much wariness towards Kabuto. Kabuto took the vial and took his leave. Orochimaru's drugs are managed by him and the Lord Orochimaru has no defenses. Kabuto subtly sensed that his plan will succeed in the near future. As soon as Kabuto left, Orochimaru saw a projection in his room displaying a video. This made Orochimaru cross his arms and watch with curiosity. The video began with the bold words, Dream Master Kabuto. Orochimaru was taken aback. Dream Master? What is that? When did Kabuto become that? This video inexplicably made one feel uncomfortable. Yes, at present Orochimaru is uncomfortable, but after watching it he felt at ease, and very much so. The beginning featured some events involving Kabuto and Orochimaru battling the third Hokage, a confrontation among the 3 legendary Sannin and reclaiming Sasuke. Orochimaru watched with a blank expression, prophecy. Soon the video reached its climax where Kabuto appeared to be the protagonist, wildly showcasing his abilities. Under the video's embellishment he appeared even more handsome. Summoning all members of the Akatsuki with Edo Tensei. The strong individuals from various villages resurrected by Edo Tensei helped them fulfill their dreams. Finally he enters Sage mode, transforming from a snake into a dragon. Battling the 2 pillars, battling Edo Tensei Itachi. The sage Kabuto in the video exudes a domineering aura, exceptionally powerful, completely devoid of his usual restraint. This video does not feature Orochimaru, but he feels that something is off. Sure enough, in the next moment a white-scaled giant snake emerged from Kabuto's stomach. Orochimaru couldn't bear to watch. A white-scaled giant snake. Isn't that his true form? How could Kabuto have it? The end of the video featured the same familiar advertisement. Hey! Like, comment, share, 3 in 1. The fan favorite Yi Yan. Yi Yan. It's him again. Who is this kid? How does he know everything? Orochimaru initially did not pay much attention to Yi Yan, but now he has changed his mind. Yi Yan, he must obtain him, he is truly an interesting fellow. But before that he must deal with Kabuto, or else he might really be eliminated by him in the future. The cells have been transferred. However, the truth is that Kabuto transferred Orochimaru's cells as well as those of the Sound 5. But Orochimaru was defeated by Sasuke and Itachi and has nothing to do with Kabuto. However, in this video it seems as if he was taken down by Kabuto, which is not too surprising. This is the serious consequence of editing a video, cutting off the beginning and the end. Kabuto directly becomes the scapegoat, bearing Orochimaru's wrath. Meanwhile Kabuto returned to his room and also saw a video. Immortal Snake Ant Orochimaru. Seeing that the author was Yi Yan, Kabuto's curiosity was piqued and he planned to enjoy it thoroughly. Of course he did not know that Orochimaru was about to come to his room. The earlier part featured some rather cool videos of Orochimaru while the middle showed him being abused yet somehow surviving. Sasuke and Itachi did not kill Orochimaru, they even allowed him to resurrect. Watching this, Kabuto's eyelids twitched. Is he truly immortal? So if there's a cursed mark you can resurrect infinitely. No wonder you've left cursed marks on so many people. He was puzzled about this before. It turns out it was for this. However, by the end of the video the bottle Kabuto was holding fell to the ground. In the Guardian section, are you my dad or my mom? Orochimaru, what a boring question. But it has to be filled out. Orochimaru, sometimes I'm male, sometimes I'm female. At this point in the video Orochimaru happened to push open the door and saw his own response in the video. Kabuto couldn't help but laugh. But just as he laughed he felt a chill down his back. Oh no, Snake Ant. I mean Lord Orochimaru has actually arrived. And worse, he laughed in front of him. It's over. Completely over. Orochimaru's face darkened as he questioned Kabuto, is it funny to say sometimes I'm male, sometimes I'm female? Orochimaru shouldn't have said that, and once he did Kabuto's face turned red as he used all his strength to hold back a laugh. No. Not funny. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Yet in the end he still laughed and laughed loudly. Orochimaru's body was enveloped in powerful chakra, his killing intent surging. In the future you will replace me and now you are laughing at me. Are you tired of living? If I don't deal with Kabuto I would be doing a disservice to myself. To the identity of the Sannin. Kabuto saw Orochimaru like this and hurriedly explained, Lord Orochimaru, you misunderstood. I won't laugh at you unless I can't help it. Hee hee, you're still laughing. Go die. Orochimaru unleashed his shadow snake hands and attacked Kabuto. Kabuto was stunned. Is he really going to kill him? Just for laughing a couple of times? You can't be serious. So petty. Kabuto had no idea that Orochimaru had just watched a video about him. Of course it wouldn't be just because of this one thing. Although Kabuto was confused, he resolved, it's all your fault, Yi Yen. What kind of editing is this? Can you not edit? Kabuto seized the opportunity, dodged Orochimaru's attack and without hesitation fled. He had not even completed his plan, how could he possibly defeat Orochimaru? If the battle continued he could only face death. Orochimaru gritted his teeth and followed closely behind. Clearly he had made up his mind to eliminate Kabuto and leave no threats to himself. Thus in the world of Naruto they engaged in a chase that lasted for several days and nights. Meanwhile the true culprit behind this incident, Yi Yen, was completely unaware. How could he know that he had sent the video to the wrong person? He let them see each other's videos instead of his own. Indeed, if Orochimaru had watched the Snake Ant and Kabuto had watched the Dream Master, they wouldn't have ended up fighting. In the early morning the village was bustling with excitement as everyone made their way to the Yi family. Each table was filled with various delicacies, all hearty home-cooked dishes. However, the true stars of the day would not be the food but the newlyweds who were about to tie the knot. The host called out, let's welcome the newlyweds to the stage. Under everyone's gaze Yi Yen and Xiao Xiao dressed in red formal attire stepped onto the stage. What a match made in heaven. Indeed, the groom is handsome and the bride is beautiful, they are truly a perfect pair. Both families are blessed. Everyone couldn't help but envy Yen Ba and Yen Ma. They smiled broadly, their joy amplified by Yi Yan's admission to university making today even more special. Sitting next to Yen Ba, Su Lan watched as Qiu Shaoli held Yi Yan's hand, feeling a tangle of emotions. That feeling had resurfaced. It was truly annoying. What did Yi Yan's marriage have to do with her? Why was she feeling so troubled? Su Lan found this quite perplexing. Frustrated, she took a large gulp of white wine, finally calming her emotions. The host announced, this dashing gentleman is our groom today, Yi Yen. And the gentle and virtuous lady beside him is our bride, Ms. Qiu Shaoli. They truly are a match made in heaven. At this moment I declare the wedding of Mr. Yi Yen and Ms. Qiu Shaoli officially begins. Today is a wonderful day for our newlyweds and also a joyous occasion for their parents. Now may I invite both sets of parents to the stage to say a few words. Yen Ma glanced at Yen Ba, signaling him to go up and speak. Yen Ba, feeling no embarrassment today, strode onto the stage. My son is my pride, there's nothing more to say. Shaoli, just watch, he is truly a wonderful man who will never let his woman shed a single tear. Yen Ba words left the host and the audience somewhat speechless. Was it really necessary to boast about his son this much? One shouldn't be so unmodest. Qiu Shaoli chuckled softly and then nodded seriously. I believe in brother Yi Yen. Yi Yan's face turned red as he urged his father to stop. If he continued he would feel too embarrassed to remain on stage. The host looked towards Qiu Lauda in the audience. The groom's parents spoke very well. Now does the bride's family also wish to come up and say a few words? Qiu Lauda had waited long enough. It was finally his turn to take the stage. Of course he was not there to offer blessings but for his 200,000. He had discussed with Wei Xiaojia that as soon as he got on stage he would smash the cup and the performers could then come out. Thus Qiu Laoda held the wine cup while going on stage. Upon reaching the stage Qiu Laoda feigned sincerity saying, "I am delighted that my daughter is getting married. I wish them well." With that he threw the wine cup hard onto the ground. What was Yi Yan's reaction? Seeing the cup about to hit the ground he swiftly reached out and caught it. He had no intention of letting it break. It was an auspicious day and a broken cup would be inauspicious. The cup landed steadily in Yi Yan's palm. Bravo! The groom's skills are extraordinary. That's impressive. The audience erupted in applause upon seeing Yi Yan catch the cup. However, Qiu Laoda was dumbfounded. He smashed the cup but you caught it. How did he react so quickly? If the cup didn't break today, wouldn't the performers not come out? That meant his 200,000 would be gone. Yi Yan handed the cup back to Qiu Laoda. "Let's just put it back on the table." After saying this he aimed at Qiu Laoda's table and tossed the wine cup. It landed squarely back on the table. The crowd was even more excited. To not break the cup was truly remarkable. Qiu Laoda felt like crying. He even returned the cup. This was no way to bully someone. Gritting his teeth, Qiu Laoda thought even without the cup he had to let the performers come out. Thus he quickly devised a plan. Suddenly he shouted, "Perform! Perform! Perform!" shouting 3 times. The crowd fell silent. Smoke. You want smoke? Yes, shouting like that really did sound like he was asking for smoke. The host immediately handed Qiu Laoda a cigarette, signaling him to be quiet as if he were a child asking for milk. Others heard smoke but only the performer invited by Wei Xiaojia understood he meant perform. Was she about to go on stage? Yes, it must be. Xiaohong didn't hesitate, adjusting the pillow stuffed under her dress to ensure it wouldn't fall off. She stood up and walked towards the stage. The crowd watched curiously as a heavily pregnant woman approached. What was she going to do? Yi Yan was equally puzzled but had a bad feeling in his gut. Wait. Was she coming for him? But he didn't even know her. Yi Yan, I'm here to find you. Xiaohong reached the stage and pointed at Yi Yan. Everyone turned to look at Yi Yan. A pregnant woman was looking for you. How strange. Yi Yan frowned. You must have mistaken me. I don't even know you. Xiaohong's eyes were red and her voice trembled. But my child, and I recognize you. Are you really going to cut ties with us? The venue fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Yi Yan actually had a woman. And she had a child. Was a scumbag about to be exposed? Yi Yan was bewildered and bluntly said, "Are you crazy? Stop talking nonsense." Xiaohong continued, "I know you won't admit it. I don't need you to take responsibility. Today is your wedding, my child, and I just wanted to see you one last time before we leave." The script was done. They could go get their boxed meals from Wei Xiaojia, so why weren't they leaving? Were they waiting to be beaten? Yi Yan furious grabbed Xiaohong, his keen eyes spotting a flaw. "That belly of yours is fake, isn't it, lady?" Yi Yan was about to expose her pillow, knowing the lie would soon unravel. However, the crowd had begun to murmur. What kind of man bullies a pregnant woman? Exactly, who would admit to such a thing? I think he's just a scumbag. I'll post about him online, he'll definitely go viral. Haha, I never expected your son to be such a person. Let's not be relatives anymore, everyone, let's go. Under the attack of these comments, Yan Ba glared at Yi Yan. Let go. What do you think you're doing, you bastard? Feeling a chill in his heart, Yi Yan released his grip. Xiaohong immediately fled, and that was the last they would see of her. I believe Yi Yan is not that kind of person. I believe in brother Yi Yan. At that moment Su Lan and Xiao Xiaoli spoke in unison. Only his cousin and Xiao Xiaoli were willing to speak up for him. Yi Yan was unsure whether to feel happy or sad. He had always thought that his parents would never doubt him. In fact, only his father questioned Yi Yan, while his mother finally spoke up, glaring at her husband. I don't know what you're thinking, but how can you not trust your own son and believe a stranger? Regardless, I believe in my son. If you don't, I'll divorce you and live with our son alone. This statement moved Yi Yan deeply. His mother was the best. Yi Yan's father moved his lips, not because he believed in outsiders, but because he was embarrassed to scold his son after everyone had been discussing it. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Qiu Laoda knew it was time for him to step in and clean up the mess. Qiu Laoda stepped forward and smiled. Children will make mistakes, it's forgivable. Yi Yan couldn't help but look at Qiu Laoda, retorting angrily, the problem is that I haven't done anything. Don't put a label on me. Qiu Laoda pretended to be angry. I give you face and you dare to speak to me like that? The girl has come to your door, what else do you have to say? Do you know that in this village you are like a rat crossing the street, everyone shouts to beat you? Upon hearing this, both Yi Yan's father and mother fell silent. It was problematic that such a thing had happened. It seemed that Qiao Xiaoli would not be able to marry after all. What a mess. Yi Yan was very annoyed by the situation, but before he could speak Qiu Laoda shifted his tone. But I can see that you really want to marry my daughter Xiaoli. Then how about a mental distress fee? We're not against giving you another chance. Mental distress fee. How much do you want? Yi Yan asked. Qiu Laoda's heart raced. It was finally time to ask for money. After all this planning, wasn't it all for this? Qiu Laoda coughed once. 200. Yi Yan and his parents all breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully it wasn't too much, just 200. Seeing their misunderstanding, Qiu Laoda explained, 200, not 2,000. What are you thinking? 200,000. What the heck? Are you crazy? Qiu Xiaoli immediately grabbed Qiu Laoda. Father, how can you do this? Where would brother Yi Yan get so much money? You don't understand. The Yi family has plenty of money. We want 200,000 as a bride price. That was already low, and with this incident it has to be 2 million for you to marry into the Yi family, or you'll stay by my side for life. Yi Yan understood now if this was a setup. They just felt that 200,000 wasn't enough and wanted to ask for more. Why not just say it directly? Why beat around the bush? Moreover, 2 million. Would you sell Yi Yan and see if he's worth that much? But if he didn't pay this amount, Qiu Xiaoli would be unable to leave the Qiu family, which meant she would have to endure suffering forever. Never mind, I won't play with this madman anymore. He directly took Qiu Xiaoli away, and anyone who dared to stop them would find Qiu Laoda underground as the boss. Yi Yan grabbed Qiu Laoda by the collar. Xiaoli won't go back, and I won't give you money. Do you have a problem with that? Qiu Laoda couldn't push Yi Yan away and became anxious. This kid was a stubborn one, not playing by the rules. But Qiu Laoda was a seasoned trickster. Dealing with these youngsters was still simple. He suddenly cried out, "Ah! I'm being hit. My son-in-law is hitting his father-in-law. Come and see. Look at my good son-in-law." Yi Yan's veins bulged. Was he playing this trick? Did he care about his reputation? Wrong, he only cared about his sister, and following this scoundrel Qiu Laoda would ruin her life. Yi Yan was about to teach Qiu Laoda a lesson, so he wouldn't dare bully Qiu Xiaoli again. Stop shouting, isn't it just 2 million? I want pay. My cousin will. Su Lan, slightly drunk, walked over and said to Qiu Laoda. This surprised Yi Yan and the others. Why would you pay that money? Yi Yan frowned and said to Su Lan, let him shout. I won't give him a single cent. What am I afraid of? Su Lan looked at Yi Yan. I know what you're trying to do. But don't disregard your reputation. If money can solve the problem, it's not a problem. Leave it to your cousin to handle. Yi Yan's father and mother were deeply moved. This cousin was too good. Yi Yan was momentarily at a loss for words and let go of Qiu Laoda. Qiu Laoda didn't care who paid as long as the money came. You must keep your word. When will you give this money? Once given, Xiaoli and Yi Yan can hold another wedding. Su Lan thought for a moment and said, tomorrow. I'll give you 2 million tomorrow. Qiu Laoda left satisfied. After Qiu Laoda left, Qiu Xiaoli felt very apologetic and bowed to the Yi family and Su Lan. I'm sorry for causing trouble for everyone. Please don't give any money to my father, and I ask you not to worry about me. I beg you. Qiu Xiaoli felt that all this was her fault and was filled with guilt. After speaking, she also left. The whole wedding was a complete mess. Yi Yan's father and mother, full of frustration, went directly back to their room, leaving only Su Lan and Yi Yan. Yi Yan held a wine glass and started to drink, vowing not to leave until he was drunk with Su Lan. It seems that whether we give money or not, Qiu Xiaoli's problem can't be resolved. Yi Yan said helplessly. If he didn't pay, Qiu Laoda would definitely keep making a fuss, and if he did pay, Qiu Xiaoli wouldn't accept it at all. The reason the girl agreed to the previous bride price was that she could work to pay it back later, but with the amount becoming 2 million, she knew it was impossible to repay, so she wouldn't accept it. If pushed too hard, she would definitely do something foolish. Su Lan took a bite of her food and asked Qiu Xiaoli, why must you be involved? That's a good question. Yi Yan simply recounted what had happened between him and Qiu Xiaoli. When he was young, Yi Yan had a huge appetite and could never get enough to eat at meals, but he felt embarrassed to ask his parents. Qiu Xiaoli had always been very considerate and knew he was hungry, so she would split her food in half and give it to him. She even lied to Yi Yan, saying she had a small appetite and couldn't eat too much. In the end, not long after, she was sent to the hospital and found to be malnourished. From that moment on, Yi Yan regarded Qiu Xiaoli as his little sister. This time, upon learning she had been beaten and bullied, if it weren't for her parents, Yi Yan would have taught that person a harsh lesson long ago. Yi Yan wanted to protect Qiu Xiaoli without harming her at the same time. After hearing this, Su Lan shook her head. That's definitely not possible, just give up. Yi Yan was about to nod when he suddenly froze and then burst out laughing. This made Su Lan wonder if Yi Yan was going crazy. Why are you laughing suddenly? Yi Yan resolutely replied, no, there is a way. A win-win solution. A win-win solution. Yi Yan, are you serious? Su Lan asked. Yi Yan replied excitedly, of course it's true. Not only can we avoid payment this time but we can also make Chiu Lauda never dare to bully Chiu Xiaoli again. Su Lan was also very happy and hurriedly asked, what is the solution? Hurry and tell me. Yi Yan smiled brightly, the solution is to keep it a secret. Su Lan rolled her eyes at Yi Yan. Keeping it a secret? Isn't that just saying something useless? Is it fun to keep people in suspense? Su Lan pouted and said, hey, I'm your cousin. You can't brush me off like this. You can't just brush me off like that. Yi Yan stood up saying, yes, 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 cousin. Don't worry, although I can't tell you now, you'll see it with your own eyes tomorrow and everything will be clear. I won't say any more, I need to go out. After hearing this, Su Lan didn't pursue the matter further, but she was still curious about where Yi Yan was going so late at night. Su Lan asked, where are you going? I want to go too. Yi Yan didn't refuse this time and answered, to the Grave Mountain. Su Lan fell silent. Well. It seems that Yi Yan, being so grown up, doesn't need an elder to accompany him. He can completely go by himself. Su Lan patted Yi Yan on the shoulder and said, cousin will wait at home for your triumphant return, I won't cause you trouble. Yi Yan expressed disappointment, don't. Let's go together. Su Lan was too lazy to bother with Yi Yan. You have a serious issue, she doesn't. Going to such a place at night isn't a little creepy. Yi Yan didn't force her and bid farewell to Su Lan. He then went alone to the village's back mountain where those who had passed away in the village were buried. When he was young, Yi Yan had gone with his father to clean his grandfather's grave. He quickly ascended the mountain and his plan became clearer in his mind. Indeed, a clever little friend would surely guess something. Just now he received a commendation from Orochimaru and a prompt from the system. This time he obtained the forbidden jutsu of impure world reincarnation. It's the most overpowered ninjutsu in the Naruto world. It can bring back those who have departed to the real world. Thus Yi Yan thought of a way to deal with Chiu Lauda. He remembered that when he was younger, Chiu Lauda didn't dare to bully Chiu Xiaoli as long as Chiu Lauda's parents were still around. Because Chiu Xiaoli's grandparents loved her dearly, if Chiu Lauda dared to bully her, they would definitely chase him down the street with a stick. So Yi Yan planned to reincarnate them, letting them deal with Chiu Lauda. Of course it would only take a few hours, and once the time was up he would undo the impure world reincarnation technique. For the departed it's best not to disturb them unnecessarily. Otherwise Yi Yan would have long revived his grandfather, whom he dearly wished to see. Just seeing him once is something better left unconsidered. As long as he lived well in reality, that would be the best response to those on the other side. Yi Yan searched for a while before finding the Chiu family's burial site, and he immediately began to prepare. Meanwhile Wei Xiaojia and Chiu Lauda were celebrating at home. They had finished off that bottle of Wuliangya. Wei Xiaojia, drunk and burping, was about to bid farewell to Chiu Lauda, saying, since the matter is settled I won't stay any longer, it's time for me to head back. Chiu Lauda waved his hand, hurry and leave. You finish my wine and still have half left for yourself. What's that about? Wei Xiaojia, being scolded, relied on the courage from drinking and his temper flared, pushing Chiu Lauda, without me how would you have gotten 2 million? You should be nicer to me. Smack. Chiu Lauda slapped Wei Xiaojia's face, leaving him stunned. His face immediately swelled up. Wei Xiaojia covered half of his face, looking like a wronged little wife. This old man is strong. He suddenly remembered this guy must be the one who slaughters pigs in the village. Isn't he strong enough? Though he couldn't deal with a monster like Yi Yan, beating up someone like him would be like child's play. Wei Xiaojia regretted it, he shouldn't have been so impulsive. If he got slapped a couple more times he might just get knocked out. Wei Xiaojia put on a smiling face, uncle. No brother. I was wrong, truly wrong. Whatever attitude you have towards me I'll take it. I'll down this cup of wine and you can do as you please. Wei Xiaojia picked up the cup on the table and was about to drink it all. Smack. And then Chiu Lauda slapped him again, sending Wei Xiaojia crashing to the ground. Chiu Lauda cursed angrily, that was the last cup of wine and you still want to drink it. You're really pushing your luck. Wei Xiaojia's face was now swollen on both sides and he finally understood. Chiu Lauda was angry because he tried to steal the wine. There really was no other reason. My goodness, is there really someone so dim-witted over a bit of alcohol? Wei Xiaojia struggled to get up, not daring to say more, and directly left the Chiu family. If he can't provoke them, can he not avoid them? Chiu Lauda coldly snorted, get lost. What are you? Outside, Wei Xiaojia couldn't hold back his anger. At this point his hatred for Chiu Lauda was almost close to his hatred for Yi Yan. Thus he decided to urinate on the corner of Chiu Lauda's wall. Wei Xiaojia was that kind of person, if he couldn't confront someone directly he would resort to petty annoyances. He was such a rogue, a petty person. As Wei Xiaojia started to urinate halfway through he noticed a group of people slowly approaching. Wei Xiaojia couldn't be bothered and ignored them, continuing to urinate. Hey kid, is this a restroom? Within moments someone patted Wei Xiaoji's shoulder and asked. Wei Xiaojie looked up and upon seeing the person his face turned pale with fright. Dad. He didn't mean his own father, he meant Qiu Laoda's father. Not his own father. When he was drinking with Qiu Laoda he had seen a picture of Qiu Laoda's father and this person's appearance matched that. But Qiu Laoda's father had already passed away many years ago. Is he dreaming? Qiu Tianxia glared with wide eyes and angrily scolded, what are you calling? It doesn't matter, you just tell me if this is a restroom. Wei Xiaojie swallowed hard, no. It's not. Then why are you urinating here? I. Because of a lack of manners. Yes, I have no manners. I was wrong. I won't dare again. I promise. Wei Xiaojie was now scared out of his wits and just wanted to run away. Qiu Laoda's father appeared. If he could still respond, his mental fortitude was already impressive. Qiu Tianxia snorted coldly and was about to enter the house but tripped on the threshold, falling hard onto his face. Then the next scene utterly stunned Wei Xiaojie. He saw Qiu Tianxia, who had fallen to the ground, his entire body turning to dust, and in the next second he reformed his body with hands, feet and head all reappearing. Wei Xiaojie's eyes widened in terror and he could no longer bear it, fainting on the spot. Qiu Tianxia looked at the relatives behind him and laughed heartily. Yi Yan reminded us to be careful, otherwise we'll be resurrected and it might scare people. I was too careless. You all need to be careful too. Qiu Laoda sat on the Kong holding the glass of wine that Wei Xiaojie nearly drank. He was extremely careful, afraid of spilling it. Honestly, there were not many people as obsessed with liquor as he was. Qiu Laoda took a deep breath, ready to savor this final glass of wine. For him this was the greatest pleasure. But just as the wine touched his lips, a voice rang out. You worthless piece, open the door for your father. Bang! Qiu Laoda's wine fell directly to the ground, shattering into pieces. Qiu Laoda exploded. Who is that? The last sip of wine ruined. He would never let the culprit off. To make matters worse, that person even called himself his father. This is absolutely outrageous. Just wait. Qiu Laoda grabbed a stool and opened the door, intending to teach the intruder a harsh lesson. But when he opened the door, what came into view was Qiu Laoda's stool dropped to the ground. Dad. What the? It really was his father. But his father had passed away years ago. How could he appear before him? Was he dreaming? Qiu Tianxia snorted. What are you standing there for? Your second uncle, second maternal uncle, cousin, uncle, third aunt, brother-in-law. They've all arrived. Hurry up and greet them. I think you're asking for a beating. Qiu Laoda looked at these long-dead relatives before him and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This dream was way too high quality. If these people were real, Qiu Laoda would have been scared to death, or at least half dead. But unfortunately they were all fake, all a dream, all an illusion. What was there to fear? He was fearless. Qiu Laoda sneered. Greet them. Don't disturb my drinking. All of you get lost. The Qiu family relatives exploded in uproar. Indeed, what Yi Yan said was right. After they died, this brat had become utterly lawless. Just look at him. No wonder he even beat his daughter. He was simply not a decent person. Qiu Tianxia, you handle it. Right, if you don't discipline him, your second uncle will do it for you. Right, this brat needs a beating every 3 days or hell tear the roof off. Beat him. Qiu Tianxia nodded. Yes, he needed a good discipline. Qiu Tianxia took off his shoe and slammed it repeatedly against Qiu Laoda's face. Behave yourself. Behave yourself. Bullying your own daughter. I'll beat you to death. Qiu Laoda was brutally beaten. Amid the smack-smack of the thrashing, he felt intense pain. This pain was very familiar. It was his father's. Well, he couldn't be sure about the pain, but that shoe with athlete's foot odor, he truly recognized it. One sniff immediately confirmed that this was not a dream, not an illusion. His father had really come. Qiu Laoda, despite his age, directly hugged his father's foot and cried, Father, it's really father. I'm not afraid of you. I only beg you to beat me again. I miss you. Whether or not this was Qiu Laoda's true feelings, Qiu Tianxia had no reason to refuse. This resurrection had no other purpose, no need for reasoning, just a brutal beating. He knew his son too well, this was the only language he understood. So when Qiu Tianxia got tired from beating the second uncle, second maternal uncle, and others took turns. Everyone participated. It was a group activity. The pig slaughter-like screams were a profound repentance. The next day, Yi Yan brought Su Lan to the bridge and found Qiu Xiaoli. Qiu Xiaoli hadn't gone home yesterday. She had stayed by the bridge all night alone. Clearly she had a lot on her mind. Yi Yan sat down beside Qiu Xiaoli. I knew you'd be here. When you were little, whenever you were upset, you'd come to look at this bridge and the river. Qiu Xiaoli gazed at the clear river. Because if I keep looking, I won't do anything foolish. Yi Yan also looked at the river. The water was deep and swift. If someone fell in they would truly die. When emotions run high one might do any foolish thing. But calmly observing the danger can actually cool the mind. That's right. Today we plan to return to Modu. Come back with us. The city has lots of fun things, you'll definitely be interested. Yi Yan extended an invitation. Qiu Xiaoli shook her head. With my father. I can't leave. Yi Yan looked at the time pondering. It should be about now, could it have failed? No way. Nothing worked. Su Lan came to Yi Yan's side and said, exactly. If we don't convince Qiu Laoda, how can Xiaoli come with us? Didn't you say you had a way to handle Qiu Laoda? I think this time you really have no solution. Yi Yan looked at his aunt, who was so certain he had no method, and refused to admit defeat. If I really convince Qiu Laoda, what will you do? Su Lan sneered, then he'll go on a date with you. After saying this, Su Lan looked at Qiu Xiaoli. There was only awkwardness. Maybe she shouldn't have said that. If it were WeChat she could withdraw it. Qiu Xiaoli laughed, I think that's great. Yi Yan directly agreed. Alright, it's settled. If I convince Qiu Laoda you'll go on a date. Su Lan nodded, but she was dismissive. It would never happen. Qiu Laoda was a freak, convincing him was less likely than winning the lottery. The three sat by the bridge watching the flowing river. Before long someone came rushing over. They looked and saw it was Qiu Laoda with a completely different face. Why say, different face? Because his face was really battered, truly unrecognizable as Qiu Laoda. He could only be identified by his build and voice. Qiu Laoda didn't explain about his changed face, it didn't matter. Today he came to talk about some serious matters. First he said to Qiu Xiaoli with tears, Father was wrong in the past. From now on I will never hit you or scold you again. I swear. Whether you believe it or not, I've even quit my beloved liquor. That's my determination. Su Lan and Qiu Xiaoli were dumbfounded. How could there be such a sudden change? You didn't just change your face, you changed your whole personality. After speaking to his daughter, Qiu Laoda turned to Yi Yan. For Yi Yan he only had gratitude. Although he didn't understand how Yi Yan had done it, Qiu Tianxia had already told him everything. Qiu Laoda bowed to Yi Yan. If not for you I might have stayed like this forever. You've helped me, but I can't do anything for you. I still have a favor to ask of you. Yi Yan didn't accept Qiu Laoda's gratitude, it wasn't necessary. He simply said, what favor? Qiu Laoda paused. I can see that you treat Xiaoli well, so I hope you can take care of her. She can't keep living with someone like me, it will ruin her. Yi Yan nodded. Of course. I'll take good care of Qiu Xiaoli, you can rest assured. Qiu Laoda finally breathed a sigh of relief and said no more. Autumn spoke with Qiu Xiaoli for a while, exchanging warm greetings which left Qiu Xiaoli feeling quite uncomfortable. Even now she felt as if she were dreaming. Meanwhile Yi Yan and Su Lan were on the other side. Yi Yan was smiling happily while Su Lan wore a frown. This really did resolve the issue. Does that mean she has to go on a date with Yi Yan? That was just something she casually mentioned. Su Lan wanted to play dumb, tentatively asking Yi Yan, I haven't said anything, right? Yi Yan looked at Su Lan and nodded slightly. Su Lan felt ecstatic inside. Great, he didn't take it to heart, so that matter was no longer valid. Yi Yan nodded and said, other than you wanting to go on a date with me, you really haven't said anything. Woo-woo. He still remembers. What is this all about? Upon returning home, Yi Yan explained the situation to his parents. He and Qiu Xiaoli were pretending to be married and they had no such intentions towards each other. Dad Yan unexpectedly said, we know. Qiu Xiaoli, Yi Yan and Su Lan were all shocked. The elders knew. How? How could they know? If they had known earlier, why didn't they expose it? Could it be? Indeed, Dad Yan bluntly stated, in this day and age it's not unusual for young people to rent girlfriends or pretend to marry. Seeing that you two are not close, it's obvious that it's fake, just trying to placate us. As for why we didn't expose it, we thought it was unnecessary. If it's fake, then let it be fake, it might just turn real. Regardless of its authenticity, just marry her home first. My partner and I will use a little trick and you two will definitely have a cooked meal. Unfortunately that actress messed up the plan. We won't interfere, it's up to you. It's just about having grandchildren, we'll talk about it in a few years. Yi Yan finally understood the older generation is indeed wiser. They are well aware of those small thoughts. Yi Yan's face flushed. He decided not to deceive his elders anymore, it was simply self-humiliation. Yi Yan continued, Dad, Mom, I plan to go back to Moda today, and this time I intend to take Qiu Xiaoli with me. Dad Yan and Mom Yan had no objection, saying as long as the girl is willing, then go ahead. Everyone looked at Qiu Xiaoli. Qiu Xiaoli's face turned rosy and she nodded slightly. Once in the city I will find a job and not trouble brother Yi Yan. She finally agreed. Yi Yan initially thought that Qiu Xiaoli would find some excuse to avoid returning to Modu with him. Now he didn't have to worry. After having lunch, Yi Yan, Qiu Xiaoli and Su Lan set off. On the road, Qiu Xiaoli fell asleep while Su Lan once again asked Yi Yan that question, why are there so many miraculous things happening around you? There was the Snow Mountain incident and the car crash with Wei Xiaojia, and now this. Why did Autumn suddenly seem like a different person? What exactly did you do? Yi Yan, sitting in the passenger seat, gazed out at the scenery, already deciding to reveal all his secrets to Su Lan. Who is Su Lan? She is his cousin. He can deceive anyone, but he cannot deceive his cousin. Yi Yan said seriously, the reason I have these miraculous changes is because one day I fell off a cliff and came across an ancient book filled with formulas and techniques. I practiced according to what was written, and within a few days I found my body was different from others. Su Lan listened intently, quickly assuring him, yes. Yes. You can tell me, cousin will definitely keep it a secret. I knew it. Once you said that, everything makes sense now. Yi Yan, unfazed, continued, you know, besides ordinary people there are other kinds of people in this world. Su Lan's eyes widened, excited, is it those martial arts masters? Yi Yan replied, yes, there are some hidden masters in this world. They don't easily expose their identities in front of ordinary people, but possess extraordinary skills capable of many unexpected feats. After hearing this, Su Lan snapped her fingers, instantly understanding. However, Yi Yan was holding back laughter the entire time. Ha ha ha, it was hilarious. Of course there are no hidden masters, isn't this just a novel? Are there really ancient warriors? Just thinking about it is enough. Although Yi Yan obtained a system, he does not believe in the existence of ancient warriors. Perhaps it's because he hasn't seen any. Everything Yi Yan told Su Lan was just him making things up, drawing from settings in novels. Unexpectedly, Su Lan really believed it. She was easy to fool. It's not Yi Yan's fault for deceiving her, it's because his beautiful cousin is so nice. It's just that Yi Yan didn't want Su Lan to fall into danger. The matter of the system, aside from himself, no one can know, not even his parents. The more people know, the more danger it adds, both for himself and for his family. As for ancient warriors and hidden masters, he truly is none of those. Moreover, if one thinks carefully, they would find numerous flaws and no one would believe it. Yi Yan had to come up with an explanation, otherwise if Su Lan kept asking he wouldn't know how to respond. Having resolved this matter, Yi Yan fell into a deep sleep, much like Qiu Xiaoli. Su Lan drove her mind, filled with the determination to keep her mouth shut and not tell anyone. Yi Yan fancifully spun a tale of a world of strong warriors. Yet he was completely unaware that in this world nothing is impossible. While Yi Yan and the others were returning, Wei Xiaojia had actually arrived back in Modu even earlier. Upon reaching Modu, he went to a psychiatric hospital, claiming to have seen someone who died many years ago come back to life. The doctor was quite considerate and admitted Wei Xiaojia, allowing him to live the life of a mental patient. Every time he opened his eyes, he could see a woman in the yard playing Sun Wukong, and she was quite convincing. There were others who stood still all day long, imagining themselves as trees. It was said that birds made their nests on them. There was even a senior citizen who kept a baby bottle in his mouth. Just giving him a piece of candy could keep him happy for an entire day. Here Wei Xiaojia relaxed both his body and mind. He didn't dislike it here. At least here the strange things he spoke of were believed. However, Wei Xiaoji's father Wei Dadi was not pleased that his heir might become a mental patient. Could a mental patient inherit his family's business? Thus he specially invited a master Daoist Wu. After learning about the situation, Daoist Wu came to Wei Xiaoji's hospital room. Child, you mentioned seeing someone who has died and come back to life, are you certain? Daoist Wu waved his whisk lightly, speaking indifferently. Wei Xiaojia had already repeated it 800 times, impatiently saying, of course I'm sure. I see you as a fraud. Believe it or not, I'm doing quite well here. Daoist Wu nodded, you are not lying, what you said is indeed true. This was the first normal person who believed him aside from the mental patients in a long time. This Daoist is quite interesting. How do you know I'm telling the truth? Wei Xiaojia asked curiously. The Taoist Wu replied, the eyes are the windows to the soul. Your eyes didn't lie, so of course what you said is true. Judging by the eyes. That actually works. Wei Xiaojia lost interest again, saying, I still think you're unreliable. Scram and don't bother me. The Taoist Wu was not angered by Wei Xiaoji's lack of manners. He said to himself, in this world there is a kind of corpse controller who uses goo worms to control corpses, making the deceased appear as if they have come back to life. Wei Xiaojia was stunned. It seemed this Taoist had some skill. Corpse controller. Yes. What I saw that night must have been controlled by goo worms. That explains it. But in reality it was utterly unexplainable. In that case the corpse must have been recently deceased for goo worms to control it and make it move. After so many years the flesh is gone, how could you control it? But Wei Xiaoji's mind couldn't grasp that point, he merely thought the Taoist Wu was amazing. Master, do you possess this ability? The Taoist Wu said, it's merely an unorthodox art. I disdain to learn it. Not knowing is not knowing, but claiming to disdain learning. Quite the act. Wei Xiaojia continued, then what can you do? The Taoist Wu said, I can hit people. Beat people. This. Isn't that too straightforward and crude? Is that even a skill? Wei Xiaojia said speechlessly, I can do that too. Is that supposed to be special? The Taoist Wu stretched out his hand towards a water cup a few meters away and said, then can you do this? Wei Xiaojia was about to mock him, thinking what's so special about reaching out a hand, when the cup in the distance shattered into pieces out of thin air. The Taoist Wu stood up, raised his hand towards the phone on Wei Xiaojia's bed and said, break. Boom. The phone on Wei Xiaojia's bed exploded. Wei Xiaojia swallowed hard. Incredible. The Taoist Wu was not yet satisfied. He soon spotted the computer on Wei Xiaojia's desk and immediately raised his hand. Before Wei Xiaojia's mind could go blank, he quickly stopped him. Master. How about breaking something else? These things you're breaking are quite expensive. The Taoist Wu refused. Once I decide on a target, I never change. That's my principle. Break. Wei Xiaojia's computer did not escape. It began to smoke profusely, seemingly beyond repair. Wei Xiaojia's face darkened. This Taoist Wu might be seriously deranged, but it was confirmed. He was a true master with real skill. If he could be sent against Yi Yan, wouldn't that be promising? Wei Xiaojia stated his request. I have an enemy. He's very skilled in martial arts and quite eerie. I wonder if you have a way to deal with him, master. The Taoist Wu lifted his whisk and said, this. It's hard to say. Wei Xiaojia asked, Master, what do you mean? Are you not confident in defeating him? The Taoist Wu shook his head and said, hard to say means whether I can eliminate the target depends on how much you pay. If the price is right, even the Tathagata may not prevail against this humble Taoist. So that's what you meant. How down-to-earth. So practical. He doesn't seem like a true master. The Taoist Wu was fishing in troubled waters, no striking while the iron was hot, and said, young friend, have no doubts. A little money buys neither loss nor deception. If the Taoist Wu hadn't known the Wei family was wealthy, he probably wouldn't have come today. In these times even a master needs to eat. Circumstances leave no choice. Wei Xiaojia slapped his thigh and said, all right. If it's done, I'll give you 800,000. The Taoist Wu frowned. Why are you so stingy? Your father said that curing you would be 1,000,000. For you a mere 800,000 to deal with a person. So you've already taken money from his father and now you want to earn from both ends. Wei Xiaojia gritted his teeth and said, then I'll give you 1,000,000 too. No more. The Taoist Wu showed a radiant smile. Wei Xiaojia realized that there were such masters in this world. Although the price was a bit high, his mood improved greatly and the shadow in his heart was swept away. He was discharged from the hospital directly. Next he would have the Taoist Wu teach Yi Yan a good lesson. Just imagining Yi Yan frightened out of his wits made him eager. After returning to Shanghai, Yi Yan told Qiu Xiaoli to live at his place. Don't misunderstand. Although it's cohabitation, it's purely cohabitation. Who told him the apartment he rented happened to have a spare room? If Qiu Xiaoli didn't go to his place, she had nowhere to. When Qiu Xiaoli heard about living together, she felt very embarrassed and refused. Brother Yi Yan, let's forget it. Yi Yan thought about it carefully. Living together was nice, but for a young girl it was inconvenient. Yi Yan took out his phone. Then I'll rent a place for you nearby. Qiu Xiaoli thought for a moment and said, I can rent a place myself, no need to trouble brother Yi Yan. Yi Yan explained, you don't know anyone else here, so of course you need to live close to me. This area near the city center costs at least 3,000 yuan a month. Qiu Xiaoli was silent. 3,000 yuan. Is this what a big city is like? So terrifying. Qiu Xiaoli had no intention of renting a place for 3,000 yuan. She only had a little over 3,000 on her entire body. She couldn't spend it all on rent. Qiu Xiaoli bargained, can't I rent a place in a more remote area? Yi Yan looked at Qiu Xiaoli. She shyly averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Yi Yan thought for a moment and said, all right then. He'll pack up and move over, live in the same complex or on the same street. Qiu Xiaoli was stunned. For her sake he would even move. Wouldn't that be even more trouble? No, absolutely not. How could he just move for her sake? Qiu Xiaoli knew that Yi Yan was determined to live close to her. Presumably he was worried about her safety. After a mental struggle, Qiu Xiaoli finally gritted her teeth and said, how about I just stay at brother Yi Yan's place? I can help you clean the house. Yi Yan tapped Qiu Xiaoli's nose. That's right. Why feel shy with me? I edit videos all day and hardly leave the room. Then I look forward to your guidance. And so Qiu Xiaoli moved into Yi Yan's home. Yi Yan was glad that he had followed Su Lan's advice and rented a two-bedroom, one living room apartment. Back then when Yi Yan had no place to stay, he contacted Su Lan. She said he could stay in her apartment and pay later, and even if he was a month late on rent she wouldn't say anything. This attracted Yi Yan, but later he found out that the smallest apartment she had was a two-bedroom one living room place. Yi Yan had to bear the huge pressure and rent that two-bedroom apartment for 3,000 yuan a month. Plus sending money home every month. Yi Yan was really about to eat dirt. But now this apartment seemed to have found its meaning. Returning to his room, Yi Yan saw the balance in his bank account and broke into a silly smile. 500,000. In the past he wouldn't even dare to dream of this, yet now it was right there in his account. As a child he hated seeing zero, but growing up brought a different happiness that must be counting zeros. The more zeros the happier he felt. Yi Yan understood that this 500,000 was earned through the system by editing videos. Therefore he needed to learn video editing better, increasing the zeros in his account. Previously everything was for his family, but now that he knew they were safe he could finally live for himself. No more struggling. Yi Yan opened his computer preparing to start editing a Naruto video, but just then a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! The main storyline of the Naruto world is gradually deviating from the norm. Please resolve this quickly or the host will be erased. Seeing this message, Yi Yan, who had just been feeling happy, suddenly felt a wave of despair. What? The system can erase him. Moreover, the main storyline of the Naruto world has deviated. But then again, what does that have to do with him? What does it have to do with him? The system probably couldn't stand Yi Yan's shamelessness, so it briefly explained the situation. The Naruto world has reached the content of the main series, yet it has become a chaotic mess. Minato's parents survived, thus altering the plot's development. Naruto has become Boruto's character, showing no interest in becoming Hokage and instead wanting to support Sakura in becoming Hokage. And Sasuke, under Naruto's halo, has developed a psychological shadow, resulting in him becoming the bottom of the barrel. But that's not the key issue. The key issue is that Sasuke and Hinata have developed feelings for each other. So these are the confusions left behind from the previous reckless editing. Naruto has become Boruto. Just because his father is the Hokage. Has he inflated his ego? Sasuke and Hinata barely exchanged any words throughout the entire series, and yet they have feelings for each other. So, if that's the case, it indeed has become a mess. But he didn't do anything significant, he just let Minato survive, and it had such a huge impact. The host has only 7 days to complete the task of correcting the main storyline, otherwise they will be erased and all wealth will be wiped clean. Yi Yan had endured everything up to this point. After all, it was a problem he had caused through his editing, he accepted that. But didn't the latter part sound a bit too excessive? If he gets erased, won't all the money he earned disappear too? Are you a robber? The system retorted, aren't you a system zero? Aren't you unhappy? Yi Yan chuckled as he looked at the computer. In the software there was a new feature. Live streaming the Naruto world. Yi Yan was taken aback. If this live stream could show the real-time happenings in the Naruto world. It seemed somewhat interesting. But not too interesting. This feature was likely designed for him to understand just how chaotic things had become over there. Understanding the situation was essential to solving the problems. With a heart full of uncertainty, Yi Yan clicked on the live stream. The Naruto world. On the statue of Hokage, Naruto was holding paint and carelessly doodling on the statue of the fourth Hokage. His father, always busy with work, couldn't even spare a moment for his mother. He hated this father. But he hoped his father would see this prank. As long as he saw it, he might take some time to seek him out. Of course he will make time for you. Naruto exclaimed in surprise, looking around. Who is speaking? Yi Yan in front of his computer couldn't help but smile. He had just tried out the bullet chat feature and the message had indeed been successfully sent. Moreover, it could be transformed into a voice message in the Naruto world. Yi Yan quickly typed a response. You don't need to worry about me, you just focus on your own things. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely be startled by a voice with no visible source. But Naruto was no ordinary person. He guessed, you must be a divine grandpa. Alright, I really have to get busy now. I want to draw a turtle on this statue. If you're going to draw a turtle, you might as well draw some edges. Upon hearing this, Naruto seemed to find some logic in it, so he decided to draw edges, and after finishing he asked, Divine Grandpa, what else should I draw? Make it all ridiculous, dog head, you decide. Across the dimensions the two began chatting, and Yi Yan gave Naruto plenty of suggestions. Naruto actually listened. Thus the entire statue became a sight of horror. It was a complete mess, almost unbearable to look at. Naruto looked at the statue and burst into laughter, holding his belly. Yi Yan too found it amusing, laughing heartily. They were really talented. What was he doing? Playing around. Was this the right time for pranks? If he didn't complete this task, he would be erased, leaving not a single penny behind. Therefore Yi Yan stopped sending bullet chats and focused on watching the unfolding plot. Logically speaking, the opening scene of Naruto should have Iruka trying to stop Naruto. He would scold him harshly and force him to clean the statue. Of course Iruka really cared for Naruto. After scolding him, he would take him out for ramen. It was practically like raising his own child. Later Irika also attended Naruto and Hinata's wedding as a father figure. That was the youth of countless, but this time Yi Yen felt it didn't matter whether Irika showed up or not. Sure enough, in the video a flash of golden light passed by. It seems like I arrived late to the party. Minato stood on the statue pinning his son Naruto harshly to the ground. Naruto couldn't struggle at all, but he still shouted, "Let go of me, let go of me, let go of me." Naruto didn't really expect Minato to let him go, he was already prepared to take a beating. But unexpectedly Minato actually released his grip. Naruto felt a bit shy and stretched his arms looking at Minato. "If you want to scold or hit me, just do it already, just get it over." Minato sighed, speaking earnestly, "Let's clean the statue together. Once we're done we can go eat some Ichiraku ramen together." Naruto's face flushed red and he nodded eagerly. He wasn't a delinquent, he just wanted his father's attention. At that moment he realized that his actions were still too childish. Minato was about to help Naruto clean up when he received an urgent notification and instantly left. Naruto, still unaware, continued to clean the statue while saying, "I want to eat char siu ramen. It's so delicious." Naruto smiled back only to see a single leaf accompanying him. The atmosphere was a bit awkward and Naruto's veins popped as he chuckled, "Wow, that was pretty quick. The ramen is just gone like that. How many times did he treat me to ramen, yet I've never actually gone out to eat it with him." Each time he was pinned to the ground. It made him doubt whether he was even his biological son. Naruto, filled with anger, shouted, "I hate Hokage the most. I never want to be Hokage in my life. I hate the Hokage the most. I never want to become the Hokage." These words sent a chill straight to Yi Yan's heart. "But you're the man destined to become Hokage, how could you say such a thing? Are you being fair to your fans who support you by saying that?" Wait a moment. It seemed Naruto had turned out this way not because of himself but because Yi Yan's editing had altered the main storyline. In other words, if Naruto couldn't become Hokage then it was definitely Yi Yan's fault. Yi Yan couldn't be bothered to follow Naruto's storyline anymore, he had to think of a solution. How to get the plot back on track. For now let's take a look at our second pillar, Sasuke. How did he end up having feelings for Hinata? Soon the live broadcast focused on Sasuke. He was sitting on a swing swinging alone, his silhouette exuding an indescribable loneliness. Since the Uchiha clan had been reduced to only him, Sasuke set strict demands on himself. He was determined to defeat his brother Itachi and complete his revenge. Toward his brother's act of annihilating the clan, Sasuke felt nothing but boundless hatred. However, after entering the ninja academy he suffered a severe blow and even began to doubt whether he could defeat Itachi. In the shuriken exams at school Sasuke could easily score 99 points each time. Yet a certain fellow named Naruto would always get a perfect 100. In the Shadow Clone exam Sasuke could also score 90 points, which was actually quite excellent. But when it came to Naruto it was another 100. What's more, he had even learned the forbidden technique, multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu, ahead of time. He could create 1,000 Narutos directly, shocking the entire ninja academy. He was even recognized by many teachers as a genius youth, surpassing even Itachi and Minato, a unseen century prodigy. Sasuke, who aimed to be number one in everything, encountered Naruto and had his confidence shattered, causing his grades to plummet. He had failed multiple times, becoming the class dead last and the object of ridicule. After swinging for a while Sasuke stopped. He planned to sleep to kill time. Training was pointless since he couldn't surpass those cheater-like geniuses anyway. Sasuke-kun. At that moment Hinata mustered her courage and called out his name. Sasuke turned around quickly, saw Hinata and blushed. "You. Why are you here? This is for you." Hinata, her face bright red, was poking her fingers nervously as she handed a lunchbox to Sasuke. Hinata gave the lunchbox to Sasuke and then shyly ran away. Of course she didn't really leave, she secretly watched him from a corner, wanting to see him eat the bento. Sasuke found a place to sit down, opened the lunchbox and found egg rice. On top of the eggs 2 large characters were written in ketchup. Ganbat. Sasuke's eyes reddened as he picked up a spoon and quietly began to eat. After becoming the dead last everyone mocked him. Only Hinata silently encouraged him each time, telling him not to give up. As for himself, he had merely taught her some techniques for awakening the eye. Although the Hyuga clan's Byakugan and the Uchiha's Sharingan were 2 different systems. However, simple eye awakening still shared many similarities. Sasuke thought Hinata was a very nice girl and she became his best friend. Seeing this, Yi Yen broke out in cold sweat. Not to mention, even as a mere bystander, he thought the 2 of them seemed quite compatible. And just imagine, if they really ended up together, would their future child inherit the Byakugan or the Sharingan? Or a brand new Kekkei Genkai? But better stop right there. You can't be together. Not in any way. If they got together Yi Yen would be finished. So even if it meant letting you down, he had to put a stop to it here. Yi Yen turned off the live broadcast and began working. He needed to edit videos to stop Naruto from not wanting to become Hokage and to eliminate the signs of Sasuke and Hinata becoming a couple. In fact, after understanding the situation, the solution was quite simple. First, Naruto, why did he no longer want to become Hokage? It was because his father was the Hokage and worked all day, leaving Naruto with a bad impression of the position. So if he could be made to realize how cool and powerful the Hokage was, would he change his mind and regain the desire to become Hokage? This was the same problem Naruto's future son Boruto would face. Next was Sasuke and Hinata. Was Sasuke really a dead last? Obviously not, he was still a genius at awakening the Sharingan. He just happened to encounter Naruto, who was cheating. After all, in this world Naruto was different from Sasuke. Naruto had Minato Namikaze's personal guidance plus half of the Nine Tails, granting him immense chakra. How could he not be an extraordinary genius? Sasuke, who had nothing, indeed found it hard to compare at the moment. But Sasuke's pride was so high, after being repeatedly surpassed by Naruto his self-esteem was crushed and his mentality broke. This led to his becoming the dead last at school. So the first thing to do was to help Sasuke regain his confidence and self-esteem. As for whether Hinata likes Sasuke, all we can see now is that Hinata is a kind girl who simply encourages Sasuke not to give up. Yi Yen really didn't sense that Hinata had fallen for Sasuke. As for whether Sasuke might like Hinata, there were two possibilities. One was that they were just good friends, the other that there was indeed some pure emotion. If it was the former, just good friends, then it wasn't a big problem. All that was needed was to restore Sasuke's confidence and the issues could be resolved. Yi Yen edited 2 videos. The 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto. The genius of the Uchiha Sasuke. Yi Yen incorporated many scenes into these 2 videos, each lasting half an hour. Unlike before, he was clearly putting all his effort into editing. He just wanted to solve the problem quickly. The threat of being erased by the system was terrifying. After editing the videos, Yi Yen sent them directly to the 2 characters. With that done, he went out. After all, it was mealtime and time to eat. However, when he arrived at the living room and saw the table full of dishes, he couldn't help thinking he was seeing things. There was braised pork belly, shredded pork with green peppers, hot and sour shredded potatoes, mao shui wang, braised chicken legs, fresh fish soup. Xiao Xiaoli set the bowls and chopsticks and said to Yi Yen, "Brother Yi Yen, come eat. Try it and see if it's to your liking." Yi Yen was thrilled. Having a little sister was great. She made so many delicious dishes for him. And they all looked mouth-watering. Yi Yen plopped down on the stool and took the rice with a smile. "Your cooking must be delicious. I remember eating your food when I was little and it already tasted great." Xiao Xiaoli cradled her face looking at Yi Yen. "It's been so long and you still remember it, brother Yi Yen." Yi Yen nodded. "Of course I can't forget. Quick, give it a try." Yi Yen picked up a piece of braised pork with his chopsticks which looked very appetizing. Yi Yen put it in his mouth. He said nothing, but his expression was quite rich. It was hard to tell whether he was in pain or happy. His face twisted for a moment, then relaxed into a smile. Xiao Xiaoli nervously asked, "Is it not tasty?" Yi Yen shook his head. "It shouldn't be, let me try again." Yi Yen took another sip of fish soup and once again his expression became quite exaggerated. He had a black line on his face. The dish tasted good, but it always felt like it had a hint of saltiness that was overwhelming. Why is it so salty? He remembered that Xiao Xiaoli's cooking skills were quite good. Could it be that she lost her culinary skills as she grew older? Xiao Xiaoli tasted it herself and spat it out, saying, "Ah, brother Yi Yen, aren't those bottles supposed to contain sugar, salt and MSG?" Yi Yen's mouth twitched as he remembered that the labels on those bottles said salt, MSG and sugar. But in reality they were all filled with salt. He had bought too much salt on discount and put it all into those containers. It seemed Xiao Xiaoli had accidentally added too much salt, which explained the overwhelming saltiness. So it wasn't her cooking that had declined, but rather it was his fault. Xiao Xiaoli said nothing, just picked up her plate and said, "Let me think of a way." Yi Yen shook his head and stopped. Xiao Xiaoli then proceeded to add some braised pork and shredded potatoes into his rice, saying, "Just a little too much salt. Your cooking makes me very happy. I can eat a lot of rice." Of course it could also be that it was too salty, which meant he had to eat a lot of rice to go with the dish. Xiao Xiaoli put down her plate feeling dejected. "I just wanted to help you. But I couldn't even make a proper meal. Am I too useless?" Yi Yen said seriously, "What are you thinking, child? How about this? If you really want to help me learn to edit videos like Naruto, sometimes I can use that material." Xiao Xiaoli, seeing Yi Yen instructing her, quickly nodded. Brother Yi Yen, I will work hard to learn." The two chatted while finishing their meal. After finishing dinner, Xiao Xiaoli eagerly went to wash the dishes, making Yi Yen feel quite embarrassed. He decided to go out and buy some fruit for Xiao Xiaoli as a treat. Upon arriving at the community, he noticed a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe holding a whisk and couldn't help but take a second glance. To his surprise, the man responded, "Are you surnamed Yi, named Yen?" Yi Yen furrowed his brows and replied, "No. After saying this he intended to leave. If someone who could say your name like that was not someone he wanted to be curious about, just frightening, likely someone who had investigated him thoroughly. As for the purpose, it was probably to tell him he was in danger. He needed to find him to avoid calamity. Yi Yan understood these con men too well, which is why he wanted to leave immediately. However, the man surprisingly grabbed Yi Yan's arm, saying, "You're talking nonsense. I can see from your eyes that your name is Yi Yan." Yi Yan fell silent. It was absurd. How could you tell someone's name just by their gaze? Is it really that impressive? Yi Yan impatiently said, "If you don't let go, I'm calling for help. You're harassing me." "Ugh, you're hitting me." The man Wu Daoist sneered, "This time you're right, I do intend to hit you to teach you a lesson." Yi Yan then realized this person wasn't a con man but rather an enemy. But that shouldn't be. How could he have any enemies? It seems he actually did have one. What was his name again? Wei Xiaojia. Yes, that's it. Yi Yan inquired, "Are you sent by Wei Xiaojia?" Wu Daoist unexpectedly admitted, "Clever, I am indeed sent by him. He harbors great hatred towards you and instructed me to break your legs and then take you to him to kneel and beg for mercy to spare your life." Yi Yan crossed his arms. This Wei Xiaojia is quite particular, coming here to send him money. And also break his legs. He sure has guts. However, he didn't understand why this person, if he was a thug, would admit everything and not keep secrets for the client. Yi Yan voiced his confusion. Wu Daoist replied, "I mentioned it to let you know I can also break his legs and bring him to you. Let him beg for mercy in front of you." This left Yi Yan bewildered. He frowned and said, "What exactly do you mean?" Wu Daoist replied speechlessly, "How come you suddenly seem so dumb? Fine, it'll be straightforward. Who I help depends on who pays more. You've seen auctions, right? The highest bidder wins, that's the idea." Indeed, Wu Daoist is quite a unique figure in the thug world. Every time he executes a task he reveals the identity of the person who hired him to the target. Then he waits to see the target's offer. As long as the money offered is higher than what the hiring person paid, he will switch sides. As for whether doing so ruins his credibility, Wu Daoist simply doesn't care. He has the ability, so why worry about not being hired? Besides, he doesn't have absolutely no principles. As long as the pay is good, he will definitely help you. Employers should have a bit of confidence. Why would they assume they don't have more money than the target? Pfft, Yi Yan couldn't help but laugh, going along with the other's words. "Then tell me, what are they offering?" Wu Daoist perked up immediately, replying, "The big one is 1 million, the small one is also 1 million, a total of 2 million. Mainly anything higher than that I'll consider helping you." Yi Yan slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "I'll offer 3 million. Wu Daoist quickly agreed, "Deal." Yi Yan continued, "I'll offer 3 million, but I don't have 3 million. What if I owe it?" Wu Daoist's face darkened upon hearing this. If this kid is actually mocking him. "Good, very good. Then I'll send you on your way." Wu Daoist extended a hand, saying, "Kid, in your next life be born with some money." Yi Yan was already impatient, planning to take him out with one punch. Dressed so convincingly, are you a fake Daoist? He really didn't look genuine. He probably thought this appearance would be more convincing for scamming. Now is not the time to pretend to be a monk. There are many Daoists around, right? People like this should really be taught a lesson. Bang. However, Yi Yan was shocked to find a severe pain in his chest, as if something had exploded there. Yi Yan stumbled back a few steps, clutching his chest, and when he looked again, blood was flowing out. Wu Daoist said, "I'm not really a Daoist, it's just a disguise. But that doesn't mean I'm not a master, not an ancient martial artist. You seem to be misunderstanding something." Yi Yan then realized this person was not just a simple oddball, he indeed possessed some strength. Wait, ancient martial artists? Do such beings actually exist in this world? Wasn't that something he just made up on the spot? This is too absurd. Yi Yan clutched his wound, writhing in agony as if he could barely hold on. "You. Are there many experts like you in this, and where do you usually stay?" Seeing Yi Yan at the end of his rope, Priest Wu let down his guard and said, 1 in 10,000 people is likely an ancient martial artist, so there are quite a few of us. But we conceal ourselves to avoid causing panic among ordinary folks. That has been the rule since ancient times. As for where we hide, the greatest hermit hides in the city. We all play various roles to blend in. A man posing as a priest is certainly not a real priest. A fake monk is never a true monk, and a carpenter who claims the craft knows nothing at all about woodworking. We are nowhere yet everywhere. That is what it means to be an ancient martial artist." Stunned, Yi Yan finally understood. So that was how it worked. This world was indeed far larger than he had imagined. His face had been thoroughly slapped, but now that everything was clear, there was no need to drag this out. It was time to end it. Yi Yan declared bluntly, "I'm in a world of pain right now, but taking you down in one shot would still be a piece of cake." Hearing this, Priest Wu found Yi Yan outrageously arrogant. The boy didn't even know what his ability was, yet he dared claim he could kill him with a single blow. Besides, from every angle this kid looked like an ordinary man, nothing like what Wei Xiaojia had described. He couldn't sense any remarkable power in him. Priest Wu raised his hand. Stop your empty bravado. One more strike and you'll be finished. Then I'll turn you in for the reward. Yi Yan released his grip. Oh, then let's see about that. Enraged by Yi Yan's reckless attitude, Priest Wu activated his ability without delay. But in that instant Yi Yan vanished. Panic seized Priest Wu as he frantically searched for him. How? How could a living person simply disappear? Your attack didn't land on me. It seems a voice suddenly rang out. Whirling around, Priest Wu found Yi Yan standing behind him. Without a word, Yi Yan threw a punch straight at Priest Wu. It was an utterly ordinary blow, yet it struck with solid force. Priest Wu burst into instinctive laughter. Ha! What strength can a mere mortal like you muster? I, your master, will stand right here and let you hit me. Yi Yan's fist connected with Priest Wu's abdomen and he was surprised. No reaction. Had his monstrous strength failed? That couldn't be. Pfft. As Yi Yan doubted whether his power had vanished, Priest Wu spewed a mouthful of blood across his face. Clutching his stomach in agony, he collapsed to his knees and vomited everything he had eaten the night before. Yi Yan twitched the corner of his mouth. Well, it wasn't that the strength had no effect, it just had a delayed reaction on this guy. More precisely, Priest Wu's reflexes were a bit slow. Priest Wu screamed in agony. The power of that punch was overwhelming, it had already inflicted severe internal injuries. Who the hell was this kid? How did he possess such immense strength? And that idiot Wei Xiaojia, why did he have to provoke such a ruthless monster? No amount of money was worth tangling with an expert like this. Too costly. Yi Yan looked at Priest Wu and said, Sir, get up and let me hit you one more time, won't you? Just one punch. Priest Wu was disgusted. Was he mocking him? You're the real master here. If he let him land another punch, he'd be dead for sure. Priest Wu struggled to his feet. Young man. This time I was too careless. You know I only care about material gain. I bear you no grudge. If you want revenge, go after the employer. Yi Yan frowned. Coming after me means you have to pay the price. Priest Wu immediately begged for mercy. Master, you are my true master. This humble one was wrong. Really? Please spare me. It was the first time Yi Yan had encountered such an expert, and as he hesitated, the man suddenly hurled 2 smoke bombs. By the time Yi Yan reacted, the smoke had already spread, obscuring his vision. Minutes later the smoke cleared and there was no one in sight. The place was completely empty. Priest Wu had fled. Yi Yan clenched his fist. Damn, he had let his guard down and allowed the bastard to escape. There was nothing he could do but let it go. Yi Yan held his wound. Though he had defeated Priest Wu, the victory hadn't come easily. He only possessed Flying Thunder God and monstrous strength. His defense was still that of an ordinary man. Taking such a hit truly wasn't pleasant. Yi Yan thought about going to the hospital but dismissed the idea immediately. He had no mind for medical treatment now, better to head home and catch the live stream from the Naruto world. That way he could see what effect his edited video had produced. With that in mind, Yi Yan abandoned the fruit shopping, activated Flying Thunder God and returned to his bedroom. Yes, he had long ago placed markers in his room. Such a convenient ability deserved to leave marks everywhere. Back home he grabbed some gauze and performed a crude bandaging on himself. Only then did he sit down in front of the computer and turn it on. In the world of Naruto. Naruto was in the courtyard holding a Rasengan and slapping it into a lump of dough. With nothing better to do, he had decided to make ramen himself. After all, ramen was his favorite. Wait, the Rasengan. You already know the Rasengan. Hearing the voice of the immortal, Naruto immediately stopped. The Rasengan. Immortal, you're here. Yeah, just dropping by. Naruto gathered chakra again, forming a Rasengan. You mean this? Dad taught me last year. It's not that hard. Making ramen is way tougher. Making ramen is way tougher. Did he even realize what he was saying? But then again, Naruto truly was an absurd genius. He had mastered the Rasengan long ago. No wonder Sasuke lacked confidence. Anyone would feel inadequate. Have you seen a certain video? Naruto shook his head, indicating he had no idea what video. The next second a screen appeared displaying the video Yi Yan had edited. Yi Yan poured himself some water. This was the first time he witnessed someone watching his edited video firsthand. This was far better than getting feedback afterwards. Curious, Naruto stared at the screen, wondering what would play. The 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. That was him. And the 7th Hokage. No. No way. How did he become Hokage? Wasn't this terrible? He had always dreamed of taking over old man Ichiraku's ramen shop at Ichiraku Ramen. That was what he truly wanted to do. Naruto didn't want to watch anymore and prepared to leave. Yi Yan quickly typed, just be patient and watch. Naruto reluctantly continued, but he had little interest in the video. The immortal mode knocks down pain of the 6 paths with a single punch. The golden body mode surpasses the 4th Raikage. In the 9 tails mode, one faces 5-tailed beasts. The 6 paths mode kicks away the jade of seeking the way. In the Nine Tails mode, a single strike takes down the Peach Arrow. Uzumaki Naruto's journey of growth appears bit by bit on the screen. Every frame is so shocking, so exhilarating. Anyone who sees this would want to become the protagonist on screen. However, there's only one true Naruto. After watching, Naruto yawns and says, "Lord Immortal, can I go make ramen now?" Yi Yan is taken aback. You watched it all and have no reaction. Still thinking about making ramen. What kind of ramen? If you keep this up, your wife and Hokage will belong to someone else. Yi Yan types and asks after watching, "Don't you want to be a ninja as powerful as in the video?" Naruto shakes his head saying, "If my future self is like that, it would be pretty cool." But what? Come on, say it. You're making me anxious. It looks like a technique that could destroy the world. If that's just too dangerous. I don't want my mom to worry about me, so I've become more determined to be the man who inherits Ichiraka ramen. Naruto thinks that being Hokage is too much work and also a high-risk profession. Only a fool would do it. Running a ramen shop means eating ramen every day. Isn't that great? Yi Yan is petrified. So that's how you think. But if you go make ramen, is that still a hot-blooded story? It's a food story now. Everything's in chaos. Yi Yan wants to say something to persuade Naruto, but Naruto cuts in, "Grandpa Immortal, everyone needs to eat, right? I think letting everyone eat my ramen is a dream no less than becoming Hokage." Well. Yi Yan thinks, what is he even thinking? The person in front of him is a master of words. It's already impressive that he hasn't been persuaded to change careers and make ramen. Yi Yan, feeling distressed, decides to ignore Naruto and lets him make ramen. He shifts the focus to Sasuke. "It's all on you now, you brat. Don't let us down. You must change your mind." Sasuke sits by the river gazing at the scenery. If it were the old days, he would definitely be practicing the Uchiha fireball technique here. But now, he's at the bottom. Why practice? It's better to enjoy the view. And then find a chance to ask Hinata out. Just then a screen appears in front of Sasuke, startling him. Yi Yan thinks it's normal. Many people would be startled by a sudden projection, so it's nothing unusual. Sasuke looks at the screen, frowning. Whose prank is this? Who dares to bully me? Fine, let me show you my strength. Sasuke activates his Sharingan and throws a shuriken at the screen. The screen acts like a wall, bouncing all the shuriken into the water. Yi Yan remains silent. It's not a prank, it's just a video for you to watch. Why such a big reaction? But the problem isn't too big if this projection can't even withstand a punch from Tsunade, let alone Sasuke. Indeed, when Sasuke sees that his attack has no effect, he retracts his Sharingan and coldly snorts, "Boring." Then Sasuke, with his hands in his pockets, coldly turns and walks away. Yes, he didn't even watch the video, he just walked off. Yi Yan looks at the computer, already feeling amused. Can it be like this? Just leave without watching. Yi Yan expressionlessly lifts the computer, wanting it to make some noise. You can't bully people like this. Are you all trying to kill me? Yi Yan puts down the computer. He isn't impulsive, but he has already lost hope. The problem is even bigger than he imagined. And these issues may not be solved just by editing. Yi Yan's wound becomes increasingly severe, and in a fit of anger Wang Xiaohu even faints. Qiu Xiaoli returns to her room and finds that the bed sheets and some basic living supplies are all prepared. Moreover, there are a few plush dolls thoughtfully placed on the bed. Qiu Xiaoli knows that all of this was arranged by Yi Yan. Knowing Yi Yan, she feels very lucky. Since Yi Yan treats her so well, she must not let her brother Yi Yan down. Qiu Xiaoli opens the computer and learns how to edit anime videos according to the tutorial. However, she didn't start with editing Naruto videos. Because the tutorial video she followed was about editing One Piece videos. Qiu Xiaoli naturally edited a One Piece video. After finishing, she was very satisfied and sent it directly to Yi Yan, hoping to get his feedback. However, half a day passed without a reply. Qiu Xiaoli, feeling a bit curious, steps out of her room and knocks on Yi Yan's door. "Yi Yan, are you there?" There was no response from inside the room. Yi Yan must have gone out. But he hasn't replied to calls or messages. She suddenly has a bad premonition. Qiu Xiaoli knocks on the door vigorously. If there's no response, she will go look for Yi Yan outside. A few minutes later. There is still no response from the room. Just as Qiu Xiaoli is about to leave, she notices that red blood is oozing from the crack in the door. Qiu Xiaoli is terrified and takes out her phone to call for help, then starts calling for Yi Yan. Yi Yan vaguely hears the voice, opens his eyes and sees that it's Qiu Xiaoli. "Why are you here?" Qiu Xiaoli, with tears streaming down her face, chokes out, "Yi Yan, I'll take you downstairs right now, let's go to the hospital." Seeing Qiu Xiaoli crying, Yi Yan comforts her, saying, "I'm fine. There's no need to worry." Qiu Xiaoli doesn't respond, only slowly lifts Yi Yan onto her back with her frail body. Yi Yan's body is weak, but he still says, "You don't have that much strength. You called for help. If the doctor will come to the house, no need to be so forced." Xiao Xiaoli secures Yi Yan on her back, supporting him with her hands, and walks forward step by step. Yi Yan. Brother. We must get treatment quickly. Not a moment. Not a second. Can be wasted. On Yi Yan's back it actually hurts a lot as his wound is right on his chest. Being carried like this by Xiao Xiaoli puts pressure on it. Several times he almost faints again. But that doesn't matter, he doesn't want to discourage Xiao Xiaoli, not even a little bit. Yi Yan slowly speaks. All right. I'll listen to you, thank you for your hard work. Unable to complete the task, he will be erased in a few days. At this moment his anxious heart calms down. Living for a few more days, even if it's just a few days, is enough because there are people who love him by his side. After a series of twists and turns, Yi Yan was rushed to the hospital and received emergency treatment. Thankfully he arrived in time, and after the surgery he was hospitalized for recovery. He merely needed a period of proper rest to regain his health. Xiao Xiaoli breathed a sigh of relief at this and wanted to call Yi Yan's parents. But she paused after pulling out her phone. Knowing Yi Yan's character, he certainly wouldn't want to tell his parents about the surgery. He would only call to report his safety once he was fully recovered. Although this approach was not entirely correct. She didn't want to defy brother Yi Yan's wishes. Besides, she was here to take care of him. She had the confidence to help Yi Yan regain his health. Meanwhile, Taoist Wu had also returned to the Wei family. Wei Xiaojie frowned upon seeing Taoist Wu's injuries. How did you end up this badly? Taoist Wu shook his head. Don't even bring it up. The injuries are minor, I almost didn't make it back. I nearly lost my life. Wei Xiaojie exclaimed in surprise. Is Yi Yan really that formidable? Even you can't handle him? Taoist Wu said indignantly. What do you think? That kid is simply a monster, so fast and so strong. Even in the ancient martial world few could stand against him. Wei Xiaojie had grown accustomed to deciphering the underlying meaning in the other's words. So you're saying there are still people who can defeat him? Do you have a plan? Taoist Wu was taken aback. What are you saying? I'm telling you, he's extremely powerful. I'm not taking this job anymore and I want refund the money. Goodbye. Wei Xiaojie reached out to block him. You took the money but didn't complete the task. Do you think you can just walk away? Seeing Wei Xiaojie's relentless pressure, Taoist Wu reluctantly said, Actually there might be a way to deal with that kid, but the price is rather high. It depends on whether you're willing to pay. Wei Xiaojie's mouth twitched. Was he going to spend more money again? Anything else was fine, but could he not talk about money? Just the mention made him feel sick. It wasn't that Wei Xiaojie lacked money. The Wei family was one of the major clans in Modu. The problem was that Yi Yan had already swindled him out of 500,000 and this guy had taken a total of 2 million from him. When you think about it, his feud with Yi Yan wasn't really that huge. Wasn't it just that he hindered Yi Yan from flirting and insulted him a bit? Could that be worth 1.5 million or even more? Taoist Wu sensed that Wei Xiaojie truly didn't want to part with the money and his mouth twitched again. To be honest, if he had really intended to quit he wouldn't have returned to the Wei residence. No, he had to think of something. Taoist Wu replied, Do you know what that kid said about you to me? Wei Xiaojie shook his head. No idea. Taoist Wu continued, he said that since you wanted his life he would annihilate your entire Wei family and teach you that the dragon's reverse scale must not be touched. Annihilate the entire Wei family. This guy was absolutely outrageous. Good, very good. A mortal enemy was he. Let's see who finishes whom. Wei Xiaojie's expression changed. I can give you up to 10 million. But it depends on whether the method you propose is worth that much money. 10 million. Taoist Wu was instantly overjoyed, promptly changing his attitude, and even the pain from his injuries seemed to vanish. This kid is fast and strong, but he has no techniques and it's obvious he severely lacks combat experience. So he's not a top-tier expert. We can hire a top-tier expert who can definitely defeat him. My master Huangshan Jinren is a top-tier expert. Wei Xiaojie was thrilled at once. Jinren. A Taoist too? Taoist Wu shook his head. No. My master studies boxing. Wei Xiaojie fell silent. Studies boxing and calls himself Jinren. Instead of Huangshan Jinren, might as well call him Boxing Jinren. Taoist Wu continued, what he studies doesn't matter if the important thing is that my master is incredibly powerful. Compared to him, I'm like mud to clouds, utterly incomparable. You don't need to worry, leave the rest to me. Wei Xiaojie nodded, alright, go invite him down the mountain as soon as possible or I'm worried that kid will come seeking revenge on the Wei family. Taoist Wu immediately booked a flight and despite having just coughed up 2 gene of blood he flew to Huangshan. A few days later. Yi Yan had regained consciousness but he still couldn't be discharged. The doctor said he would need to stay in bed for at least a month. Yi Yan was speechless. A month. He had been hoping to go deal with that brat Wei Xiaojie in the next few days. After all, his injuries were entirely his fault. But now it seemed he could only bide his time. More crucially, there were only 2 days left before the system erased him. And he was still lying in the hospital. Well, even if he weren't bedridden, he couldn't think of a way to change the resolve of Naruto and Sasuke. Yi Yan opened his phone and noticed a file that Chiu Xiaoli had edited a few days ago. Without even looking at it, he posted the video on his account and sent it to Naruto and Sasuke. Yes, he was just giving up, since he was almost finished anyway. He'd send whatever he had. They could watch it or not, it didn't matter. The outcome would be the same either way, so what else could happen? Right after Yi Yan sent the video, Chiu Xiaoli walked in carrying a cup of hot water. Brother Yi Yan, you're awake. That's wonderful. Yi Yan smiled. Yeah, I'm awake. You've worked hard these past few days. Chiu Xiaoli poured him a glass of water and said, what hardship? It's only what I should do. Yi Yan sipped his water and glanced at his phone casually. Oh, by the way, I posted that edited video you sent me a few days ago on the platform. Chiu Xiaoli was so shocked she jumped to her feet. Brother Yi Yan. You posted that video on the platform? Yi Yan calmly drank his water. Yeah, what's wrong? Even if the editing isn't great, it's still a Naruto-related video. It'll be fine. Chiu Xiaoli said helplessly. I edited something not related to Naruto at all. It's about One Piece. One Piece. One Piece. Well, that was a bit inappropriate. After all, the platform he posted to wasn't just the internet, it was the actual Naruto world. Sending a One Piece video that had absolutely no connection whatsoever. Yi Yan clung to a sliver of hope and asked, besides not being about Naruto, what was the content? Chiu Xiaoli touched her nose, a little embarrassed. Yi Yan had an even worse feeling. Tell me quickly. You're driving me crazy. Chiu Xiaoli then spoke earnestly. Brother Yi Yan, don't worry, I'll tell you. You know how there are many beautiful female characters in One Piece. I made a ranking of the most popular female characters. I even did a survey. A ranking of popular female characters. At first glance it seemed harmless, but on second thought it was a complete disaster. You were showing Naruto and Sasuke pictures of One Piece beauties. The Yi family had indeed given up all hope, yet they still clung to a sliver of luck, hoping for a miracle. But the truth proved that there was no miracle at all. It was a final verdict. No suspense at all. Damn. Was he really being sent off without any drama? Chiu Xiaoli, not noticing Yi Yan's reaction, continued. I edited it and it's quite sexy. I think editing is pretty fun. Sexy, huh? Good, not bad, really nice. If you send this to Jiraiya, the third Hokage, or even Kakashi, they'd probably give good reviews. But give it to Naruto or Sasuke. Forget it. Yi Yan had seen through it all. Annoyed, let it end. Yi Yan spoke. You. Get out. I want to be alone for a while. Chiu Xiaoli nodded obediently. Alright then, brother Yi Yan, you rest well. I'll be right outside. Call me if anything happens. After Chiu Xiaoli left the room, Yi Yan felt like crying but had no tears. He lay on the bed. What kind of mess was this? Other people got systems and reached the peak of life. He had a system, but his life was about to end. Counting, he had only 2 days left. No, he had to spend that 500,000 to break even. Ding. Received Sasuke's approval, obtained the Kekkei Genkai Sharingan. Ding. Received Naruto's approval, obtained the ninjutsu multi-shadow clone technique. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. The main storyline of Naruto has returned to normal. Hiding under the covers, despairing to the point of tears, Yi Yan suddenly received the system's message. Damn. The mission is complete. He even got the multi-shadow clone technique and the Sharingan. That means he won't be erased. This is an extreme comeback. Won by lying down. Haha, invincible. But come to think of it, it shouldn't be like this. The video edited by Chiu Xiaoli sent to the Naruto world. How could Naruto and Sasuke change their minds? The content of this video is completely irrelevant. What exactly happened in the Naruto world? Yi Yan was extremely curious, so he opened the software to watch a replay and understand the truth. In the Naruto world, Naruto had been making ramen better and better lately. Even Tsuchi praised him for his talent. The more he looked at Naruto, the more he seemed like the one to inherit the legacy of Ichiraku ramen. Even if Naruto didn't aim to become Hokage, just being a ramen chef, he was still a passionate youth. Even when praised, he worked hard to improve the ramen. But just then a projection appeared before his eyes. Naruto was a bit tired and sat down on the ground, thinking it wouldn't hurt to watch. Naruto, immortal grandfather, did you make this too? Naruto did not get a reply from the immortal grandfather this time. He was a bit disappointed. Just then the video started opening with a passionate boy wearing a straw hat. I'm going to be the king of the pirates. Luffy's shout invigorated Naruto. What is the king of the pirates? The man who becomes the king of the pirates. While Naruto was pondering what the Pirate King and the Pirate King's man meant, the video got to the point. The first to appear was the blonde beauty Nami. The second was the mature beauty Robin. The third was the Empress Hancock. The fourth was the rabbit Carrot. The fifth. Luffy figured it out, so the beautiful sisters on the sea were the Pirate King. And the man at the beginning was their husband. This Pirate King's man is so amazing. Naruto got fired up watching. That means if the pervert sage were on the sea, he could definitely become the Pirate King's man. It must be said Naruto completely misunderstood the meaning of Pirate King's man. Yi Yen was quite surprised at this. So how could this make Naruto change his mind? Wasn't he just looking at some beauties? Nothing special. However, what Yi Yen didn't know was that what made Naruto's eyes light up were indeed these beautiful girls. But what fired him up was not them but the existence of such a vast sea in this world. Truly incredible. Naruto hurriedly went to find Minato Namake's dad. Is there a sea called the Grand Line? Minato was working at home. Hearing Naruto, he asked curiously, the Grand Line? What is that? Naruto said excitedly, on that sea there is the Pirate King and the Pirate King's man. It's so interesting, I want to see it. Minato saw Naruto being serious about something other than ramen for the first time. After thinking for a while he said, there are indeed many undiscovered seas in this world, but to conquer a sea you need at least cage-level strength, otherwise it's too dangerous. Naruto hesitated for a moment. He hated being Hokage, but now he wanted to see the vast sea more. Minato seemed to know Naruto's thoughts and continued, I know it's because of me that you hate being Hokage. I'm sorry about that. But I want to tell you, to realize your dreams you must overcome all difficulties. Give it a try, try something you dislike and maybe you'll come to like it. Naruto frowned and said, I won't like it. But I Uzumaki Naruto will definitely become Hokage. To say and do to keep one's word, that's my ninja way. Minato was shocked by Naruto's words, but he believed in him deeply. Good, I look forward to that day. Then Naruto went to Ichiraka Ramen that night and told Tsuchi that he would no longer make ramen. He was going to become a genin, step by step become Hokage and then conquer that unknown sea. Tsuchi was furious, absolutely furious. Who? What did they show the kid? Come out if you dare. Yi Yen, holding his phone, was also stunned by this twist. Oh my god. Chiou Shaoli's video actually worked. Naruto wanted to become Hokage just to conquer the Grand Line. Yi Yen was speechless. What else could he say? He could only say two words, awesome. But regardless, Naruto was now going to become Hokage and would work hard for it. That was a good thing. Yi Yen believed that on the path to becoming Hokage he would surely understand what Hokage meant and would come to love it. After all, no matter how the story changed, Naruto would always be Naruto, his nature wouldn't change. Yi Yen was now even more curious about Sasuke. Naruto became interested in the sea because of that video, so he wanted to become Hokage. What about Sasuke? What was his reason? Could it also be to conquer the Grand Line? No, it definitely couldn't be that. Sasuke's and Naruto's issues were completely different. Sasuke needed to regain a genius confidence to become the same as before. With intense curiosity, Yi Yen once again turned his attention to Sasuke. Today Sasuke gathered his courage to meet Hinata, casting aside all thoughts of training. The two agreed to meet in the park where they sat on a bench. Neither of them spoke first. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward under the silence. Finally Sasuke mustered his courage and said, Hinata. Why do you want to be my girlfriend? Hinata was taken aback by the word girlfriend. She was left speechless for a long time. After all, for such a shy girl, being called a girlfriend right off the bat was enough to leave her stunned. Realizing he might have misspoken, Sasuke explained, I mean, why would you want to be my female friend? Hinata's demeanor returned to normal as she softly replied, because Sasuke-kun is a really good and gentle person who shouldn't be isolated. Just as they were talking, a projection appeared not far away. Sasuke as usual didn't pay it much mind and remembered that there was a dumpling shop nearby that was quite delicious. He then said to Hinata, I'll go buy a couple of skewers of dumplings, just wait a moment. Hinata shyly nodded. Alone, Hinata noticed the suddenly appearing projection. Cautiously Hinata reached out to touch it and discovered it was tangible. Curiosity piqued, she focused on the screen. The video began with the familiar phrase, I am going to be the king of pirates. Soon beautiful figures like Nami, Robin and Hancock appeared in the video. Hinata's little face flushed once more. All these girls were so beautiful. Hinata, what are you doing? At that moment Sasuke returned with the dumplings. Hinata immediately pointed at the projection and said, Sasuke-kun, this is amazing. Have you seen it? Even without the Sharingan, Sasuke could tell how much Hinata liked the projection. But he didn't understand what was so appealing about it. He felt inexplicably annoyed upon seeing it. However, since Hinata liked it, wouldn't it make her admire him more if he claimed it was his? As the proud king of showing off, this was a perfect opportunity he wouldn't let slip by. He popped a dumpling into his mouth and, speaking with a mouthful, said, This is mine. If you like it, I can show it to you anytime. Hinata was surprised and covered her mouth. Sasuke. Is this really yours? Sasuke nodded confidently, of course as long as I feel like it'll show it to you. Hinata looked forward to it, but it disappeared. Can I see it again right now? Seeing the vanished projection, Sasuke's lips twitched. It disappeared quite fast. Oh no. This act might be harder to recover from than he thought. Clearing his throat, Sasuke with a composed face said, I'm not feeling like it right now. Well. If it were an ordinary girl she would definitely know Sasuke was just bluffing. Or she might get directly angry. But the understanding Hinata didn't. She just gently nodded, then I won't watch. Sasuke instantly felt relief, thinking he had finally passed this hurdle. Sasuke handed a skewer of dumplings to Hinata, who thanked him and accepted it. Suddenly Hinata asked, since that's Sasuke-kun's, do you know the girls in it? Girls? What girls? Are there girls in the projection? Sasuke stroked his chin, wondering how best to respond. Don't know them. Oh no, how embarrassing. If he doesn't even know them, they wouldn't want to be his friends. Thinking of this, Sasuke decisively replied, I know them all and we're very good friends. Whenever I feel like it I can bring them all out. Oh my. Saying that leaves him no way out at all. This act really reached the ceiling. Hinata was completely taken by surprise but felt very happy at that moment. Sasuke-kun, that's amazing. With so many friends you must never feel lonely. Hinata exclaimed joyfully. Sasuke was momentarily stunned, sensing an ominous premonition. Indeed, Hinata continued, I always saw you alone. It seems that won't be the case anymore. I think Sasuke-kun can definitely become good friends with Naruto. Mentioning Naruto made Hinata's little face flush again. Sasuke was stunned. The more he listened, the less right it felt. Could it be that Hinata doesn't like him? Did she only come to be friends with him because she saw him alone? This. Did he seriously misinterpret this as love? Haha. No need for that, absolutely no need to pity him. Sasuke stood up in anger, you still like geniuses, Naruto. If you like Naruto then go ahead, don't bother me. Hinata, taken aback by Sasuke's fury, let tears flow quietly. Sasuke's heart softened instantly and he hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I was a bit harsh. Hinata shook her head, no. No. I think both Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun are geniuses in my heart. You are both geniuses in my heart. This phrase made Sasuke's heart tremble. Sasuke lowered his guard and said lightly, what kind of genius am I? I have always lived in my brother's shadow, all genius titles belong to him. Now even the label of genius belongs to Naruto. He has chakra while I have chakra, he uses shadow clones while I use multiple shadow clones, he fights with explosive kunai while he is already using Rasengan. The more Sasuke spoke, the more melancholic he became. Hinata listened quietly. When he finished, she slowly said, but I firmly believe you are the one and only genius and I have no doubt about it. At that moment cherry blossoms fluttered down, making Hinata look even more beautiful against the backdrop of the petals. Sasuke's face turned red as he lowered his head, yet a fire burned within him. But he still asked, can I become a genin? A chunin or even a jonin? Hinata smiled and replied, of course. Sasuke clenched his fists. There was one question he still hadn't asked. However, perhaps the answer to that question was no longer important. He knew what he should do. If Hinata liked Naruto, then he needed to make her realize who was truly the more outstanding one. At that time Hinata would surely fall for him. Sasuke was filled with determination. He decided to train and embark on his path to becoming stronger. It was precisely because of Hinata's words that Sasuke regained his confidence. He began to train arduously, determined to catch up with Naruto's footsteps. At the same time, he no longer shied away from the mission on his shoulders. Everything had returned to the proper course. After watching Sasuke's video, Yi Yen felt a surge of relief. So that was how it was. Was this all just luck? No, not entirely. The video had played a small part, but the whole sequence of events was simply too miraculous. Yi Yen closed the video, still unable to believe that he had actually completed the task. This time he hadn't contributed much, it was all thanks to Chiu Xiaoli. Yi Yen felt he must express his gratitude properly. He called Chiu Xiaoli in and immediately patted his chest, vowing, once I recover I'll take you out to have fun. You can eat whatever you want, play whatever you like. Just tell your big brother and he'll make your wishes come true. Chiu Xiaoli looked puzzled. Brother Yi Yen. I didn't do anything. There's no need for that. Yi Yen was deeply moved. Look at this, she had saved his life no twice and wanted nothing in return. She was truly an angelic girl. Chiu Xiaoli said candidly, I only hope that brother Yi Yen's health will recover soon. Yi Yen replied, of course I'll take good care of my injuries, but taking you out is settled. You can't refuse. Chiu Xiaoli had no choice but to agree. After making his promise, Yi Yen fell into deep thought. He had now unlocked two abilities, the Sharingan and the multi-shadow clone technique. What he actually needed at the moment was medical ninjutsu, not these two. But speaking of which, what would happen if he used Shadow Clone while severely injured? Anyway, he had sent Xiao Xiaoli home to sleep and now he was alone in the hospital room. He could give it a try. No sooner said than done. Yi Yan made a hand seal while lying in bed and a force was forcibly separated from him. A puff of smoke spread and before him appeared a man identical to himself. Yi Yan exclaimed in surprise, You are my clone. The clone nodded. Yes, I am your clone. I can help you accomplish whatever you desire. Yi Yan carefully examined the clone and noticed that it was perfectly healthy. As he had guessed, even when he was gravely wounded, the clone created was a healthy entity. Yi Yan then tried to use the ability again, forming another hand seal to create a second clone. But this time it failed, no smoke appeared. The clone mocked him, You think you're Naruto with tons of chakra. With your energy splitting off one clone is your... Yi Yan sighed. It seemed that a powerful ability required ample chakra to sustain it. He would need to acquire some tailed beasts to get that chakra, wouldn't he? The clone grew impatient. What exactly do you need me to do? If there's nothing, I'll return. Yi Yan thought for a moment and then knew exactly where to send the clone. He still needed to consider how best to use this ability. But before that, the clone's greatest utility was to go to the Wei family and find Wei Xiaojia. Wei Xiaojia had sent an expert to gravely wound him. This score had to be settled. The clone grinned wickedly. Now that's what I'm talking about. Wei Xiaojia had been staying at home for the past few days, constantly calling Taoist Wu. But the man had vanished, refusing to answer his phone no matter how many times he tried. Wei Xiaojia was furious. Could that guy have taken the deposit and run? Come to think of it, it wasn't impossible. Restless Wei Xiaojia stepped outside to pace in the yard. At least Taoist Wu had given him one piece of good news: Yi Yan had been severely injured by him. So now Yi Yan should be lying in bed. With that thought, Wei Xiaoji's fear dissipated and he promptly arranged a gathering at a bar. Drowning in debauchery was the daily routine for a playboy like him. He hadn't even had time to visit the bar lately because of all the trouble Yi Yan had caused. At the bar's private room, a crowd of men and women had gathered. Yo, isn't this young Master Wei? Where have you been hanging out these days? We haven't seen you around. Haha, I bet he's been chasing Sulan the heiress. After all, she's the goddess of our circle, who wouldn't want to win her over? Right. That must be it. And maybe he's already sealed the deal, that's why he didn't come to our gathering, haha. Hearing them mention Sulan, Wei Xiaoji's heart ached. Sealed the deal. She had let Yi Yan into her car. That bastard ruined everything. Wei Xiaojia didn't want to think about anything related to Yi Yan, so he quickly changed the subject. By the way, weren't we supposed to have new members joining today? Where are they? Curly Head said, they should be arriving any minute now. As soon as he finished, the door was pushed open and a man in a white shirt with glasses walked in. The glasses-wearing man wasn't particularly remarkable, but the woman beside him had several notable features. She had a short, neat haircut, wore casual clothes, and had a very slender figure. The girl possessed a cool kind of beauty, a touch of masculine toughness blended with a softer femininity. Even a few glances would leave a deep impression. Wang Wei quickly introduced himself. Greetings, young masters. My name is Wang Wei and this is my girlfriend Meng Yao. After his introduction, he urged her, Meng Yao, say hello to everyone. Meng Yao frowned and remained silent. She had been working properly when Wang Wei insisted on dragging her here. He said it was for his future and that he needed her help. Meng Yao thought to herself, a grown man asking his girl to accompany others at a bar, is that even human? But Wang Wei whined, claiming it was just a simple drink with them and nothing more. If she agreed for just one day, he would be allowed into this elite circle. Then he wouldn't have to work 996 anymore and could land big contracts. With money he could spend every day with Meng Yao, buy a house sooner and get married. Menjio's heart softened and she let Wang Wei bring her, though she was deeply reluctant. Seeing Menjio's silence, one of the girls immediately grew annoyed. This girl is quite cocky. Doesn't she know that anyone here is someone she can't afford to offend? Shut up. Who do you think you are? She just got here, let her be nervous. Meng Yao, don't mind them, have a seat. Wei Xiaojia glared at the speaker. Clearly he was very interested in Meng Yao, while the woman who had spoken held no appeal for him. The difference in looks and figure was simply too great. Don't be shy, have a seat. There are snacks here, help yourself. Wei Xiaojia said with a grin, looking like a good-natured fellow. Everyone, however, wore odd expressions. Weren't you supposed to be pursuing Sulan? Have you taken a liking to Meng Yao? Though many were unconvinced, they had no choice. None present held more sway than Wei Xiaojia. Meng Yao found a corner and sat down, but she remained quite reserved. Ordinarily the places she frequented most aside from work were restaurants and cinemas. This was her first time in a place like this. Meng Yao said nothing, but Wang Wei chattered incessantly, everyone will drink this wine first as a sign of respect. From now on please look out for me. Wang Wei raised his glass to drink but someone started heckling, "That shows no sincerity. If you're sincere, have Meng Yao drink." Wei Xiaojia also sneered, "Right, she has to drink." Wang Wei frowned, "You. Are you Wei Xiaojia and the others burst into laughter, "Ha, of course we're sure. Only if she drinks can you join our circle, otherwise don't even think about it." Wang Wei looked helplessly at Meng Yao. Meng Yao sighed. Fine, she had agreed to come today only to drink and help her good-for-nothing boyfriend out. Meng Yao stood up and downed the wine before her in one breath. Wei Xiaojia and the others were dumbfounded. That glass held strong liquor. Even a grown man gulping down a whole glass would choke and shed a few tears. But Meng Yao drank it as if it were a soft drink. She said calmly, "I've drunk the wine, now keep your promise please." Wei Xiaojia grew intrigued. "Of course we won't go back on our word." "I mean of course we'll keep our word. But tonight we can't just sit here dry, can we? Aren't we even going to play a game?" Meng Yao said nothing. Wang Wei chimed in, "Brother Wei, what game do you want to play?" Wei Xiaojia took a case of liquor from under the table and set it on the table, "A case of strong stuff, enough for us to have some fun." Wei Xiaojia continued, "The rules are simple. Well, switch to large cups, 500 milliliters capacity, fill them with strong liquor. Anyone here who downs the whole cup without leaving a drop gets 100,000. At this the atmosphere ignited. Meaning drink a gene of liquor and get 100,000. Although it should be hard, many present were itching to try. Wang Wei exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Wei. Are you serious?" Wei Xiaojia nodded, "Of course it applies to everyone here." Just then a man wearing a half-face mask came in delivering beer. Hearing the game he immediately asked, Can I join?" Everyone looked at the masked server. The servers here all wore masks, perhaps to add a sense of mystery. Wei Xiaojia eyed the masked server, "You. What are you butting in for? Are you crazy for money? Why should we let you join? Yeah, stop dreaming, deliver your stuff and get out. Don't ruin The crowd was enthusiastic and no one wanted the masked server to participate. But Meng Yao interceded, "You just said everyone, he happened to come in so he counts. Are you going back on your word? If that's the case I won't join either." Wei Xiaojia was dumbfounded. Meng Yao not playing? What would be the point? The game would lose all meaning. That won't do. But letting someone earn money for nothing really stings. Whatever, I'll bite the bullet. I can spare the loss. And look at that kid, he probably can't even down a gene. Don't think drinking a gene of strong liquor in one go is easy. If it were easy it'd only be in movies." Wei Xiaojia agreed with a dark face, Then go ahead. But let's set the terms first. The money isn't that easy to get. You have to down it in one breath and not vomit afterward, only then do you get the 100 grand, otherwise not a penny. This did raise the difficulty. The masked server said, "Fine, no problem." Meng Yao leaned close to the masked server's ear and whispered, "I just wanted to help you earn some extra cash. But if you can't do it, don't push yourself, health is more important than anything." The masked server was somewhat surprised. This young lady was so kind. She was the only one who spoke up for him and now she was kindly warning him. The masked server decided he would help this young lady in return. Soon the game began. The first eager participant was Meng Yao's boyfriend Wang Wei. Who didn't love cash? He loved it too much, so he had to give it a shot. A gene of strong liquor, what was the big deal? Wang Wei lifted the large cup, closed his eyes and began to chug. Everyone watched Wang Wei drink with fixed attention. When half the cup was gone they grew excited, it seemed the 100 grand was about to be won. After downing most of it the heat finally overcame Wang Wei and he sprayed a faceful of liquor at Wei Xiaojia. "Well, so much for that, too pathetic. Judging by that you only drank 6 or 7 ounces, can't take it anymore." Wang Wei was on the verge of tears. This was drinking it all in one go with no side dishes. "You guys try it if you don't believe me." Wei Xiaojia wiped off the liquor and shoved Wang Wei aside, "Useless waste." Wei Xiaojia continued, "Someone step up and teach him a lesson, show him how 100 grand is really earned." Wan Mao confidently stepped forward, "He'll do it. A gene of liquor is barely a mouthful for me, I usually drink 3 or 4 gene at a time." With that he picked up the cup and began to gulp it down. Wan Mao was indeed much faster, he quickly drained the whole cup. "Awesome. Brother Wan Mao is amazing, fantastic. The 100 grand is yours, treat us." Wan Mao smiled and said, Yes, he meant to say, I'm impressive, aren't I? No problem, I'll treat you all to a meal," but as the words reached his lips nausea struck and he vomited everything out. And so a bunch of them got thoroughly drunk but no one actually won the 100 grand. Downing a gene of strong liquor in one breath was simply too difficult. Wei Xiaojia knew the others had all failed but Meng Yao would definitely give it a try. 100 grand, who wouldn't be tempted? Indeed, a red-faced Wang Wei urged Meng Yao, what are you standing there for? Drink. Hurry up and drink. Meng Yao frowned. Having such a boyfriend, she must have been blind. She picked up the cup, fine, I'll drink. At that moment the masked server also raised his cup, young lady, let's drink together. Don't push yourself. I alone can drink him into bankruptcy. Then Meng Yao and the masked server began to drink. It seems he misjudged them. The two of them actually finished the entire large cup of white liquor in one go, leaving not a single drop. Everyone was dumbfounded, looking utterly incredulous. Wei Xiaojia asked, Aren't you feeling nauseous? Not feeling like throwing up? Meng Yao shook her head, I'm fine. The masked server clutched his stomach, I'm a bit nauseous. Everyone was speechless. If you feel nauseous then act on it and throw up. What's the use of just talking? A few minutes later both of them were still fine. Wei Xiaoji's face turned as dark as coal, but with so many people watching he couldn't back down. He could only transfer 100,000 to each of them. Wei Xiaojia said, you server, if you can't drink then don't. Just leave. Meng Yao, I think your drinking capacity is quite good. How about another cup? I can have another, although it's nauseating I can still drink. Wei Xiaojia angrily said, you can forget it, what are you drinking for? At this moment Meng Yao spoke up for the masked server again, if he doesn't drink then I won't either. Wei Xiaojia, helpless, had to let them continue. Soon Meng Yao finished another large cup and Wei Xiaojia and the others were eagerly watching her, hoping she would get drunk. However, Meng Yao with a blank expression said, I can still try again. This was one thing, but the masked server actually finished his second cup as well, clutching his stomach with a pained expression, so nauseating I feel like throwing up. Wei Xiaojia was about to go crazy. Are these two even human? They've had 2 jeans of white liquor, one still wants to try again and the other is just complaining about feeling nauseous without throwing up. They probably can still drink. What kind of monsters are they? Without further ado they continued pouring drinks and drinking. With the third cup down, Meng Yao and the masked server were still able to keep going. This prompted Wei Xiaojia to step in and stop them. That's enough, the game is over. Let's play something else. Even this fool could see they were probably the type with 1,000 cups not getting drunk. If they kept drinking, wouldn't he go bankrupt? Or even lose his entire fortune? Don't Wei Xiao, everyone still wants to see just how much they can drink before they pass out. Exactly, they're so impressive, we want to see more. If Wei Xiao is worried about being unable to pay then let's forget it, everyone can give Wei Xiao some face. At this moment these drinking buddies all started to persuade him to let the game continue. Wei Xiaojia was enraged. Are you all this eager to make things difficult for me? But in front of so many people, if he backed down and forcibly stopped them from continuing the game, how could he survive in this circle in the future? Wei Xiaojia could only grit his teeth and continue letting them drink as much as they wanted. Drink up, go ahead. Wei Xiaojia lay on the sofa expressionless and said, hee hee, do you think I lack money? I'm just worried about their health. Since they're fine, let them drink as much as they want. I won't shortchange them a penny. With Wei Xiaoji's words the masked server and Meng Yao both felt relieved and they prepared to give it their all. They brought over 2 clean iron basins and began pouring the liquor into them, one bottle after another. The onlookers were dumbfounded. What are you two doing, pouring all the liquor together? You aren't planning to drink it all at once, are you? Are you both out of your minds? After filling one basin the two thought it was enough, then lifted the basins and started drinking voraciously. Drinking from a basin. It looked like drinking water. How bizarre. Wei Xiaoji's heart sank. I see. I underestimated you both. If I had known I wouldn't have agreed. It was just about saving face, wasn't it? Now it's gone well, I might end up broke. In no time 1 basin of liquor was finished. Meng Yao's little face was slightly flushed as she burped, clearly nearing her limit and unable to drink anymore. The masked server, although his face showed no change, thought for a moment and said, I won't drink anymore, I'll give you some face. Wei Xiaojia expressed his gratitude, thanking him for giving him some face. Truly a great benefactor. Now calculating the amount, Meng Yao and the masked server drank nearly the same amount of liquor. Each had 13 bottles, which is 13 jeans of white liquor. So Wei Xiaojia needed to pay them 1,300,000 each. Wei Xiaoji's face turned ashen. Hee, this game is really interesting. In no time 260,000 was gone. How amusing. Wei Xiaojia was losing patience and looked at Wang Wei. If your girlfriend wants to take her 130,000, she must drink this cup of water. This is my additional condition. Soon someone chimed in, yeah, Wei Xiao spent so much money, it's not unreasonable for her to drink something, right? Exactly, otherwise how could there be such a good deal? Wang Wei couldn't help but look at Meng Yao. How about you just listen to Wei Xiao? We only need to have Dad drink this and we can get 130,000. We can buy a marriage house. Meng Yao hesitated for a moment but still took the cup, thinking it was just a cup of water, it shouldn't be a problem. The masked server suddenly grabbed the cup and splashed it directly onto Wei Xiaoji's face. The masked server took off his mask and said, Wei Xiaojia, it's best not to use such petty tricks. There must be something in there, right? You're asking a girl to drink it. What are your intentions? If it were anyone else, Wei Xiaojia would have been furious and probably would have thrown a punch. But seeing who was beneath the mask, he was completely stunned. Isn't this Yi Yan, who was severely injured and hospitalized? How is he alive and kicking now? And how did he find his way here? Wait, did he start following from the Wei family all the way to the bar? Yi Yan. This guy is unreasonable. You can't confront him directly. Otherwise you might lose your life. Besides, they still have the previous matter. Yi Yan must be here for revenge. Curly looked at Yi Yan and began to speak for Wei Xiaojia. Who do you think you are to speak to Wei Xiao like that? With a slap, Wei Xiaojia struck Curly's face, leaving him covering his face in disbelief. Wei Xiaojia immediately said, Yi Yan is my father. My brother. Big brother. If he wants to splash water on me, that's a compliment. You have no business meddling. Everyone fell silent. Just who is Yi Yan for Wei Xiaojia to be so servile? Meng Yao frowned and looked at Yi Yan. How do you know there's something in the water? Yi Yan looked at Meng Yao and replied, people like them have such tricks. How could I not know? Today is just a feast of treachery. You should ask your boyfriend about it. Meng Yao looked at Wang Wei. Do you really understand all this? Wang Wei naturally wouldn't admit it. Don't listen to that brat's nonsense. How could I know about the Hongmen banquet? Wei Xiaojia picked up his cup and splashed the water all over Wang Wei. What do you mean, that brat? Can't you speak properly? And you don't know this is the Hongmen banquet? You know it very well, wanting to use your girlfriend to gain money and status. Honestly, I look down on people like you. Yi Yan glanced at the guy as if you had the right to look down on others. You're not exactly a good person either. Wang Wei was called out and fell silent. Meng Yao was a very innocent person. She might not understand anything, but how could someone like Wang Wei, who is determined to climb up, not understand? Slap. Meng Yao slapped Wang Wei across the face. You're shameless. Let's break up. I misjudged you. With that, Meng Yao ran out with red eyes. Wang Wei wanted to chase after her but was stopped by Yi Yan. Just stay here and don't bother her. Wang Wei was furious. Who do you think you are? You're not her boyfriend. What right do you have to stop me? Wang Wei pointed his finger at Yi Yan. Wei Xiaojia immediately grabbed Wang Wei's finger and said fiercely, do you want to disrespect my brother? I won't dare anymore. I'll listen to my brother. Wang Wei's finger felt like it was about to break and he no longer had the guts to shout. Yi Yan looked at Wang Wei and couldn't help but say, even someone like Wei Xiaojia is afraid of this waste. He's truly inferior to Wei Xiaojia. I wonder what that beautiful woman is thinking to have such a boyfriend. But that's ultimately someone else's business. It's time to settle his own matters. Yi Yan looked at Wei Xiaojia with a wicked smile. Wu Daoist. Do you understand? Wei Xiaojia's heart skipped a beat. It turns out he came for this. That old man is simply a scam. He didn't harm Yi Yan at all. And he took the deposit and vanished. If he could see Wu Daoist again, he would definitely chew him out. Wei Xiaojia knew he needed to face reality. I understand everything. Just tell me how I can be let off. Everyone took out their phones to take pictures if they needed to investigate such an impressive figure. How could Wei Xiaojia be so humble? It was truly remarkable. Wei Xiaojia didn't care about the photos anymore. All he wanted was to survive. Everything else was trivial. Yi Yan was also a straightforward person and wouldn't beat around the bush. I'll give you two choices. One, I cripple you. Two, you give me a compensation of double Lu. Wei Xiaojia fell silent. This was too direct. He struggled and said, double Lu, didn't you already have 130,000? Yi Yan shook his head. No, that's what I earned from drinking. Your compensation is a completely different matter. We need to settle this clearly. Wei Xiaojia was so angry he almost spat blood. It's a scam. Wei Xiaojia ultimately softened and said, I choose double Lu. You just name a number. Yi Yan was also pleased. Wise choice. I'm a person who values principles. If I name a number you can't afford, wouldn't that be bullying you? Wei Xiaojia didn't understand Yi Yan's meaning at first. He nodded dumbly. Right. So what do you suggest? Yi Yan calmly said, log into your account. Let me see how much you have. Wei Xiaojia was stunned. Let him see his account. Is this even allowed? He awkwardly said, that's private. It's not really appropriate. Yi Yan said lightly, do you want privacy or your life? Wei Xiaojia's mouth moved and helplessly logged into his account, covering it from others, and handed the phone to Yi Yan. Yi Yan looked at the balance. Wow. This guy really has money. Although he had prepared himself mentally, it still exceeded his expectations. Yi Yan manipulated the phone and asked Wei Xiaojia, what's your password? Tell me. Are you never going to stop? You want me to tell you the password? That's my money, mine. Not yours. Wei Xiaojia was almost driven to death by Yi Yan, but he still told the truth. He just hoped that he wouldn't make any excessive demands again. This time Yi Yan nodded with satisfaction and returned the phone to Wei Xiaojie. Alright, you're fine now, isn't that good? Just cooperate, I wouldn't be unreasonable. Wei Xiaojie took back his phone and no money. This. Is it really this good? He was a bit unaccustomed to it. Wei Xiaojie couldn't help but smile looking at his phone while patting Yi Yan's shoulder. Brother Yi, don't worry, I won't trouble you again, he'll behave. But just then he found that his account balance was 0. Then upon checking he realized everything had been transferred to another account. Wei Xiaojie stared at his phone blankly. My money. Has it all been transferred to your account? Yi Yan obediently nodded, yes. What do you mean yes? How could you be so excessive? No wonder you didn't want to name a number. You just looked at how much was in his account and took it all. You took everything, not even a dime left. How ruthless. Wei Xiaojie grabbed Yi Yan's collar. I'll fight you. Yi Yan shook his head. So stingy, I only took 2 million from you, is it really that serious? You really are a petty man. Yi Yan now wanted to make a video on how to make men willingly spend 2 million for you. Who knows, it might even go viral. Wei Xiaojie was furious. Just as Wei Xiaojie was about to strike, Yi Yan reminded him, you better let go. You really need to let go. Are you really not letting go? Crack. Yi Yan directly broke Wei Xiaojie's arm and pushed him away impatiently, saying, I told you to let go, why are you still at it? Wei Xiaojie screamed in pain, clutching his arms, suffering greatly. You. Didn't you say that if I gave you the Dabalu you wouldn't attack me? You're not keeping your word. Wei Xiaojie glared at Yi Yan. Seeing this scene, everyone in the private room scattered in fear. Yi Yan said seriously, yes, I received the money and the matter with Wu Daoist is settled, but you kept pulling on my collar and pushing me, so I had no choice but to act. That's a different matter. Yi Yan suddenly thought of something. This way, if you give me the Dabalu again, I'll fix your hand. This time I just need your dad's account. Wei Xiaojie was so furious he almost fainted. Yi Yan sighed, this brother is too weak. Yi Yan decided to let Wei Xiaojie go, hoping he would behave better next time. Otherwise he wouldn't let him off so easily. Yi Yan arrived outside the bar and heard someone weeping somewhere. He initially intended not to meddle as he was merely an avatar. A single misstep could cause his dissolution. Yet after a moment's thought he steeled himself and traced the source of the Soon in a narrow alley near the bar he spotted a girl crouching beside a trash bin, tears streaming down her face. Yi Yan approached cautiously, sidestepping every stone along the way. Why weep over that heartless scoundrel? Am I right? Yi Yan said, gazing at Meng Yao. Meng Yao lifted her head, her eyes blurred with tears, and sobbed, we met in college. Back then he was kind and gentle. But after he started working he changed. He only cared about material things, promotions and raises. And at last his future had no place for me. I was merely a tool to him. Yi Yan did not console her if that was not his purpose. He simply pulled out his phone and said, give me your contact. I need to transfer the 1.3 million you earned. Meng Yao suddenly stood up, startling Yi Yan. How do you have the money? Did they really pay? Haha, fantastic. Meng Yao was brimming with excitement, revealing a money-loving side Yi Yan had not seen in the— Yi Yan nodded. Of course it was ours to begin with. Don't ask too many questions. Do you want the money or not? Meng Yao nodded obediently. Yes. Without her boyfriend at least she still had money, which gave her some sense of security. That was why she was so delighted. After transferring the funds, Yi Yan asked curiously, how can you drink so much? It's truly incredible. Meng Yao answered proudly, of course. When it comes to drinking I'm exceptionally talented. Yi Yan replied, you haven't explained why you can drink so much yet you're already boasting. Meng Yao offered a simple explanation, it must be inborn. I've never gotten drunk since childhood, it's like drinking water. No one in my family can outdrink me, but today I met you. You're my match. So it was a matter of constitution after all. Some people simply cannot get drunk no matter how much they drink. Yi Yan disagreed. I'm obviously stronger. You've clearly reached your limit while I could still go on. Meng Yao glared at him defiantly. Don't tell me you have the same constitution as me. Otherwise how can you stay sober? Yi Yan touched his nose. Of course he was not naturally immune to intoxication, it was because of his avatar. He was not entirely sure why his avatar did not get drunk. Perhaps it was because the avatar was a split form, not a physical entity. Yi Yan thought this plausible, and not only did he not get drunk but he also never felt full. Seeing Yi Yan's silent, Meng Yao smiled. Looks like you're the same as me. Nice to meet you. Yi Yan nodded and prepared to take his leave. But Meng Yao reached out and patted his shoulder. Your clothes are a bit dirty. Sorry, it's the button, not dirt. My mistake. Yi Yan stared at her, his mind buzzing. No way. Why would you pat someone for no reason? And without even warning them. Keep your hands to yourself. What kind of person are you? Yi Yan's face darkened as he snapped. Meng Yao, unaware of the reason, was bewildered by his anger. Bang! The Yi Yan before her suddenly dissolved into a puff of smoke, vanishing from her sight. Meng Yao's eyes widened. How? How could a person just disappear? Could it be her slap? She recalled a martial arts movie from her childhood where a palm strike turned a person into a puddle of water that vanished. This seemed somewhat similar. Meng Yao's eyes reddened and tears streamed down her face again. She was terrified that she had caused a person to vanish into thin air. Lying on the hospital bed, Yi Yan's mind suddenly received a torrent of information. He had gone to the Wei family, accompanied Wei Xiaojia to the bar, disguised himself as a waiter and played games. Then he transferred 20 million from Wei Xiaoji's account to himself. Afterward he met Meng Yao, a dashing girl, but she slapped him, causing the avatar to dissipate. Yi Yan opened his eyes and checked his phone. Seeing the SMS notification, tears streamed down his face. Wei Xiaojia. Truly a golden goose. No, this pond was too small, he needed more fish. Yi Yan realized that the best way to get rich was to raise fish. Fish like Wei Xiaojia. After all, even though Wei Xiaojia was generous, you couldn't keep harvesting the same crop. With more fish there would be an endless supply of reckless people, and whenever they courted trouble, Yi Yan would benefit. Yi Yan's thinking differed from typical novel protagonists. He did not despise people like Wei Xiaojia at all. Though they were sometimes disgusting or dangerous, they delivered rewards, worth it. Yi Yan was in high spirits, feeling as if his illness had half recovered. Of course that was just an illusion, he still needed a long convalescence. But the money exhilarated him. He immediately set to work editing Naruto videos. Having tasted the sweetness, he craved more abilities. When he opened his phone, he found a message on the video platform. Yi Yan tapped to open it. Today we're going to Konoha. How can I dissuade Kisame from the idea? If he hurts his little brother, it would be disastrous. The message avatar was that of Itachi. In other words, it was Itachi's inner thoughts. Yi Yan rubbed his chin. Did characters from the Naruto world sometimes transmit their thoughts to him as messages? He had to admit the system's functions were growing and becoming more user-friendly. From this message the timeline had advanced again, to Itachi and Kisame's visit to Konoha. But that was odd. He remembered Itachi and Kisame came to Konoha after the Chunin exams. Was this before the exams now? Such discrepancies were not surprising upon reflection. Perhaps Akatsuki was eager to visit Konoha and moved ahead of schedule. Regarding the character Itachi, Yi Yan had initially found him hard to accept. No matter the reason, massacring one's own clan seemed inexcusable. But after delving deeper into the character, he could somewhat understand. Itachi pursued his own ninja way, protecting the village like a shadow in the dark. Yet what shook his unwavering resolve to protect the village was his younger brother Sasuke. Regarding this character, Yi Yan felt he should awaken earlier. Itachi has always been an undercover agent in the Akatsuki organization, ultimately sacrificing his life out of indulgence towards his younger brother. He is one of the most unfortunate characters in Naruto. If he could end his undercover life and escape the fate of death, it would be the best outcome. Ding, a reminder to the host: do not easily alter the fate of characters, as it may change the main storyline of Naruto. At this moment the system warned Yi Yan, clearly sensing that his thoughts were dangerous. However, this time Yi Yan did not take it seriously. Instead, he was determined to proceed. Why shouldn't the character he favored have a fulfilling ending? Why is that not acceptable? Moreover, Itachi is not the main character. How could changing anything affect the main storyline? Jiraiya and Tsunade are together and nothing happened to them, right? Of course, if there is a possibility of a change in the main storyline later, he can think of a way to resolve the issue just like this time. One must admit that Yi Yan was completely getting carried away, and quite significantly at that. He thought for a moment, hesitated no longer, and began his editing creation. After editing the video, Yi Yan was very satisfied and sent it out before lying back in bed and falling into a deep sleep. The Naruto world. At this moment Kisame and Itachi were on a high mountain not far from Konoha. Kisame walked behind Itachi and slowly said, "Mr. Itachi, there might be a slight change in the situation. The leader called us to a nearby base for a meeting." Itachi replied coldly, "Wasn't the original plan to go to Konoha? Now it's changed at the last minute." Although he said this, Itachi felt quite pleased inside. It's better not to go. If he doesn't go, he won't be afraid of encountering his younger brother charging at him. If that happens, would he really hit his brother? If he hits him, how painful would that be? If he doesn't hit him, Kisame is watching and he would definitely suspect him. But now if he doesn't have to go, he wouldn't have to worry. Itachi pretended to be angry, saying, "Since that's the case, I guess we have to go to the base, but if only this leader could be replaced, that would be quite nice." Kisame laughed. "If we were to change leaders, Mr. Itachi would be a good candidate." Itachi was suspicious that Kisame was flattering him. Wouldn't being a leader lead to a quicker death? Soon the two arrived in front of a large stone which sensed their presence and automatically opened. After they entered, the stone closed again. In front of them stood 10 giant fingers with 3 people on top. Leading them was Pain with orange hair, and he was also the leader of their Akatsuki organization. In addition, today there were also the artist Deidara and the puppet master Sasori. Pain spoke first. A bag of rice needs to be carried to the 2nd floor. A bag of rice is quite heavy. A bag of rice needs to be washed by me. A domineering and powerful opening line. This left the other Akatsuki members in silence. Don't misunderstand, their leader is not a rice seller, he is speaking of Pain. This is also his catchphrase. In Akatsuki, each member basically has their own catchphrase. Deidara impatiently said, "Boss, why did you call us back? What do you want to do?" "I still want to realize my art. Art is an explosion." Sasori as always did not recognize Deidara's art. Hehe, what you call art? Eternal is the true art of me. Pain intervened saying, "Shut up Deidara and Sasori. Since you want to know the purpose of this gathering, I will be straightforward." Itachi had a bad premonition. Could it be that he had been discovered? No, he should still be undetected. Kisame frowned as well. Did the leader discover that others were using ninjutsu without hand seals while he was the only one using them? It seemed like he was going to receive some award. Well, to be honest, receiving an award was a bit embarrassing. Under everyone's anticipation, Pain slowly spoke. "A few years ago, the man I asked you all to find. Yi Yan, do you have any news?" Ever since Obito was disgusted by Yi Yan's video, not only Minato is looking for him. The Akatsuki organization is also searching for him. However, strangely, there have been no leads on him for all these years. It was as if this person did not exist in this world at all. Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had not been exposed. Kisame on the other hand felt somewhat disappointed. No award for him. Luckily no one knew his inner thoughts, so it wasn't a big deal. Itachi speculated, Yi Yan. Since he cannot be found anywhere and there are no related messages, it indicates that he likely has no real ability and is not a threat. Indeed, in the world of Naruto, if you have strength, how could you not have some reputation? Unless those who are not even ninjas are ordinary people, it is possible that there is no news at all. Such people are as difficult to find as a needle in a haystack. Deidara complained, "Yes boss, for these years we have not gone to catch tailed beasts but have been looking for Yi Yan. It has been a complete waste of time." Pain actually knows that looking for Yi Yan is quite time-consuming. But the true leader behind the scenes of Akatsuki, Obito, is very concerned about this man. Today Pain called them here to announce something. You may have a point. Perhaps Yi Yan is just an ordinary person and we really shouldn't put too much energy into him, so from today on you don't need to search for this man any longer, let him be. Pain was not actually speaking to them. Instead he was speaking to Obito. He knew that Obito's eyes were everywhere in Akatsuki. Deidara excitedly said, "Haha, it should have been this way a long time ago. It seems I need to perform some art for everyone to celebrate." Sasori interrupted, "Your art? Better let it go, you have already blown up a dozen bases. If the one managing finances will kill you." Seeing them fooling around, Itachi lost interest and prepared to turn and leave. He thought they would say something serious. It seemed he still had to go to Konoha to capture the Nine Tails. Thus he still had to meet his younger brother and beat him. How frustrating. Just as Itachi turned around, a projection appeared behind him. Itachi was taken aback and turned to look. The projection was right in the center of everyone's view, very conspicuous. Everyone was astonished. What on earth is this? It appeared without any warning. Only Pain realized something. Could it be what Obito mentioned? Indeed, at the beginning of the video the author Yi Yan's signature appeared. Everyone was once again startled. Yi Yan. It was actually Yi Yan. The man has come. Is this thing Yi Yan's true form? No. That can't. Itachi reminded, he is just a projection. Yi Yan did not come personally. This may be one of his abilities. In any case, let's see what the content is first. This unsettling sensation was usually what the Shao organization instilled in others. But this time it had fallen upon them instead. Quite amusing indeed. This Yi Yan might not be as simple as they had imagined. Everyone turned their attention to the video's content. The video began with the duel between Yu and Suoju. The two seemed evenly matched. In fact, Suoju, who had not even activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, was gaining the upper hand. Watching the video, Yu's face flushed slightly. His younger brother had grown up like this. It seemed he had been eating well. However, everyone else's focus was elsewhere. They were in disbelief. This video was too absurd. Could it be fabricated? A 3-Tomo Sharingan going toe-a-toe with a Mangekyo Sharingan and even gaining the upper hand. Even the injury seemed a bit forced. Every member of the Shao organization knew the terrifying extent of Yu's power. Within the organization, even if he was not the strongest, he was undoubtedly among the top-tier known fighters. Experts like Guejiao and Dashyuan were utterly helpless against Yu. Seeing their confusion, you coughed up a mouthful of blood. My body is deteriorating rapidly. And recently my eyesight has been declining alarmingly. I had my vision tested, 900 degrees in my left eye, 1000 in my right. The others twitched their mouths in astonishment. With such severe health issues, why was he still hunting tailed beasts? Shouldn't he just stay home and rest? And you actually went to get your eyesight tested. That's going too far. But they understood Yu's implication. He meant that even if the video was some sort of prophecy of the future, it proved nothing. His body was broken, his eyes were nearly blind. Was it strange that he lost to his younger brother? Not at all. Pain cleared his throat and said, enough chatter. Let's continue watching. Silence fell upon the group. The video quickly progressed to the moment when Yu was killed by Zhuozhu. At this scene you felt a sense of relief. His younger brother was indeed capable. Even after going easy on him, he still managed to win. This put Yu's mind at ease. Meanwhile, Pain and the others saw it from a different perspective. Later, Zhuozhu defeated Yu, joined the Shao organization and became a crucial combat force in its later stages. Pain pondered. Something felt off. It seemed that Yu's younger brother had often been bullied, yet he had beaten Yu. So the Shao organization sought to recruit him as a new asset. But what if Yu had been holding back, putting on an act? What if his plan was to send a weakling brother into the organization to weaken them? Pain's speculation was not entirely unreasonable. After Zhuozhu joined the Shao organization, he brought the entire Ing organization along. Yet as a team they were crushed by the Eight Tails, and the Raikage nearly wiped out several times. This made the Shao organization appear weaker. Meanwhile, Daitu seemed to think highly of Zhuozhu, even refusing to exchange him for numerous impurified reincarnation members. In reality, Zhuozhu had no significant achievements in the organization, far inferior to Guijiao. Eventually he proved disloyal and defected. Yu realized this but only explained, Zhuozhu possesses the Sharingan and is a member of the Uchiha clan with excellent physical attributes. His potential is immense. The Shao organization recruiting him is undoubtedly a very advantageous deal. Pain no longer wished to respond to Yu, he simply continued watching the video. What followed was even more absurd. Yu was actually a spy within the organization. Everything he did was for his brother and his village. And Afei had known this all along. Didala was utterly baffled. What was Didala's role in all this? At this moment Afei seemed incredibly formidable, not even dying from being burned by Amaterasu. He gave off an aura more like that of a leader than Pain himself, or so it seemed. Pain's lips twitched. Afei was Daitu, and Daitu was indeed the true leader. He had known all along that Yu was a spy. Yet still employed him. But he never exposed him, partly to exploit Yu's abilities and partly out of fear of his strength. Now, however, this secret was laid bare before everyone. Even if they didn't become enemies, the relationship was likely beyond repair. Yu could no longer bear to watch the video. Are you trying to destroy a spy? He muttered. Yi Yen. What kind of creature are you? Dare to show yourself. Originally his plan was to remain undercover in the Shao organization, gradually passing intelligence to Mai. He could also seize a favorable opportunity to eliminate the true mastermind behind the organization. That would fulfill his mission. But now, without hesitation, Yu activated Susanoo. Pain, Xia and Didala's expressions shifted, thinking Yu was about to attack. Guijiao, closest to Yu, found it hard to accept that the esteemed Yu was a spy. Yet he was born for his missions, so he could not allow Yu to act recklessly. He would kill Yu himself. Boom. Guijiao slammed Samahata directly onto Susanoo. Yu's Susanoo cracked, but he paid it no heed. Instead he released the Tatsuka sword and struck the projection screen in the center. The screen was immediately sealed by the Tatsuka sword and vanished. Pain told Guijiao to stop and asked, "What are you trying to do?" Yu replied bluntly, "This projection is highly suspicious. There's no need for us to trust something of dubious origin." Pain said, "But it might truly possess the power of prophecy. What it showed, you are a spy for Mai." Yu fell silent in thought. Pain was willing to hear his explanation rather than having Guijiao attack immediately. This indicated that Pain did not intend to sever ties at this moment. The fact that Yu was a spy might still be questionable to other members. But to the leaders of the Shao organization there was perhaps no doubt. They knew Yu was a spy, yet they still used him. Yu also knew the organization did not trust him, but he continued to seek opportunities. So continuing their cooperation was beneficial to both parties. Turning hostile would only lead to losses for both. That was why Pain allowed Yu to explain, not to him but to the other members of the organization. As long as you could convince everyone, this matter could be treated as if it never happened. Of course the road ahead for Yu would be even more difficult, and he would find it hard to access core secrets. Yu began his speech, "All reality must be verified by evidence, otherwise one might easily fall into the schemes of those with ulterior motives." Guijiao put away his weapon and questioned, "You mean Yi Yen is trying to drive a wedge between us?" Yu nodded, "Exactly. He is likely our adversary using some special ninjutsu to make us believe in his fabricated story. This would lead us to fight among ourselves, weakening the organization's strength. At these words everyone fell silent. It actually sounded somewhat reasonable. Therefore I suggest that our Akatsuki organization starting today not only continue searching for this person but also carefully investigate his whereabouts and pursue him relentlessly. A person like him would only bring disaster to our organization. Itachi's speech grew more and more fervent, and the more fervent he became the harder it was for him to stop. However, Scorpion questioned, "But you have no evidence. Why should we believe you?" Itachi replied calmly, "I can go to Konoha and bring back the 9 tails to show my sincerity. Striving to capture the tailed beast is the best evidence, isn't it?" Scorpion fell silent. Clearly everyone was persuaded by Itachi's words. His eloquence. Pain was quite satisfied. After all, Itachi had managed to make everyone trust him again with just a few simple sentences. Pain declared, "All right, from today on, if any member of the Akatsuki organization finds a man named Yi Yen, regardless of whether he is alive or dead, he must be captured. This task is just as important as capturing the tailed beasts. Additionally, Itachi, you and Kisame should go to the village hidden in the leaves and capture the 9 tails. Itachi, I remind you, to prove yourself you need to show sincerity." Itachi nodded, "Of course." Yi Yen woke up naturally, and as he opened his eyes his head began to ring. Received a negative review from Itachi and immediately lost a certain ability, Flying Thunder God. Yi Yen was bewildered after waking up. A negative review. This was the first time since he started editing videos that the system issued a punishment for a negative review. Yi Yen quickly logged onto the software to figure out what had happened. After watching the replay he finally realized. So that was how it was. What? Did the video featuring Itachi go directly to the headquarters of Akatsuki? Wasn't that almost exposing the undercover agent? Fortunately, Itachi's eloquence was impressive and convinced everyone. Yi Yen was speechless. The video he edited mainly featured Itachi and a grown-up Sasuke. He primarily wanted Itachi to see Sasuke's growth. Ultimately, Itachi's protection did not allow Sasuke to develop well, and it even caused him to fall into darkness for a time. In the end, it was his lifelong friend Naruto who pulled him back. Thus he hoped Itachi could awaken from the video earlier, end this ridiculous undercover situation, clarify things with Sasuke, and let the two brothers live well. And start their own lives properly. However, it ended up being a spoiler, causing Itachi to fall into a quagmire and almost lose his life. Itachi didn't even finish watching and used the Totsuka blade to take away the projection. Yi Yen didn't think he did anything wrong this time. Later, when Itachi was reincarnated, he learned about Sasuke's subsequent actions and felt he shouldn't have to bear all the blame. But that video edited simply lacked skill. Yi Yen moved his lips slightly, accepting the system's punishment. Losing one ability means losing one. He would need to edit more cautiously in the future and even improve his editing skills. At this point someone must be wondering whether Itachi managed to capture Naruto. How did he report back? In fact, it was not much different from the original story. Itachi stealthily infiltrated the village hidden in the leaves and then ruthlessly beat up his brother, leaving him in a terrible state. He also encountered Naruto, but with Jiraiya's protection Itachi barely escaped after showcasing some skills. Besides beating his brother and having a very reasonable inability to capture Naruto, Itachi also had a rough time with Kakashi. He used Tsukuyomi to torture him for 3 whole nights. Itachi returned to the base and presented his sincerity to Pain. Yes, using Tsukuyomi to torment Kakashi was his way of reporting. "You see, I am not an undercover agent at all. Beating up Kakashi, a former friend, and attacking my brother, how could that possibly look like the actions of an undercover agent?" In the end he almost got his hands on Naruto's 9 tails, but unfortunately Jiraiya's strength was too formidable, forcing him to retreat. His failure was unavoidable. Pain was quite speechless regarding Itachi, thinking, "You're just going through the motions." However, for the others it was still a report, a way to mislead them. After watching the replay of the video, Yi Yen learned the worst news. He was going to be hunted by the Akatsuki organization. And it was everyone. However, he only panicked for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. He was in another world, why should he fear their pursuit? Even in the world of Naruto they could brag, but could they come to reality? Could he possibly be afraid of them through the screen? Yi Yen felt that the Akatsuki organization was too inflated and thought it was time to remind them. But that could wait until later. Yi Yen had lost his mood at this point and lay on his bed pondering how the mission had failed. Meanwhile, Meng Yao arrived at her workplace this morning. Last night she had been really heartbroken, constantly doubting whether she had mastered the bone transformation palm. This morning she finally realized that it definitely wasn't, because she could use the bone transformation palm. As for how Yi Yen was lost, she didn't know and didn't want to know. She still had to go to work. Although she had over $1 million, the job at the hospital was hard-earned and she wouldn't easily let it go. Even if she was just an intern nurse now. When the head nurse saw Meng Yao, she arranged, "Patient 9100 will be taken care of by you from now on." Meng Yao said unconfidently, Can I do it?" This was her first time being solely responsible for a patient. The head nurse said lightly, if it weren't for the severe shortage of staff lately I wouldn't let you take this on. But I've seen you work very attentively and your injections have also been done very well, so give it a try. You should believe in yourself. Meng Yao gathered her courage and said, all right head nurse, I will definitely work hard. The head nurse smiled, that's the spirit. Go deliver breakfast to patient 9100. Meng Yao responded with an and set off with the meal towards room 9100. On the way she kept reminding herself to give the patient a sweet smile. She kept pulling at her little face, her cheeks turning red from the pressure without her realizing it. Soon she finally arrived at the patient room. Meng Yao knocked a few times on the door and received a response, nervously opening the door. At the moment the door opened, Meng Yao revealed the practiced fake smile. But didn't smile. However, when she saw the person lying on the hospital bed, her smile froze on her face, becoming very stiff. Yi Yan noticed the nurse and was stunned to see that it was Meng Yao. Why was this girl the one taking care of him? No. It couldn't be such a coincidence. Meng Yao reacted, her expression gradually darkening. This guy ran away yesterday. He had made her anxious and angry all night. What a detestable fellow. Meng Yao opened the lunchbox and angrily began to eat in front of Yi Yan. Hungry Yi Yan couldn't help but ask, how does it taste? Meng Yao replied flatly, not very good. If he hadn't seen her smacking her lips while eating he might have believed her. Not good? If it's not good, why are you eating it with such relish? Yi Yan attempted small talk. I never thought you'd be the nurse taking care of me. What a small world. Meng Yao remained indifferent. Yes, too coincidental. Enough with the chit-chat, finish your breakfast, it's time for your injection. Finish my breakfast? You're the one who finished it, not me. He hadn't taken a single bite. Yi Yan suspected this girl harbored some resentment toward him. Could it be because of yesterday when he suddenly vanished? But that really wasn't his fault. If Meng Yao hadn't slapped him, would his clone have been dispelled? Whatever let her be angry. They weren't really connected anyway, so what could she do to him? That was what Yi Yan initially thought. But he soon realized how naive he had been. Meng Yao quickly brought a syringe and laid his hand flat on the table. Yi Yan said nonchalantly, you must be pretty skilled at giving injections. Mentioning her injection technique, Meng Yao couldn't help but feel proud. That was indeed true. Among all the interns in her batch, she had always been the best at giving injections to patients. She had never received a single complaint. Meng Yao began, even though you're a rather annoying person, I'll still be responsible for you. I'll do this injection properly. Yi Yan nodded and said nothing more. Meng Yao picked up the needle ready to insert it into his vein, but just at that moment, she suddenly recalled what had happened yesterday. The mere touch of her hand on Yi Yan had caused him to vanish into thin air. Would the same happen today? Holding the needle, lost in thought, she found herself growing increasingly fearful. The more afraid she became, the less she could bring herself to insert the needle. No. She couldn't back down. She had never received a complaint before. This time would be no exception. She wouldn't allow an exception. Her breathing quickened, her heart raced. Yi Yan couldn't help but ask, Are you okay? Maybe you should get another nurse to do it. No, I'll do it. As the words left her mouth, Meng Yao stared blankly at Yi Yan, locking eyes in a deep gaze. At the same time she blindly plunged the needle in. Yes, without even looking she had jabbed the needle in while nervously maintaining eye contact with Yi Yan. Yi Yan blinked, frowning. Is this how you always give injections? Meng Yao fell silent. Yi Yan sighed, about to comfort her, telling her not to worry, she could just try again, when suddenly his hand began to spurt blood. Like a fountain. Yi Yan's comforting words died in his throat. She had hit an artery. Meng Yao was terrified by the gushing blood. In a panic she yanked the needle out, making the bleeding even worse. Under normal circumstances anyone would grab a cotton swab and apply pressure to stop the bleeding. But facing this crisis for the first time, Meng Yao lost all composure. She jabbed the needle back into the exact same spot. The bleeding slowed a little. But it was still losing relentlessly. Meng Yao sighed in relief. See, it bleeds less with the needle in. I'm not taking it out. Yi Yan was utterly petrified. Do you even hear yourself? Is the goal just to reduce the blood flow? Stop the bleeding. It's not your blood, so you don't care. Yi Yan took matters into his own hands. He pulled out the needle, pressed on the wound and staggered to find a cotton swab. Watching a severely ill patient drag himself out to fetch medical supplies, Meng Yao hardly knew how to feel, guilt mingled with a strange sense of wonder. Was she in a twisted way kind of amazing? Coming to her senses, Meng Yao covered her face. She had been utterly ridiculous. What had she done? This was it, she was definitely going to get a complaint. Soon Yi Yan returned with a cotton ball. Meng Yao asked anxiously, I'm so sorry. Has the bleeding stopped? How do you feel? If you're unwell, I'll call the doctor right away. Yi Yan knew she hadn't done it out of malice, she must have had her reasons and that panic had overtaken her. He shook his head. I'm fine. I just need to rest. Meng Yao helped him lie back in the hospital bed, then gathered her courage. I know you'll complain about me and I won't blame you, it's only right. Next time I promise I won't make such mistakes. I won't bring my personal issues to work. Yi Yan lay down puzzled. Complaint? What complaint? Meng Yao was taken aback. He hadn't complained. How? How was that possible? Meng Yao asked, You really didn't complain about me. Yi Yan countered, why would I complain about you? A faint blush crept across Mengio's cheeks. She quickly turned away. Forcing a normal tone she said, yesterday you just startled me. You left without saying a word, so I was a bit upset when I saw you today. Having voiced her concern, she suddenly remembered something and spun around. By the way, you looked perfectly healthy yesterday. Why are you hospitalized? Yi Yan was caught off guard. He didn't know how to explain. Then a phrase came to him, just think of it as me rising from the dead, that should clear things up. Mengio's lips twitched. That explanation only makes things more confusing, doesn't it? This guy was full of mysteries. Unlike Su Lan, Meng Yao wasn't driven by curiosity. If something didn't make sense and she couldn't figure it out, she simply let it go. So she just rolled her eyes at Yi Yan and said, I'm going back to work. Call me if you need anything. Yi Yan sighed with relief. A girl with zero curiosity was truly a blessing. Just then Yi Yan's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was an old classmate from high school. Everyone called him Fatty. Fatty had been their class monitor in senior year, a warm-hearted guy. But his relationship with Yi Yan was just so-so. They'd game together sometimes but otherwise rarely kept in touch. After a moment's thought, Yi Yan answered, Fatty. What made you call me? Fatty chuckled, can't a guy miss you? Both sides fell silent. If they kept this up, the call would end in awkwardness within 2 minutes. So Fatty got down to business. There's a class reunion tonight. Are you coming? You're the only one who hasn't confirmed yet. A class reunion? Yi Yan's lips twitched. He really wasn't interested. He had attended a couple of times, but each time it was all about comparing jobs, relationships and the like. It was utterly boring. So Yi Yan replied directly, I'm sick, I can't go even if I want to. But Fatty wouldn't let Yi Yan off that easily. He answered, come on, you're exaggerating. You just don't want to come, but haven't you checked the group chat? Hearing this, Yi Yan finally opened WeChat and searched for a while before finding the high school class group. In the group they had already been planning this reunion for a month. This time not only students but also teachers were all coming. Yi Yan scrolled through and found that it seemed everyone except him was going. Moreover, Fatty had been looking for him multiple times in the group, but Yi Yan never saw the messages. That is, the invitation wasn't made today for the first time, it had already been several times. Yi Yan felt a bit embarrassed. He usually muted groups that just sent links for discounts or small ads or even blocked them. He couldn't see the messages either. Yi Yan stammered, I'll think about it. It's really inconvenient for me. He wasn't lying, he was still injured, so how could it be convenient? But it wasn't impossible to go since he had the clone technique. However, that technique would be dispelled upon contact. If he used it in a crowded place it would scare everyone. So it wasn't that he couldn't go, it was about whether it was necessary. Fatty laughed heartily, this time the whole class and even our teachers will be there. You're the only one missing. It wouldn't be right for you not to come, would it? And this time I'm bringing my girlfriend. We've both been single dogs every year, but this year is different, I found someone. She's a stunning beauty. How awesome is that? Fatty had a girlfriend. That was actually kind of interesting. Well, he was a little jealous of Fatty. In previous years they had each other's company as single dogs watching others eat dog food. But this time if he went, he'd have to eat Fatty's dog food. It was truly uncomfortable. Still, even if it was hard since his friend had found love, he had to go and offer his blessings. At the last class reunion they had made a pact, whoever brought a girlfriend next time the other had to come and celebrate, no excuses. With mixed feelings, Yi Yan said to Fatty, alright, I'll come. It's tonight, right? I saw the time. I'll be there on time tonight. Fatty laughed, that's my buddy. Well, drink plenty then. After hanging up, Yi Yan regretted it. He could have broken the promise. Why go through all that trouble? But he wouldn't bother finding someone to pretend to be his girlfriend if that wasn't necessary. Being true to himself, showing things as they really were, that was what mattered most. Yi Yan planned to take a nap and then use his shadow clone to go to the reunion. Meng Yao was waiting for the workday to end so she could go wild. First to celebrate her breakup, and second because she had just received over 1,000,000 yuan. It was definitely something to be happy about. So she was about to announce to all her colleagues that they would go have fun tonight and she would treat everyone. But just then her phone rang. She opened it and saw it was from a friend. How to describe this friend? Their relationship was ordinary, but the other person was always very enthusiastic toward her, helping her out whenever she needed it. Mengyao answered the call. Brother Fat. Yes, the brother Fat with Mengyao and the brother Fat with Yi Yan were the same person. Don't doubt it, they were one and the same. Fatty's heart raced when he heard his goddess voice. But don't misunderstand. Fatty wasn't a two-timer, he had a girlfriend and a goddess. The girlfriend Fatty mentioned was actually his goddess Mengyao. Fatty had always helped Mengyao with many things and he had long had a purpose. He knew that after doing so much for her, if he asked her for a favor she wouldn't have the heart to refuse. And this favor she definitely wouldn't say no to. Last night Fatty saw her moments on WeChat and knew she had broken up. This was heaven's help. Fatty calmed his excited heart and said into the phone, Mengyao, there's something I don't know how to tell you. Mengyao, being understanding, said, Brother Fat, just say it directly. No need to be shy. Fatty, sensing an opening, continued, I'm going to a class reunion today. Last time I promised a friend I'd bring a girlfriend, but I barely meet anyone at work, so how could I have a girlfriend? The only close female friend I have is you. So if it's convenient, could you pretend to be my girlfriend? Just this once and I won't bother you again. Mengyao frowned when she heard this. How could she agree to something like this? If it were any other favor she wouldn't have refused. Fatty heard her hesitation and feigned disappointment. If it's not possible, don't force yourself. He'll just let that guy mock me mercilessly and still be a man after all. Mocked mercilessly. Mengyio's heart softened. She couldn't stand seeing anyone being ridiculed. Pretending to be a girlfriend was no big deal. She had already broken up, so why couldn't she do it? Everyone faces difficulties sometimes. Mengyao gritted her teeth and agreed, okay, tell me the time and place. I'll come. But the celebration she had planned would have to wait. Fatty was laughing inwardly. It worked. It really worked. Haha. This wasn't just a simple favor. Haven't you read novels? When the heroine pretends to be the hero's girlfriend, the marriage is already half successful. Their relationship would surely grow closer. It must be said Fatty was quite a character. Actually finding someone to pretend to be his girlfriend. If Yi Yan found out, who knows what he would think. Soon the beautiful night arrived. Without hesitation Yi Yan used his clone technique. The main body of course remained lying on the hospital bed. The clone Yi Yan slipped out of the hospital unnoticed. Outside he hailed a taxi and headed to the agreed-upon Yellow Crane Tower. The Yellow Crane Tower was a nice hotel in Modu often used for weddings and parties. The journey was stuck in traffic for a full 2 hours before reaching the destination. Arriving at the entrance of the Yellow Crane Tower he saw many luxury cars parked there. Yi Yan thought they might belong to his classmates. He didn't pay much attention and strode forward, but at the door he ran into a former classmate by Jian who greeted him, Hey, why are you so late? Did you come by taxi? A simple greeting could be so detestable. This only goes to show that the person himself is someone impossible to love. Bai Jian ever since school had always enjoyed comparing himself with Yi Yan. Relying on his family's wealth he had repeatedly embarrassed Yi Yan. And what was most infuriating, his grades were even better than Yi Yan's. This made him even more arrogant. However, in reality Yi Yan's grades were inferior to many, merely mediocre or even below average. Therefore outperforming him academically was nothing remarkable. The root cause of Yi Yan's poor grades was that he worked too many part-time jobs and had no time to attend to his studies. Otherwise how could Yi Yan's grades possibly be inferior to Bai Jian's? Regardless, he truly detested this person. Bai Jian, seemingly oblivious to the disgust in Yi Yan's expression, simply said, See that? This is my BMW 5 Series. Topophthalene worth 600,000. If you had just said the word I would have picked you up in this top-spec 5 Series. How could you ride in a taxi? Yi Yan's face darkened. This guy was too pretentious. As if he would die if he didn't show off. The taxi driver got out, spat on Bai Jian's shoe and said, What's with the act? Who do you think you are? With that the taxi driver drove off, not giving Bai Jian a chance to react. Seeing the spittle on his shoe, Bai Jian's lips twitched in annoyance. Yi Yan found it amusing. You can say whatever you want, but don't drag the driver into it. Serves you right. Just as Bai Jian was about to curse, Yi Yan had already entered the Yellow Crane Tower. Bai Jian swallowed his insults and hurriedly caught up with Yi Yan. Indeed, he had arrived much earlier, almost an hour before Yi Yan. But why was he at the entrance? Because upon seeing that Yi Yan hadn't arrived yet he couldn't contain his excitement and came downstairs to wait. And sure enough, he managed to show off his car, feeling immensely satisfied. However, this was not enough. Tonight was destined to be his night. Yi Yan would also witness his capability and wealth. Upon arriving on the second floor they found almost everyone had gathered. Seeing Yi Yan and Bai Jian they immediately began to tease. You two finally made it. This counts as being late, so you must be punished with 3 drinks. The atmosphere instantly heated up. Yi Yan knew he was late, though unintentional, but it was still tardiness, so he deserved those 3 drinks. He raised his glass and quickly downed 3 drinks. The crowd couldn't help but applaud. Good. Excellent capacity. This made Bai Jian's face turn green. You're late and you still steal the show. This spotlight can't go to you, it must be mine. Bai Jian was determined to crush Yi Yan from every possible dimension. Bai Jian said nonchalantly, I was late too. I'll drink 10 cups. These words enlivened the atmosphere even more. 10 cups. Amazing. That's our Bai Jian. But someone undercut him. But I recall you weren't late, didn't you arrive an hour ago? With that the atmosphere turned awkward. If you arrived early, why did you appear together with Yi Yan? And why are you drinking? Are you just craving liquor? Someone tried to save the situation. Bai Jian just wants a drink. Give him some applause, let's see how he downs those 10 cups. Yeah. Get started. Alright Bai Jian, hurry up and start. Everyone is waiting. Yi Yan found Bai Jian utterly tedious. He casually found a seat and began devouring the pork knuckle before him. At the same table Yi Yan noticed a girl on the other side also with her head down gnawing on a pork knuckle. He found her amusing but only glanced her way before attending to his own hunger. Bai Jian clapped his hands and 2 men with dyed yellow hair stood up, his underlings. Bai Jian said, you drink. The lackeys nodded and began to chug the wine. Everyone was dumbfounded. So the 10 cups were meant for someone else to drink for him. This killed the atmosphere entirely, even the smooth talkers couldn't salvage it. Bai Jian however didn't see the problem. The 10 cups were just to outshine Yi Yan. But if he actually drank them all, he'd probably black out, then how could he continue showing off? If not for showing off, what meaning was there in attending a class reunion? After Bai Jian sat down, everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief. That loathsome fellow had quieted down at least for now. Pang Gu immediately stood up, pulling up Meng Yao, who was still gnawing on a pork knuckle with grease all over her mouth. Classmates, let me introduce my girlfriend Meng Yao. All eyes turned to her. The young woman before them had delicate features like a doll, flawless. Her short neat haircut exuded sunshine and vitality. The girl also carried a tomboyish aura that made her even more striking. However, miss, could you please wipe the grease off your mouth? Of course, if she didn't, it was actually quite endearing. Meng Yao obediently nodded, but she couldn't bear to put down the large pork knuckle. Could she keep eating? The other person also munching on a pork knuckle was none other than our Yi Yan. When he saw Meng Yao, he stopped gnawing his own knuckle and forgot to wipe his greasy mouth. Her again. Had the world become this small? In the hospital his nurse was her. Now at a class reunion she was here too. And she was Pang Guest's girlfriend. What the hell? How absurd was this? But wait, wasn't she just yesterday breaking up with her boyfriend? And today she's already with Pang Gu. Isn't that too fast? Yi Yan frowned, quickly perceiving the truth of the matter. It was probably that Pang Gu wanted to find someone to pose as his girlfriend and had happened to ask his friend Meng Yao. Meng Yao's personality made her easily agree to others' unreasonable requests. Otherwise she wouldn't have followed her ex-boyfriend to a bar to meet Wei Xiaojia. Admittedly, Yi Yan's analysis was quite accurate. He saw through everything in a few moments. Having perceived the truth, Yi Yan neither greeted Meng Yao nor exposed Pang Gu. No need for that. Better to eat the pork knuckle, isn't it delicious? Pang Gu is awesome. How did you get such a beautiful girlfriend? Exactly, he's really amazing. Hey, it seems in our class only Yi Yan is still single, right? Now that you mention it, I recall. We agreed among ourselves that if there was only one single person in the class, he would have to perform on stage. Everyone turned their eyes to Yi Yan, who was eating a pork knuckle. He put it down awkwardly. Was that guy a bit too much just now? So being the only single dog means I have to perform. Who made that rule? Bullying the honest guy, huh? And then Meng Yao noticed Yi Yan. He was actually part of the reunion. Pang Gu and Yi Yan were classmates. Is this a TV drama? It was agreed that the only person who didn't have a partner would perform at the class reunion. In fact, there was no agreement at all. Who would agree to something so ridiculous? So what exactly is going on? If you look closely, you'll find that those who actively mention this matter are all Bai Jian's underlings. In other words, it was probably Bai Jian and his group who made the agreement just to watch Yi Yan make a fool of himself. Whenever there's a chance, Bai Jian absolutely won't miss it. Teasing Yi Yan is simply a source of amusement in his life. Everyone's eyes are on Yi Yan, wondering if he will go on stage to perform. Yi Yan wiped his mouth clean, stood up and directly refused, saying I don't have any talents. Of course he wouldn't be careless, who would want to play around with them. At this moment Bai Jian suddenly stood up and said, since you don't want to, we won't force you, we're all classmates after all. Everyone was astonished. Has Bai Jian changed his personality? Only Yi Yan had a bad feeling. He suspected the other party was up to something nefarious. Sure enough, the next moment Bai Jian spoke up. There's a piano on stage, he'll perform first on behalf of Yi Yan, but if he can't come up with a program later and his performance isn't better than mine, then he'll have to crawl out of the Yellow Crane Tower. Everyone fell silent. Have you gone from watching others make fools of themselves to wanting to set someone up? Crawl out. How could he ever show his face again? Besides, who doesn't know how skilled Bai Jian is at the piano? What could Yi Yan possibly perform that would surpass Bai Jian's? Isn't that just outright bullying? Meng Yao hid in the crowd secretly observing Yi Yan. At the same time she hoped that Yi Yan would not agree to such an outrageous situation. Yi Yan noticed that Bai Jian was looking for trouble again and again. He was simmering with anger. He had originally thought they were classmates, so he endured it. But this guy kept pushing his luck and it was never ending. Yi Yan was no saint. If things went too far he would definitely make him pay. So Yi Yan simply agreed, saying, fine, but what if my performance surpasses yours? Bai Jian couldn't help but laugh. Surpass him? He came from a privileged background and had learned many talents since he was young. Could a poor boy like you ever surpass him? Bai Jian then said, if your performance is better than mine, not only will I crawl out, but I'll also let you record a video and post it online. Record a video and post it online. You really are a ruthless person. Generally for such embarrassing matters people wouldn't even want to take pictures, but you are actively asking for it. It seems this guy is determined to put himself on the shame pedestal for a lifetime. Well, Yi Yan will accommodate him. Yi Yan nodded, saying, all right, I'll compete with you, you go first. As he spoke, Yi Yan recalled the past. At that time Yi Yan was very poor, but Bai Jian came from a wealthy family and would often give Yi Yan snacks and toys. So their relationship was quite good. But in high school there was a girl whom both Yi Yan and Bai Jian liked. In the end the girl chose Yi Yan. This threw Bai Jian off balance. His background was better than Yi Yan's, his studies were better than Yi Yan's, but his looks, not so much. But he couldn't lose to Yi Yan over something like that, could he? So from that moment on Bai Jian became obsessed with making Yi Yan look foolish. He wanted to showcase his superiority in front of Yi Yan and prove that he was better than Yi Yan. Later, thanks to his actions, that girl didn't end up with Yi Yan. Of course she also didn't end up with Bai Jian but ran off with someone else. Yi Yan and Bai Jian became irreconcilable enemies. At this moment the other party had no sense of camaraderie and was setting him up for the most awkward situation. Fine, he would let him reap what he sowed. Bai Jian went up on stage looking at the piano before him with a smile. This piano had been prepared for him at the Yellow Crane Tower thousands of years ago. He had planned for this moment for several months. Everything would go smoothly. Yi Yan would embarrass himself in front of everyone. Bai Jian began to play the piano, his movements skilled and the melody cheerful, creating a vivid picture. It felt as though one was listening to a piano master perform. But no one noticed that Yi Yan had secretly activated his Sharingan. He was copying the other party's movements one by one. In the process of copying, Yi Yan was thrilled. This skill is this enjoyable. He could feel that he didn't even need to consciously memorize it. Through the Sharingan it was as if he had learned to play this piano piece from the start. Innate. Yes, that's exactly the feeling, as if he had known how to do it from the beginning. Soon Bai Jian finished playing and the audience erupted in applause. Wow, that's impressive. The performance was truly amazing. Awesome. Most of these praises came from Bai Jian's underlings. This made the classmates quite disgusted, even though Bai Jian played well. But this behavior was seriously problematic, finding supporters to praise himself. How shameless could one be? Therefore, even though the piece was good, it was a minus in their hearts. Bai Jian was unconcerned and simply looked at Yi Yan, saying, it's your turn, what will you perform? Everyone turned their eyes to Yi Yan, genuinely worried for him, feeling he was in danger. Yi Yan seemed to give a good impression at school, but no one had ever seen him display any talent. Fat brother spoke up for Yi Yan. Bai Jian, don't go too far, we're all classmates, let's just leave it at that. Yi Yan was somewhat surprised that someone would speak up for him. But Bai Jian was unyielding. What are you? He agreed to it himself, and now that he's scared, isn't it too late? Fat brother moved his lips but didn't bother to say more, quickly grabbing food for Meng Yao. That was what he should be doing. Yi Yan sighed, well, thank you for saying something, it's still a help. However, he still had to rely on himself. Yi Yan confidently stated, of course, I'm not afraid, I will perform the same as you playing the piano. Upon hearing this, everyone became uneasy. Yi Yan was also going to perform a piano piece. Wasn't that like showing off in front of Guan Gong with a big knife? If you had chosen a different performance, they might have helped you out of pity, but choosing the piano, they couldn't lie with their eyes wide open, could they? Everyone was already resigned to seeing Yi Yan make a fool of himself. Yi Yan didn't care about others' thoughts. He calmly went on stage and sat down in front of the piano. Down below, Meng Yao looked at Yi Yan. What on earth was he thinking? This was bad. Meng Yao already dared not look at the stage. At this moment Yi Yan placed his fingers on the piano. All the copied techniques awakened at that moment. Yi Yan's fingers danced like they were alive, rapidly striking the keys. The sound of the chain was crisp, firm and beautiful. It evoked a poignant and exquisite picture in one's mind. Everyone was astonished to hear such music, especially since it was played by Yi Yan. Most crucially, it was the same piece that Bai Jian had played and the skill level was nearly identical. Bai Jian was dumbfounded, for he had been playing the piano since childhood. Bai Jian had only achieved this level after all those years. But Yi Yan? No one knew when he had learned, yet he played just as well. No, he played exactly the same. Indeed, the more they watched, the more it seemed exactly the same, as if the person sitting there was not Yi Yan but Bai Jian himself. Meng Yao in the audience couldn't help clenching her fists. She had been truly worried before. Now she could finally relax. He was truly amazing, a hidden gem. Yi Yan finished playing. The entire venue erupted in warm applause, of course, except for Bai Jian's lackeys. Classmates and teachers alike applauded vigorously at that moment. They thought it was incredible that Yi Yan, who had only started learning halfway through, could play to such a level. Wasn't his talent even greater than Bai Jian's? Bai Jian had been playing since childhood to reach this level. I support Yi Yan to win. Me too. Clearly Yi Yan played better. Same here. Fatty and I also want to support Yi Yan. Yi Yan touched his nose and looked around. What did this show? He had simply used the Sharingan to replicate Bai Jian's playing level 1 tune. That is, their techniques were equally good. But with a different person, everyone's attitude was completely opposite. This showed that Bai Jian's character was too poor. Not only Yi Yan couldn't accept it, but others also found it unacceptable. Bai Jian grew anxious. What are you talking about? Isn't his playing the same as mine? Why do you say he plays better than me? Someone replied, but we just think Yi Yan played better. Can't you take a loss? Are you going to renege? Bai Jian fell into silence. This loss was so baffling. How could a guy like Yi Yan play the piano? This shouldn't be. Bai Jian's face reddened. This had gotten too serious. If it were an ordinary punishment, he would just accept it. But this time the stakes were so high. If he agreed, wouldn't he really have to crawl out? And he had let others record it. If he didn't become an internet celebrity, he wouldn't believe it. Bai Jian then said, "You all have problems with your ears. I don't accept it. Alright, everyone continue eating." Everyone started to disdain Bai Jian. Yi Yan directly blocked him. Isn't this bad of you? If I had lost, you would definitely make me keep my word. But when you lose, this is how you act. Bai Jian, feeling a bit uncomfortable, stubbornly said, I just won't take the punishment. What can you do? Yi Yan was taken aback. Don't want to take the punishment. Fine, then don't. He agreed. Upon second thought, that punishment was vulgar and meaningless. What was the point? Yi Yan patted Bai Jian. If you don't take the punishment, then after the party I'll have a little chat with you alone. How about that? Bai Jian's scalp tingled. He didn't know what the other meant, but when he looked into his eyes, they seemed to sparkle with gold coins. Bai Jian twitched his mouth and had to agree. Chat if you want, I'm not afraid of you. Yi Yan immediately became delighted. Great, it's a deal. Smart people probably already guessed what Yi Yan was about to do. Yes, he was going to extort money. Since the other party had reneged, Yi Yan would not be polite. As long as he paid up, everything would be fine. Don't underestimate. Yi Yan now had 20 million, but once he started spending, it would be gone in the blink of an eye. Money, that stuff was naturally the more the merrier. These classmates did not guess Yi Yan's thoughts. They simply thought he had no way to deal with Bai Jian and was giving himself a way out. But no one blamed Yi Yan. What could you say when faced with such a scoundrel? So from then on they had no good feelings toward Bai Jian and began to isolate him, intentionally or not. Even his lackeys stopped sticking with Bai Jian, feeling embarrassed. Bai Jian, knowing he was in the wrong, couldn't say anything and could only quietly drink in the corner. The party soon reached Fatty's favorite segment. This time, since everyone had brought their partners, they were going to play some couple-oriented challenge games. Both Meng Yao and Yi Yan refused. Meng Yao, because she and Fatty were fake lovers, participating in such games would be really inappropriate. As for Yi Yan, his refusal was simple. He was a single guy. They played while he played with the air. And these people were really going too far. Wasn't this obviously bullying? Yi Yan spoke up. You guys go ahead and play the games, I won't participate. He directly stated his position. Everyone was taken aback for a moment but didn't force him. At this moment Meng Yao also said, I won't participate either. You go ahead. This made everyone look at Fatty. Your girlfriend, why isn't she joining? Fatty, feeling a bit embarrassed, pulled Meng Yao aside and whispered, they're just some small games, nothing serious. Please agree, okay? Meng Yao hesitated. Yi Yan couldn't help but remind, I think there's a game where couples eat a piece of cookie together. Meng Yao's face instantly turned red. No no no, absolutely not. Fatty glared at Yi Yan, meaning why are you sticking your nose in? Yi Yan didn't think he was meddling. He was the only one at the scene who knew the truth besides themselves. They weren't even a couple at all. Playing this kind of game, wasn't that the guy taking advantage of the girl? Fatty however began attacking Yi Yan, I think you're just jealous. My girlfriend refused at first just out of shyness. Now that you've said that, she's even more embarrassed. How are we supposed to keep playing? Fatty became more and more agitated and continued, I've called you so many times before and you never came. It seems you don't care about us classmates at all. If you don't want to be here then just leave, we don't need you. These words started to anger Yi Yan. You were taking advantage of the girl. And you wouldn't let him warn her. Don't you think you're the one being unreasonable? Yi Yan had no intention of indulging him. Unexpectedly Meng Yao spoke up, if I absolutely have to play, I'd rather be paired with Yi Yan than with you. Meng Yao's words were astonishing. Fatty's girlfriend not paired with her own boyfriend but with Yi Yan. What kind of god-level move was this? They didn't understand. Yi Yan didn't understand either. You play with him. Is it really necessary? We don't have to go that far, just don't play. Fatty's face turned black and then read an incredibly vivid dismay. He never expected Meng Yao to say such a thing in front of so many people. Wasn't she deliberately embarrassing him? Meng Yao had never intended to embarrass Pudge, she was there to help him. But Pudge was truly going too far. He knew they were just pretending, yet he still went along with this game. Was he treating her like a fool? So in a fit of anger Meng Yao herself had no idea what she said. She only felt that speaking out seemed rather cathartic. The atmosphere on site was extremely awkward with everyone exchanging glances, yet no one dared to speak. In the end it was Pudge who stepped forward first. Meng Yao. Don't joke around, haha. Hearing that Pudge was still laughing, Meng Yao immediately tugged at Yi Yan's sleeve, I want to be with him, no joke. Pudge fell silent again. Everyone couldn't help laughing, looking at Meng Yao with strange expressions. Yi Yan at this moment found himself in a dilemma. Is this girl stupid? Saying such things, how would others view her? Whether she cared or not, it would damage her reputation. Yi Yan finally decided for the sake of the girl's reputation he had to reveal that they were pretending to be a couple. This was what Yi Yan thought was the best solution at the moment. So Yi Yan began, everyone, you're mistaken. Actually Pudge and Meng Yao, they are not. Pudge immediately knew what Yi Yan was about to say and interrupted, go ahead, you two play. I won't join. It's just a game, it doesn't mean anything. I don't mind. I don't mind. These words struck like thunder. You should mind. How can you not mind? Yi Yan and Meng Yao were frozen on the spot. Why wouldn't Pudge admit it? Pudge's lips twitched. What else could he do? Letting them play this game would at least keep the secret. At most it would be a bit awkward, but everyone would still know that Meng Yao was his partner. But if it were exposed, everyone would despise him. And he wouldn't get even a trace of envy from others, so admitting the pretense was simply not worth it. Seeing that the boyfriend himself had no objection, the others had no complaints either. After all, it was just eating a cookie, not doing anything else. With everyone's enthusiastic encouragement, Yi Yan and Meng Yao began the cookie-eating game. Each held one end of the cookie in their mouths, clearly able to see each other's features. Yi Yan looked at Meng Yao's upturned eyelashes, and her big eyes blinking, felt a bit shy and a blush crept onto his face. Meng Yao was no better, sensing Yi Yan's masculine aura. She nervously swallowed. The game started and both quickly got into it, eating the cookie swiftly. There was no trace of shyness anymore. When the cookie was finished, their lips barely touched. Both covered their mouths and grew shy again. Watching this, Pudge was about to explode. Yi Yan. Don't go too far. At this moment Pudge nearly went berserk, becoming a second by Jian. He was ready to have it out with Yi Yan for good. Fortunately someone announced, the winning team is Wang Ping and Li Shui. Redirecting everyone's attention, Pudge's explosive temper finally calmed down. Yi Yan and Meng Yao didn't speak after that. They just sat quietly in their seats, eating, much like Bai Jian's state. It wasn't surprising, they had just been afflicted with a bout of social prowess. By the way, what are you all doing now? I heard Bai Jian has inherited his family's company, as someone mentioned. Yes, towards the end of any gathering there is inevitably only one purpose, showing off. Hearing this topic, Bai Jian regained his confidence, of course. For me, a few million or tens of millions are nothing. If any of you want to work at Bai's corporation, just let me know. I can arrange excellent positions with double your current salary. Everyone immediately toasted Bai Jian, eager to join his family's company. Bai Corporation in Modu was only a medium-sized enterprise, but for these ordinary people it was an entity to be looked up to. Bai Jian reveled in all this, but mere enjoyment wasn't enough, he also needed to vent his previous resentment on Yi Yan. Family background and connections were things Yi Yan could never surpass him in. Bai Jian asked Yi Yan, what are you doing now? How's your monthly salary? I'll double it. Yi Yan drinking his beverage saw everyone's gaze shift to him and frowned. Isn't this endless? Fine, you want to know. I'll tell you everything, every word. I edit videos now. Hearing this, Bai Jian sneered disdainfully. Edit videos? Humph, how much money can that make? Just as he was about to mock Yi Yan continued, I earn 20 million in a month. If I go work for you double, that would be 40 million a month. If you can make that happen, I'll come. Everyone fell silent. You edit videos? Or pan for gold? 20 million a month. Bai Jian's lips twitched. Double 40 million a month. Might as well make you the CEO. Bai Jian said speechlessly, what nonsense. Who would believe your lies? Yi Yan couldn't very well show them his bank deposit, could he? So believe it or not, it's up to them. Anyway, he was telling the truth. Yi Yan said with a hint of meaning, if you don't believe me by the end of the gathering come evening, you'll definitely know if I'm telling the truth. Bai Jian didn't understand what Yi Yan meant and just snorted coldly. Just as they were about to continue the topic of who was doing better, a manager from Yellow Crane Tower suddenly approached. Sorry to interrupt everyone. I'm terribly sorry about today. Could you please end the gathering now? We can refund all the expenses you've incurred. The manager apologized to everyone. End the gathering now. This request was truly unreasonable as they had rented the venue. But the manager's offer to refund everything meant they had eaten all this food for free. That seemed pretty nice. Though reluctant, most people agreed to this plan. After dinner, if they weren't satisfied, they could go elsewhere. However, only Bai Jian, flaunting his wealth, said, I don't care about your paltry money. I'm telling you, absolutely not. We want leave early. Seeing this, everyone fell silent. The manager said apologetically, but this situation is special. The person who owns 50% of Yellow Crane Tower's shares can basically consider this restaurant hers. Since she wants to reserve the place now, we have no choice but to clear the venue. But I can assure you that the compensation will be more than adequate. I hope you can understand. Bai Jian bluntly retorted, can't understand. Cut the crap. Who do I need to show face to your boss? Everyone felt a bit awkward upon seeing this. Must they really make things difficult for him? Although his clearing of the venue was indeed inappropriate. Their gathering was nearly over anyway. Moreover, he had promised compensation. Bai Jian, however, felt nothing was amiss. He would not change his mind regardless of who came. Since they chose to gather at the Huanghe Tower, how could they leave early? Bai Jian looked at the manager and said, hee, how about this? Call your boss over, I just need to speak with him and he will naturally stop the clearing of the venue. The manager frowned. Bai Jian, irritated, exclaimed, hurry up and go, what are you waiting for? Can't you see? The manager, helpless, then went to call someone. Yi Yan and the others did not say much, they just waited. They were curious to see how Bai Jian would handle it. Bai Jian pondered, although Huanghe Tower was quite famous, he had never heard of its owner. That surely meant they had no significant background. Bai Jian knew of everyone with a background in Modu, so if there was no background, they were merely a shopkeeper. As long as he said a word, they would definitely give him face and abandon the clearing. In fact, it was a pleasant surprise. If this matter succeeded, he could gain more authority in front of his classmates. Especially, he could showcase his strength in front of Yi Yan. Soon a middle-aged man with white hair approached. Hello everyone, I am here on behalf of our shareholders, you can call me Uncle He. Uncle He's smile was very friendly. Bai Jian found the man somewhat familiar. He felt like he had seen him somewhere, but the impression was not strong. Bai Jian thought nothing of it. Since the impression wasn't strong, this fellow must not be a big shot. Bai Jian immediately said, less nonsense, give me some face and do not clear the venue. I am the head of the Bai family. You've heard of the Bai family, right? Uncle He paused, shook his head and replied, no. I haven't heard of it. Bai Jian's anger flared, how could he not have heard of it? Haha, indeed he was not on the same level as Bai Jian. Bai Jian sneered, people like you, I won't hold it against you. Today, no matter what, we will not back down. The classmates looked at Bai Jian and felt he was quite tough. Some even changed their prejudices against him. Yi Yan and Meng Yao, however, showed no interest in whether the venue would be cleared, they just wanted to go home. Uncle He saw Bai Jian continuously chattering in front of him. He even flared his nostrils at him. Even Uncle He, known for his good temper, felt a slight anger. Uncle He pulled out a business card from his pocket, presented it to everyone and briefly introduced himself, I am the steward of the Su family. A simple sentence made Bai Jian break out in a cold sweat. The steward of the Su family. Uncle He. He remembered. Of course, he hoped he could forget. The Su family was not on the same level as the Bai family. The Su family is a super family that has existed for hundreds of years. It can be said to be one of the most unfathomable forces in Moda, standing at the pinnacle of power. Therefore even if he was just a steward, the influence he wielded could easily crush a small to medium-sized business. Crushing the Bai family would be as simple as squashing an ant. So. Oh my, what on earth did he just say? He remembered attending a top-tier gathering a few years ago and just happened to see Uncle He once. Why just once? Because he didn't even have the qualifications to say a word to him. So as time passed he forgot about him, leading to today's extreme blunder. However, not everyone had heard of the Su family. In fact, Bai Jian was the only one in the entire room fortunate enough to know. What, managing the Su family? Do you think this is a novel? I am the Dragon King. Exactly, brother. Bai has already said that no one will clear the venue. Yes, it won't work no matter what. Everyone had been led by Bai Jian and initially considered leaving. Now one by one they felt there was no reason to leave. Not leaving. Bai Jian's face turned even redder. You guys. Really are something, wanting to take his life. Bai Jian swallowed hard, then decisively slapped himself, saying, Uncle He. I am a person who has no eyes. We will leave right now and not trouble you further. Everyone fell silent. You slapped yourself. Didn't you say that no matter what you wouldn't leave? Now this is tough. You are the head of the Bai family, what is there to be afraid of? Brother Bai, don't be like that, we don't want to leave now. Yes, leaving would be too disappointing. Seeing everyone speak like this, Bai Jian's mouth twitched as he realized these classmates were determined to mess with him. Bai Jian had no choice but to educate them. The chief steward of the Su family is a very formidable existence. If you offend him, none of you will be able to mix in Modu. Everyone looked towards the amiable and polite Uncle He. Could it be? This old man is really that powerful. Although he didn't seem like a big shot, he managed to make such an arrogant Bai Jian calm down so quickly. He must indeed be a significant figure. Since that's the case, let's leave. Everyone pack up, we will vacate the place. Everyone began to cooperate. Only then did Bai Jian breathe a sigh of relief and smile at Uncle He, saying, how about this? Are you satisfied? Uncle He smiled and replied, no need to be so formal. As long as you agree to clear the venue, there won't be any problems. Moreover, everyone can rest assured that the previously promised refunds and other compensations will also be satisfactory. Everyone couldn't help but regard this middle-aged man with high esteem. Throughout he had not once shown anger, yet there was an undeniable authority about him. He was on a completely different level compared to someone like Bai Jian. Perhaps people like him are the real big shot. Yi Yan yawned, realizing they still had to clear the venue. Believing Bai Jian was truly foolish. Yi Yan stood up to put on his coat but accidentally brushed against a teacup, causing it to fall to the ground. With a crash, everyone looked towards Yi Yan. Bai Jian frowned slightly, feeling somewhat reproachful. If that guy Yi Yan was truly careless. Bai Jian hurriedly said to Uncle He, that kid is just careless, please don't hold it against him. It'll make him pay for the teacup. Uncle He ignored Bai Jian and looked at Yi Yan with some surprise. So it's this kid. Quite interesting. Uncle He walked over to Yi Yan and said, hello young friend. So it turns out you are gathering here. Everyone was stunned. Even Bai Jian, who had been behaving like a big shot, was now lowering himself to greet Yi Yan. Yi Yan was just a video editor, he was not a big shot. Was there any need to greet him? Bai Jian was also puzzled. What is going on? Did Uncle He lose his mind? Yi Yan asked curiously, do you know me? Uncle He shook his head, I've just heard others mention you. Have you heard others mention it? So who exactly is that person? This person always speaks in half sentences. Yi Yan couldn't be bothered to dig deeper, lacking that curiosity. He simply nodded slightly and said, I will compensate for the cup, my apologies. Uncle He chuckled and said, young friend is joking. How could we let you compensate? Moreover, upon reflection, it was my oversight. You are here for a gathering and we are clearing the venue, isn't that ruining your fun? So let's forget about clearing the venue, you all continue. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. This meant giving Yi Yan some face. My goodness. The big shot among them turned out to be Yi Yan. Regardless of whether Yi Yan was showing off his wealth, a person of such stature was giving him face. This only indicated that Yi Yan was also a big shot who was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Bai Jian was feeling the most miserable at this moment. How could this be? A mere Yi Yan could make Uncle He give him face. Bai Jian felt like a deflated balloon, extremely dejected. Whether he wanted to admit it or not, Yi Yan was now on a completely different level than him. The others' previous tolerance towards him perhaps wasn't out of fear of offending him. It was entirely a lack of regard. They probably saw him as an ant. The more Bai Jian thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. With his small-mindedness, he even found blood at the corner of his mouth, unaware of it, only feeling dizzy in front of him. Yi Yan himself was quite puzzled. Who is this person? He didn't recognize him. Why was the other party giving him face? Regardless of what the other party said, Yi Yan accepted the goodwill. Thank you then. You're welcome. Uncle, he shook his head. Having decided not to clear the venue, he left without disturbing their gathering. Uncle, he then made his way to a room on the top floor. When he opened the door, a woman's voice quickly came through. Uncle, he is the clearing finished. If they want any compensation, we must give it to them. After all, it was my fault. The woman's voice was very pleasant. Uncle, he replied to the woman, this is the rule you set every year to book the hotel on this day and have a meal alone, not wanting anyone to disturb you. It was our oversight and we ended up booking the hotel. It is our responsibility, do not blame the young lady. The woman shook her head, it was my failure to inform you in advance, it's still my issue. Moreover, this habit is quite strange, isn't it? It caused a lot of trouble for everyone. Uncle, he answered, what happened when you were young? This is understandable, but this year, young lady, you might have to feel regret. The woman asked in confusion, did the clearing fail? Uncle, he paused and said, sort of. I encountered Yi Yan, he was having a gathering with his classmates. Su Lan was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter, finding the world quite small indeed. However, upon careful thought, as long as the gathering is at a somewhat upscale venue, it seems they all belong to her family's industry. So running into each other isn't surprising. Su Lan coughed and said seriously, well, I am her cousin, so I should do something for him. Uncle, he, you did the right thing, let's just let it go this year and do it next year. Uncle, he nodded. Su Lan had mentioned Yi Yan to him before, saying that if she encountered him she would help him out if possible. Uncle, he realized that this man might help Su Lan move on from her past. So he took the liberty to make the decision, not expecting Su Lan to truly not mind. It seems that Yi Yan was indeed very special to Su Lan. The gathering continued, but the atmosphere among everyone became strange, glancing at Yi Yan from time to time. Yi Yan looked over and they promptly averted their gazes as if nothing had happened. Only Meng Yao was the most normal one, leaning towards Yi Yan and exclaimed, so you're this impressive, a hidden rich second generation. Yi Yan shot a glance at Meng Yao, what are you thinking? My parents are just ordinary people. I might be a rich second generation in dreams, but in reality let's forget about that. Meng Yao dismissed it with a sound, clearly unconvinced by Yi Yan's words. If Yi Yan had no background, would Uncle he give him face? However, since Yi Yan didn't say anything, she wouldn't ask either. Perhaps he just wanted to keep a low profile. As the gathering went on, everyone ran out of things to say and lost interest, thus it came to an end. Outside, Bai Jian saw his BMW 5 Series and felt somewhat comforted, at least his vehicle was better than Yi Yan's. Yi Yan, standing at the hotel entrance, took out his phone planning to book a ride as he didn't have a car. But at that moment a very understated Mercedes-Benz S-Class pulled up beside Yi Yan. The driver got out of the car respectfully and said to Yi Yan, Uncle, he asked me to take you home, sir, please get in the car. Bai Jian was utterly stunned. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but praise. Wow, has someone reached such a level as Yi Yan? Isn't it time to stop? That's incredible. Exactly, if I had a status like his, my life would be worth it, not just for a lifetime but for 10 lifetimes. Look at him, he's truly low-key, unlike a certain Bai who acts like a nouveau riche. Yes, during school one could not see at all that Yi Yan had any impressive background. Now that I think about it, it was completely our narrow-mindedness. Not recognizing a wealthy person like Yi Yan, only thinking that a certain Bai is impressive, this is youthful ignorance. Bai Jian heard everyone's discussion and just chuckled, thinking they should stop while they were ahead. A certain Bai. Should I report his ID number? Yi Yan felt a bit embarrassed. This uncle, he even arranged a car for him. After all, they didn't know each other, and for him to be this nice, Yi Yan felt a chill down his back. He felt as if the other party had some sort of scheme against him. However, Yi Yan didn't take it to heart. He was just a clone now, what was there to fear about schemes? If it was disadvantageous to him, he could return to his original body immediately. Yi Yan looked at Fat Brother and Meng Yao, then asked the driver, can I bring my friends along? Of course. I will also take your friends home. Yi Yan then invited the two, alright, let's get in the car. Meng Yao smiled sweetly, then I'll just enjoy a ride in this luxury car. Fat Brother felt quite complicated inside. Now that Yi Yan held such status, his goddess still wasn't running away. Originally there was just a small chance, now that chance was gone. Fat Brother frowned but still got into the car. In the car, Yi Yan sat in the passenger seat while Fat Brother and Meng Yao sat in the back seat. Yi Yan thought for a moment and then spoke, Fat Brother, Meng Yao is your friend, right? You guys are not a couple, right? Fat Brother was taken aback. How did Yi Yan know? Meng Yao was startled but felt that at this moment she could admit it, yes, I came to help Fat Brother with something. After all, there is only Yi Yan now, saying it out loud wouldn't be too awkward. Moreover, she was somewhat repelled by Fat Brother's behavior at the party. It felt like he was trying to set her up just like her ex, who treated her like a fool. She couldn't stand people like that. Seeing this, Fat Brother could only admit, yes. That's true. Yi Yan stated directly, if you like someone you should pursue them openly and honestly. Never resort to tricks like pretending to be a girlfriend or boyfriend, that's either scheming or being a green tea princess. Real life isn't a novel. Yi Yan continued, no one is a fool, everyone is just being polite while being fully aware of the situation. Fat Brother turned his gaze towards Meng Yao. Meng Yao nodded. Fat Brother lowered his head realizing he had made a mistake. Wait, he did make a mistake, there was nothing wrong with that. But he still felt wronged, after all wasn't he the one taken advantage of? He didn't even get to play the biscuit game. The more Fat Brother thought about it the more aggrieved he felt, it was him who had to take the blame. However, anything he said now felt somewhat hollow, so he fell silent and waited for an opportunity to get out of the car. He needed some time alone to calm down, it was too much to bear. Meng Yao said to Yi Yan, thank you. Yi Yan shook his head, I didn't do anything, so why thank me? Seeing the reliable driver, Yi Yan said, you should take her home first, I have to take care of something and can go back on my own. The driver paused, sir, are you sure? Yi Yan replied, yes, take her. Meng Yao asked, where are you going? Yi Yan touched his nose, that game isn't over yet, I need to collect a debt. Bai Jian walked along a quiet park road deep into the night with no one around. Yes, he loved his BMW 5 Series, but he didn't even feel like driving it. The blow he had received was just too much, he wanted to be alone. It must be said both Fat Brother and Bai Jian shared a similar preference for solitude. However, walking alone at night felt incredibly lonely. Yi Yan certainly wouldn't let Bai Jian be lonely, so he patted him on the back. Bai Jian jumped in surprise, clearly startled. Yi Yan. What do you want? I'm going to be scared to death by you. Bai Jian patted his chest. Yi Yan pulled out his phone and presented a QR code in front of him, scan this. Bai Jian twitched his lips, wondering why he should scan this code. He said directly, are you sick? Why should I scan it? Yi Yan said earnestly, are you sure you want scan it? Bai Jian scowled, no, what will you do? Yi Yan couldn't be bothered to argue, pulling Bai Jian closer and activating his Sharingan. When Bai Jian saw Yi Yan's eyes turn red with Tomo, his face turned pale. The next second he found himself trapped in an illusion. Yi Yan released him. Then Bai Jian began to flail about, pretending to duel with the air. In the end he even embraced the air, tears streaming down his face, woo. Yi Yan smirked, the illusion of the Sharingan was truly terrifying. Once it seemed enough, he dispelled the illusion. This was a basic Sharingan technique, not a Mangekyo, and wouldn't cause much mental harm. It was completely different from Itachi's technique against Kakashi. However, even a basic illusion was more than sufficient to deal with a novice. Bai Jian swallowed hard, he had seen so many things just now. It all felt so real. But now it had all vanished. Was this hypnosis? It was too terrifying. Bai Jian had no interest in anime, so he naturally didn't know what a Sharingan was. The closest thing he could think of was hypnosis. Yi Yan pointed at the phone in front of him, aren't you going to scan it? Bai Jian finally gave in and scanned it. Then a screen popped up on his phone showing 5 followed by many zeros. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. Wow, 5 million. Are you kidding me? Yi Yan smiled and urged, input your payment password and it's done. It's that simple. For some reason, seeing Yi Yan's smile now made him feel uneasy. Bai Jian replied helplessly, I don't have that much money. Yi Yan sighed, earlier did you want to do it again? That's fine, they'll set it up for you. Bai Jian shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum. Yi Yan continued, that's not fair, I've already given you a discount, otherwise I would charge you the full amount. Yi Yan held up 2 fingers. Bai Jian suddenly understood the implication. 20 million. He got it, didn't this guy say he earned 20 million a month? It now seemed completely possible. At this speed even Ma Huateng would be ashamed. Yi Yan pondered and said, if you really can't come up with it, you can pay in installments, I'm not in a hurry. Installments. Thank you, your payment methods are quite diverse, you can even pay in installments. He could manage to pay in installments, but it would still hurt. Yi Yan advised, I'm not trying to scam you, I'm just being logical. You see, when you play games, if you lose you can't just run away, how can that be? A grown man shouldn't go back on his words. Furthermore, you see, I've been nice to you, giving you an out and not punishing you. Now I just want you to pay me in installments, is that excessive? Bai Jian's face darkened, no. That's not excessive. He wanted to say it was excessive, but this guy probably wouldn't let it go, in the end a hypnosis technique might just be used on him. Yi Yan continued earnestly, so this money, should you pay it? Shouldn't. Should. Seeing the other party make the payment, Yi Yan finally clapped his hands in satisfaction, wasn't that it done? How simple. Yi Yan was worried that the other person would be unsafe walking home alone, so he kindly called a ride-hailing service to send him back. Bai Jian was filled with gratitude the entire time, thinking thank you. He didn't think of anything else. Perhaps when one's gratitude reaches a certain level it manifests like this, as if enchanted. After sending Bai Jian off, Yi Yan looked at his balance and thought he was too kind. Such a good person is truly hard to find. Bai Jian would probably dream and smile secretly lucky to have met him, otherwise how much trouble would he face? Yi Yan was filled with emotion. Ding! The Chunin exam in the Naruto world has started. Please pay attention to the exam and edit videos related to the participants. To prevent receiving negative feedback on the edits, please find an editing master to improve your editing skills. The system had issued 2 tasks to Yi Yan. Yi Yan looked at the information in his mind, falling into silence. The Chunin exam had already begun. The pace in the Naruto world is quite fast. Yi Yan recalled the harsh critique from the Weasel God and a chill ran through his heart. It seemed the system's prompt held some truth. He indeed needed to improve his editing skills. But where should he start? There was no one to teach him. Wait a minute, there actually was someone. He remembered saving someone named Shengguan Yun, who was a master-level editor. That person even left him a business card, but Yi Yan had no idea where he had put it. He thought that the card might come in handy in the future since it was all about video editing. So he had specifically put it away. Only to find it missing now. Yi Yan shook his head, deciding to head back first and check the Chunin exam before looking for that card. Yi Yan immediately dispelled his clone saving on travel costs and could instantly return to the spring water. No, back home. Yi Yan suddenly opened his eyes in the hospital bed as the events of the school gathering flooded into his mind. Yi Yan opened his phone and saw an installment payment notification revealing a smile. This classmate was really nice. Yi Yan's mood improved and he logged into the software, entering the live stream to watch the Chunin exam. At this moment the Chunin exam was taking place in a written format, which was essentially a cultural exam. Although ninjas primarily relied on combat skills, theoretical knowledge was equally important. If one wanted to become Hokage, lacking any theoretical knowledge would be insufficient. Therefore this story teaches us that regardless of the world, one must study diligently. Otherwise it would be tough to get by. Yi Yan saw the 12 little strong ones and Gaara sitting at their desks beginning to answer questions, and he recalled something. According to the original plot, this exam was meant to test the ninjas' skills. The content of the exam was much deeper than what they were currently learning, making it difficult even for top students to pass. However, ninjas didn't necessarily have to adhere to conventional rules if they could use ninjutsu to cheat in various ways. For instance, Gaara at the moment. Gaara was extremely cold, carrying a gourd larger than himself, exuding an air of mystery. However, when it came to copying answers, Gaara was not hesitant at all, employing the third eye of ninjutsu. While he appeared to be seriously answering questions, one of his eyes was actually off somewhere, looking at the answers. The answers he saw could be transmitted directly into Gaara's mind. Of course, when it came to copying answers, one couldn't overlook Neji, who possessed the Byakugan. He opened his eyes, gazing at the person in front of him. It could achieve an effect comparable to X-rays. Neji wasn't interested in the internal body of the person in front of him, he merely used it to peer at the test paper on the desk. As Neji observed the paper, a confident smile crept across his face. But the next moment his smile froze. Good heavens, everything you wrote is wrong. Neji himself was a top student and he could still solve some problems on the test paper. So he quickly realized that the person in front of him was undoubtedly a poor student. Disappointed, Neji decided to change his target. He had to find a genius. Regaining his confidence, Sasuke was self-assured in theoretical knowledge, but upon seeing this question, well, he still needed to look at someone else's. Sasuke wasn't as impulsive as Neji. He didn't just look at anyone's paper, he at least needed to find a reliable target. Sasuke glanced at Naruto and Sakura in front of him. He hesitated for just a moment before choosing Sakura, having previously witnessed her impressive theoretical knowledge. Perhaps she could answer this question correctly. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and began to mimic Sakura's writing motion. Sasuke smiled, seeing that this was indeed a reasonable use of ability. With his arm moving constantly, he wrote on the paper while slowly focusing his attention on the half-finished test paper. To his surprise, it was a cartoon representation of himself. What the? During the exam, why was she drawing instead of answering the questions, and why was she drawing him? Is she playing around? At this moment Sakura had a drawing on her paper. Yes, she was indeed sketching. Girls tend to doodle in their textbooks. Sakura was well aware of how crucial this written exam was, but when she glanced at the question, she realized she could answer it. Moreover, she had a strange instinct that if she answered too quickly, Ino would use mind transfer jutsu on her. Once mind transfer jutsu was executed, Ino would occupy her body. She could then openly look at the answers. So to avoid that, she decided to keep drawing, planning to write in the last few minutes. As for why she was drawing Sasuke, Sakura thought Sasuke was a handsome guy and she was quite fond of him, so she began to draw. Of course, if she knew that Sasuke was copying her actions to write down answers in solitude, she would surely feel very apologetic. Yi Yan was currently watching everyone's behavior with great interest, not knowing when he had taken out fries. Eating while watching. Although the main storyline remained unchanged, the Hokage world over there slightly differed from the Hokage world he had seen in the anime. Thus the same event was entirely different, presenting a unique flavor. Yi Yen was now merely curious about Naruto. He remembered in the original work he hadn't written a single word. To his surprise, when Yi Yen focused on the protagonist Naruto, he was astonished. Naruto had actually finished early without missing a word. After completing the questions, Naruto took out a cup noodle poured in water and began to soak the noodles. After finishing the questions, enjoying a cup of noodles, this was living right. Indeed, in this world Naruto had been nurtured by the golden-flashed Minato and the crimson hot pepper Kushina since childhood. Therefore his theoretical knowledge was quite solid. One could say that his theoretical knowledge was on par with Sakura's, if not stronger. After all, his father was a genius and his mother was a renowned figure. How could he be foolish? Moreover, he had several tutors since childhood. Hinata was sitting right next to Naruto and she carefully poked him. Naruto-kun. She showed him her answers. Seeing that Naruto hadn't answered any questions and was busy with his cup noodles, Hinata felt quite worried and showed her answers to Naruto. However, the reality was that while Hinata was still working on her questions, Naruto had finished in just a few minutes. When Hinata focused on Naruto, she found him doing nothing and still eating his cup noodles. Naruto was somewhat surprised by Hinata's actions. What a kind girl. However, he declined, stood up and declared loudly, "I will not cheat." Hinata was taken aback, her little face turning red. The other examinees couldn't help but mutter, "You idiot, if you don't cheat just wait to fail." This question was intentionally tricky. How could he not see that? The examiners were also stunned, not expecting that there would be a candidate who would speak so directly. However, judging by his appearance, he must have given up on himself and is unlikely to accomplish anything. Moreover, he has no means. The examiner signaled Naruto to sit down and Naruto cooperatively sat down, at which point the meal was ready and he began to eat heartily. Of course, Naruto did not forget to thank Hinata. "Thank you anyway. If there's anything you don't understand, you can look at mine." Naruto-kun, aren't you using a blank paper? Naruto revealed one side of his paper. Did I ever say that? I only said I wouldn't cheat because I know everything. Why cheat? Hinata glanced at Naruto's paper. It was densely filled with writing. Moreover, upon closer inspection, every answer was correct. Hinata realized she had truly misunderstood. No wonder he is Naruto-kun, such a genius. Yi Yen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What the hell is Naruto being flashy? There's something off about him, isn't there? He's really that good at theoretical knowledge. The written exam gradually approached its end and everyone became increasingly anxious. Finding out who the academic genius, the top student, and the poor performer was not an easy task. For instance, Sasuke was going crazy at this point, initially thinking Sakura was the academic genius. That was surely right. But what was the result? She drew a picture of him. If he fails, their entire Team 7 would be eliminated. Just then Sasuke happened to make eye contact with Naruto. Naruto smirked. He was all too familiar with that look in his eyes. "You can't answer the questions, can you?" Those who couldn't answer were filled with confusion and just a glance revealed everything. Naruto thoughtfully wrote the answers on a piece of paper. He knew they were a team and they had to pass together to truly succeed. One person passing was utterly meaningless. It would be a failure. Sasuke was shocked by Naruto's actions, but after a moment's hesitation he activated his Sharingan to copy Naruto's movements. Only then did he finish writing the paper, and upon completion Sasuke found that all the answers were correct. This was simply unbelievable. Team 7 submitted their papers and clearly all of them passed. When the examiner realized that Naruto's paper was a perfect score, he was thoroughly shocked. As for Neji, Hinata, Gaara and the rest of the 12 young strong, they barely managed to pass. Next was the second round, and the examiner was a beautiful woman who loved to eat meatballs, Akamichi. Everyone arrived at the Forest of Death where they would undertake their trial examination. Yi Yen thought this round was somewhat like wilderness survival. Akamichi began explaining the rules. There are 13 heavenly scrolls and 13 earthly scrolls randomly distributed to the 26 teams present. Each team must obtain a pair of heavenly and earthly scrolls and reach the destination through the Forest of Death within 5 days to pass. Now, does anyone have any objections? This round is about seizing the heavenly and earthly scrolls. They must also safely pass through the Forest of Death. At this moment a man wearing a conical hat ominously smiled at Akamichi. "If during the trial I kill the examiner, can I obtain a scroll?" Upon hearing this, Akamichi immediately threw a kunai at the man. This shocked everyone. Did she just attack a contestant? This seems a bit off. The kunai landed not far away on a tree, impaling a bug. Akamichi calmly said that still requires you to have the strength to do it. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, glad that it wasn't a real attack, just bug hunting. The conical hat man stretched out a long tongue, wrapped the kunai around it and delivered it to Akamichi. Akamichi took the kunai. This man, how should I put it, had a familiar and disgusting feeling. The only one who could have such a feeling is Orochimaru. However, this person's appearance was completely different from Orochimaru's. Akamichi couldn't confirm the man's identity for a moment, but didn't dare to be careless, accepting the kunai with a calm face. She then announced that the examination officially began. As everyone started the exam, Akamichi quickly sought out the third Hokage and the fourth Hokage to discuss the suspected candidate. Arriving at the Hokage's office, Minato and the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen were engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Akamichi enter, both nodded. "Minato, Akamichi, is there something you need?" Akamichi truthfully expressed her suspicions. Minato fell silent, lost in thought. Sarutobi however saw through it at a glance. "No need to think, let's go capture Orochimaru now. It's that brat, he can't escape." Yi Yan, who was watching the live broadcast, felt as happy as watching an anime. But gradually his face fell. "We're going to capture Orochimaru now. It's that brat, he can't escape. You. Are you really that impressive? A different appearance, easily recognizable." Akamichi handed the photo to Minato and Sarutobi. Minato shared Yi Yan's thoughts. "Sensei. This looks completely different from Orochimaru. Could it really be him? Orochimaru can use the rebirth forbidden technique, so as long as he has enough vessels he can look however he wants. You don't need to look at his appearance to distinguish him." Minato and Akamichi were puzzled. "How do we differentiate then?" Sarutobi replied calmly, "The perverse aura. In this aura Orochimaru is one of a kind. Even if he turns to ash I can still recognize him. No need for further discussion, let's capture him. If he comes to the village it can't be for anything good." Yi Yan was about to explode. "This is going too far, just judging by aura. Moreover, let's not forget that Orochimaru coming to Konoha village is to destroy it. That really isn't a good thing." "But everything you say is true, but if we do that, won't Orochimaru's plan be completely thwarted? He'll be captured right away. You have to understand, the current Konoha village is filled with experts. If the third and fourth Hokage, how could Orochimaru deal with them? If Orochimaru doesn't launch his plan, the subsequent plot can't start." Sure enough, at this moment the system began to remind Yi Yan. "Ding. Please host edit the video to prevent Orochimaru from being captured prematurely." Yi Yan's face darkened. If Orochimaru were to be captured, how could editing a video help? No matter how you look at it, Orochimaru was doomed. Yi Yan lost his mood to continue watching the video and turned it off, annoyed. He needed to carefully plan how to resolve this incident. Next, Yi Yan got up, stretched a bit and looked for a business card. To his surprise, he actually found Shangguan Yun's business card. Looking at the card, Yi Yan fell into deep thought. Let's give it a try and call the other party. Now he wanted to learn some editing skills. He wasn't sure if it could help with this task. After all, it's better to take a chance than to do nothing. At this moment, Shangguan Yun was in his room editing a video. Recently he had taken a keen interest in Naruto and was editing videos related to this work. Naturally, Shangguan Yun had no interest in traditional video editing. He preferred to create humorous parodies. Looking at the material on the screen before him, he felt quite satisfied. Naruto's characters such as Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha combined with SpongeBob SquarePants and Squidward garnered a lot of likes, which made Shangguan Yun feel no fatigue from work. Shangguan Yun took a sip of coffee, opened his phone and wanted to check his social media for a brief moment of rest. Just then his phone rang and to his surprise it was a call from Yi Yan. Yi Yan was the mysterious expert he had met before. He had long known that there existed formidable individuals in this world. However, he had never interacted with such people until now, and Yi Yan must be one of them. Realizing that this person had taken the initiative to contact him, Shangguan Yun recognized it as an opportunity. So he quickly answered, "Is that you, benefactor? This is Shangguan Yun." Yi Yan replied, "No need for formalities, just call me Yi Yan. By the way, I heard you are quite the editing master." Shangguan Yun felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Master is too much. I just edit casually. By the way, benefactor. I mean Mr. Yi, do you want to learn about this field?" Yi Yan admitted, "Yes, I have been editing videos recently, but it seems quite difficult. It's not as simple as I imagined." Shangguan Yun responded, "Indeed, video editing may look simple, but there are many details to consider, like music rhythm transitions and the application of materials. It's not something you can master all at once." Yi Yan nodded, somewhat confused. "All right. But I really don't understand. How about I come to find you sometime for you to teach me properly?" Shangguan Yun replied, "Mr. Yi, if you have time now, I can also teach you online. You just need to open the video." Yi Yan was taken aback. Online teaching? Indeed, with the current advancements in the internet, many things could be done online. There was really no need to meet in person. This would save a lot of time. Without hesitation, Yi Yan opened the video. Upon seeing it, Shangguan Yun was somewhat surprised. "Mr. Yi, what's wrong?" Yi Yan explained briefly, "I just fell a bit. It's nothing serious. A small fall could lead to such severity." However, Yi Yan held back further details and Shangguan Yun merely followed up with the editing topic. "Mr. Yi, do you want to start learning from the basics? I have many excellent tutorials that I can show you." Yi Yan nodded eagerly, "Sure." Then Shangguan Yun sent a folder to Yi Yan's email. Yi Yan smiled as he opened the folder. But soon his smile froze. Inside the folder were thousands of videos about editing. Moreover, each video was at least 20 minutes long. Yi Yan was speechless. Is this really for beginners? There aren't different stages included, are there? Shang Guanyun shook his head. No, these are just the beginner ones, just a few thousand. It's not a big deal to watch all of them. Huh. Just a few thousand. Not a big deal. Are you serious? Yi Yan thought to himself, do I really have to watch all of them? Can I pick and choose? Shang Guanyun frowned. I recommend watching all of them because when I learned I watched all the beginner videos which helped me develop my current skill. This was the first time Yi Yan had heard that merely watching videos could improve one's editing skills. He randomly opened one and found the explanations very detailed and comprehensive. It seemed that each video held significant value. However, watching all of these would be a huge waste of time. How long would it take to finish them? Yi Yan couldn't help but feel disheartened. I have an editing task for Naruto lately. It seems impossible. With this learning pace I won't have enough time. Shang Guanyun heard this and asked Naruto. Yi Yan nodded yes. What's wrong? Shang Guanyun clapped his hands. Well, I don't recommend shortcuts when learning video editing. If you have urgent tasks, just let me know. I can help you edit, and I've also been working on Naruto-related videos lately. Yi Yan was taken aback. Help him edit? Is this for real? Wow. You're amazing. Yi Yan touched his chin, recalling that the last time he passed it was thanks to a video edited by Chiu Xiaoli. As long as he didn't inform them about the system, having them help edit a video didn't seem like a big deal. Yi Yan then said, can you edit a video related to the Chunin exam? Shang Guanyun nodded. Sure. What do you have in mind? Yi Yan stated directly, the main focus is on Orochimaru's invasion. How can we make Orochimaru seem extremely powerful? Imagine yourself as the third Hokage. What would make you hesitant to confront Orochimaru? Shang Guanyun fell silent upon hearing this. The request was a bit strange. However, it wasn't impossible. Well, if it were anyone else asking, he would have definitely declined such an odd request. But after all, this was Yi Yan, a hidden master and his benefactor. No matter the request, it couldn't be too much. Shang Guanyun replied, I understand. I will edit a video to shape Orochimaru's image, showcasing his strength, making it so that newcomers who have never seen Naruto would instantly recognize Orochimaru as the most formidable villain in the series. Reliable. Truly the editing master. He immediately grasped Yi Yan's intention. This was exactly the effect he wanted. This way Orochimaru could be preserved, otherwise Orochimaru would be in danger before the third and fourth Hokages. However, merely protecting Orochimaru wasn't enough, he also needed to guide him. He should not genuinely attempt to kill the third Hokage. Perhaps returning to the main storyline, other methods could be employed. Yi Yan was still pondering this, needing to see Shang Guanyun's video before he could devise a complete plan. Yi Yan asked Shang Guanyun how long it would take to complete the editing. Shang Guanyun indicated that he could send it to Yi Yan by tomorrow, very soon. Yi Yan nodded, thanking Shang Guanyun. He then hung up the phone, placed it down and closed his eyes. The Chunin exam. Orochimaru. Truly troublesome. But if he could overcome these difficulties, he could surely become stronger. However, he must not be careless. He cannot afford to make the same low-level mistake he did with Itachi. Every action needs to be carefully considered. Yi Yan woke up early in the morning after receiving a call from his aunt. Yes, his aunt was none other than his beautiful landlady Su Lan. Since returning home, he hadn't contacted Su Lan at all. Wondering what she might want, Yi Yan answered the call. Aunt, is there something you need? Su Lan said softly, villain, I don't like being called aunt. Don't call me that. Villain? That tone sounded odd. Yi Yan changed his words, alright, I won't call you that. Su Lan finally got to the point. Last time, have you forgotten what I promised you? Yi Yan was puzzled. What promise? He didn't recall anything. Su Lan said angrily, of course it's the date. If you've forgotten or don't want to, then forget it. Date. That reminded Yi Yan if there was indeed such a thing. It was because of a bet that Su Lan had lost to Yi Yan. Yi Yan thought for a moment and said, of course I want to, but does it have to be today? Su Lan replied, I called you today, so naturally it's today. Su Lan had learned yesterday that Yi Yan attended a class reunion and knew he had no other engagements. Since she was free these days, she decided to fulfill his wish. That way she wouldn't owe him anything. Yi Yan frowned. He was injured and needed to keep an eye on the Naruto world. But since Su Lan rarely asked him out, it wouldn't be appropriate to refuse. Forget it, he could use a shadow clone. The old trick, send a clone on the date. As for the original, he would do his own thing. It was like a phone with split-screen mode, allowing different tasks without interference. Su Lan was delighted to receive Yi Yan's answer and agreed on a meeting place. Yi Yan received the text message, summoned his clone and reluctantly got up to give instructions. You're the clone, be careful and don't disappear when someone touches you. People might think you're pulling a vanishing act. The clone said impatiently, alright, I got it. I'll be careful. You're such a nag. Yi Yan frowned at the clone. Your temper is quite fierce. If it weren't his own clone he would have slapped it long ago. Such a troublesome thing. He gave useful advice but it didn't listen. Yi Yan then said darkly, if you mess up I'll summon you and make you explain everything yourself. I won't clean up your mess. The clone like a rebellious child retorted, fine, I'll clean up my own mess. I'm far more useful than the original. They glared at each other, growing angrier. Just then a voice came from outside the door. Yi Yan, who are you talking to? Meng Yao pushed open the door. Then she saw two Yi Yans. Both of them were stunned. Damn. Don't you knock before entering. This was bad. The clone immediately thought of one solution: eliminate her. Yi Yan's lips twitched. Eliminate? What are you thinking? How could he bear to harm such a cute girl? Since they were clones they could read each other's thoughts. The clone argued, if we don't eliminate her she's seen everything. What else can we do? What about the twin excuse? Yi Yan clapped his hands, that was a good idea. They could claim to be twins. Meng Yao would surely understand. But before Meng Yao could react the clone struck the back of her neck. Her vision went dark and she fainted. Yi Yan panicked, what did you do? I told you not to kill her. The clone said calmly, I only knocked her out. Where's the killing? Was that so? The clone continued, after she wakes up whether she remembers or not just deny it. For now leave her here and don't let anyone find her. Yi Yan sighed. Since it was already done he had no choice. He watched the clone leave the hospital room. Yi Yan glanced at Meng Yao, such a pitiful girl. He draped his clothes over her and turned on the computer. Right then Sheng Guanyun's video arrived. Yi Yan started watching the video. The more he watched the more he felt he wanted to pay tribute, it was incredible. He had thought his own editing was good but now he could see the gap between them. Yi Yan watched thoughtfully. This video could provide him with an excellent trump card. To prevent the third Hokage and Minato from suppressing Orochimaru he had to set his own plans in motion. He needed to create a new character in the Naruto world, himself. He had to make these experts fear him so that his words would carry weight. Even in future events he could intervene more effectively. The edited video was the key to establishing this person. With his plan ready Yi Yan entered the Naruto world's live stream to begin his actions. At that moment Orochimaru disguised as an ordinary ninja was toying with weak opponents in the Forest of Death. He was having a great time completely unaware that he had already been discovered and his identity exposed. Orochimaru began waiting for Sasuke and Naruto. One was an Uchiha clan member, the perfect vessel to receive a curse mark. The other was the nine-tailed fox, though he had no interest in tailed beasts the Akatsuki wanted them. If he could obtain the nine tails the Akatsuki would hold him in great awe. Orochimaru thought this and hid in the bushes. Stop toying with weaklings and consider how to protect your own life. Yi Yan sent a message to Orochimaru via a comment. Orochimaru was shocked by the sudden voice. Was this a Yamanaka clan technique? Orochimaru said eerily, who are you? Why hide? Show yourself. Yi Yan wanted to appear but he couldn't crawl out of the screen, that wasn't realistic. Yi Yan began, do you know the name Yi Yan? Orochimaru's body trembled at the name. That man, the mysterious figure the fourth Hokage and the Akatsuki regarded so highly. He had also helped him find Kabuto the spy. Orochimaru searched for Yi Yan's presence but found no trace and had to give up. He continued, your reputation is well known but I don't understand what you meant earlier. Yi Yan's origins were unknown yet he possessed the ability to foresee the future, so his words carried weight with Orochimaru. Yi Yan did not hide the truth, your plan has been exposed. The fourth Hokage and the third Hokage will likely arrive before you soon. Orochimaru was stunned. Exposed? How could that be? His plan had been flawless. Yi Yan continued, whether you believe it or not this is the truth. Right now if you want to save yourself you have to do as I say. However Dashiwan was one of the legendary Sannin, how could he be manipulated by others? Even if he couldn't be certain about Yi Yan's words he still wouldn't obey him. Dashiwan said, even if your prophecies come true every time do you think I would be afraid of them if they find me? I have trump cards up my sleeve. Yi Yan's lips twitched. That impure world reincarnation. Come on. Your impure world reincarnation still needs improvement, the ones you summon now are too weak. According to the original plot Dashiwan used impure world reincarnation to summon the first and second Hokage to fight against the third Hokage. As a result, coupled with himself it was 3 against 1 and they barely won. Now the third Hokage has the fourth Hokage by his side so the odds of winning are obviously much higher. Unless Dashiwan can make the first and second Hokage summoned by impure world reincarnation reach the level they were during the Ninja War. Otherwise it's completely suicide. Dashiwan was shocked that the other party had revealed his trump card in one sentence but he still calmed down and said, no more words. If they dare to come I'll show you the source of my confidence. Yi Yan knew that the other party would be unusually stubborn. He didn't expect to be obeyed directly. He would have to let Da Shiwan hit a wall before he would comply. Yi Yan told Da Shiwan all the ways he could survive. When he was outmatched he should do this to ensure his safety. As expected, Da Shiwan only sneered after hearing it and didn't take it seriously. Instead he made a harsh threat. Yi Yan, I will find you. You as my vessel. Might also be good. Yi Yan ignored Da Shiwan. Consider him a vessel. You better be able to come to the real world first. Yi Yan no longer had the desire to chat with him. He took out potato chips and started eating while watching videos. He estimated that they should be arriving soon. Da Shiwan had already waited for Zhuo Zhu and Ming Ren and was overjoyed. He could begin his game. Swish. But at this moment a golden light pressed Ming Ren to the ground and knocked him unconscious. At the same time a flame bullet swept towards Zhuo Zhu. Zhuo Zhu was startled using fire release great fireball technique. The flame bullet instantly dispersed Zhuo Zhu and blasted him to death. No blasted him away. The third Hokage and the fourth Hokage Shui Men made a splendid entrance. The third Hokage coughed and said, to be honest, I've long wanted to teach Zhuo Zhu a lesson. The Uchiha clan really knows how to name. A brief explanation: the third Hokage Yuan Fei Rizhan's father was named Yuan Fei Zhuo Zhu. And Uchiha Zhuo Zhu. This name obviously has a hint of acting like someone else's father. So the third Hokage directly used a flame bullet against Zhuo Zhu upon arrival. Shui Men said, this time we didn't come too late, did we? As for our Shui Men, he pressed his own son to the ground again. Perhaps this is a special kind of love for one's child. When Da Shiwan saw the two, he didn't expect that what that kid Yi Yan said had actually come true. He would have to face two cage-level opponents at once. Da Shiwan sneered, two lords, may I ask what you mean? The third Hokage directly said, stop pretending, Da Shiwan. I can see through your disguise, it's not very clever. The one who knows you best is always your own teacher. Da Shiwan stopped pretending and revealed his true appearance. In that case the destruction of Konoha begins now. The third Hokage glanced at Shui Men. Let's attack together. Shui Men nodded. Fighting side by side with his teacher's teacher was indeed a nice experience. Shui Men threw kunai, instantly filling the entire forest. The third Hokage was not idle either, unleashing Earth Dragon Bullet and Fire Dragon Bullet simultaneously surging toward Da Shiwan. Snake Lady. Da Shiwan, seeing this, began a serpentine movement, transforming into a half-snake, frantically dodging all attacks. He even held the Kusanagi sword in his mouth and swept toward the third Hokage. The third Hokage frowned and prepared to use Earth Wall to defend against the attack. But before he could form the hand seals a golden light, Shui Men directly landed on Da Shiwan's serpentine body and stabbed a kunai deeply into his body. Da Shiwan coughed blood. Damn Shui Men. The third Hokage was overjoyed. Then while forming hand seals he said, Shui Men, restrain him. He'll take him out in one go. Shui Men instantly understood the tactic and nodded. Lightning released thunderclap. The third Hokage released a sharp lightning spear from his mouth, directly blasting toward Da Shiwan. Da Shiwan sneered, Shui Men. You'll get hurt too. Just as the lightning attack was about to strike them, Shui Men used Flying Thunder God technique to instantly return to the third Hokage's side. Boom. Without suspense, Da Shiwan was blown away. Da Shiwan was heavily injured and his lips twitched. You'll get hurt too. What hurt? That brat's speed is still so fast. He deserves the title of Yellow Flash. Yi Yan watched their battle with great enjoyment. So entertaining. But Da Shiwan had been taking a beating. He should use his method or he would really be done for. However, Da Shiwan was still confident. He wiped his bloody hands and placed them on the ground, impure world reincarnation. Then 3 coffins emerged from the ground, blocking in front of Da Shiwan. The third Hokage and Shui Men exchanged glances, both having a bad feeling. Then 2 of them were opened, and sure enough they were the first Hokage and the second Hokage of Konoha village. Da Shiwan sneered, haha, this is my trump card. And there is another one here, once it comes out none of you will be a match. Yi Yan fell silent at this sight. This was wrong. In the past the first was the first Hokage, the second was the second Hokage, and the third should have been the fourth Hokage. But now the fourth Hokage was alive and well. Could he still summon Shui Men? With doubt Yi Yan continued watching. The first and second Hokage exchanged some reminiscences with the third Hokage, then proceeded to use ninjutsu. The second Hokage could use Water Dragon Bullet even in places without water. He instantly turned the area into advantageous terrain. The third Hokage summoned an earth wall erected above the water flow, and then he and Shui Men leaped onto it. The third Hokage said, now I need to summon the golden cudgel. Buy me some time. Shui Men nodded, how long will it take? The third Hokage said, 10 days. Shui Men was petrified. 10 days. You might as well collect my corpse, how about we just don't fight? The third Hokage quickly corrected himself, no, I misspoke, 10 minutes. Shui Men said solemnly, alright, I'll give it a try. Shui Men charged down and engaged in physical combat with the second Hokage. The second Hokage and Shui Men exchanged blows, fists and feet flying, each attacking and defending in a back-and-forth battle. With a thunderous shout, the second Hokage launched a punch at Shui Men, who evaded using the Flying Thunder God technique. The second Hokage's fist struck the stone wall, smashing a massive crater into it. Shui Men gathered a colossal Rasengan and aimed it directly at the second Hokage. At the critical moment, the second Hokage also employed the Flying Thunder God technique to evade, causing Shui Men's Rasengan to miss. While the second Hokage and Shui Men were locked in combat, the first Hokage joined in to end the battle, swiftly unleashing powerful sweeping punches that pressured Shui Men. With the coordination of the second Hokage, the first Hokage delivered a wood-release punch that blasted Shui Men back dozens of meters. Shui Men struggled to rise from the ground. Facing two Hokages simultaneously, even though their strength was far below their prime, was still a formidable challenge. At this moment the third Hokage continued, Shui Men, I still need time. Shui Men fell silent upon hearing this. Deep within the spiritual space, Incubi spoke the first Hokage. Interesting. Use my power, Shui Men. Shui Men smiled. It was difficult for one person to handle two, but if it became 2 against 2, victory was within reach. In an instant Shui Men entered the Incubi chakra mode. An orange-gold radiance enveloped his body. Dashawan, witnessing this, was astonished. That night Shui Men had become a perfect Jinchuriki. So that was why his wife had not died. Truly an astonishing man. But he himself had the first Hokage who could control the Kyubi, so what was there to fear? Dashuan manipulated the first Hokage to unleash would-release deep forest emergence. In an instant a forest surged like a vast ocean, yet Shui Men remained unflinching. The Kyubi's tentacles conjured a tailed beast ball and hurled it at the encroaching forest. Boom! The violent explosion obliterated the woods, and the first Hokage chuckled at the sight. If I had my wood golem in my prime, you'd be finished. A pity. Now I really can't counter it. Just as Shui Men grew triumphant, the ground beneath him became covered in countless explosive tags. The second Hokage roared and the explosive tags detonated, injuring Shui Men. Fortunately, the protection of Kyubi chakra saved him from fatal harm. Even so, the Kyubi chakra mode dissipated, requiring more time to re-enter. The second and first Hokages gradually closed in on Shui Men, who panted heavily, feeling a headache coming on. But at that moment the third Hokage, wielding the giant adamantine staff, struck the first and second Hokages with 2 surprise blows. The 2 Hokages instantly dissolved into paper shreds, needing to be reincarnated. The third Hokage shouted, Shui Men. Shui Men understood and grabbed the second Hokage, performing a sealing technique. The third Hokage also seized the first Hokage and sealed him. In an instant both Hokages of Konoha were sealed, unable to act any longer. Dashuan's face darkened. The coordination between these two was truly seamless. The third Hokage laughed, Dashuan, surrender. You are no match for us. Dashuan shook his head. Everyone knows of Uchiha and Jishue, but they don't know there exists one even stronger than them. The third Hokage was stunned. Could it be this Dashuan fellow? Shui Men sensed something amiss and tried to stop the third coffin, but it was too late. Out stepped the former clan leader of the Uchiha. Uchiha Fuyue. His fame was modest only because he kept a low profile. Remember, he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. It could be said that no one who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan was weak. The third Hokage extended the adamantine staff and attacked. Controlled by Dashawan, Fuyue instantly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and the red Susanoo emerged as armor, directly blocking the adamantine staff strike. Crack. However, even the third form of Susanoo showed cracks. The third Hokage retracted the adamantine staff and sighed. Indeed, this move only works as a surprise attack. Yi Yen, the bystander, was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Fuyu's Susanoo. So cool. And aside from lacking a divine weapon, it looked almost identical to Yu's. But upon reflection it was understandable. He was Yu's father after all, so why would the Susanoo be different? The question now was, with Fuyue joining the fray, how would Shui Men and the third Hokage handle it? After a moment of thought, the third Hokage said to Shui Men, I need some time. Shui Men was petrified. You're telling me you're going AFK again? You've barely fought at all and now it's over. Shui Men hesitated. Susanoo is quite difficult for me to deal. The third Hokage explained, but if we want to win, this is the only way. I can enter Sage mode with Enma, then combine all 5 natures to defeat Fuyue. Yi Yen fell silent. The third Hokage could use Sage mode. How did he not know? This was different from the original story again. Still, he was curious to see what the third Hokage's Sage mode looked like. Shui Men was taken aback, then said, your Sage mode was only used in your youth, wasn't it? Those who witnessed your senjutsu hailed you as the strongest Hokage. The third Hokage replied, with age, Sage mode consumes chakra faster. I had no intention of using it. But with you here I can try it after so long. This is one viable strategy. Shuemen nodded. Then I understand. He pressed his palms together and Kyubi's chakra surged, forming a majestic and imposing aura. The third Hokage said, you can wield Kyubi chakra to this extent. Then perhaps you can directly overcome Shuemen smiled and briefly explained, I can't maintain it for long, it's not a mature combat mode. Winning would be tough, but buying time. That's worth a try. With that, Shuemen used Flying Thunder God to teleport the Kyubi into the air, then delivered a punch to Fuyu's Susanoo. Fuyu's Susanoo was blasted away and he was astounded. This was the power of the Nine Tails. Before he could react, the Kyubi had already teleported in front of him, stacking all 9 tails together and slamming them into the Susanoo. Even under the protection of Susanoo, Fuyue spat blood. Dashyuan frowned. Could it be that Fuyue was losing? Don't stay low-key now. You are the final trump card. If even he fails, Dashyuan would have to resort to Yi Yan's plan, something he was quite reluctant to do. Fuyue, once again manipulated by Dashyuan, was forced to use his full power. From the palm of Susanoo a flame-formed halberd materialized. Fangtian Huaji Susanoo. How cool is that? Yi Yan's eyes sparkled at the sight. This Fuyu's Susanoo, why does it look so Lu-like? But that didn't matter. What mattered was that the Susanoo wielding the Fangtian Huaji must be incredibly powerful. Fuyu's Susanoo now launched a counterattack against Minato's Nine Tails transformation. His Fangtian Huaji remained planted in the ground unmoving while the Susanoo's eyes released blood-red lasers that struck the Nine Tails' body. Yi Yan fell silent. This is laser vision. Your Gundam, no, your Susanoo has a Fangtian Huaji but doesn't use it, instead it uses laser vision. And, you can even use laser vision. This Susanoo is quite versatile, huh? Minato was hit by the laser vision and the Nine Tails chakra was consumed by more than half. Only half of its body remained. Minato frowned. Seeing this, Fuyue finally wielded the Fangtian Huaji, swung it and thrust it into the Nine Tails' body. Minato was knocked straight out of his tailed beast form. He was astonished, there was sealing technique power on that halberd. He couldn't use any of the Nine Tails' power. It seemed Fuyue was about to seal Minato into the war halberd with the Fangtian Huaji. At that moment the third Hokage let out a loud roar and finally completed Sage Mode. He transformed into a youthful figure, his body covered in monkey fur yet not ugly, there was instead a unique kind of beauty about him. Holding a slender golden Rui staff with a tiny Enma perched on his shoulder. At this moment Enma appeared to be in its infancy. The third Hokage felt that his current energy could not sustain Sage Mode for long, he needed to finish the battle quickly. The third Hokage leaped up, turning the Rui staff into the size of a mountain and pressed it down heavily onto Fuyu's Susanoo. Seeing Fuyue under attack and the power of the Fangtian Huaji weakening, Minato used Flying Thunder God to escape to a safe area. Fuyue gathered the power of Susanoo onto the Fangtian Huaji, deflecting the Rui staff, which crashed to the ground, creating a huge crater. The Enma on the third Hokage's body pulled out some of its monkey fur, instantly splitting into thousands of monkeys that swarmed toward Fuyue. Fuyue was taken aback, but still wielding the Fangtian Huaji without fear, he swung it. A fire release instantly engulfed all the monkeys, turning them back into fur. But Enma's attack had already bought the third Hokage time to form hand seals. Sage Art Fire Dragon Bomb. Sage Art Water Dragon Bomb. Sage Art Lightning Dragon Bomb. Sage Art Earth Dragon Bomb. Sage Art Wind Dragon Bomb. Sage Art 5 Elements 5 Dragons. He simultaneously unleashed 5 Sage Art elemental techniques, combining them into a new Sage Art 5 Elements 5 Dragons. The 5 dragons merged into one, a colossal azure dragon that blotted out the sky. It charged at Fuyu's tiny Susanoo. In an instant Fuyue shattered as struck by the giant dragon. He was sealed and returned to the realm of the departed. 5 elements 5 dragons landed on the ground but caused no energy shockwave. It dissipated like bubbles. Minato and Orochimaru were both stunned. This was the third Hokage's ultimate Sage Art 5 Elements 5 Dragons. This technique was a fusion of 5 Sage Art elemental techniques, forming a new attribute that would not harm nature, but anything beyond nature upon being struck would be instantly sealed. It was an incredibly fearsome move. After using it, the third Hokage intended to deal with Orochimaru but fell out of Sage Mode. He was no longer young, even though he had ample time to enter Sage Mode. Using any technique would quickly dispel it. Minato stepped in front of the third Hokage. Leave the rest to me. Although both Minato and the third Hokage had suffered tremendous exhaustion, comparatively Minato with the 9 tails and his youth was in much better shape. Seeing that the third Hokage had no strength left to fight, Orochimaru found no comfort. After all, he still had to face Minato Unknown, the fastest shinobi in the ninja world. Orochimaru's condition was hardly better, he too was injured. Under these circumstances he was no match for Minato. If the fight continued, he would simply be on the receiving end of a beating with no suspense. Orochimaru twitched his lips. That guy had actually predicted it. If he wanted to survive now he had to do exactly as Yi Yen said. Arg. What kind of mess is this? Orochimaru was inwardly devastated, but as a formidable figure he soon accepted it. As long as he kept his life, what was losing face? The third Hokage, seeing Orochimaru had surrendered, said, "Now do you have anything to say?" Orochimaru then dropped a bombshell. "It seems I need to tell you a story." Minato and the third Hokage exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. "At a time like this you're telling a story?" But Yi Yen was thrilled. "Tell it, tell it." Orochimaru opened his mouth, his face flushed. "Thighs story." Orochimaru gritted his teeth and continued, "This story concerns the entire ninja world. They say that beyond our world lies a continent where people can control swords with chi, pluck the sun and moon from the sky, descend to the 18 levels of hell, and with an idia and nascent soul become immortal and ageless, sharing the lifespan of heaven and earth. The changes of the universe are all within their palms like toys." Orochimaru, saying these things, was driving him crazy. Controlling swords with chi. That was just unheard of, maybe acceptable. But what followed grew increasingly absurd. Wasn't that even more godlike than the creator? Could he really exaggerate this much? Minato and the third Hokage were also stunned. This level of grandeur seemed even higher, much higher than the Sage of Six Paths. But did such a place really exist? It was far-fetched. Orochimaru continued, "And the Do Emperor of that world is none other than the Supreme Venerable named Yi Yen." Yes, such an impressive background was just to bring out Yi Yen. Orochimaru had never seen anyone so shameless. If you were that powerful, why not show your face? You could unite this ninja world in minutes. The third Hokage and Minato were taken aback at the name Yi Yen. So it was him. Minato recalled that on the night of the Nine Tails it was Yi Yen's involvement that revealed the masked man's identity. He had been searching for Yi Yen all these years but found no trace. It seemed as if he really did not exist in this world. But could what Orochimaru said be true? No normal person would believe there could be someone so powerful. At that moment the Nine Tails said to Minato what Orochimaru said might be true. "I've heard the Six Paths old man mention that beyond our world exists a civilization of extremely high order beyond our imagination." Yi Yen really wanted to give a thumbs up to the nine-tailed fox if this statement was too accurate. One must understand that in this world there are always people beyond people and realms beyond realms, always nested within each other. After all, everything is possible. What you cannot accept may very well exist. At this moment Watergate had reluctantly accepted this worldview and Yi Yen's identity. Watergate inquired, "So what exactly is his purpose?" Orochimaru replied, "For a Do-D powerhouse, for someone of supreme status, what he desires is. This answer needs to be sought by yourselves. He will not tell us directly." Well, saying it was no different from not saying it at all. Watergate and the third Hokage also began to harbor some wariness towards Yi Yen. Even if the other party was only a tenth as powerful as claimed, that would still be an insurmountable force for their entire ninja world. Thus such a figure must be treated with caution. However, the third Hokage was still more interested in Orochimaru. "So what exactly do you imply about Yi Yen's intentions? You should know that your goal is to destroy Konoha, so no matter what you say we will not show you any mercy." Orochimaru paused for a moment and continued, "He wants you to spare me and play a game with this great person." Both Watergate and the third Hokage were puzzled. Play a game. This time Yi Yen decided to communicate directly through typing, no longer needing Orochimaru to relay messages. Orochimaru's role was merely to elevate Yi Yen's stature. The legendary three ninjas treated Yi Yen with utmost respect. Even Watergate and the third Hokage would take him seriously. Yi Yen typed, "Orochimaru cannot die and Watergate and the third Hokage must perish in battle." Watergate and the third Hokage's deaths. This sudden voice left Watergate and the third Hokage utterly shocked. They immediately searched for the source but found nothing. Watergate had grown accustomed to Yi Yen's ghostly appearances. "Do you mean we cannot comply?" This was not nonsense. If they complied, wouldn't they all be doomed? How could they agree to that? Moreover, even if they let Orochimaru go, this condition was impossible to accept. Orochimaru had already run out of options and could be imprisoned under Konoha's watch. Such an opportunity was not something that could be wasted. Yi Yen also offered an explanation. "You will need to gradually comprehend my words. Dying in battle does not mean it is literal." Watergate replied, "Please enlighten us, senior." Yi Yen seized the opportunity to act mysterious. "The secrets of heaven must not be leaked. The secrets of heaven must not be leaked." Watergate and the third Hokage both wanted to strangle Yi Yen. "If it cannot be leaked, can you not say anything? Isn't this just too enticing?" Yi Yen did not want to remain silent, but with Orochimaru present, if he spoke, wouldn't he also learn of it? What would he do then? It was something Yi Yen could not predict. Thus all he could do was hope Watergate and the third Hokage would grasp the meaning behind his words. Indeed, Watergate began to ponder, could it be that Yi Yen intended for them? But what purpose would that serve? As an old hand, the third Hokage could roughly guess what was being implied. Yet the third Hokage bluntly stated, if you want show us even a glimpse how would we listen to you. Orochimaru's head was filled with question marks. Did you all understand it? What did they understand? Why was he the only one who didn't understand anything? Hearing the third Hokage's words, Yen immediately responded, fine, I will grant you this, I will meet you. As soon as these words were spoken, the third Hokage, Watergate, and Orochimaru all brightened up. Would this increasingly mysterious Yen finally appear before them? At this moment the three shared a tacit understanding and simultaneously drew their weapons, evidently still lacking trust in Yen. If Yen were to arrive, he would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent and the three would be forced to unite against him. Yen saw the three's stance and smirked. Fortunately he was merely trying to scare them. Otherwise wouldn't they have beaten him to a pulp? Yen sent over the edited video of Shangguan Yun. At this moment Orochimaru, Watergate, and the third Hokage suddenly found a virtual screen appearing before them. Only now did the three understand that the meeting he referred to was through this. However, it was good to know what Yen looked like. The video quickly displayed the content, revealing a barrier set up on the eaves before them. Many ninjas could only stay outside the barrier, unable to enter. Inside the barrier was Orochimaru with a green face. He had the signature snake pupils and his attire was undoubtedly that of Orochimaru. However, his appearance resembled that of an octopus. Yes, he was the octopus version of Orochimaru. At this moment he exuded an imposing aura without any sense of incongruity. The octopus version of Orochimaru was now facing the third Hokage, whose body was made of yellow sponge. The Orochimaru from the Death Forest and the Hokage had fallen silent. What on earth was this? Watergate burst into laughter, finding it incredibly amusing. An octopus is Orochimaru and the sponge is the third Hokage. Quite entertaining. The video contained no superfluous dialogue. They exchanged pleasantries before launching into battle. The octopus summoned 3 coffins from which 3 figures emerged. The first was the third brother from the Calabash brothers, the Golden Calabash brother. The second was a primary school student named Nobita Nobi. The third was a formidable figure with a white body who could induce sleep to anyone who saw him, Makabaka. As these 3 appeared, it was truly as if the heavens had changed. The third Hokage and Watergate, upon seeing the 3 summoned by the octopus, could not help but feel that they should be quite powerful. Orochimaru, seeing this, wanted to ask, are you sure about that? They looked quite powerful. Not at all. And don't say that this octopus is him. The 3 summoned in the video quickly proved themselves. The Calabash brother and Nobita simultaneously unleashed their full-body Susanoo. However, the strongest was the one named Makabaka, who simply exclaimed, Makabaka. Immediately a background music played, causing SpongeBob to say, good night, and fall into a deep sleep. The 3 in the Death Forest finally realized that the figures in the video were indeed unparalleled powerhouses. 2 complete forms of Gundam and a mysterious illusion that could put shadow-level strong opponents straight to sleep. All of this was profoundly shocking to them. However, what they did not understand was, what did this have to do with Yen? It only demonstrated how formidable the octopus version of Orochimaru was, right? Just as they were puzzled, SpongeBob suddenly opened his eyes and summoned Goku along with Shinigami Ichigo to engage in the final showdown with the octopus. The battle was imminent, with neither side willing to back down. Captain Octopus controlled the Huluwa Nobita and Makapaka. SpongeBob, Kakarot, and Ichigo Kurosaki charged in as well, plunging into chaos. This battle was cataclysmic, with various special effects flying through the air like a grand production. Just as both sides trembled, a voice descended from the heavens. Paratrooper No. 1 Blue Benway. What appeared before them was a purple sweet potato spirit wearing the Infinity Gauntlet. The 3 in the Death Forest looked on, wondering who is Lu Benway. They didn't care who Lu Benway was if they wanted to know about Yen. Wasn't it agreed that he would meet them? Yen, sitting in front of the screen munching on something, assured them not to rush, advising them to take their time. How splendid it was. The purple sweet potato spirit placed its hand forward, preparing to snap its fingers, casually uttering 2 words, Cheongha. With the snap of its fingers, the entire battlefield was engulfed by the magical sound of Cheongha. Then Huluwa Nobita, Makapaka, Kakarot, and Ichigo vanished without a trace. It was a reversal. The purple sweet potato spirit, which could annihilate everything, was actually taken down in a single blow. Who could this be? Before them appeared Mr. Krabs with a white beard. He stretched out his hands and struck the air, declaring, I am the Supreme Being. The powerful shockwave shattered Captain Octopus, SpongeBob, and even the screen of Yen, as if everything had broken apart. The special effects were incredibly realistic. Meanwhile, the 3 in the Death Forest saw the screen shatter as if it had been attacked by beasts. They collectively swallowed hard. Could energy released from across a world affect them here? What kind of power was this? Could it be that what Orochimaru said before was true? Was there really a world that far surpassed theirs? As for Yen, they did see him, just like that, a giant crab. Though it looked a bit odd, his imposing presence left no doubt that he was indeed the supreme being. With the video ending here, it was all over. Yi Yan slowly typed, "This world has many parallel worlds. What you just saw was a parallel world of the ninja world. To prevent a tragedy from occurring I participated, but I realized that using violence to counter violence is a mistake, only deepening hatred. Thus this time I hope you can give me face and end the battle as I say otherwise. I can annihilate countless powerful beings in that world. Taking you down would be nothing more than a thunderous half-moon slash." Minato and the third Hokage suddenly realized. It seemed the supreme being usually maintained countless parallel worlds. That's why he had intervened multiple times. Minato, the third Hokage, and even Orochimaru had no doubts left about Yi Yan. Believing in his words, Minato and the third Hokage understood that they could only comply with what the supreme being said. Otherwise they would truly face annihilation. As for doubting the authenticity of the video, there was no need for that. It's well known that while images can be edited, videos cannot be faked. It must be true. The third Hokage looked at Orochimaru. "Then this time you may leave." The third Hokage decided to let Orochimaru go. Orochimaru was delighted. He had truly turned danger into safety. Even he, someone who believed in science, was increasingly trusting the supreme being, the giant crab. Yi Yan. Orochimaru readily thanked Yi Yan, saying, "If there's a chance I hope the supreme being can come visit us personally. Farewell." After Orochimaru left, only the third Hokage and Minato remained. Minato said, "Senior, does this mean we are to fake our deaths now?" Yi Yan clapped his hands, excited as they had finally understood his earlier intention. Yes, his plan was to have them feign death. The fourth and the third would both pretend to die but publicly announce that they had been killed by Orochimaru. This way the story could return to its normal course. Naruto would seek Tsunade, becoming the fifth Hokage, then Sasuke would defect and Naruto would train with Jiraiya for 3 years, leading to the start of the Shippuden. Just look how smooth that sounds. If these two Hokages weren't dead, then the Akatsuki organization probably wouldn't dare to act against Konoha. These two were too formidable. Plus with Jiraiya protecting Naruto, Naruto would be safe, not losing a single hair. The third Hokage understood Yi Yan's intentions, yet he still asked, "You have your reasons for asking us to do this, but if we pretend to die, what can we do afterward?" Yi Yan stroked his chin, saying, "You all will be retired. What will you do?" "Whatever you want." Yi Yan suggested, "How about finding a place to fish?" The third Hokage and the fourth Hokage fell silent, clearly displeased with the idea of fishing. Yi Yan saw their expressions as if to say, if you don't arrange something better they might refuse to fake their deaths. Yi Yan sighed and assured them, "After you log off you must do something, you can't just laze around. How about this, let me think, I'll provide you guidance later." Finally resolving the matter, Yi Yan logged off from the computer. Thus in front of so many strong beings the persona of the supreme being was established. The previous mysterious prophecies combined with Orochimaru's words and the cool real video editing. It drew out the grand multiverse, parallel worlds and infinite universes. Naturally, given the current technology of the Naruto world, they would not understand such things. The unknown is what instills fear. The more powerful a person is, the more they fear the unknown. Thus this was also the key to Yi Yan's success. Otherwise, to deceive these powerful beings he might as well go to sleep. If they wanted to play with him he wouldn't even know how he died. Yi Yan stretched, suddenly hearing voices from outside the door. "Brother Yi Yan, I've brought you some delicious food." Outside the door was none other than Xiao Xiaoli. Yi Yan was taken aback, overjoyed. He missed his little sister. Even though it had only been 2 days since they last met. Just as Yi Yan was about to let her in, he noticed Meng Yao lying beside the card table. Oh no. If Xiao Xiaoli comes in, will he be able to explain himself? How did she faint out of nowhere? It couldn't have been because of you, right? Why would you hit a girl? Even if you say she's a nurse who fell asleep, that wouldn't work. If Xiao Xiaoli calls out and she doesn't wake up, can't they tell she is out cold? So he still couldn't let Xiao Xiaoli see the unconscious Meng Yao, otherwise it would be hard to explain. Xiaoli, wait a moment, just a little bit, Yi Yan said. Xiao Xiaoli didn't know what Yi Yan was doing in the ward, but she assumed it must be inconvenient for him, so she waited outside. In the ward, Yi Yan indeed felt it would be problematic. He placed Meng Yao into the wardrobe. He planned to hide her first and figure things out later. Once Xiao Xiaoli left, he would find a way to send Meng Yao away, and that would be the end of it. After doing all this, Yi Yan said to Xiao Xiaoli outside the door, "Xiaoli, come in." Xiao Xiaoli pushed open the door holding a bowl of soup she had cooked. "Brother Yi Yan, I made chicken soup for you. Take a taste." Yi Yan nodded. He then took out the bowl and chopsticks, intending to serve himself, but Xiao Xiaoli stopped him. "Let Xiaoli feed brother Yi Yan." Xiao Xiaoli scooped up the chicken soup and fed Yi Yan spoonful by spoonful. Yi Yan's expression turned strange. Being fed by someone was truly too enjoyable. Indeed, this was his little sister. She really cared for him. As Yi Yan sipped the soup, his anxiety gradually dissipated, unaware of what was happening. The aroma of the chicken soup was rich and filled the entire room, even seeping through the cracks of the wardrobe. Thus the unconscious Meng Yao also caught the scent. She couldn't help but let out a pleasurable sound. Hearing this, Qiu Xiaoli was startled. Brother Yi Yan, did you hear a noise? Yi Yan glanced at the wardrobe nearby, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. No way. Was Meng Yao waking up? Yi Yan's face darkened with worry. She couldn't wake up now. If she did, he would never be able to explain himself. Yi Yan coughed. It must be a cat outside. Qiu Xiaoli didn't think much of it. Then next time he'll bring some fish soup. Yi Yan stood up and said, fish soup sounds good, it's nutritious. As he spoke, he moved his body towards the wardrobe. Qiu Xiaoli said in confusion, Brother Yi Yan, your injuries are so severe, you need to lie down. If you need something from the wardrobe, let me get it for you. Yi Yan had initially intended to stand by the wardrobe and talk with Qiu Xiaoli while checking whether Meng Yao had woken up. But when Qiu Xiaoli said that, Yi Yan's footsteps halted. He dared not move forward. Yi Yan shook his head, no, I don't plan to take anything from the wardrobe. I was just thinking of taking a walk. After eating I need some exercise, though I'm injured, lying in bed all the time isn't good for my health. Qiu Xiaoli blinked her eyes and Yi Yan suddenly grew tense. Had his words revealed a flaw? Thinking carefully, his injuries were quite severe. Under such circumstances, what kind of exercise was he talking about? That was very strange, wasn't it? Just as Yi Yan was about to speak, Qiu Xiaoli interrupted, oh, I see. That makes sense. Then let me accompany Brother Yi Yan for a walk, just moving around the room should be fine. Qiu Xiaoli supported Yi Yan as they walked around the room. Yi Yan felt deeply apologetic towards his little sister. What a kind-hearted child she was. And he was deceiving her. He even entertained the idea of letting Meng Yao come out right then and there so he could explain everything clearly. What was there to fear in exposure? After all, he hadn't really done anything. Creak. At that moment the wardrobe was pushed open. Meng Yao stepped out, rubbing her neck. It hurt so much. How did I end up here? Meng Yao's unexpected appearance caught both Qiu Xiaoli and Yi Yan off guard. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only silence between them. Yi Yan's face darkened. So. She really had come out. Oh my god, he had just said it casually, she wasn't supposed to take him seriously. Meng Yao had seen his clone. If she told Qiu Xiaoli about it, how would he explain? Moreover, Qiu Xiaoli had seen a beautiful girl in his room. How would he explain this to her? At this moment Yi Yan made up his mind. He knew what he had to do. He swiftly knocked Qiu Xiaoli unconscious, then delivered a chop to Meng Yao, taking down both girls. After doing all this, Yi Yan breathed a sigh of relief. I'm sorry, truly sorry. This wasn't what he intended. But there was no other way. He had to make his clone Yi Yan return immediately and send them both back. If Yi Yan weren't injured, he would have done it himself. Besides, he could only use one clone at a time. To send them back using the clone, he had to dismiss the clone that was currently on a date. So the best course of action was to have the clone Yi Yan end his date with Su Lan quickly. At the cinema, Su Lan was waiting. Today she wore a pure white dress. And a pair of red high heels, her favorite shoes. She even fantasized about wearing them on her wedding day. She wasn't thinking too much, it was just a casual choice. It definitely wasn't because she had any thoughts about Yi Yan, absolutely not. At the cinema many people couldn't help glancing at the slightly dressed-up Su Lan, praising her for her beauty. Su Lan stood alone in a corner, tapping her toes, feeling a bit proud. Why hasn't he come yet? If he doesn't hurry, I'm leaving. Su Lan muttered to herself. Meanwhile the clone Yi Yan, who was buying popcorn, felt a sense of urgency from his original body. A twitch between his brows. Go back. Go back now. Was there something wrong? He had only just arrived. The clone Yi Yan had no choice but to obey his original body, his master. He planned to hand the popcorn to Su Lan and find an excuse to slip away, returning to clean up the mess for his original. Seriously, being a clone these days wasn't easy. He wondered how Naruto's thousands of clones felt. The clone Yi Yan quickly spotted Su Lan waiting for him in the distance. The moment he saw her, his face involuntarily flushed red. What a beautiful young lady. Then he remembered that they were about to watch a romantic movie together. An hour and a half of solitude free from all worries. Ah, how wonderful. But soon the clone Yi Yan recalled the tone Yi Yan had used with him, as if he owed him something. Fine, he wasn't going to do it, he'd deal with his own mess himself. He was going on his date. With that thought the clone Yi Yan cheered up and ran towards Su Lan. Su Lan, sorry to keep you waiting. Hey, race your popcorn. Su Lan took the popcorn and smiled sweetly, thanks. Come on, the movie's already started. The clone Yi Yan naturally took Su Lan's hand. Okay, let's go. Yi Yan, lying in the hospital room, was utterly dumbfounded. He could perceive everything his doppelganger did. This guy actually wasn't coming back. What are you playing at? What mess did he cause? It was clearly you who did it. You just had to knock Mengyao out. Now it's even harder to explain. Now I want you to come back quickly, but the doppelganger wants to date Su Lan. You sure have a lot of ideas. Yi Yan was furious and immediately wanted to dismiss the doppelganger to threaten him. On the other side, the doppelganger Yi Yan had already entered the cinema with Su Lan sweetly feeding each other popcorn. The doppelganger was not afraid of Yi Yan's threat at all. Go ahead and dismiss me. But then you'll scare Su Lan and you'll have to explain everything yourself. Explain why you keep making people vanish. See how you handle that. The real Yi Yan fell into silence. This guy. Unbelievable. From now on he wouldn't use this trash doppelganger again. What kind of nonsense was this? Yi Yan could only rage helplessly. A few minutes later he finally calmed down and realized he had to figure out a solution on his own. As time passed, the doppelganger Yi Yan and Su Lan finished watching the movie. Su Lan started talking about the movie. The male lead was willing to do so much for the heroine. What a fool, wasn't she just a woman? Was it worth it? The doppelganger Yi Yan paused, then thought and replied, I think if you like someone, doing anything for them is worth it because their matters become your own. Su Lan pouted and looked at the doppelganger. Is that what you think? The doppelganger nodded, of course. For some reason Su Lan stopped talking to the doppelganger, stalked off ahead as if in a huff. Yi Yan couldn't help but sigh. Girls were such strange creatures. What reason did she have to be angry? Whatever, since you're pretty you're always right. Soon they arrived at a clothing store and Yi Yan realized something, then said to Su Lan, what do you want? I'll buy it for you. The shop assistant immediately cast envious glances. Miss, your boyfriend loves you so much. This is a designer store, things are very expensive. Yi Yan added, don't worry, if she likes it I'll buy her anything in the store. With tens of millions on him, buying Su Lan a few things was no big deal. Yi Yan had always been generous to those close to him. The assistant said, alright, let me show you the latest styles. Su Lan refused, no need, I don't plan to buy clothes. The assistant and Yi Yan were stunned. If you're not buying clothes, why come into the store? It was indeed puzzling. Fortunately Su Lan then said, I'm buying for you, silly. Yi Yan pointed at himself, me. Su Lan glanced at him, who else? Su Lan continued, you really never change your clothes much all year round, so I thought today since we're out I'd buy you some clothes. And we should get the best quality so they last long. I can tell you're the type who hates changing clothes, so this will suit your habit. At these words the men shopping in the store cast envious looks. Did this guy save the galaxy in his past, to have such a beautiful girlfriend who would buy him designer clothes? So envious. The assistant also felt a pang of being fed dog food. These two both wanted to buy clothes for each other, neither short on money. When would she find someone equally wealthy and warm? Yi Yan looked at his own clothes, then at Su Lan's, and said, aren't you not wearing designer brands either? Su Lan replied, I change clothes often, I don't need these. Yi Yan was dissatisfied. Since we're buying, let me buy for you. It's settled. I'll pick out clothes for you. Su Lan pouted, I can pick for you, but I won't accept anything you pick. The clothing store was thoroughly tormented by the couple. If not for seeing that they could spend lavishly, the staff would have asked them to take their romance elsewhere. In the end Yi Yan picked out many clothes and bags he thought suited Su Lan, spending 130,000. Su Lan also chose many men's outfits, spending 150,000. It was as if they were competing, unconsciously buying a mountain of items. When they left and saw the small piles in each other's hands, they couldn't help but laugh. Su Lan said earnestly, you really are rich. You should save some. Yi Yan curled his lip, not as rich as you're the wealthy lady. Humph. Not far away a claw machine appeared. Su Lan exclaimed excitedly, I want to play the claw machine. Yi Yan had no objection. He took the items from her and said, let's go then. They arrived at the machine, bought many tokens and started trying to grab a plush toy. But every time they almost caught it, the claw seemed to loosen, causing failure. Su Lan became dejected, it's so hard. Then she said, forget it, let's go. We can't catch. Yi Yan saw a Patrick Star plush and inserted a token to try. Su Lan said, you won't catch it. This machine seems rigged. But at that moment the plush actually dropped at the exit. Yi Yan succeeded on his first try. He smiled and handed the Patrick Star to Su Lan. Su Lan held the plush, her face gradually flushing like a child receiving her first toy. You're amazing, hee hee. Su Lan gleefully exclaimed. Yi Yan touched his nose. This woman was so easy to please. Su Lan. What are you doing here? At that moment a tall woman with an ordinary face walked slowly over. Beside her was a man dressed in head-to-toe designer brands. Seeing them, Su Lan panicked. For a moment she was speechless. The woman continued, oh, is this man beside you your new boyfriend? He doesn't seem as good as Yunfeng. The man behind the woman was indeed Yunfeng. Yunfeng couldn't help but say, suing, let's go. The restaurant you like best will close if we don't hurry. Su-Ying replied, no rush. Even if it closes we can buy it and have the owner cook for us on time every day. Running into my little sister is rare, so of course we must catch up. Su-Lan clutched the Patrick star, still silent. A crush on Yunfeng. Her sister. Yi Yan instantly conjured up a cheesy scenario. Su-Lan and Su-Ying must be from the same family, both in love with the same man, but the man eventually ended up with the elder sister. That explains Su-Lan's awkwardness whenever she saw them. Regardless of the truth, Yi Yan found it utterly despicable for an elder sister to speak to her younger sibling in such a condescending and confrontational manner. Thus Yi Yan stepped in front of Su-Lan. Do you have no sense of propriety? Can't you see Su-Lan doesn't want to talk to you? Are you young and blind or what? It must be said that Yi Yan could provoke others with just a single simple sentence. Even though he didn't use profanity, his words carried the same sting. Sure enough, both Su-Ying and Yunfeng's expressions darkened. Especially Su-Ying. You brat. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you know who I am? Yi Yan replied, of course I do. Su-Ying was taken aback. Knowing that and still speaking that way. Was he a fool? Yi Yan said slowly, aren't you an ugly witch? I could tell at a glance. Su-Ying clenched her fists. This man was asking for death. In the whole city no one dared to speak to her like that. Su-Lan was astonished to see Yi Yan arguing with Su-Ying on her behalf. She hurriedly urged, Yi Yan, it's best not to provoke her. Let's just leave. Yi Yan took Su-Lan's hand, so cold, let me warm it. Don't be afraid. If you dislike her, well, stand up to her. I'll take the heat. Yi Yan earnestly began to warm Su-Lan's hand, causing her heart to stir. Being both berated and force-fed dog food enraged Su-Ying to the extreme. Yunfeng. Teach them a lesson. Yunfeng frowned. In broad daylight that might not be appropriate. Su-Ying snapped, what's inappropriate? This mall belongs to our family anyway. Make your move now or I'll break up with you. You'll never have a place in the Su family. Hearing that, Yunfeng changed his mind. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to violence. Seeing this, Su-Lan immediately tried to pull Yi Yan away. Yunfeng is a taekwondo black belt, very skilled. Let's just go. What if you get hurt? Warned by Su-Lan, Yi Yan wasn't afraid of any black belt, but he was in his clone form. One touch and he'd be finished, so he needed to end this quickly. He had to knock the opponent out in one move. Without replying to Su-Lan, Yi Yan took a big stride forward and delivered a heavy inch punch to Yunfeng's chest. The entire motion was completed in a single breath, incredibly fast. Yunfeng only reacted after being hit. But he felt no power in the punch. Is that a cotton punch? Yunfeng sneered, bro, is that all you've got? Yi Yan was a little embarrassed. Right, he hadn't exerted any force yet, had just placed his fist there. Don't rush, here comes the power. In that inch of distance Yi Yan erupted with immense force, sending Yunfeng flying a full 5 meters back. The man actually flew 5 meters. Su-Ying's eyes nearly bulged out. It was as if had been hit by a car. How absurd. What exactly was this guy? Su-Lan covered her mouth in astonishment. That was incredible. Then she remembered, Yi Yan was no pushover either. He was strong. Yi Yan said calmly, I am Yi Yan of Wing Chun. Pleased to meet you. Su-Ying twitched her mouth, Yi Yan. Are you Master Ip the Ip Man himself? Seeing her boyfriend lying motionless on the ground. No mistake, Yunfeng was still alive, just unconscious. He would probably need a few days to wake up. Yet she showed no fear. Do you dare hit me? I'm the daughter of the Su family's head. Touch me and you'll be fed to the sharks. Yi Yan blinked, fed to sharks. Su-Ying scowled, yeah. Scared now? Yi Yan shook his head, then I have to hit you. I have a peculiar hobby, I like to jump into the sea from time to time and play with sharks. They're quite fun. Su-Ying fell silent. Was this guy crazy? Was he rambling? Yi Yan grabbed Su-Ying, do you often bully Su-Lan? Normally most people would deny it, but Su-Ying had been fearless since childhood, so she brazenly admitted, yes, I've bullied her since we were kids. I slapped her and she didn't dare fight back. I stole her boyfriend and she didn't dare complain. Do you think she's glamorous? She's just an ordinary member of the Su family, nowhere near the main branch. After coming of age she got a small share of the family business. Away from the family she's someone I'm supposed to push around. Do you understand? Yi Yan released Su-Ying. Su-Lan lowered her head. Su-Ying grew more emboldened, she calls me sister, but honestly even the other mainline members don't matter, her calling me that is unnecessary and disgusting. Slap. Yi Yan struck her across the face, then said, still feel disgusted? If so, it might be morning sickness, go see a doctor. Su-Ying held her cheek. He dared to hit her. He actually dared. Yi Yan then took Su Lan's hand. Since you're a woman, it'll stop here. But I warn you, if you ever lay a finger on Su Lan again, it'll make you pay. I don't care what family you're from, in my eyes you're all trash. Got it? Yi Yan added, I'm not bluffing. Anything you throw at me, bring it on. It'll be there. But you'd better think carefully about whether you can handle it. Su Lan looked at the man who was openly challenging the Su family's main branch. She knew Yi Yan wasn't ignorant, nor was he truly fearless. She knew he just wanted to protect her, to keep her from ever being bullied again. Su Ying, covering her cheek, ground her teeth. Fine, very well. You asked for it. Just wait. With that, Su Ying hurriedly left, not even bothering with Yun Feng. Eventually Yi Yan and Su Lan called for an ambulance to take Yun Feng to the hospital. Afterward, Su Lan said to Yi Yan, fool. It's not that I'm afraid of her. I just feel I owe her something, so I turn a blind eye to her excessive behavior and don't want to argue. Yi Yan patiently replied, oh. Then can you tell me your story? As my lover for today, lovers should be honest with each other. Su Lan looked at Yi Yan. Do you really want to hear it? Yi Yan nodded, of course. Su Lan began to speak. The Su family is a vast clan, but what they value most is the direct lineage. All collateral branches are deemed insignificant. These disciples, upon reaching adulthood, will leave the family to manage some of the family's enterprises or assist the direct line descendants. Hearing this, Yi Yan thought this guy really had a screw loose. Direct lineage. The likes of Su Ying. She looked like she hadn't even developed properly. How could she be entrusted with important matters? That would be nothing short of ridiculous. Conversely, Su Lan, who seemed far more reliable than that so-called important figure, was actually much more dependable. It was a wonder that a family operating on such a model could last a century, a miracle in itself. Su Lan said softly, so you see, I'm always idle with nothing to do but travel around and collect rent. That's the life I'm supposed to accept. For some reason, even though Su Lan's expression was tinged with melancholy, Yi Yan couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Traveling every day collecting rent. Could he have that too? But then again, for an ordinary person this was indeed the ideal life. But for someone from a major family, power and status were what truly mattered. Spending all day collecting rent and having fun was no different from being exiled. Wang Xiaohu pressed on, I just want to know why you put up with Su Ying. Su Lan sighed, paused for a moment and said, this is exactly what I was about to talk about. My parents, of course, were not part of the direct lineage, just ordinary members. They ran a hotel and never meddled in family affairs. But Su Ying's mother was very close to my parents. She was one of the few direct line members who remained approachable. Hearing this, Yi Yan couldn't help but marvel. Then how did her daughter turn out like that? Was it because of her father? That seemed most likely, otherwise that kid must have been a natural-born prodigy, self-taught and all. Su Lan, just when our two families were on good terms, a fate-altering tragedy struck. My parents invited Su Ying's mother on an outing, but the helicopter crashed and they all died. Su Ying and I both lost precious family members. She believed her mother's death was caused by my parents' invitation, so she treated me as an enemy. Maybe because of that incident she bullied me ever since we were children, and I always tolerated her. Perhaps I felt a trace of guilt toward her. Gradually, on a certain day each year, I would go to the restaurant my parents used to run and eat a meal alone. I wanted to be with my parents undisturbed. With that, Yi Yan didn't know what to say. So that was how it all happened. But what did it have to do with Su Lan? It hardly had much to do with Su Lan's parents either, right? It was entirely an accident. To place resentment on someone else because of an accident, and even go so far as to push boundaries. Yi Yan clearly couldn't accept it. He felt deep sympathy for Su Lan's plight. He thought for a moment and said, what can I say to comfort you? Su Lan shook her head. You've been kind enough to listen to me talk so much. Thank you. I've had a good day today. Yi Yan remained silent. At that moment the real Yi Yan quietly summoned a helper. As the saying goes, relying on a mountain will make it fall. So he decided not to depend on that unreliable doppelganger anymore. He called in Sheng Guanyun. Sheng Guanyun entered the ward and saw two beauties in the room. His eyes turned ambiguous. He bluntly remarked, Mr. Yi. Are you, a bit? A bit? To call me for something like this, how inappropriate. Yi Yan immediately clarified, indeed it's inappropriate. Please escort them back to their respective homes. Thank you. Sheng Guanyun was taken aback. Send them home. So you don't mean that? Yi Yan replied, I mean nothing at all. Will you help me or not? Sheng Guanyun knew it would be a chore, but he agreed to help nonetheless. What choice did he have? After all, it was for his benefactor. If it were anyone else, he'd have turned around and walked away without a second thought. Whoever wanted to help could go ahead. Sheng Guanyun assured Yi Yan, Mr. Yi, rest assured he'll get them home safely. But may I ask a presumptuous question? Yi Yan smiled and nodded. As long as he was willing to help, anything was negotiable, but otherwise this matter would never be resolved today. Shang Guanyun finally asked, "What is your relationship with them?" Yi Yan answered frankly, "One is my little sister, the other is a nurse, can't you tell?" Yi Yan meant that Meng Yao was wearing a nurse uniform, what else could she be? Shang Guanyun had a sudden realization. Sister nurse. Ah, got it. Shang Guanyun continued, "One last question, what happened to them?" Yi Yan was a bit reluctant but didn't hide the truth, "I knocked them out with a chop to the neck." "You know him, a martial artist." "A martial artist? Practicing on girls? Wasn't that a bit ruthless?" But Shang Guanyun looked closely and saw that the two girls had no other injuries, if they were just unconscious, indeed in no danger. So he didn't ask further. He took them one by one to his car and following the addresses Yi Yan gave drove them home. After seeing off Shang Guanyun, Yi Yan sensed that his doppelganger had returned. In that instant Yi Yan's true body learned all about Su Lan's ordeal. He had never known that his aunt had such a past. Su Lan had appeared to live a comfortable life all these years, but in truth she might have suffered more than anyone else. No, he had to find a way to make his aunt happy. As for the trouble his doppelganger Yi Yan had brought him, he didn't take it seriously. The Su family. Whatever family they were, if they came after him they were asking for death. Hurting his friends would come with a price, no exceptions. Ding. Congratulations host for obtaining Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. Ding. Congratulations host for obtaining the third Hokage's adamantine staff. Ding. Congratulations host for obtaining the fourth Hokage's Rasengan. At that moment the system notified Yi Yan that Orochimaru, the third Hokage and the fourth Hokage had all given him favorable reviews. This time he received 3 compliments at once. Something previously unimaginable. The items obtained this time included 2 weapons, the Kusanagi sword and the adamantine staff. Plus a Rasengan. All good stuff. A smile spread across Yi Yan's face. With these he feared no one. From now on he could better protect his family and friends. But couldn't they at least give him a healing technique? Did he really have to stay in the hospital? In the Su residence? Crying, all you do is cry. Just because you were bullied. Then bully them back. Su Shan glared at his daughter who was sobbing uncontrollably before him, his anger palpable. Boo-hoo. Suing finally ceased her tears and said, "That guy. He struck me. But even Yun Feng couldn't handle him. He seems incredibly formidable." Su Shan scoffed, "Formidable? How formidable can he be?" Suing continued, "Well, not that formidable, I suppose. He only sent Yun Feng flying 6 meters with a single punch." Now that you mention it, that does seem rather impressive." Su Shan furrowed his brow. Having just inherited the entire Su family, his position was still unstable and he shouldn't be courting trouble. Yet he knew his daughter all too well. If he ignored this, Suing would make a fuss every day until the last few strands of hair on his head were gone. "Fine, I'll handle it." Su Shan said slowly, "That young man you mentioned. He appears to be some kind of ancient martial artist, extremely powerful, a hidden martial arts master." Upon hearing martial arts master, Suing inexplicably became intrigued by Yi Yan. But then she remembered the slap he had given her. Would it be utterly demeaning to like him now? So Suing resolved to make Yi Yan suffer and vent her anger. "I don't care who he is, Daddy. You have to find a way." Su Shan twitched his lips, pulled out his phone and made a call. After hanging up he continued, "Even if he's an ancient martial artist, anyone who offends the Su family must pay a heavy price." Suing knew that once her father took action things were as good as done. She immediately came up with what she thought was a brilliant idea, though it was actually terrible. "Daddy, I don't want him dead. I want him to come to the Su family. As Olivian's son-in-law. I want to bully him, torment him." "Heh. Olivian's son-in-law. Are you serious? Have you been reading too many novels?" Su Shan said speechlessly, "Don't you already have Yun Feng?" Only then did Suing remember. But she shrugged it off, "That useless guy. He'll just break up." Yun Feng, lying in the hospital, thought, "Thanks a lot." Soon a visitor arrived at the Su residence. He was dressed entirely in black, looking most extraordinary. Su Shan and Suing personally received the man. He spoke in awkward Mandarin, "Hello." Indeed, the man's name was Tsang. He hailed from an island nation and was a ninja. Suing looked at him and asked, "A ninja? You're not a fraud, are you?" Tsang frowned. You could doubt him, but you could not doubt a ninja. Tsang explained, "Ninjas are the hidden masters of our country. Every true ninja possesses the strength of 100 men. And I am among the top 10 ninjas capable of eliminating any target or enemy." It sounded quite impressive. But Suing remained unconvinced. "If you're so amazing," hearing the demand for proof, Tsang became spirited. He drew a long blade and swung it directly at Su Shan. Su Shan gulped. Why prove it by slashing at him? Are you an idiot? Su-ing was also stunned, but she quickly noticed that the last few strands of her father's hair had fallen to the floor. With a single stroke he had severed every last hair. Su-ing was awestruck. You're incredible. You can definitely take on Yi Yan. Su Shan grew even more silent. Something is definitely wrong with you. My hair. My hair. Su-ing continued to Tsang, but remember you must make Yi Yan come to the Su family as a Livian son-in-law. Tsang paused. Livian son-in-law. What was that? He pondered for a moment and suddenly understood, it meant becoming a husband. So this time it wasn't about eliminating a target but about persuading someone with sincerity. Making him accept the affection of the woman before him. Tsang nodded with a smile, understood. Su-ing was overjoyed. Little did she know Tsang had completely misunderstood her intention, she would have been furious. Su Shan had already decided to wear a toupee, so he was resigned. He said to Tsang, "You are among the most elite ninjas. With you on the job I am at ease. Well, wait here for your good news." Tsang said earnestly, "No. The world of ninjas has already declined far from its former glory. In the old days my ability would only rank me as a low-level ninja, nothing to boast of." Su Shan laughed, "You're too modest." Tsang wanted to say he wasn't being modest at all, he was stating a fact. But feeling he had said too much he held back and simply said, "I'll set out tonight." Su Shan was very satisfied and paid Tsang a deposit. The Su family had endured for a century and had always maintained ties with extraordinary individuals. Not to mention ninjas, even true ancient martial artists could be summoned. So naturally Su Shan didn't take Yi Yan seriously. During this time Taoist Wu had not disappeared. He had been persistently urging his master Huang Shanjinren to descend the mountain. But Huang Shanjinren had yet to agree. In the middle of the night Huang Shanjinren was practicing free fighting. By the way, don't be fooled by his name, he was not a Taoist at all. He resided on Huangshan only because he had established a free fighting academy there. Taoist Wu looked at his master helplessly, "Please come down the mountain. The client has already paid. People will think I've absconded." Huang Shanjinren punched a wooden post, splitting it instantly. He replied indifferently, "Absconding? What's wrong with that?" Taoist Wu's mouth twitched. It wasn't that it was wrong, but if they fled now they would only have the deposit. There was still the final payment to collect. Huang Shanjinren coughed and stroked his beard. "I'm an old man now, fit only for teaching boxing. And you want me to go down the mountain to fight a master? You are most unfilial." Taoist Wu was speechless. This had been the same every day for the past few days. Whenever he mentioned going down the mountain the old man claimed he was too old. "Do you even believe yourself? You just split that wooden post with a punch." Taoist Wu realized he couldn't use brute force, he needed strategy. Perhaps he should play to his master's interests. But the problem was that his master, unlike himself, had no love for money. Offering him money would be useless. As for lechery, forget it. Huang Shanjinren had long been married and was still deeply in love with his wife. Moreover, at his age he had no interest in young girls. Taoist Wu racked his brain and finally came up with only one possible approach: he would have to try. But he wasn't entirely confident it would work. "Master, this expert is no ordinary expert." Huang Shanjinren became intrigued. "Oh. How so?" He is actually a ninja." Mount Huang real man was a martial arts fanatic, yet he wasn't entirely interested in sparring with ordinary experts. What fascinated him was dueling with particularly unique masters. Throughout his life he had battled every type of expert under heaven, leaving him undefeated across the land. But truth be told, he had never crossed swords with a ninja. The reason was simply that he had never encountered one, a regret that lingered all his days. Now upon hearing that the opponent was a ninja he immediately exclaimed, "Is that true?" Taoist Wu swore, "Absolutely true. And his ninjutsu is extremely peculiar." Mount Huang real man pondered for a moment and asked, "Can he create clones?" Taoist Wu shook his head, but upon seeing Mount Huang real man's frown he quickly nodded again. "Yes. Not only clones but also shuriken invisibility and even fire release." Hearing this, Mount Huang real man couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Excellent. Very interesting. Your master can descend the mountain now." Taoist Wu rejoiced inwardly, his plan had worked. The final payment would soon be his. But then Mount Huang real man's tone shifted. "However, if I discover you've deceived me, that he's not a real ninja, I will kill you." Taoist Wu fell silent. Yet for the sake of the 10 million yuan awaiting him after the mission he swallowed his fear. When the truth came out he would simply flee. Surely he could outrun his own master, couldn't he? Though if Mount Huang real man could catch him on foot. What about an airplane? Could he still give chase? And so master and disciple soon boarded a plane to Modu. They set off immediately, both burning with impatience. Mount Huang Realman was eager to meet the ninja while Taoist Wu was anxious to collect his final payment. Upon landing, Taoist Wu contacted Wei Xiaojie. When Wei Xiaojie received the call and saw it was Taoist Wu, he erupted in fury. "Where the hell have you been? Didn't you see my calls?" Taoist Wu sighed, understanding Wei Xiaojie's anger. He had been missing for days. He explained, "I went to Mount Huang to fetch my master. There's no signal up there." Wei Xiaojie snorted coldly. "So have you arrived in Modu?" Taoist Wu quickly replied, "Yes, of course. That's why I'm calling, to ask where Yi Yan lives." Wei Xiaojie was taken aback. How was he supposed to know where Yi Yan lived? He said bluntly, "I know where Su Lan is, but that kid, I've no idea. Find him yourself." Then he added, "If you want the final payment, do the job properly and come back to me. Otherwise you won't get a single cent, and you'll have to refund me." Refund? That word pierced Taoist Wu's heart. He realized he absolutely could not afford any mistakes this time. After hanging up, Taoist Wu briefly described Yi Yan's appearance to his master. Mount Huang Realman was old and had no patience for such details. Wasn't it enough to remember the fellow was a ninja? So despite Taoist Wu's lengthy description, the master absorbed little of it. Finally Taoist Wu said, "Let's split up. You go to Yi Yan's residential compound and I'll scout his workplace. Meet back here in 2 hours." With only two of them dividing their efforts was the fastest way to locate Yi Yan. As for the risk of Mount Huang Realman mistaking someone else, well, that wasn't a concern. Even if he grabbed the wrong person, no one could defeat his master. If wrong, they'd simply continue searching. No major issue. Taoist Wu bid his master farewell. He had to hurry or Wei Xiaojie might start yelling about refunds again and head faint from the... Mount Huang Realman yawned and moved with swift car-like strides, soon arriving at Yi Yan's residential compound. In the compound's garden he found a bench and sat down. Search. In such a vast complex with no clear target, this employer must be out of his mind. Mount Huang Realman decided to kill 2 hours here until his disciple returned. He would simply claim he had searched, albeit not thoroughly enough, and suggest his disciple try again. "Your master will accompany you." That way he could slack off without being caught. Perfect. And he wasn't the only one failing to find the target. At the same time, Tsang had been circling the compound several times, utterly unable to locate his target. Though he could infiltrate any room, he had no idea which room the target was in. Now with no information, Tsang felt deeply frustrated. He should have waited for the Su family to pinpoint the target's location before making his move. As Tsang roamed the compound, he passed through the garden. Mount Huang Realman sharpied spotted the black-clad figure of Tsang. Mount Huang Realman mused. This attire, could it be a cat burglar? Or a ninja? He had to test it. He flicked a pebble that shot toward Tsang. The stone pierced straight through Tsang's body. Mount Huang Realman shook his head, wrong target again. But in the next instant Tsang transformed into a log. The next second Tsang appeared behind Mount Huang Realman. Clone technique. Mount Huang Realman was overjoyed. This must be a ninja. His disciple hadn't lied to him. Full of energy, Mount Huang Realman rose from the bench and squared off against Tsang. Tsang knew this old man couldn't be Su Ying's beloved. Though who could say for sure? What if she actually liked old men? No, that was overthinking, definitely not the case. But since the old man attacked him, he would pay with his life. Tsang declared, invisibility technique. The next moment he vanished, making Mount Huang Realman exclaim in awe, incredible. Fire release. Even while invisible, Tsang unleashed a fireball without warning, surging toward Mount Huang Realman. Seeing the blaze, the old man grew even more excited and punched the fireball, scattering it. His fist showed no trace of burns. Tsang was shocked. Who was this man? How could he withstand his fire release? Composing himself, Tsang cried out, shuriken technique. From an unknown direction several deadly blades flew in. Mount Huang Realman was now certain, this was Yi Yan. Invisibility shuriken fire release clones, exactly as his disciple had described. If this wasn't Yi Yan, he would eat his own fist. Mount Huang Realman's muscles deflected all the shuriken, his flesh was harder than rock. He said calmly, your invisibility is useless against me. Let me show you how to break it. Tsang realized this old man was unnaturally strong, far beyond human limits. But he still refused to believe his invisibility could be seen through. Without further ado, Tsang drew his short blade and lunged at Huangshan Jinren. Now in his invisible state he was certain to strike the old man down, ending his life. He had evidently dismissed the other's earlier words entirely. Huangshan Jinren closed his eyes, able to hear the sound of the blade cutting through air, the rhythm of breathing, the patter of footsteps. He could even sense the dense killing intent. So invisibility. Before a top-tier expert, was your invisibility nothing but a lonely shadow? What a jest. Huangshan Jinren struck the air with a single slap and Tsang instantly materialized, spinning 360 degrees before crashing heavily to the ground, gouging out a large pit. Huangshan Jinren smiled faintly. A ninja. I can see you are no ordinary fighter, but compared to me you still have much to learn. Go back and master more ninjutsu. Tsang lay on the ground. Never before had he suffered such humiliation. In every previous encounter had he not slain his foes with a single strike. Now he had been knocked flying by a mere slap. Struggling to rise, his killing intent flared even more fiercely. He resolved to make the old man taste his true power, the might of a ninja. Tsang pressed his palms together. Ninjutsu. Huangshan Jinren paused, curious. What ninjutsu? Tsang continued, ninjutsu. Huangshan Jinren fell silent. What in the world was the name of this technique? Seeing the old man's confusion, Tsang briefly explained, this move is simply called ninjutsu. Well. Alright, call it whatever you like. I'll finish you now, Yi Yen. Huangshan Jinren clenched his fist imbued with tremendous force and slammed it fiercely into Tsang's body. Struck by the punch, Tsang's eyes bulged, yet he stood firmly rooted. Huangshan Jinren was somewhat astonished, then continued to swing his iron-like fists. Boom. 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 Each blow carried unimaginable power and Tsang was battered, spitting blood, his injuries severe. But strangely, no matter how Huangshan Jinren struck, Tsang refused to fall. The old man himself began to tire. Puzzled, Huangshan Jinren asked, what is this? Have you become an unshakable tumbler? So resilient to hits? Little did Huangshan Jinren know this was one of Tsang's signature ninja techniques, named simply endurance. By employing this technique, the ninja manifests astonishing fortitude, able to withstand any attack without collapsing. Instead, the attacker through relentless strikes drains his own stamina, and some may even exhaust themselves to death. That was the secret of this move. Huangshan Jinren, now grasping the nature of the technique, burned with fury. If only he had a pistol, he could riddle him with holes and see if he still wouldn't fall. But he had no weapon now, only his fists. Of course he could snatch the short blade, but that tool was meant for a ninja's hand, he wouldn't know how to use it. Huangshan Jinren snorted coldly. Fine, I'll play along. Let's see if your endurance outlasts the hardness of my fists. Thus one man unleashed a flurry of kicks and punches while the other offered no retaliation. They both understood this was a duel. But to an outsider the scene would be deeply unsettling. How could this old man keep beating someone who refused to strike back? Just because you're older doesn't give you the right. Su Lan, returning to the neighborhood after buying yogurt, witnessed this sight. At first she was frightened, but then she decided to record a video and send it to Yi Yen so he could advise whether to call the police. Yi Yen had been sleeping when he received Su Lan's video. He sat up and watched it, stunned. Why was an old man pummeling a young man? And the young man never fought back. Why wouldn't he resist when he was being beaten so badly? Yi Yen thought it warranted calling the police, but as he watched, something seemed off. One of them was dressed like a ninja, and the old man was clearly no ordinary person. The force of his punches revealed a trained martial artist. Yi Yen suspected they might be ancient martial artists. Sending ordinary people to deal with them could get someone hurt. Moreover, with these two lunatics in the neighborhood, he grew concerned for Su Lan's safety. Recalling the two divine artifacts he had obtained and his new ability, the Rasengan, he didn't mind stepping out to take care of them. Yi Yen left a WeChat message for Su Lan, never mind, don't do anything. I'm coming over right now. With that he cast his shadow clone technique. The clone Yi Yen looked at his original self with a hint of embarrassment. He had been a bit wayward earlier, he realized now. The clone wanted to apologize. But Yi Yen said, I accept. Let's go. Protect Su Lan. The clone paused, then nodded. His original was truly understanding. He knew he must temper his temper in the future. Su Lan, hearing that Yi Yen was coming, did nothing but wait quietly, gazing ahead. As time slipped by, she grew drowsy, her eyelids heavy. How did you fall asleep? Yi Yan's voice sounded from behind her, though she wasn't sure how much time had passed. Su Lan wiped the drool from her lips and shook her head. I wasn't sleeping, don't talk nonsense. You've got drool running down your chin and you claim you weren't asleep. Yi Yen pointed at his phone. It's been half an hour. Su Lan exclaimed in disbelief. Has it been that long? Clearly she had indeed fallen asleep, no doubt about it. Yi Yen, both amused and exasperated, said to Su Lan, you should go back and rest. Leave this to me. Su Lan looked worried. Can you handle it? Yi Yen nodded. Of course. Don't forget, I'm a top-tier expert. Hearing this, Su Lan said, all right then. Be careful. Call me if anything happens or I'll worry. Well, nothing. I'm going now. Yi Yen watched Su Lan leave, his thoughts lingering on his aunt. He then turned toward the two clowns. Ancient martial artists fighting like this. Aren't you afraid of scaring people? Tsang was now bruised and swollen while Huang Shanjinren was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Huang Shanjinren was baffled. This technique was surprisingly formidable, akin to an indestructible body. Tsang was also nearing his limit. Stop fooling yourself, this is sheer willpower and it still hurts. Why don't you just give up? He couldn't hold on much longer. What are you two up to? Yi Yan walked over and addressed them. Both Tsang and Huang Shanjinren turned their eyes to him. Huang Shanjinren scrutinized Yi Yan, then looked away. Run along, kid. I'm busy finishing off the ninja. Yi Yan. I'm packing up. Ninja Yi Yan. Tsang was stunned. Was this old man also after Yi Yan? Wait. You mistook him for Yi Yan. Had he been taking beatings meant for Yi Yan all along? Yi Yan was equally bewildered. This old man had mistaken Tsang for him. And he was here for Yi Yan. What? Such a coincidence. He had thought this was just an ordinary fight, but now it seemed otherwise. Tsang's voice trembled with agitation. What are you talking about? Yi Yan is my target, not yours. Are you trying to steal my prey? Yi Yan and Huang Shanjinren both fell silent. Well then, Tsang was after Yi Yan too. What a colossal misunderstanding. Huang Shanjinren was baffled and refused to believe. You claim you're not Yi Yan. You clearly are Yi Yan, don't lie. Ninja stealth technique fire jutsu, aren't you Yi Yan? Still denying it. Could he possibly mistake someone? Tsang had already grown tired of dealing with this old man. You really did beat up the wrong person. But Huang Shanjinren was relentless, grabbing Tsang. Admit you're Yi Yan or he'll choke you to death. Tsang's mouth twitched. He wasn't. How could he admit it? Are you insane? If you could choke him to death you'd have done it already. You've been hitting him for half an hour. Are you practicing self-care? Seeing the two bickering endlessly before him, Yi Yan could no longer hold back. Maybe he should just tell them that he was Yi Yan. Why did Yi Yan consider confessing? Because he wasn't afraid of either of them. There was no need to hide. Besides, he wanted to figure out one thing: who sent them. One, he could probably guess the Su family. As for the other, Yi Yan couldn't fathom it, so he decided to come down. Actually, I am Yi Yan, the one you're looking. At these words both stopped and stared at each other with wide eyes. Huang Shanjinren sneered, don't joke around. You're not a ninja. Yi Yan's mouth twitched. Ninja, was there no end to this? Who told you he was a ninja? Although he did possess many ninja techniques, calling him a ninja would be a stretch. Huang Shanjinren didn't believe him, but Tsang did. Yet he wondered, was the target really coming to him voluntarily? But there was no reason for him to lie. Tsang stepped in front of Yi Yan. Go quickly. With me here, this old man won't lay a finger on you. If Tsang hadn't been so bruised and swollen, Yi Yan might have believed him. Yi Yan asked in confusion, Aren't you here to deal with me? You want to protect me? Tsang replied, yes, my mission is to escort you to the Su family as their son-in-law, so naturally I must keep you safe. Yi Yan fell silent. So it was the Su family after all. But wait, had he misheard? Becoming the Su family's son-in-law. Could Suing actually have feelings for him? Good heavens, the aristocracy was truly chaotic. Yi Yan's mind was in turmoil. Huang Shanjinren was now lost in thought. Although he couldn't accept that Yi Yan wasn't a ninja. That didn't matter, he would just take down both the ninja and the one who called himself Yi Yan. That way whoever was real, he wouldn't make a mistake. With that, Huang Shanjinren began stretching his limbs. Looks like he'll have to take you both down right here. Tsang swallowed hard, feeling nervous. He knew best how powerful this old man was. He had promised to protect Yi Yan, but whether he could actually do it was uncertain. Yi Yan pushed aside this hesitant fellow and said to Huang Shanjinren, even if I'm about to die, at least tell me who sent you so I can die with my eyes open. Speak up, he'll send you off right after. Yi Yan was waiting for him to reveal the information. Once he knew, he could attack without restraint and take him down instantly. Huang Shanjinren didn't think twice, feeling it was only right to let the man die knowing the truth. He replied, my apprentice said the client's name was something like Wei. I don't remember exactly. Wei. Even just that single character was enough for Yi Yan to know who it was. Wei Xiaojia, of course. Well done. Fine. Last time he took all his savings and this guy still dared to cause trouble. Yi Yan was almost moved to tears. What a cash cow. From now on his villa and luxury car would all be thanks to Wei Xiaojia. So instead of being angry, Yi Yan was delighted, ready to engage in a decisive battle with Huang Shanjinren. At that moment Tsang had already finished the hand seals for his ninja art earth escape. With that he hurled a smoke bomb at Huang Shanjinren. Smoke billowed instantly. By the time Huang Shanjinren reacted, the two had already fled underground. Huang Shanjinren fell silent, asking who sent him just so they could escape. Is this some kind of trick? I won't let you get away. Knowing they couldn't have gone far, Huang Shanjinren transformed into a gale and began sweeping the area. Meanwhile Yi Yan emerged from the soil with a mouthful of mud, finally surfacing with Tsang. Outside, Yi Yan marveled, so this was the earth escape technique. His first time experiencing it. Of course, eating dirt was a terrible experience. Yi Yan glanced around and found they were still in the same residential complex. He said helplessly, "We're still inside the complex. What's the point of escaping like this?" Tsang panted heavily, "My current stamina won't allow me to use earth escape to leave this complex. But at least we've gained some distance. Don't worry." Yi Yan continued, "Why did we have to run away in the first place?" Tsang paused, then pointed at himself, "Look at me. Do you think we can beat him? If we don't escape, are we waiting to die?" Yi Yan sighed. This ninja brother seemed well-meaning. So he didn't dampen his spirits. In truth, if Tsang hadn't dragged him away, Huang Shanjinren would have already been defeated. The two began to talk. Do ninjas really exist in this world? That was the question Yi Yan was most curious about. Of course there were ninjas in the anime world. In reality Yi Yan knew there were some, but they were all fake and lacked true skill. Tsang however seemed different, his abilities were genuine. At least the earth escape earlier was the real deal. Tsang replied, "Of course there are ninjas. But the ninja arts have declined." Yi Yan asked, "Why did they decline?" Tsang thought for a moment and said, "Partly because times have changed, no one wants to learn ninjutsu anymore, and partly because our ninja village lost the sacred artifact. If we still had it, we would surely be much stronger." Speaking of this, Tsang grew excited. "If I had the artifact, that old man would be no match for me and we wouldn't have to run." Yi Yan became curious about this divine artifact. "What is your divine artifact?" Tsang did not answer Yi Yan immediately, as this matter was rather secretive. But then he thought that it had been hundreds of years since there had been news of a divine artifact. So even if he told this ordinary person, it wouldn't be a problem. Tsang replied, "The grass-cutting sword." The grass-cutting sword. Wow. Wasn't that the weapon he obtained? But Yi Yan quickly shook his head, dismissing it. The grass-cutting sword was actually a legendary sword in their realm. Therefore what the other party mentioned definitely wouldn't be the grass-cutting sword from the world of Hokage. So Yi Yan continued, "Is the grass-cutting sword the sword from within the body of the eight-headed serpent?" Tsang appeared somewhat confused and shook his head. "What are you talking about? That's just a myth." "You really believe that?" Yi Yan fell silent. "It's just a myth, you truly believe that? Then you said the grass-cutting sword is indeed an artifact of your ninja village." Tsang explained, "It seems I need to tell you about the origins of the grass-cutting sword of the ninja village." Yi Yan had an uneasy feeling. But still nodded, deciding to listen to this story. In a previous life the ninja village existed in another world, another dimension. According to our ancestors in that world, powerful ninjas were numerous and were the main force of the entire world. The grass-cutting sword was initially in the hands of a ninja who studied science. That gentleman was also quite famous. Unfortunately later on a reedied youth appeared, killing that gentleman and seizing the grass-cutting sword, taking it as his own sword. The grass-cutting sword accompanied that gentleman, experiencing many events, but during a battle between the reedied youth and a powerful being it accidentally fell into the rift of space. At that time our ancestor was also a subordinate of the reedied youth, and during that battle he fell into the rift of space along with the grass-cutting sword. Only then did our ancestor arrive in reality and he obtained the grass-cutting sword of the reedied youth. From then on he used it to create the ninja village and awarded the title of the strongest ninja in the village to Uchiha Sasuke. Throughout history the grass-cutting sword was lost and the ninja village fell into decline. Later on a manga artist became interested in the ninja village and Uchiha Sasuke and included them in his works. This is the origin of the ninja village and the grass-cutting sword. After hearing this Yi Yan fell into silence. A reedied youth. Could it be the Sharingan? Then the grass-cutting sword, isn't it Sasuke's sword? So it turns out that Sasuke from a parallel world left the grass-cutting sword in this reality. Then someone used it to create the ninja village in the real world. And that last manga artist. If that's the case, then my own grass-cutting sword is indeed the same as the one they lost. Is this for real? Tsang noticed that Yi Yan had fallen silent after hearing this and couldn't help but smile. Anyone who heard this would feel shocked and incredulous. This is also a normal thing. While they were conversing, Huang Shanjinren finally reached them. Huang Shanjinren had searched the entire neighborhood thinking they were no longer inside. And they really were there. Well, that's good. This time I definitely won't let you escape. Tsang's face turned pale. He hadn't expected them to come so quickly and his aura hadn't returned to normal. Tsang, for the sake of the mission, had no choice but to rise and prepare to fight Huang Shanjinren to the death. In a flash Tsang charged towards Huang Shanjinren. His speed was still very fast. But in front of Huang Shanjinren it was comparable to his disciple Wu Daoshi's speed. Naturally it was no different from a snail. So with a sidestep, a chop with his hand knocked Tsang to the ground. Yi Yan watched this scene, his lips twitching. Your strength is way too far behind theirs. You could defeat him if you had the grass-cutting sword. Yi Yan was quite skeptical of this statement. Tsang, still lying on the ground, was unwilling to give up and said, if only I had the grass-cutting sword. Yi Yan sighed. The grass-cutting sword. If you want it, I'll lend it to you. He wanted to see whether it was true that you couldn't defeat him without the grass-cutting sword or if you were just weak. Yi Yan generously tossed the grass-cutting sword to Tsang. Tsang took the long sword and his shock was evident. This sword. It can't be wrong, it is indeed the grass-cutting sword of their ninja village. But how did Yi Yan have something from their village? This is impossible. Yi Yan did not explain. If you can deal with the opponent first before talking about anything else. Tsang nodded, deciding to speak later. For now he must deal with Huang Shanzhenren. But now that he had the grass-cutting sword, he was entirely confident of victory. Huang Shanzhenren saw the opponent switch weapons and didn't take it seriously. Weak and still blaming the weapon. He was still bare-handed. Huang Shanzhenren grinned, "I'll give you another chance." Tsang took a deep breath and then extended the grass-cutting sword, sweeping towards Huang Shanzhenren. Huang Shanzhenren was taken aback, his two fingers pinching the grass-cutting sword, but was pushed away by the infinitely extending grass-cutting sword. Boom! This impact slammed Huang Shanzhenren into the rocks, causing him to spit blood. Wow! What kind of weapon is this with such great power? Tsang revealed a smile. I already said that with the grass-cutting sword I won't lose. Yi Yan's face darkened. It seemed that it was the sword that defeated Huang Shanzhenren and it had nothing to do with you. Indeed, Huang Shanzhenren emerged from the rocks, wiping the blood away. If I had a weapon like that, I wouldn't lose to you. You won unfairly. Tsang sneered. If you had such a powerful weapon, take it out. I don't mind. Huang Shanzhenren was momentarily speechless. Seeing Huang Shanzhenren's aggrieved expression, Yi Yan decided to sell out and casually tossed the golden hooped rod to Huang Shanzhenren. To be honest, watching their duel was quite interesting. Much more amusing than doing it himself, so he decided to lend them all his weapons. Let them put on a good show. Huang Shanzhenren received the golden hooped rod. And after a moment of confusion realized it wasn't from Sun Wukong. Yi Yan. Could it be that he is Sun Wukong? Otherwise how could he have the golden hooped rod? But monkeys aren't from myths. Huang Shanzhenren shook his head. Perhaps this is just an ordinary rod that doesn't extend. As this thought crossed his mind, the golden hooped rod extended and struck Tsang heavily. Tsang was sent flying several meters, his face filled with disbelief. Huang Shanzhenren laughed. Ha ha ha, good stuff. You were being pretentious and now you're not pretending anymore. Tsang attempted to get up, but his injuries were too severe, causing him to finally succumb and faint. Huang Shanzhenren was even happier, holding the golden hooped rod with great affection. Yi Yan retrieved the grass-cutting sword and shook his head at Tsang. You really can't do this. It still depends on how he deals with Huang Shanzhenren. At this moment Huang Shanzhenren began to find Yi Yan quite pleasing to the eye. He even suspected that the latter was not his target at all. His target must surely be that ninja lying on the ground. Otherwise why would the other help him, giving him a weapon, the golden cudgel? Yi Yan approached Huang Shanzhenren with a smile and said, is the weapon handy? Isn't it extremely powerful? Huang Shanzhenren nodded and praised, this is indeed a fine treasure, but I am puzzled why you would give it to me. Yi Yan replied, it's simple, I want to show goodwill and prove that I am not Yi Yan, the one lying on the ground is. Right? You see, he said, the ninja is Yi Yan. Huang Shanzhenren pondered for a moment and said, but didn't you say it right in front of me before? You are Yi Yan. Yi Yan began to ramble, actually I know the ninja Yi Yan. Seeing you beat him I couldn't bear it and wanted to take the blame onto myself. As a result. Huang Shanzhenren grew curious. As a result what? Yi Yan continued, as a result when we were alone he actually tried to kill me, thinking I was a burden. So I had no choice but to abandon the idea of protecting him. I want to live, he's not worth it. Huang Shanzhenren listened and felt this made sense, everything could now be connected. Yes, no mistake, this kid is definitely not Yi Yan. Huang Shanzhenren then let down his guard. Since you've given me such a remarkable treasure, from now on you follow me and I will keep you safe. Yi Yan quickly nodded then said, but I still have another treasure I wish to present to you. Huang Shanzhenren was taken aback. Another treasure? Are you some kind of money-dispensing child? Huang Shanzhenren frowned, are you serious? Yi Yan nodded, of course I'm serious. Without further ado Yi Yan summoned a Rasengan. Huang Shanzhenren stared at the orb before him, fell silent. You call this a treasure? Yi Yan continued his bluff, yes, this is the treasure I want to give you, the Rasengan. Huang Shanzhenren had never seen such a thing before, but he sensed it was somewhat dangerous. Yi Yan explained, this item chooses its master on its own, ordinary people cannot control it. So in a way it is indeed dangerous. But once mastered you can use it to strike enemies and cause massive damage. For instance, it can fell a large tree in an instant. Upon hearing this, Huang Shanjinren's eyes lit up. Something so powerful. Huang Shanjinren suddenly felt the golden cudgel in his hand was insignificant. Compared to this thing, the golden cudgel was like a baby, nowhere near the same level. Give it to me. Hurry, give it to me. I want it now. Huang Shanjinren said urgently. Yi Yan was almost moved to tears. Got it. He's finally taken the bait. You want the Rasengan. No one's competing with you, here it is. Yi Yan nodded. All right, here's the Rasengan for you. Gently Yi Yan placed the Rasengan on Huang Shanjinren's abdomen. Huang Shanjinren was stunned. This thing is not held by hand. It can be received by the belly. Truly advanced. Boom. With that thought, the Rasengan erupted with power, tearing through Huang Shanjinren's clothes and hurling him dozens of meters away. He finally crashed into a rock motionless. The power of the Rasengan has always been a mystery. At its weakest it can't even kill a lower-ranked ninja. At its strongest it can defeat even cage-level opponents. The 6 paths of pain are the best proof. Thus, caught completely off guard, even a formidable old man can be felled in a single blow. Yi Yan had no choice but to rely on bluffing. He wasn't truly afraid of the opponent. However, he was merely a clone. One touch would cause him to dissolve. So the only way to have a high chance of defeating the opponent was through this method, deception. After all, Huang Shanjinren had no idea what a Rasengan was. Claim it as a magical artifact, and it did look somewhat like one. Take a night pearl for instance, it also glows. This orb is just a bit bigger than a night pearl, so both emit light, no real difference. Yi Yan walked over and confirmed that Huang Shanjinren was indeed unconscious, then finally relaxed. He retrieved the golden cudgel. Yes, Kusanagi sword, golden cudgel, how could he let them keep them? Lending them for a bit of fun, did they actually think it was real? What were they thinking? Yi Yan looked at Huang Shanjinren and Song, considering where to stash them. Leaving them in the residential area was far too dangerous. What if they harmed his Aunt Su Lan? Just as Yi Yan was about to act, a figure appeared before him. He looked closely and saw that it was Wu Daoshi. Wu Daoshi was already dumbfounded by the scene. He had gone to the meeting point with his master, but when no one showed up he decided to come looking for Huang Shanjinren. After sneaking into the compound and wandering around, he spotted Yi Yan. Worse still, he saw his master Huang Shanjinren. He was lying on the ground. What does this mean? Defeated by this kid Yi Yan? How could it be? His master was one of the top old freaks in the entire ancient martial world. Those who could defeat him could be counted on 2 hands. So he was confident that once his master descended the mountain, Yi Yan's life would be in danger. Wu Daoshi was stunned, but Yi Yan was not. Seeing him, Yi Yan asked, "Is he with you?" Wu Daoshi's lips twitched. He didn't know whether to admit it now. Wu Daoshi gritted his teeth. He is my master. What have you done to him? Seeing that the other was honest, Yi Yan didn't bother with tricks. He summoned a Rasengan. I just gave your master a magical artifact and he fainted. Is he trying to frame me? Wu Daoshi stared at the orb, and said bluntly, "Who are you kidding? Isn't that a technique you created? And it looks quite powerful." Yi Yan nodded. See. Bluffing has a probability of success, it doesn't always work. This time it failed. Yi Yan withdrew the Rasengan calmly. I knocked him out. Enough nonsense, are you also one of Wei Xiaojia's men? Tell me, how do we settle this? Yi Yan was back to his favorite part, the settlement. Wu Daoshi remained silent. Settlement, how to settle? He wouldn't try to extort me again, would he? Wu Daoshi quickly said, "This has nothing to do with me. It was all Wei Xiaojia's idea. He wanted to harm you. I'm an honest person, how could I possibly harm anyone?" Yi Yan stared coldly at him as if to say, "Do you think he believes what you just said?" Yi Yan cut to the chase. "Give me 10 million and this matter never happened. Take your master and this ninja back. Give you 10 million. You think he's a bank with that much money? Take his master back. And a ninja too, a two-for-one deal. Besides, he didn't even know that ninja." Taoist was face darkened. I really don't have any money." Yi Yan said nothing for a moment, then asked, "You can contact Wei Xiaojia, right? Give him a video call." Taoist Wu paused. A bad feeling crept over him, but he complied anyway. He opened his phone and connected to Wei Xiaojia. "How's it going? Is that bastard Yi Yan taken care of?" "Good, you guys are efficient." Taoist Wu had put the call on speakerphone and immediately regretted it. He desperately wished Wei Xiaojia would keep his voice down. But Yi Yan leaned in and greeted Wei Xiaojia proactively. "Hello there. Wei Xiaojia." Seeing Yi Yan, Wei Xiaojia's face turned green. How was he still perfectly fine? Weren't they supposed to take care of him this time? That martial artist. Wasn't he supposed to be something special? Yet every time he couldn't handle Yi Yan. Taoist Wu's liver ached at the sight of Yi Yan. He knew another bankruptcy was coming. This was driving him insane. Every failure cost him money, couldn't they find a different way? This was a death sentence. No doubt about it, this was the cruelest form of mental torture. Yi Yan didn't like beating around the bush. I'll be straight with you, Taoist Wu. Master Huangshan is your man, right? How do you think this matter should be settled? Wei Xiaojie twitched his mouth. However you settle it, as long as it doesn't involve money, anything was fine. But that one point probably wasn't realistic. Wei Xiaojie hurriedly said, if you want money, go to Taoist Wu. He's got it. He took my money, it's all with him. Taoist Wu remained silent. You're selling out your teammate. He only took a deposit, okay? He didn't have that much money. Yi Yan looked the two over and finally said, in that case you two sort it out. I want 10 million, or we'll each pay a portion. I suggest each of you pay half, that way neither of you feels much pressure, no burden, a splash of rain and it solved, everyone's happy. Heh. Now you're being considerate. Just be cruel to them, will you? As long as you don't shake them down, anything goes. They've had enough of this torment. Yi Yan said to Wei Xiaojie, do I need to show up at your doorstep right now? Wei Xiaojie struggled for a moment, then said, I'll pay 5 million. Yi Yan clapped his hands and looked at Taoist Wu. See, he's paying half, don't you think you should cover the other half? Taoist Wu was furious. Yi Yan, I'll fight you to the death. Everyone has their own weakness, their Achilles heel. For Taoist Wu it was wealth, his soft spot. Now he intended to fight Yi Yan to the death. He wouldn't pay a single cent. What was he thinking? Watching this, Wei Xiaojie's blood boiled. Yes, they should resist. Go teach that brat a lesson. Show no mercy. Yi Yan didn't take his impotent rage seriously. He drew the Chaoji sword, extended it and sent Taoist Wu flying with a single thrust. Taoist Wu 10 meters away was pinned down by the sword, its blade deep in his flesh, unable to move. Taoist Wu gasped. What kind of artifact was this? So formidable. He was utterly helpless. Thinking about it, his Master Huangshan's defeat now seemed acceptable. Yi Yan withdrew the Chaoji sword, looked at him and said loudly, are you sure you want pay the other 5 million? Yi Yan's killing intent had already stirred. He had been about to kill him and now the man wanted to get away without paying any price. Did he think that was possible? Did such good fortune exist in this world? Yi Yan had a good temper, but that didn't make him a saint. From behind the screen, Wei Xiaojie silently chanted. Don't give up, keep going. Keep resisting. Taoist Wu clutched his wound. He realized that the other truly had the power to kill him instantly. If he kept resisting, next time the sword would aim for his heart. Logically, even if he lost his life, he wouldn't give up the money. That was just the kind of person he was. But then he recalled a saying, where there's life there's wealth. As long as he lived, would he ever run out of money? He would give it all, hand it all over. Taoist Wu ground his teeth and said, the other half. I'll pay. I'll pay, all right. Can you let me go now? Wei Xiaojie was petrified, so spineless. What a letdown. Yi Yan clapped in satisfaction. See. That wasn't so hard. Such a small matter. I'll tell you what my weakness is. Actually, I'm quite afraid of you using underhanded tactics. If you use cheap shots, you can definitely deal with me. If one attempt fails, you have to persevere, don't give up. Try a few more times and you'll eventually succeed. Remember what I said, you can lose 100 times, you can lose all the way, but you must win the final time. Go. Go claim that damned victory. This. He's twisting the knife and even telling them his weakness. How dare he bully them like this? What, try a few more times? They were being fed motivational garbage. Both of them were seething with rage. He was toying with them, pure and simple. They could fail, but if they kept bothering him, they'd go from living in mansions to sleeping under bridges. He, on the other hand, was risking it all to become wealthier and wealthier. Yi Yan watched them, transferred the money, saw the balance and beamed as brightly as the sun. But to Wei Xiaojie and Taoist Wu, Yi Yan looked like the devil. Yi Yan said to Wei Xiaojie, get some sleep, brother. Don't think too much, don't let it weigh on you. You'll succeed, keep at it. Wei Xiaojie's face darkened as he hung up. Now he was even worrying about his data usage. What a miserable life. Yi Yan then said to Taoist Wu, take your master and this ninja back. Taoist Wu scowled, hauling up his master. Forget the ninja, he's not with us. That remark reminded Yi Yan, they weren't together. Then the ninja should also pay up. Whether he was supposed to marry into the Su family or whatever, Yi Yan was unwilling. You can't force a young man like that without making him pay a price. Did such good fortune exist in this world? No denying Yi Yan's logic worked everywhere. Yi Yan didn't force Taoist Wu to stay, he let him go. Now he was only interested in this ninja. He figured out a way to wake him up. Tsang opened his eyes, saw the enemies were gone and was astonished. What had happened? Yi Yan smiled brightly at him and waved his hand. Hello there, I've dealt with all the enemies. You can rest assured it's safe now. Yi Yan's words carried a gentle tone. During this time he felt as though his perspective had suddenly broadened. No longer easily provoked. And when dealing with others, especially enemies, he was as gentle as a spring breeze. He knew that showing mercy to one's foe was cruelty to oneself. But if not him, then who would walk into hell? Tsang still couldn't believe it. How was it possible that Yi Yan was so powerful? Even that old man could be dealt with. He had clearly underestimated him. Tsang then said, since that's the case, come with me to the Su family and become their son-in-law. Yi Yan frowned and couldn't help but retort, you must have misunderstood their intentions. Son-in-law. They'd rather see me dead. Tsang asked in confusion, if they want you dead, why would they make you their son-in-law? Yi Yan twitched his mouth and said, so I'm telling you it's definitely not about being a son-in-law. You heard wrong. Yi Yan couldn't be bothered to explain further, nor was it necessary. He merely said, fine, I'll be the son-in-law then. But being a son-in-law requires a bride price. Tsang looked utterly bewildered. Bride price? What's that? Oh. It's a custom. But isn't the custom to give it to the bride's family? Why was it given to the groom's side? Yi Yan said arrogantly, I won't go to the Su family as their son-in-law without $1 million. I'm in the prime of my youth, a man has only one life and he needs a good family and some security for himself. Tsang fell silent. Although there was much he couldn't comprehend in Yi Yan's words, the part about $1 million was crystal clear. Was this guy a walking millionaire? Couldn't he use a smaller unit? $1 million? What kind of crazy amount was that? It was downright terrifying. Tsang said bluntly, the reward they gave me isn't even $1 million. Yi Yan thought for a moment and wanted to solve Tsang's problem, then how much did they give you? Tsang fell silent again. Are you really asking that? Aren't you being too much? Seeing that the other party didn't answer, Yi Yan guessed, probably just a few $100,000. How about this, give me your entire reward and you go ask the Su family for the rest. Tell them you need it for the mission. They're a big family, they'll agree. Tsang clenched his fist. Even a capitalist would weep upon hearing those words. How could you come up with such a brilliant idea? Tsang actually wanted to refuse, but on second thought. This guy had the Kusanagi sword. He still didn't know how Yi Yan had obtained the Kusanagi sword. This was crucial to the rise of the ninja village, so of course he had to curry favor with this man. First gain his goodwill, then find an opportunity to retrieve the Kusanagi sword and rebuild the ninja village. Tsang then said, forget about my reward. But I can try to apply for $1 million from the Su family on your behalf. Let's see if it works. Yi Yan sighed, fine, look at you being stingy. Go ahead and apply, hurry up. Tsang clenched his fist again, seething with hatred. He still wanted to kill this guy. He didn't even know why. He just couldn't stand it. Tsang quickly contacted Su Shan and Suing, I need $1 million right now. Only with this money can the mission be completed. Su Shan and Suing were both stunned. Did this mean they had to pay extra? Since when did missions have a pay extra midway rule? Weren't you a ninja? You're more like a pay-up hermit. Su Shan frowned and wanted to refuse. $1 million just like that? Did he think it was monopoly money? Suing tried to persuade, maybe that kid is really tough to deal with. As I said before, he sent Yunfeng flying 5 or 6 meters away. Clearly he's formidable. Suing began to ponder. It was indeed possible that Tsang found the opponent too strong. He would need to pay an enormous price to handle him. Hence he turned into the pay-up hermit. Think of it as compensation for his life-risking endeavor. After all, $1 million isn't a big deal for the Su family. Su Shan replied, fine, $1 million it is. And so Tsang actually obtained $1 million. He handed it over to Yi Yan. After all, Yi Yan was watching him the whole time, he had no choice but to pay. Yi Yan was ecstatic. Ah, this was too delightful. Ha ha ha. Yi Yan patted Tsang on the shoulder, good job. I'll buy you a meal sometime. I'm off. With that, Yi Yan made a swift exit, slipping away. He had nothing more to say to this ninja. Only Tsang was left standing there dumbfounded. When the shadow clone dispersed, all the events that happened to the clone returned to the original body. Yi Yan smiled to himself. Life was so simple and unadorned. He had already amassed quite a bit of money. Enough to buy a house and a car. A house and a car, always a man's dream. But for now, Yi Yan wanted to check on how the Chunin exam in the Naruto world was progressing. Over in the Naruto world, it was already time for the final exam. As for the exam in the Forest of Death, Team 7 had passed through it with some narrow escapes. And Sasuke had been left with a curse mark by Orochimaru before he left. The plot was unfolding as expected. Now for the final round, it was a unknown battle between ninjas. The first match was the much-anticipated Rock Lee vs. Niji Hyuga. When Yi Yan saw this, he fell silent. Much anticipated. What much anticipated. In the original story they never fought, did they? Clearly Neji fought Naruto first, then Lee fought Gaara. As for Lee versus Neji, it never happened. This must be another difference in this parallel world. But Yi Yen quickly let it go. As long as it didn't affect the main storyline, they could fight all they wanted. Besides, Yi Yen was curious to see who was stronger, Hyuga or Rock Lee. One was the acknowledged genius of Konoha. The other a genius of hard work. Both were among the strongest of the 12 rookies. In this world Naruto had been epically buffed thanks to Minato's training from a young age and the Nine-Tails chakra. But even so, facing the current Neji or Rock Lee, Naruto couldn't guarantee a win. The outcome was uncertain. So one could imagine how spectacular this match would be. From another perspective, which would ultimately triumph, hard work or talent. Yi Yen felt no trace of drowsiness. He intended to savor this monumental duel. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the rookies, Rock Lee and Neji officially began their fight. Neji spoke slowly. "Give it up. You won't be my opponent. Have you forgotten? They were in the same team and had fought many times before, yet Rock Lee had never won once." Rock Lee shook his head. "Past battles don't matter. The experience of failure will ignite my youth right now." Lee Luoka looked at the teacher Kai standing on the stage. Kai nodded at him. "Burn with all your might. This is youth." Lee Luoka then prepared to unleash his full power, immediately activating the 8 gates. Green waves of energy coiled around Lee Luoka's body as he instantly opened the first gate, the second gate and the third gate. All 3 gates fully open. Lee Luoka transformed into a whirlwind, instantly closing in on Neji. A powerful kick sent Neji flying several meters away. Neji was shocked and quickly steadied himself, ready to use his absolute defense rotation. But before he could execute it, Lee Luoka swept in again with unimaginable speed. Shadow dance of the dancing leaf. Neji was struck on the chin and sent flying once more. The crowd fell into silence. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Was this the same Lee Luoka who could not use ninjutsu or genjutsu? Now even the renowned Hyuga Neji was being overwhelmed with no means to fight back. Just how powerful had he become? Only Yi Yen was observing Neji. That chin seemed flattened. Good grief. Shaoli, that kick of yours just gave him a facelift. That's going too far. At that moment Kai calmly explained, Lee is a genius of hard work. He has undergone many incredible training regimens that ordinary people cannot imagine, which allowed his taijutsu to reach this level. If we speak purely of taijutsu, Lee might indeed surpass Neji. Though Kai seemed to be praising Lee Luoka, his words actually indicated that Lee was still no match for Neji. Neji revealed a wild grin, his fighting spirit blazing. Good. Good. Whether in speed or power, you've surpassed me. In terms of taijutsu, I, Hyuga Neji, declare you the strongest in this Chunin exam. Yi Yan's mouth twitched at those words. He could hardly bear to watch anymore. Neji, why are you acting like Ban? In any case, Yi Yen was still betting on Lee Luoka's victory. After finishing his declaration, Neji activated his Byakugan and beckoned, "Try me again." Lee Luoka provoked dashed toward Neji and then with a sudden teleportation appeared unexpectedly behind him and delivered a kick. Neji was sent flying again. "Yes, try me again, you've been taking hits the entire time." Neji fell to the ground but continued his bravado. "Is the intense pain preventing you from launching consecutive attacks?" How disappointing. Hearing this, Lee Luoka fell for the provocation and charged forward. But just as his fist was about to land on Neji, his speed began to wane. Neji grew confident. The third gate of the 8 gates placed an immense burden on Lee Luoka's body. He simply could not fully adapt to it. There was bound to be a moment when he weakened. And that moment was Neji's chance for a counterattack. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Neji began to rain palm strikes continuously onto Lee Luoka's body. Lee Luoka coughed up a mouthful of blood and stumbled backward, creating distance from Neji. He let out a loud roar, seeming not gravely injured. But Kai frowned. Was it as he feared? Yi Yen did not notice anything unusual either as he saw Lee Luoka attack Neji again. This time, however, Neji managed to dodge Lee Luoka's attacks, a stark contrast to his earlier helplessness. Yi Yen was puzzled. Was it because the injuries he had sustained had not yet healed? Yi Yen observed closely and discovered a problem: the energy glow around Lee Luoka had dimmed. Was this the second gate? Yes, the audience also realized that Neji could match Lee Luoka's speed because after receiving the earlier attack, Lee Luoka had dropped from the third gate to the second gate. Moreover, Lee Luoka tried desperately to reopen the third gate or even a higher gate but found himself unable to do so. Kai explained, the 8 gates technique is essentially about opening the 8 acupoints that store vast amounts of chakra. However, Neji's Byakugan and Gentle Fist have the ability to seal acupoints, preventing the user of the 8 gates from opening the gates that store chakra. In other words, Lee Luoka could activate the 8 gates on his own, but Niji could use his Byakugan and acupoint sealing to close the gates that had been opened. That was why Lee Luoka had fallen from the 3rd gate to the 2nd gate. Seeing this, Yi Yen did not know what to say. This was an epic level buff for the Hyuga clan, being able to block the opening of the 8 gates. That would mean if someone opened up to the gate of death, a single acupoint seal could stop it. But then he recalled that this was a parallel Naruto world, so he could not argue. However, things were looking grim for Lee Luoka. Niji seized an opportunity, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Countless palm strikes rained down on Lee Luoka, forcing him back from the 2nd gate to the 1st gate. Due to the tremendous exhaustion, Lee Luoka could not even maintain the 1st gate. Niji retorted, "Now you understand. A loser can never defeat a true genius." Although Niji's chin had been flattened and he had taken quite a few hits, he still had plenty of stamina. He held a higher chance of victory against Lee Luoka. Lee Luoka panted heavily. The 8 gates he relied on were now ineffective against Niji. He would have to fight in his normal state. But in his normal state he had never once beaten Niji. Could he do it this time? Yi Yen the spectator could not stand it any longer. Since Niji could shut down the 8 gates, wouldn't it be fair for him to help Lee Luoka a little? Yi Yen sent a single message to Lee Luoka, "Alcohol. If you have alcohol you can still defeat Niji even without the 8 Lee Luoka was startled. What was that voice? Alcohol. He couldn't drink. But hearing that it could help him beat Niji, he became intrigued. Who are you? Yi Yen said, "I am the Supreme Venerable." "Enough talk, do you have alcohol?" Lee Luoka replied, "Teacher Kai gave me a liquor-filled chocolate. I'm not sure if it counts." Yi Yen immediately said, "That works. Eat it and you'll unleash a cheat." Lee Luoka hesitated, but with no better option he trusted Yi Yen's words. He ate the liquor-filled chocolate. Instantly an indescribable sensation overwhelmed him, the world spun and tilted. Yet despite the dizziness his mind became exceptionally clear. How strange. Yi Yen relaxed. It worked. This was going to get even more interesting. A drunken fist master versus Hyuga Nizi, how would the battle unfold? Yi Yen was filled with anticipation. Niji did not think much of Lee Luoka's wobbling unsteady stance and grew careless. He casually threw a palm strike. But at that moment the staggering Lee Luoka suddenly twisted like a phantom, dodging the strike. He struck back with a punch to Niji's body. Niji, greatly alarmed, hurriedly retreated. Kai and the others were stunned. What kind of technique was this? It looked absolutely formidable. A thrilling spectacle indeed. Drunken fist. Rock Lee mumbled drunkenly. Upon hearing this everyone was taken aback. Drunken fist. It seemed to be a very unique taijutsu. This style was rarely used, primarily because few could master it. After all, who would bother to practice boxing while drunk instead of lying down to sleep? What were they thinking? Guy felt gratified. Perhaps Lee was a genius at drunken fist. If so, it would be a delightful surprise. How had this child discovered his own talent? Or had some master guided him? Wait. Could it be the Konoha Dragon God? The Konoha Dragon God was the greatest taijutsu master in Konoha's history. Unfortunately, he should have passed away by now. Yet, such a master might still be alive, though unlikely. Yi Yen thought, "You're overthinking it. There was no such thing as the Konoha Dragon God. He had merely helped by providing a spoiler." But Yi Yen didn't bother to explain, let the misunderstanding stand. Little did Yi Yen know that this misunderstanding would later cause trouble. If he had clarified things now, nothing would have happened. But that was a story for another time. Back to the scene, Niji dared not underestimate his opponent and launched an attack with the 8 trigrams palms. A full 64 strikes. Yet under the furious barrage, Rock Lee swayed and dodged with uncanny grace. Not a single palm touched him. With a kick and a punch aimed at the Byakugan's blind spot from bizarre angles, Lee struck Niji and sent him flying. Niji lay on the ground and everyone fell silent. Niji smiled faintly. It seemed hard work could indeed surpass genius. Could there also be a power capable of changing destiny? He had always believed fate was immutable. But seeing himself defeated by Rock Lee, his conviction began to waver. Branch house. Main house. Niji rose, his expression shifting. He intended to unleash his full power. Indeed, even when facing Lee with 3 gates open, this genius had not gone all out. But now he wanted to prove to himself whether he too possessed the power to change destiny. Thus he became immensely stronger. Rock Lee, oblivious to Niji's transformation, staggered closer. Once he was within range, drunken fist would soon. Lee closed in. Niji's Byakugan clearly saw every chakra point on Lee's body. Niji assumed his stance, 8 trigrams 128 palms. This time with even more strikes and a wider range, even drunken fist could not dodge them all. Lee was hit several times. A few palms later, Lee sobered up. Yi Yan's eyelids twitched. This must be sober up palms. Now clear-headed Lee wouldn't just give up, he used the Konoha whirlwind. Rotation. After unleashing the 128 palms, Neji immediately followed with his rotation. The chakra energy generated sent Lee flying. Lee crashed to the ground completely drained of strength. The Konoha whirlwind had been his best attack but it failed. Thus the match ended with Neji's victory. However, the contest was far from easy, both fighters gave their all until their last ounce of strength determined the winner. Regardless of who won or lost, it was a match worthy of respect. Afterward, both Neji and Rock Lee were carried out on stretchers, a testament to the battle's intensity. The Hyuga clan leader spoke with Neji after the match. Meanwhile, Lee talked with Guy. Since you lost, you'll do 10,000 squats as punishment. Guy flashed his sparkling teeth. Lee insisted firmly, make it 100,000 Gezensei. Guy pulled Lee close, moved to tears, not being defeated by failure, this is youth. After their emotional exchange, Guy grew curious. Lee, how did you know you had a talent for drunken fist? That was what puzzled him most. Lee thought for a moment and replied, a senior seemed to give me some guidance. Guy became excited, so there was a senior. He asked, did that senior call himself the Konoha Dragon God? Lee answered, he called himself the Supreme Venerable. Guy blinked. Supreme Dragon God. He knew it, it truly was the Konoha Dragon God. Guy grabbed Lee, your opportunity has come. No, our opportunity has come. If we can receive guidance from the Konoha Dragon God, we will undoubtedly become stronger than we are now. Lee still didn't fully understand Guy's meaning. Guy continued, we must find a chance to become the Konoha Dragon God's disciples. Lee nodded, agreeing that training couldn't hurt. Guy's decision was made entirely without Yi Yan's knowledge. At that moment Yi Yan had turned his attention to the second match. But when he saw it, he was stunned. It was Gaara versus Naruto. Shouldn't it be Sasuke versus Gaara? Well, he shouldn't be surprised, in this parallel world anything could happen. As long as Yi Yan didn't do anything foolish, whatever happened here wouldn't steer events toward the main storyline. Only the process would differ. Yi Yan began his analysis of this match as usual. Gaara was basically a boss-level powerhouse among the Chunin exam participants. He was a cut above his contemporaries like Sasuke and Neji. The gap was clear. Meanwhile, Naruto, unlike in the original story, was exceptionally gifted, having been taught by the best since childhood, his skills far surpassing an average ninja. They wondered what level he would reach in actual combat. Amid everyone's anticipation, both fighters appeared on the arena. Naruto clasped his fists, I didn't slack off during the break, I learned plenty of new jutsu. Gaara, carrying a huge gourd on his back, didn't even glance at Naruto. Naruto didn't take offense and continued, hey, underestimate me and I'll knock you flying. Gaara emitted a large amount of sand which drifted in the air, still ignoring Naruto. Naruto frowned. What an unfriendly guy. But no matter, let's start fighting and show him something. Naruto unleashed his signature multiple shadow clone technique, instantly creating over 1,000 clones. The spectators were dumbfounded, this was beyond extreme. So many shadow clones. Gaara was also surprised. This kid also had a tailed beast inside him just like himself. Kurama. So it wasn't strange that he had massive chakra reserves. He'd have to get serious too, 1,000 clones, that was interesting. Gaara raised his arm and began to cast a jutsu. A great torrent of sand swept over the numerous clones, causing them to gradually dissipate. Seeing this, 1,000 Narutos surged toward Gaara, but Gaara's sand could provide absolute defense against him. The attacks of the many Narutos could not break through. Within just a few minutes all the clones were eliminated by the sand. At this sight the crowd fell silent. They had thought 1,000 clones were formidable but never expected Gaara's sand to be even more terrifying. Naruto was in danger now. Yi Yan watched the screen but did not worry about Naruto. Hadn't he mentioned that he had also learned a new jutsu? Perhaps now was the time to show the fruits of his training. Naruto said to Gaara, your sand is really impressive. But be careful of the next jutsu. Gaara replied calmly, whatever tricks you have, just bring them on. Gaara was not afraid of anyone. Naruto bit his finger and placed it on the ground while also speaking to the Ninetales inside him, Fox, give me chakra. The Ninetales said helplessly, do you have to ask for rent every day? Can't it be once a month? Naruto replied calmly, why are you so stingy? You have so much chakra. The Ninetales twitched its mouth, see. I've gotten thinner. Even if I have a lot of chakra you can't waste it. Naruto didn't want to argue, hurry up. Otherwise I'll tell the other half of the Ninetales that you're stingy. The Ninetales fell silent. Fine, I'll lend it to you, alright. Being laughed at by his other half was truly embarrassing. Having obtained the Ninetales chakra, Naruto immediately summoned Gamabunta, the Toad Boss. As soon as the massive body of Gamabunta appeared on the scene, the crowd exclaimed. Gamabunta. He was the comrade in arms of the fourth Hokage. That's right, he's a great one from Mount Myaboku, Naruto is amazing. He can even summon Gamabunta. Doesn't that mean his strength is almost catching up to Jiraiya and the fourth Hokage? Everyone at the scene praised him. Even Gaara was visibly stunned seeing this behemoth. Only Yi Yen didn't think it was impressive. So Yi Yen thought Naruto had learned some new technique, but it was still just summoning. In the original story, Naruto could also summon Gamabunta, and Gamabunta helped a lot when dealing with the out-of-control Gaara. Otherwise Naruto alone couldn't handle the One Tail. Gaara finally spoke up, This is your summoned beast. Naruto nodded, yes. Pretty cool, right? Gaara's face darkened, but he still bluffed, don't underestimate me, kid. I still have 2 more of these toads. Naruto's summoning wasn't over, he continued to summon 2 more. Gamaken and Gamahiro. These 2 were also high-ranking toads of Mount Myaboku on the same level as Gamabunta. You could tell from their size and equipment that they were not ordinary toads. Gamaken with both offense and defense was the one Jiraiya summoned when he fought Pain. Though he claims to be clumsy, he is actually more reliable than anyone. Gamahiro, skilled with a blade, is very agile. He appeared in Konoha alongside Sage Naruto to fight the 6 Paths of Pain. He also possesses excellent attack capabilities. This made the entire Chunin exam boil with excitement. How amazing! 3 giant toads. Each of them had strength comparable to a Jonin. Now with 3, how could Naruto lose? He was practically invincible. Gaara didn't want to talk anymore. He wanted to go home. It was too hard. Konoha was terrifying. With 1 toad he could still think of a way. But 3. Yi Yen was also stunned. Awesome, there was nothing more to say. Yi Yen was even more curious now that things had come to this. What would happen next? Would Gaara be instantly defeated? If he were, then how could the One Tail be released later? Just as Yi Yen was wondering, the question was soon answered. Gaara suddenly suffered a splitting headache and began to lose control. His chakra gradually went berserk. Then Gaara transformed into the One Tail, and soon the One Tail appeared before everyone. Yo! I'm free. Ha ha ha. Stinky fox. Where are you? I can feel your chakra. Yes, the One Tail had been released ahead of time. Seeing this, everyone began to panic. No one watched the match anymore, they prepared to evacuate. Where a tailed beast appears, disaster follows. This was immutable. So even though the match was exciting, they had no interest. Kakashi Guy and other special Jonin and Chunin organized everyone to take shelter. But things went from bad to worse. At the same time, Orochimaru also attacked the village. The village's manpower became severely insufficient, so they could only leave the situation to Naruto to handle on his own. Yi Yen suddenly realized. So they entered the main storyline directly. That fast. But Orochimaru. He really is reliable, starting his act. Indeed, Yi Yen had ordered Orochimaru to continue attacking Konoha. Later the 3rd and 4th Hokage would also intentionally hold back and be killed by Orochimaru. Of course, that was all for show. The 3rd and 4th Hokage faked their deaths and just went on vacation. Yi Yen knew that Orochimaru's invasion was all an act and there was no real danger. But on Tsunade's side there was the One Tail. So this was actually the main battlefield, the most dangerous place. He didn't know if Naruto could handle it. If not, Yi Yen would have to lend a hand. When Naruto saw the One Tail, he shouted at the Nine Tails, wanting to call the Nine Tails inside him out to fight. But the Nine Tails responded, I can only lend you chakra, but I cannot manifest myself, otherwise your body cannot withstand it. So young one, you must grow up and face this yourself. The Nine Tails here was already quite docile, having been persuaded by Minato. But he still couldn't help Naruto with Nine Tails mode if the boy was still too young. He was even just beginning to learn the chakra cloak. Seeing this, Naruto had to take matters into his own hands. He said to Gamabunta and the others, everyone, I'm counting on you. Think of something. Gamabunta and the others looked at each other. They were all a bit out of shape. Last night they had been playing mahjong together, the all-night kind. So they hadn't slept well and had no energy. Gamabunta was the boss. Even without energy he knew he had to act. So he took out his weapon and slammed the scabbard at the One Tail. Obviously using a scabbard against the One Tail was just child's play. He was smacked to the ground by a tail. Naruto fell silent. Mount Myaboku staying up all night instead of sleeping, now look at this. 3 against 1, and they probably couldn't even beat the One Tail who had had plenty of sleep. Wen Tai's mouth twitched. Well. Sorry everyone, I shouldn't have dragged you into playing mahjong. The other toads remained silent. What was the use of saying that now? Quickly think of a way for the 3 of us to defeat him alone. At this moment Wen Tai looked at Mingren. Little Mingren. What are you waiting for in anger? Go ahead. We're 3 short 1 and you're exactly the one missing. Mingren was silent. Did you think it was mahjong? Could he deal with a One Tail? Did you think he was at Kage level? Regardless of the situation, he had no choice but to fight. Then they devised a tactic: the three toads would hold back the One-Tail while Ming-Ren went after Gaara on top of the One-Tail. As long as he woke him up, the One-Tail would also vanish. Otherwise no one present could stop him. Ming-Ren leaped onto the One-Tail's head and unleashed a spiral sphere at Gaara on top. This was his strongest ninja technique at present. But the One-Tail's sand that protected Gaara perfectly blocked the spiral sphere. Ming-Ren was stunned. What kind of defense was this so hard? Then it was terrible, they had no way. Yi Yan watched the video and fell into silence. How could there be no way? In the original story, wasn't there a way? This was really not reassuring. Yi Yan sighed. It had to be him. He thought for a moment, what method could he use? Got it. Pfft. But should he really use it? Why not? It was used in the original anyway, so what? But. Ha ha ha. Yi Yan typed over, Ming-Ren, do you know how to use the 1,000 Years of Death? Ming-Ren was startled. 1,000 Years of Death. Teacher Kakashi had used it. What use was that thing? Yi Yan gave him a brief explanation. Ming-Ren's mouth twitched. This. Could it work? Forget it, let's give it a try. After all, it was the words of the immortal grandfather, so it must be right. Then Ming-Ren took action. First he punched at Gaara. Then he was attacked by sand. Ming-Ren disappeared. It turned out to be just a clone. The real Ming-Ren had already arrived behind Gaara and used the 1,000 Years of Death on his butt. This shrank ninja technique. Gaara was hit by this move and immediately woke up, and the One-Tail also vanished. Yes, just like that, with an unexpected move he defeated the One-Tail. Yi Yan felt very sorry for Gaara. Sorry bro. The following story still developed according to the original. The actions of Tsunade and Orochimaru failed, but Konoha also lost 2 Hokage. Ming-Ren and Jiraiya prepared to persuade Tsunade to become the 5th Hokage. Meanwhile Sasuke became more and more unbalanced, sowing the seeds of his departure. Yi Yan turned off the video. That was the end. It was quite interesting after all. Even without editing the video, watching what happened to them was a form of entertainment. Of course Yi Yan now thought it was a form of entertainment, but soon he would not think so. Until Guy and Lee came to find him. Yi Yan yawned and planned to sleep. Tomorrow he was going to buy a house. And a car. With so much money, what else would he spend it on? He had been busy all his life, couldn't he enjoy himself? The Su family. Tsang finally arrived at the Su residence. Su Shan poured him a cup of coffee. How is the mission? Su-Ing looked around, wanting to see their family's Livian son-in-law. She wanted to give Yi Yan a few good slaps to vent her anger. That brat actually treated her like that. This time she would make sure to torment him well. Tsang then said, the bride price was given. But we can't force them to agree, right? We have to give them some time to consider. Su Shan and Su-Ing both fell into silence. So what exactly are you saying? Why can't they understand? Bride price. And they need to agree. We gave you 10 million and this is what you say. They just need to know, where is the person? Where is Yi Yan? Where did he go? Su Shan began to ask, so where is Yi Yan now? Tsang said calmly, he's definitely at home, where else could he be? Su Shan now wanted to strangle this ninja. What kind of joke are you playing? At home? What exactly did you go for? Su Shan exploded, then give me back the money. If the mission was not completed, return the money and they could find someone else. He didn't believe they couldn't deal with a mere brat. Tsang continued, your joke is not. Su Shan's mouth twitched. So you don't intend to refund the money? Acting shamelessly. Su Shan and Tsang immediately started arguing, especially that 10 million, you must return it. Tsang also got angry, don't you understand? Or what? I said it was for the bride price. I have no money. Su Shan looked at Su-Ing, meaning, do you understand what this ninja means? Su-Ing shook her head in confusion, indicating she had no idea. Su Shan snorted, fine, very well. If you don't refund the money, then leave. That was fine. Tsang didn't want to stay here anyway. He now wanted to find out exactly where Yi Yan lived. After all, the other party carried the grass-cutting sword. This concerned the revival of the ninja village. After hearing that, Tsang left the place. Su-Ing immediately became unhappy. Daddy, what are you doing? You just let him go. My Livian son-in-law. I want my Livian son-in-law. As she spoke, Su-Ing started scratching Su Shan's face. Su Shan pushed her away. Shrew. Shrew. Su-Ing finally calmed down. Su Shan touched the scratches on his face, very upset, but still explained, letting him go is to let the organization intervene. Su-Ing asked, puzzled, what organization? Su Shan said slowly, ancient martial artists, ninjas, samurai and so on. All extraordinary individuals are managed by a mysterious organization. If they violate the rules they will be punished by them. This Tsang took the money but didn't do the job. We can apply to the organization to impose punishment on him. So his money will be refunded. Moreover, I'm thinking we can also ask the organization to directly deal with Yi Yan. In that case Yi Yan will surely die. The organization has countless experts and no one can survive once the organization has its sights set on them. Suing added, I don't want him dead. I want him to be my Livian son-in-law. Su Shan's mouth twitched, fine then Livian son-in-law. Don't worry, leave it to daddy. Offending the Su family won't be easy for him. Suing was satisfied. Later Su Shan asked her to go meet her arranged partner Yunfeng. Suing flatly refused. She was no longer interested in Yunfeng. She only wanted to get the Livian son-in-law Yi Yan. Thinking of this she blushed. Eagerly anticipating the arrival of that day. Wu Daoshi stared at the Huangshan Jinren before him enveloped in an unusual silence. Who was this old man? Whose master was he? He had absolutely no idea. Yes, they were complete strangers. Huangshan Jinren regained his senses, saw his disciple and then said, You. Why do you look so terrible? Wu Daoshi smiled and said, Hello old master. Goodbye. Inwardly Wu Daoshi was scornful. What kind of a plaything was this man? And he claimed to be his master. His master would have made him lose so much money. 5 million. 5 million. This was his entire life savings now all gone. If he hadn't been reckless. How could he have been defeated? After all, Huangshan Jinren was a member of the organization, the very embodiment of invincibility. Yet now he had lost, and so inexplicably at that. Huangshan Jinren came to understand why his disciple was so resentful toward him. After learning the truth. For a moment he didn't know what to say. But he still said, I was tempted, wasn't I? That spiral-shaped treasure looked truly wonderful, extremely beautiful. And it was glowing. Wu Daoshi's blood pressure spiked at this. Beautiful. That was someone else's technique. What kind of weapon was that? Fine, he couldn't be bothered to say more. He simply said, our fate has run its course. We'd better not see each other again. It's better for you and for me. Huangshan Jinren frowned, then said, Are you really that upset? Just because you lost once? Wait until I recover from my injuries and I'll go teach Yi Yan a lesson for you. Wu Daoshi shook his head, There's no need. Huangshan Jinren thought for a moment and said, What if I told you I could help you earn at least 10 million? Still think it's unnecessary. Wu Daoshi's eyes lit up at those words. He liked the sound of that. Go on, tell me. The suspense was killing him. Huangshan Jinren said slowly, No rush, let me have a sip of water first. Wu Daoshi remained silent, watching as Huangshan Jinren brewed some goji berry tea and drank it with an air of great enjoyment. Are you done? Not yet. Are you done now? Still not. After finishing his tea, Huangshan Jinren began, That Wei Xiaojie seems to be quite wealthy. If Wei Xiaojie knew they were still planning to squeeze money out of him, he would certainly spit blood. Could they? Please pick a different sheep to shear. He really had no money left. As for Yi Yan, he was living on steamed buns and pickles every day. What more could they want from him? Wu Daoshi frowned, also feeling uneasy. Do we have to target Wei Xiaojie specifically? Huangshan Jinren replied, Of course. He's the one who bears such hatred for Yi Yan. Only he can give us money. Wu Daoshi felt a bit embarrassed but quickly said, All right, tell me what's the plan. There was no choice. For the sake of dough he didn't care which sheep he sheared. Shear away. Huangshan Jinren began to lay out his plan. It was simple. They would visit the Wei family and display their formidable strength. This would make Wei Xiaojie trust them again. Then they could go after Yi Yan once more, and if they won they would earn at least 10 million. Wu Daoshi was skeptical about this plan. The problem is you failed. You couldn't beat Yi Yan. If we try again, won't it be the same? Huangshan Jinren said, That time was just an accident. As long as I'm serious. Wu Daoshi said nothing, merely rolling his eyes at Huangshan Jinren. Come on, who still believes you? You couldn't even see through a simple trick. Defeat Yi Yan. You couldn't even defeat Yi Wen. Huangshan Jinren saw his disciple's lack of faith and continued, All right, even if I'm useless there are others. Just arrange a meeting. I'm sure I can convince Wei Xiaojie as long as he's a smart man. Wu Daoshi hesitated, but for the sake of dough he steeled himself and agreed. The next day he arranged the meeting. In the tea house, Wei Xiaojie was drinking plain boiled water. Why wasn't he drinking tea in a tea house? Wei Xiaojie declared, Who says you have to drink tea in a tea house? He could drink water, cola, Sprite, anything but tea. What business was it of theirs? Of course this required ignoring the stares of the waitstaff and other patrons. Wei Xiaojie didn't care. Sitting across from him were an old man and a middle-aged man. Just looking at them made him sick. Impatiently he said, why are you contacting me again? What do you want? Wu Daoshi, too embarrassed to speak, remained silent. Huangshan Jinren cut straight to the point, we want dough. Wei Xiaojia's face turned green. He wanted dough too. He'd lost millions of dough recently, all because of these people. Huangshan Jinren coughed, realizing he had blurted out his true thoughts. He quickly corrected himself, what I mean is we want Yi Yan's head. Wei Xiaojia twitched his mouth, enough, you're not up to the task. Haven't you already tried? If you were a match for Yi Yan you would have succeeded by now. Huangshan Jinren laughed, oh. You say this old man is no good. With that he took a raw egg from his pocket and used his inner energy to peel it. Wei Xiaojia watched in stunned disbelief. So impressive. He had thought such a scene only happened in movies. Could it really be done in real life? Peeling a raw egg. But speaking of which, the intrigued Wei Xiaojia had a feeling that this display would soon cost him dough. Sure enough, Huangshan Jinren said, this old man is so formidable, even if I can't defeat Yi Yan I can at least hold my own against half of him, right? Wei Xiaojia didn't understand the implication but still affirmed, that should be no problem. Huangshan Jinren slapped his thigh, then it's settled. If there were 7 more like me. Do you think Yi Yan would survive? 7 more like him? Wei Xiaojia sat up straight, an incredulous expression on his face. Are you sure about? Huangshan Jinren smiled confidently, sure as a ripe melon and sure as the truth. Huangshan Jinren was not lying. He ranked among the top 10 of all known experts. But within the organization everyone was as strong as him. Gathering 7 was not difficult. However, getting the organization to act was a bit tricky. But don't forget, Huangshan Jinren was a member of the organization. If he asked they would likely give him face. Wei Xiaojia gritted his teeth. Seeing so many experts assembled, even if it cost a bit of dough, so what? A grand lineup of 7 plus 1, just the sight of them together would be worth any amount of money. And with such a lineup, even if Yi Yan grew wings he wouldn't stand a chance, right? This time it would be the end. Wei Xiaojia said, name your price. Taoist Wu nearly wept upon hearing these words. So touching they still chose to trust them. Even Taoist Wu himself did not believe they could stand against Yi Yan. But Wei Xiaojia, that simpleton. That man of grand vision, actually believed. Truly how admirable. Huangshan Jinren turned his gaze to Taoist Wu, signaling him to name his price. Huangshan Jinren had no interest in money. Taoist Wu began to ponder. Indeed, he could not ask recklessly. Initially he had intended to demand just 10 million. But seeing the fervent gleam in Wei Xiaojia's eyes, now he changed his mind. 7 top experts. Plus his master, surely 10 million per person was not excessive. They needed to eat, to lodge, these were all expenses. So Taoist Wu stated directly, I want 80 million. Wei Xiaojia fell into silence. If he gave away 80 million all for the sake of taking revenge on one person. He had already spent a small fortune. Wei Xiaojia's lips twitched as he replied, when I think about it carefully there isn't really any deep-seated hatred between Yi Yan and me. He's quite nice actually. Taoist Wu was dissatisfied with this answer and spoke up, what do you mean nice? When he beat me? No, when he beat you, have you forgotten? When he extorted you, have you forgotten? When he stole your woman, have you forgotten? These words pierced the heart, each one a dagger. Wei Xiaojia answered each, he beat me. But I've recovered now. As for the extortion, it didn't amount to 80 million. And as for stealing my woman, Su Lan was never mine to begin with. She didn't spare me a single glance, so what is there to speak of? Indeed a clear-headed man, Wei Xiaojia. Taoist Wu was left speechless, unsure how to persuade him further. He finally spat out, you poor wretch. Poor wretch. What did you say? Insult me again. 80 million, do you think it's monopoly money? Anyone hearing that number would weigh the costs and benefits. Huangshan Jinren glared at his own disciple, feeling that the latter had gone too far. How could you ever negotiate like this? Huangshan Jinren decided to take matters into his own hands. 80 million is indeed a bit much. Wei Xiaojia's eyes lit up, can I get a discount? Huangshan Jinren shook his head, no, not a single cent less. Wei Xiaojia was about to explode. Then what was the point of your saying that? Without a discount how can this work? Huangshan Jinren explained, though there's no discount that doesn't mean you can't invite others to invest. Wei Xiaojia was dumbfounded. This old man seemed rather clever. Why hadn't he thought of investment before? Huangshan Jinren continued, you can invite all the wealthy people in your circle to watch the live stream of Yi Yan fighting the 8 masters. Wei Xiaojia suddenly realized. Turn their duel into a live broadcast. That sounded interesting. Their circles certainly didn't lack money. If they could watch a live stream of legendary martial arts masters, they would surely pay to watch. Then the 80 million could be at least partially covered. He could make up the rest, a perfect solution. Brilliant. What a mind. Far better than your disciple. But Wei Xiaojie began to worry, but I've heard that martial arts masters don't reveal their abilities to ordinary people. If word gets out, won't it expose your identities? With today's internet being so advanced. Huang Shanjinren laughed, we can sign a confidentiality agreement. What's your IQ? Those who pay can only watch, they must not expose the actors. I mean our identities, or they will face our retaliation. Surely you wouldn't dare. Yes, a confidentiality agreement. Once signed, no one would dare leak it or post it online. Then they could stream safely without worrying about any risks. Huang Shanjinren added, to add some hype to this live stream we can give it a name. Wei Xiaojie asked excitedly, what? Huang Shanjinren thought of an excellent name, the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Wei Xiaojie and Taoist Wu were both stunned. The world's greatest martial arts tournament. Was that appropriate? Huang Shanjinren said, what's wrong with it? It's just a name. That's settled. You go and publicize this and I'll go find those 7 masters. Wei Xiaojie nodded and finally agreed to the matter. After all, Huang Shanjinren had been so assertive this time, solving all his problems. He didn't even have to spend much money. Wei Xiaojie already fantasized about Yi Yan kneeling before him begging for mercy. Then he would make him hand over every last cent, not a single coin left. Just thinking about it felt exhilarating. At this moment Yi Yan naturally had no idea that both the Su family and Wei Xiaojie were mobilizing top experts to deal with him. He was simply staying quietly at the sales office, sipping a drink and admiring the models, thoroughly enjoying himself. Although only an avatar was present, it didn't dampen his excitement one bit. He now had tens of millions in hand. He could be considered wealthy and buy a decent apartment in the capital. This was one of his dreams come true. As Yi Yan was about to get up and view the houses, a middle-aged woman happened to enter. Yi Yan thought for a moment and recalled who she was. It was the mother of a friend he had made during his working days. That friend, about the same age as Yi Yan, seemed honest and simple. But his mother was rather snobbish, which Yi Yan disliked. He remembered Edgy upon learning that Yi Yan was also a colleague of her son and just an office worker. Immediately darkened her face and even took back the fruit she had offered Yi Yan. This incident left a deep impression on Yi Yan. Perhaps it was that contemptuous, dismissive attitude that prompted Yi Yan to buy a house. And not just any house, he wanted a very good one. It was a matter of pride, not material gain. After Aunt Li entered, she also saw Yi Yan. She was clearly startled. They locked eyes from a distance and Yi Yan immediately stepped back, not wanting to greet her. He felt uncomfortable. But seeing Yi Yan try to escape only made Aunt Li more eager. She quickly caught up. Yi Yan was silent. Could he not even avoid her now? Couldn't she see he didn't want to greet her? Aunt Li approached and said, Yi Yan, long time no see. What are you doing here? Have some fruit. She handed Yi Yan an orange. Yi Yan's expression softened slightly as he replied, hello auntie. I'm just browsing, nothing much to do. Aunt Li paused, then took the orange back. Oh, I see. As if you could afford a house. Auntie advises you, at your age you need to be more ambitious. Yi Yan's face darkened completely. Playing this game again. Do you carry fruit around just to humiliate people? Who wants your fruit anyway? Yi Yan's answer was merely to conceal the fact that he had purchased a house especially from people like Aunt Li. Yet to his surprise she still carried that infuriatingly familiar scent of superiority. Aunt Li, munching on her own oranges, remarked, my son has joined a major corporation, now earning an annual salary of $1 million. Yi Yan was genuinely happy for the young man. It seemed his prospects were bright. But he was utterly exasperated by his mother, so he replied dismissively, oh, that's great. Aunt Li continued, lost in her own world, my son, he's perfect in every way. Yi Yan wondered, perfect in every way. So now shall mention his flaws. Yi Yan felt a flicker of curiosity. Aunt Li went on, but the best thing about him is that he's wealthy. So today I've come to buy a wedding house on his behalf. Yi Yan was speechless. She was still going on about how great her son was, endlessly blowing her own trumpet. He took his leave. You go ahead and look at the houses, he'll be off now. He had his own house to see. She was just getting on his nerves. Aunt Li hadn't intended to waste time on Yi Yan anyway, but at that moment she spotted a familiar face. She promptly thrust a bag of fruit into Yi Yan's hands. Hold this for me and don't you dare eat any. With that she hurried off to ingratiate herself with the acquaintance. Yi Yan stared at the bag of oranges in his hands, falling into silence. Since she was so thick-skinned she left him no choice. She told him not to eat any. Then he would eat his fill. Aunt Li approached the man and exclaimed in surprise, you're my son's boss, right? The one they call President Yun. Yun Feng was taken aback. Who was this middle-aged woman? After a moment's thought he recalled she was the mother of one of his directors. Yun Feng had just left the hospital and was planning to look at properties when he ran into his subordinate's mother. He greeted her casually, hello auntie. Aunt Li was overjoyed. Big boss, are you here to buy a house? You must be very wealthy. What size of house are you going to get? She asked. Yunfeng frowned. I'm a bit short on cash lately, I can't afford anything too nice. Aunt Li, feeling tired, gestured for Yi Yan to come over and offer them fruit. She had brought the fruit precisely to curry favor with influential people, and she wouldn't allow anyone unnecessary to touch it. Yi Yan walked over carrying a bag of orange peels and said with a burp, Aunt Li, here you go. Aunt Li was frozen in shock. A bag of orange peels. Where were her oranges? Wait. Could these be from her bag? Had he eaten all of them? Aunt Li was about to explode. Why did you eat my oranges? Who gave you permission? Yi Yan shot her a glance. It wasn't like had eaten tofu. Oranges were fair game and had enjoyed them all. Yi Yan shrugged shamelessly. You handed me a bag of peels. Can you prove you gave me a bag of oranges? Aunt Li's mouth twitched. How could she prove that? While they argued, Yunfeng had already noticed Yi Yan, that troublemaker. He was the one who had landed him in the hospital last time. But that wasn't the main issue. The real problem was that because of this kid, Suing had stopped talking to him. This worried him greatly as his position in the Su family was at stake. That's why he'd come to liquidate his assets and buy a house. Otherwise, once the Su family froze his accounts, he'd end up with nothing. So Yunfeng had no goodwill toward Yi Yan. He said, Auntie, don't mind him. He's just a poor kid who probably has never even tasted fruit before. Come, let's go look at the houses. People like him can never afford one. We're in a different league. Aunt Li found this gratifying and accompanied Yunfeng to inspect the properties. Yi Yan, however, was irritated. Yunfeng. Their score wasn't settled yet, and now he was picking a fight with him. As a protagonist, was he going to let this guy get the better of him? If so, why not let Yunfeng be the protagonist instead? Yi Yan wasn't angered by the insult, but rather remembered that this man had once been Su Lan's boyfriend. He had treated her poorly, dumped her, and then gotten together with Suing. He even bullied Su Lan alongside Suing. Su Lan only tolerated it because she felt indebted to Suing. But that didn't mean she wasn't hurt. Anyone who made Su Lan, his aunt, unhappy would not enjoy happiness himself. When Aunt Li and Yunfeng approached the model house, a salesperson immediately came over. Sir, is this your mother? How filial of you to buy a house for her. The salesperson's words were infuriating. Yunfeng's face darkened. Mother? She was just an acquaintance. Who did she think she was? Aunt Li's mouth twitched as she explained, Young lady, you've misunderstood. We're just acquaintances, I'm not his mother. Of course I'd be thrilled to have such a big son. Yunfeng's face grew even darker. Clearly she didn't know how to talk either. Were she and the salesperson cut from the same cloth? The salesperson quickly laughed it off and gave a brief introduction to the house's merits. It was nothing but flattery and empty promises. Yunfeng and Aunt Li, however, were quite pleased. Spotting a nice unit, Yunfeng asked, how much is this one? The salesperson smiled. This 3-bedroom 1-living room unit is 130 square meters. It costs 4 million. Yunfeng hesitated. He liked the house, but buying it would be a strain. Noticing his silence, the salesperson knew he needed time to think. Though a bit disappointed, she understood. Finding a customer who would buy without hesitation regardless of price, that only happened in TV shows. She turned to Aunt Li. And you, ma'am? Have you found a unit you like? Aunt Li asked, do you have anything smaller? A 1-bedroom 1-living room. The salesperson was puzzled. What is this house for? Aunt Li frowned. For a wedding, of course. A wedding house. The salesperson fell silent. A 1-bedroom. Well, it wasn't impossible. But isn't that a bit small? You can't stay as a couple forever. What if you have children later? Would you consider a 2-bedroom? Aunt Li retorted angrily, do you even know how to sell? Is that how you talk to customers? The salesperson was stunned. Was she a dink not wanting kids? But when did someone of her age embrace that idea? Aunt Li continued, a 1-bedroom will be enough for my son, his wife, me, my husband, and their future children. If the house is too big, are we supposed to square dance inside? So a family of 5 in a 1-bedroom. Was she joking? It wasn't about square dancing at all, they simply wouldn't fit. The salesperson asked, are you serious? Aunt Li replied, of course it's enough, such a big house. The salesperson was very curious, how would 5 people live in a 1-bedroom 1-living room apartment? Moreover, her son's wife must be very happy too. Every night she would be too delighted to sleep. Seeing Aunt Li's financial strain in buying a house, Yunfeng felt much better. He made up his mind, I'll buy this 3-bedroom 1-living room apartment. The salesperson was instantly overjoyed. A deal. Upon hearing this, Aunt Li couldn't help but flatter him, as expected of a big boss truly capable, buying a formal Yonyuan house on a whim. Yunfeng chuckled, keep it low-key low-key. Aunt Lee shook her head. With strength like yours, no matter how flashy you are, it suits you. Take my son's former colleague, that rude young man just now. He wants to show off but he doesn't have the ability. Yunfeng clapped his hands. Right, haha auntie, you're absolutely right. Yes, that guy can't show off even if he wants to. The more they talked, the more they hit it off. At that moment Yi Yan approached. Both Yunfeng and Aunt Lee's expressions changed. Was he going to teach them a lesson? Maybe even start a fight? Yunfeng's lips twitched. He was actually a bit scared. But Aunt Lee was unfazed, blocking Yi Yan's path with her hands on her hips as if to say, what do you want? Yi Yan gently pushed Aunt Lee aside, pointed at the model behind her and asked, how much is this 5-bedroom 3-living-room unit? It looks decent to me. At this Aunt Lee and Yunfeng couldn't help but laugh. Could he really afford a 5-bedroom 3-living-room unit? That must be a luxury flat, right? It was the best property here and the price would definitely be in the tens of millions. So they didn't believe Yi Yan could afford it. The salesperson was also taken aback. Although she held little hope, she still gave a brief introduction. Then she said, this unit is perfect except for one flaw. It's too expensive, 20 million yuan. Upon hearing the price, they expected Yi Yan to back down. Yet Yi Yan simply pulled out a card. Swipe it, I'll take it. Swipe it. I'll take it. Did he just treat this like buying cabbage? And 20 million yuan, did he really have that? Aunt Lee and Yunfeng were dumbfounded, unsure if Yi Yan was bluffing. He dressed so plainly and had no proper job. How could he possibly have 20 million? Yunfeng snorted, I think you're just trying to show off. Yi Yan nodded, ah, you hit the nail on the head. I am showing off. If you had the money you could show off too. This time Yunfeng was provoked and immediately said, if you can actually come up with 20 million. I'll be your son. If you can actually come up with 20 million. I'll be your son. Well, that's quite a way to take advantage. Who wants to be your father? Just as Yi Yan was about to speak, Aunt Lee cut in. Exactly. If you can come up with 20 million and buy this house, I'll be your son too. Yi Yan and the salesperson both fell into silence. Yi Yan looked at Aunt Lee and Yunfeng. So you two want to be brothers? Yunfeng scoffed, what's wrong with being brothers? The problem is you're a broke loser. Impossible. Aunt Lee agreed, exactly. You'll never afford it even in your next life. I'm putting that out there. Yi Yan had a short temper and was instantly provoked. Fine, you said it. Salesperson swiped the card. The salesperson brought over the terminal and Yi Yan was quick. He swiped it in one go. Seeing that 20 million had actually been debited, the salesperson's heartbeat sped up. Wow, he really was a rich man. Truly, buying cabbage. Oh my god. That meant she could earn a huge commission. This was too blissful. The salesperson was delighted, but Yunfeng and Aunt Lee were left speechless. This was painful. How could it be? That guy really had that much money. Now they shared a common parent. And Aunt Lee and Yunfeng had even become lifelong relatives. Yi Yan looked at Yunfeng and said, come on, say it. I want to hear. Yunfeng, face red, opened his mouth soundlessly but formed the words. Aunt Lee hesitated, then followed suit, also silent, only mouthing the words. Yi Yan twitched his lips. Did you leave your vocal cords at home? The salesperson couldn't stand it and said bluntly, you said it yourselves. Are you going to back out now? Yi Yan nodded, looking hurt. Do you think I wanted such disobedient sons? I didn't want this either. Do you know how painful it is? But, a promise is a promise. Even if I'm unwilling, I'll force myself to accept you. You're forcing yourself. It's them who are being forced, okay? Yunfeng remained silent. But Aunt Lee, however, started thinking. In the past, Yi Yan had seemed like a young man without ambition. But now it was different. He was someone who could casually produce 20 million. If her son and daughter-in-law could work under him, wouldn't they soon be able to afford a multi-million yuan house too? What, one bedroom is enough? That was just because they had no money. With money, buying a big house and dancing square dances in the evening, wasn't that great? Very convenient. Aunt Lee cooed, from now on you call me auntie and I'll call you dad, we'll keep our own terms. Yi Yan was completely petrified. Well, he regretted it, he couldn't handle this. Yi Yan quickly said, no, don't call me that, just use normal terms. If she kept calling him that, it would shorten his life. Aunt Lee nodded and began to flatter him. What business are you in now? Tell auntie, won't you? Bring my son, your brother, along too. He's very capable. Working with you, you'll surely make a fortune. This woman. Yunfeng's face turned green. Poaching. Right in front of him, trying to poach his employee. Did he have no dignity? Yunfeng reminded her, your son is my employee. Aunt Lee shot back, your employee. Drop that lousy job. It's obvious you've got no skill dawdling over buying a house. How can you compare to Yi Yan? Yi Yan found her repulsive but deliberately said, go on. Aunt Lee fell silent. Go on, say what? Keep praising you. Summoning her courage, Aunt Lee said, look at our Yi Yan. young and handsome girls would be chasing after him left and right. And look at you, what do you even look like? Probably destined to be single forever, right? Yunfeng wanted to strangle her. Keep insulting. Just moments ago when they were laughing together, it was like a different person. Yunfeng couldn't hold back. You think you're good looking? From now on I won't even be able to eat breakfast when I see you. Never having been scolded like this before, Li Yi directly reached out and grabbed Yunfeng's ear. Yunfeng, enraged, pushed her down with a shove. Li Yi lay on the ground and wailed loudly, "Murder! Murder! Everyone passing by, come and see!" Bullying a lonely old woman. An old woman with children and grandchildren. Yunfeng fell silent. What kind of person was this? Trying to extort him now. Yi Yan watched from the side with great amusement. Serves you right for bullying Su Lan. Let this woman slowly disgust you. Yi Yan took out his phone and recorded a video, planning to send it to Su Lan later. She would find it very amusing too, he thought. After watching, Yi Yan went with the salesperson to view the apartment. Having taught Yunfeng a lesson, he now had his own matters to attend to. A major life event, buying a house. Taking the elevator to the top floor, Yi Yan stepped into the room and beheld the spacious interior and bright light. Most importantly, there was a huge floor-to-ceiling window upon entering, offering a panoramic view of the city's nightscape. Yi Yan stood before it, gazing at the city, both familiar and unfamiliar. He felt the money was well spent. Once his father's house was renovated, he wanted to bring his parents back to live together. Everyone under one roof, that was what a family should be. Thinking this, Yi Yan inexplicably felt a strong urge to share his feelings with Su Lan. He took out his phone, hesitated for a long time. The salesperson, seeing his indecision, advised, "You want to share it with a girl you like." Hearing this, Yi Yan's face flushed immediately. He hurriedly explained, "No. Not at all." The salesperson smiled and continued, "Share it with her. She will surely be happy for you. This city is vast and many people are restless. Buying a house sounds simple, but when you've paid and stand here taking in the whole view, it means you must have worked incredibly hard to achieve this hard-earned result." Yi Yan felt these words perfectly expressed his current feelings. He thought it was wonderful. Yes, he wanted to share this sentiment with someone beyond his family. Yi Yan dialed Su Lan's number. "Yi Yan. About yesterday, are you okay?" "That was so scary," Su Lan said as soon as she answered. Yi Yan, "Of course I'm fine. Let me show you something." Su Lan received a short video from Yi Yan showing Yunfeng and Li Yi arguing and making a fool of themselves. Seeing it, Su Lan couldn't help but chuckle. "How did you get a video of him?" "Haha, it's so funny." Hearing Su Lan's laughter, warmth surged in Yi Yan's heart, but he only said, "He bullied you, so I had to teach him a lesson." "How was it?" "Not bad, right?" Su Lan, great. But he's petty. Watch out for his retaliation." Yi Yan replied carelessly, "Let him try if he wants. I'm not afraid." Su Lan didn't know how to persuade him anymore. He had always been this way, fearless. Even though he was powerful, it still made her worry. Yi Yan touched his face and added, "I bought a house." Su Lan was stunned and was about to ask more, but Yi Yan had already hung up. Su Lan's face gradually flushed. She shook her head. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. She must be overthinking." Yi Yan, having bought the house, dismissed his clone and returned to the hospital. He lay on the bed lost in thought. The live streaming app autoplayed an audio, "Supreme Venerable My Longshan," over and over, disturbing Yi Yan's desire for quiet. Who was it calling him endlessly? Yi Yan grew increasingly irritated. Yi Yan sat up and looked closely at his phone, finding that Li Luoka and Kai had messaged him privately. Yi Yan was puzzled. Could people from the Naruto world send him private messages? This feature was becoming more abundant. Yi Yan wondered why they were contacting him if they had no interaction. With curiosity, he opened the stream to see what was happening in the Naruto world. At that moment, Li Luoka and Kai were shouting at the sky, "Supreme Venerable My Longshan." Li Luoka asked curiously, "Will my Longshan really hear us?" Both were exhausted, their throats parched. They had already called out 800 times. Kai explained, "My Longshan is a master. If we show sincerity, he will surely hear us. Once he hears, he will appear and respond." Li Luoka nodded. "Yes, Teacher Kai, I understand. Let's continue." The two began shouting again. Yi Yan watched the private message interface fill with more content and frowned. I don't feel sincerity, more like harassment." It seemed that by shouting his name into the sky, the app could receive it directly. Yi Yan tried to block the messages and go back to sleep. Let them shout if they wanted. But when Yi Yan clicked block, a message appeared, "Feature not yet available. Stay tuned." Yi Yan twitched his mouth. The blocking feature wasn't ready, but the message receiving function was. And most importantly, it was in voice mode. Text would have been slightly better. Yi Yan sighed. It seemed he had to talk to them and find out what this was about. Yi Yan typed, "What do you want with me? And what is this, my Longshan?" Hearing the reply, Kai excitedly grabbed Li Luoka. "Li, do you see? Hard work always pays off." "Yes, teacher Kai." Yi Yan said impatiently, "Just tell me." Kai continued to Li Luoka, "Ah, this is youth." Yi Yan was speechless. Should he leave? Let them continue their youth. After being repeatedly ignored, Kai finally answered, "You are the most powerful taijutsu ninja in Konoha Senior, my Longshan." Yi Yan was stunned. My Longshan was a character from Naruto. He roughly understood now. "You've mistaken me for someone else. He was the Supreme Venerable, not my Longshan. If they wanted to find him, they should look for the Dream Master Kabuto." Yi Yan replied, "You're mistaken. I'm not." Kai said to Li Luoka, "See. A true master never admits his identity easily. We must learn from this." Yi Yan's face darkened. How could he explain this? "Fine, I am my Longshan." Yi Yan couldn't be bothered to argue anymore. He admitted it. What could they do? "Then you must become our master." Kai and Li Luoka exclaimed in unison. Yi Yan fell into silence upon hearing this. "Master? Become your master? He's just an ordinary man. How could we have him as our master?" Kai spoke slowly. "You are the renowned dragon god of Konoha. You must know many formidable taijutsu techniques. If you are willing to teach us, we can surely become incredibly powerful." A corner of Yi Yan's mouth twitched. He tried to dissuade them. "You already know the 8 inner gates. There's no need to learn any more taijutsu, is there?" Kai replied earnestly, "No, the 8 inner gates is ultimately a technique reserved for critical moments. And it also does great harm to the body." Yi Yan responded, "Oh, I see." Wang Xiaohu then turned off his phone and ignored them. Yi Yan had no choice if they insisted on having him as their master. What could he possibly teach? And it was their own specialty, taijutsu. It was like 2 math professors asking an elementary school student to teach them mathematics. Wasn't that absurd? What could he teach them? 1 plus 1. So Yi Yan simply ignored them. After all, they were just on a screen. They couldn't bite him, could they? Seeing that it was still early, Yi Yan decided to take a nap. After waking up, he would check the main storyline of the Naruto world. Would Naruto succeed in finding Tsunade and making her the Hokage? Moreover, he could also witness the life of Jiraiya and Tsunade together. Yi Yan was quite looking forward to it. Having made his decision, he lay down and fell asleep. In a room, 9 men in black robes sat. The room was so dark that their faces could not be seen. The man in the corner answered a complaint call. "You're the organization, right? I need to file a complaint. The ninja I hired didn't eliminate the target and took a huge sum of money from me. You're not going to ignore this, are you?" The man adjusted his glasses and said, "Of course not. Send me his name, coordinates and details. I'll handle it." "That's wonderful. How should I address you?" "Just call me you." "So what do you plan to do? Can you help us take care of the target?" "I can pay extra, any amount. This has nothing to do with money. It's our principle." The leader Ling couldn't hold back. "You agree to it? The organization needs money." Although they were a neutral organization maintaining balance between hidden experts and the real world, they still needed funds. If the client was willing, why not? Besides, the client wanted the target eliminated and had commissioned the circle of experts, but that ninja didn't do the job. How desperate must the client feel? Of course they had to help solve the problem. The money was just a bonus. Yu twitched his mouth. All right, you're the boss." Yu replied to the caller, "We've got it." "Well, take care of it." After hanging up, Yu said, "Boss, should this target be yours?" Ling shook his head. "What are you thinking?" "You handle it, the sooner the better." Yu fell silent. Fine, the boss decides, and he still had to deal with it. He even felt like quitting. But considering the organization was full of powerful experts and he still wanted to spar with them, he held back and nodded. "All right, I'll set off now. The client's requirement is to eliminate the ninja, and as for the target, he added that he wants the target alive. I'll handle it perfectly." Ling snapped his fingers. "Do a good job. The next Thanos. The next leader will definitely be one of you youngsters." "Empty promises. Give me a break." They would be grateful just not to be caught up in internal competition. Yu left the room without looking back. Ling was about to continue the meeting when the door was pushed open. Standing before them was one of their members, codenamed Kong. But he had long lived on Mount Huang, earning the title of Huangshanjinren. Ling looked at Huangshanjinren and said slowly, "I never thought you would return to the organization." Unlike other members, Huangshanjinren rarely came back. He also showed little interest in the organization's missions. Ling had even considered expelling him. Huangshanjinren smiled. "Today I came to ask for a favor." At these words, everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke. Clearly Huangshan Zenrin's relations here were not. Ling said bluntly, as you can see no one will grant your request. Go back. Huangshan Zenrin quickly said, don't rush to refuse. I need you to help deal with a young man, but not in the usual way. Instead organize a public tournament, the Tianxia Dai Wudao Hui. Immediately someone spoke up. Old man, have you lost your mind? You want all of us to deal with a brat? And hold some kind of tournament? Exactly. Don't you know that we, like other experts, cannot reveal our identities easily? Huangshan Zenrin nodded. Of course I know. That's why this so-called public tournament will only be visible to a certain circle and they will all sign non-disclosure agreements. Even so, no one was interested. Huangshan Zenrin knew exactly what they needed. He continued, the total prize money for this tournament can reach 80 million. At these words at least half of the people stared at him with wide eyes. It was as if they were starving for years and had suddenly seen a feast, their eyes filled with greed. The most obvious was their leader Ling. His eyes burned the hottest. 80 million. They couldn't earn that much in a year. Don't assume that top experts were wealthy, on the contrary they were quite poor. Because they had to abide by too many rules and couldn't take wealthy clients' missions. So they had no particularly good source of income. After careful thought Ling said, in that case it is indeed worth considering. Huangshan Zenrin sighed inwardly. The boss was still the same, couldn't resist his own weakness. Huangshan Zenrin replied, after success half of the funds can be given to the organization. Ling frowned. Do you know what you're saying? Huangshan Zenrin was taken aback. Had he said something wrong? 40 million indeed seemed too little for so many people, so he was about to change his offer. But Ling said indifferently, 40 million is for me personally. They won't object because I'm the boss. These words shocked everyone. Some were even moved to tears. Working in such an organization. They are exceedingly fortunate. So fortunate that they contemplate resigning. And return it to you personally. Because you are the leader. Look at what you're saying, is that human language? Huangshan Zenrin's lips twitched as he pondered that his own apprentice Taoist Wu was indeed very suitable for the organization. Especially with Ling they could become great partners, both of them are obsessed with wealth. Seeing the awkward silence, Ling paid no heed whatsoever. You naturally cannot comprehend my intention now, but in the future you will understand that you currently possess too much wealth, which will cause you to lose control and abandon your original aspirations. Entrusting it to me is the most correct choice. It must be said that these words were enough to make more than half of the people turn hostile on the spot. Never before had they witnessed such shamelessness. Step down at once and elect a new leader. They thought Huangshan Zenrin was rather decent, at least he didn't care for wealth. Perceiving the tense atmosphere, Huangshan Zenrin swiftly got to the point. We don't need the entire group, just 7 will suffice. Ling nodded and promptly selected 7 people excluding himself. Boss. Does half of that money go to you? Ling frowned. Is this endless? Is it really necessary to keep harping on such a trivial matter? He replied, yes, it goes to me. What about it? Then among the 7 candidates. Why aren't you included? Ling answered without a hint of embarrassment, because I'm the boss, don't you think? As Ling spoke these words he placed one foot on the table, which instantly shattered into pieces. It's settled. Set a date to commence the world's greatest martial arts tournament. I will pray for your victory. Additionally, you has a mission and cannot participate, but his task is equally crucial. If he requires assistance you must be careless. After saying that, Ling departed from the meeting. Though speechless, everyone had no choice but to accept it. Huangshan Zenrin pondered and said, then once the time is fixed I will inform you. The approximate time is within these few days. You must make thorough preparations. 7 or 8 of us against 1, do we even need preparation? Even if half of us slack off and just punch and we can still win. Exactly, just talking about it makes me feel ashamed. I'm curious, who could possibly warrant such a grand arrangement? Could it be those old fossils? Impossible. Those people have long since withdrawn from affairs, and whether they're even alive is another matter. Hearing everyone's grievances, Huangshan Zenrin said nothing more. As long as the matter is settled, let them complain. However, do not underestimate them. Though the organization appears unstructured, they are in truth the pinnacle of power in the entire world. Each of them possesses combat prowess equivalent to over 1,000 men. Therefore this time, no matter how fortunate Yi Yan may be, he will undoubtedly meet his demise. After regaining consciousness, Yi Yan opened the software to watch the latest developments in the Naruto world. But as soon as the software started he was flooded with countless messages, making it impossible to watch the live stream as he couldn't block these notifications. Yi Yan's face darkened considerably. Should he say you are brimming with energy? Or that you are unbearably bored? Indeed, these messages were still from Kai and Li Luoka. They believed their sincerity was insufficient, hence Yi Yan refused to accept them. So they spent 23 hours a day shouting at the sky. Yi Yan could no longer endure it. Fine, you want to learn, then he will teach you all right. It's just taijutsu, isn't it? In no time he will make it perfectly clear for you. Alright, I hereby officially take you on as my closed-door disciples. Kai's eyes welled with tears. Li, did you see that? My sincerity has paid off. Li Luoka, yes, teacher Kai. Kai said excitedly, Master, then what are you going to teach us? Yi Yan began typing on the screen. Wing Chun 18, subduing dragon palms, cloud pushing palm, dragon claw technique, tiger claw technique, powerful eagle claw technique, drunken 8 immortals who, family saber, Zhao family spear, 9 swords of Dugu, 9 E manual, 9 yang manual, supreme tai chi manual, sunflower manual, purple mist manual, taizu fist, 6 meridian, divine sword, wave treading step, mirage step, powerful vajra palm technique, prajna skill, small wuxiang skill, Ijin sutra, 72 Shaolin techniques, Jeet Kyun do bagua palm, baji fist. After hearing these, the two fell silent. The names of these techniques all sounded exceptionally formidable. But with such a vast array they had no idea how to choose. However, they knew one thing for certain: he was undoubtedly the genuine Konoha dragon god. This master of theirs was indeed the right choice. Kai said frankly, Master, is there something simpler? These all sound quite complex. Yi Yan nodded. In truth, he didn't know any of those techniques either. Yi Yan decided it would be more suitable to pass on his own ultimate trump card to them. This technique is somewhat similar to the 8 gates, but its combat power far surpasses it. Kai said with some indifference, but it still imposes a great burden on the body. Yi Yan replied, No, no, no. When this technique reaches its ultimate level, its consumption is no different from that of a normal state, and its power is far, far, far above the 8 gates. Far, far, far. As long as the Konoha dragon god wasn't stuttering, that truly meant 3 fars. That must be immensely powerful. Yi Yan didn't beat around the bush and explained, this technique is called Super Saiyan. It requires using anger to stimulate the cells within your body. Once the cells reach a certain level, you can transform into the legendary golden-haired warrior, Super Saiyan. Use anger to stimulate the cells within the body. The question arose, what are cells? Kai directly posed this question. Yi Yan rambled, it's something like Hashirama cells, anyway it's incredibly powerful and everyone possesses them. You need to unearth them. As long as you cultivate enough and combine it with anger, you can become a golden-haired warrior and become a Super Saiyan. Seeing their bewilderment, Yi Yan edited a free Dragon Ball video and sent it directly to them. Look, I don't even need your rewards, I edited a video for you for free. What is this called? This is a divine level master. Kai and Li Luoka watched the man in the video, so handsome, so formidable. They were captivated and declared that they would strive with all their might to become Super Saiyans and would not disappoint their master's expectations. Yi Yan replied with a few words expressing his great anticipation. Then he told them not to call him until they had mastered it, his nerves were frayed. Yi Yan didn't dwell on it, after all they would never become Super Saiyans in their lifetime. Of course, failing to transform wasn't a tragedy. On the contrary, it allowed him to be rid of them and go visit Gangs Ho and Zilai. Yi Yan wanted to give himself a thumbs up for his cleverness. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight spilled onto the white paper where the title of the novel was written. The fountain pen rested on the paper, having only inscribed the title before it could no longer move. The white-haired man put down the fountain pen, covering his head in great pain. No. No inspiration. He could not write a single word. No, he must go to the bathhouse. No, he had already reformed. He would never go to the bathhouse again. Jiraiya pondered for a moment and thought he could still find inspiration for writing without visiting the bathhouse. He immediately took out a box, inside which were things he had prepared long ago. These were truly good things. Tsunade walked over slowly with breakfast. Can't write your novel. I suggest you give up. What's the point of writing? Jiraiya accepted the breakfast, feeling extremely happy. It was truly wonderful to have a partner. But he wanted even more happiness. Jiraiya patted the box in front of him. Tsunade, how about putting this on? Tsunade was taken aback, then opened the box to find a pair of black stockings inside. Jiraiya, unaware of any issue, said earnestly, writing novels requires inspiration. I think if you wear this you'll be immensely inspired. Then the novel sales will explode and you can go gamble all you want, it'll cover the expenses. Tsunade punched Jiraiya on the head, raising a large lump. Jiraiya sighed, so it really wouldn't work. Tsunade looked at the box, her face slightly flushed, and said slowly, it's not impossible to wear it. Jiraiya, as if the lump on his head no longer hurt, held her hand expectantly. Really? You're truly too wonderful. Even if I die now, I'd be content. Tsunade blushed and said, You. What nonsense are you talking? I don't want you to die. Seeing the couple flirting early in the morning, Yi Yan suddenly felt uncomfortable. This Jiraiya was too fortunate. Truly a winner in life. Yi Yan was so envious. Black. Woo-woo. What was there to envy? Nothing at all. Humph. Yi Yen pretended to be calm but his heart still suffered a heavy blow. At that moment Naruto came to visit Jiraiya and Tsunade followed by the youthful duo, Rock Lee and Guy. Seeing these two, Yi Yen twitched the corner of his mouth trying to convince himself that they wouldn't bother him anymore. They wouldn't. Moreover, upon careful thought they had no reason to keep pestering him, he had already taught them the techniques. Whether they could master them depended on their own practice. Yi Yen calmed down with a composed mind, deciding to first see what was happening. Why would they appear together? Naruto looked at Rock Lee and Guy and said helplessly, I told you can't follow me. It's not possible. Guy insisted, Naruto, we just want you to help us find Jiraiya, that's all. Please agree. Naruto was speechless. Finding Jiraiya. You're looking for Jiraiya for training. According to them it was to learn anger. Naruto didn't think Jiraiya could teach them anger, and besides Jiraiya was busy right now. The village needed a fifth Hokage. Naruto wanted Jiraiya to become one. That's why he came to Jiraiya's house, but Geizensei and the others had followed him all the way and he couldn't shake them off. Naruto and Guy were still talking, which successfully caught the attention of Jiraiya and Tsunade. Jiraiya walked out. Naruto. Guy. Lee. What's the matter? Tsunade stood aside without speaking. Naruto was about to state his purpose, but Guy interrupted, Jiraiya is your partner, the legendary Tsunade. Jiraiya nodded, What about it? Guy immediately said, could you ask her to teach us what anger is? Tsunade was known for her bad temper and was often the subject of anger. Guy concluded that in the current ninja world the most experienced master of anger was none other than the fourth Raikage and the legendary Sannin Tsunade before him. Yes, they had asked Naruto to find Jiraiya because Naruto and Jiraiya were very close. Since Jiraiya was Tsunade's lover, finding Jiraiya would also connect them to Tsunade. So in reality they were looking for Tsunade. Jiraiya twitched the corner of his mouth. Anger. Well, they had come to the right person. He also wanted to know why women got angry so easily. Where did such fury come from? Well, getting off track. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, what do you think? Tsunade looked at Guy and Rock Lee. She wondered why they wanted to learn anger. But such a strange request under normal circumstances she wouldn't agree, she had no obligation to do so. However now. Tsunade said to Jiraiya, if you want me to help them I want mind. Jiraiya was startled, then realized his old face flushed, but he still said, then I'll leave it to you. Tsunade agreed, alright, I'll give it a try. Yi Yen watching the screen felt his eyes bleed. What kind of earthly suffering was this? He decided to never watch couples again, it was too tormenting. But speaking of which, Yi Yen was also curious what techniques were there for anger. Tsunade looked at Guy and Rock Lee, who quickly thanked her, expressing their gratitude for her trouble. Tsunade nodded slightly and began to explain, anger is an instinctive emotion. Among ninjas it can indeed become a method to increase chakra. Besides anger, hatred can also produce the same effect. For example, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, its evolution also requires certain emotional stimulation. Indeed, Tsunade as one of the legendary Sannin could explain even anger so thoroughly. Guy and Rock Lee listened with great excitement, growing more convinced that mastering anger would turn them into Super Saiyans. Only Naruto didn't find it interesting. He went to Jiraiya and said, I want you to become the fifth Hokage. Hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya hesitated for a moment, then pointed to Tsunade ahead, I think she is more suitable than me. Naruto didn't understand, you can't just say that because she's the one you like. The Hokage isn't something just anyone can be. Jiraiya shook his head, of course not for that reason. I simply believe she will become an excellent Hokage. Naruto frowned, very dissatisfied. Jiraiya couldn't help but smile, just wait and see, she will earn your approval. If a Hokage can't even gain the recognition of a kid, that would indeed be unbecoming. Guy said to Tsunade, then please by all means enrage us. Tsunade nodded and smiled, you asked for it, so don't blame me if I'm harsh. Guy and Rock Lee were training maniacs who feared no harshness from Tsunade. Tsunade knew that to provoke them she would need to inflict a certain degree of injury. Thus she would have to exert some real strength. Wrapping chakra around her fist, Tsunade slammed it into the ground. The earth cracked open instantly, startling Jiraiya and Naruto, especially Naruto. Could this old lady really be this strong? He had thought she was merely pretty like a flower vase, no a vase. Now it seemed he was completely mistaken. Rock Lee and Guy however dodged the earth fisher's assault with remarkable speed. Tsunade appeared before Rock Lee in a flash, extending a finger and flicking his forehead. Rock Lee was sent flying. He crashed to the ground, losing consciousness. Such was the power of a Kage, a mere finger could defeat a genin in an instant. Tsunade remarked coolly, he's too weak. I used the minimal force possible. Guy paused, realizing that Lee's training still fell short. This was no fault of Tsunade's, so Rock Lee needed to train even harder. Guy roared, directly activating the sixth gate of the 8 gates. A surge of immense chakra erupted. As Rock Lee's teacher, I cannot disgrace myself before him, I must give my all. Tsunade furrowed her brow. Next she was supposed to thrash Guy and then with her venomous tongue mock them both as useless. In short, she would say the most hurtful things. That way they would unknowingly stoke their fury. And perhaps their desired technique would show some improvement. Thus her task would be complete. But this dullard actually used the 8 gates against her. Defeating Guy would require far more effort. What a nuisance. Guy wasted no words. Like a thunderbolt he swept towards Tsunade, unleashing a leaf whirlwind. Tsunade blocked the kick, stumbling back, her arm numbed from the impact. Before she could react, Guy struck again, his speed second only to the 4th Raikage. Morning Peacock. Guy used his 6th gate ultimate technique against Tsunade. Tsunade was stunned. Did he intend to kill her? Boom. 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 Flames engulfed Tsunade, shrouding her in smoke. Naruto and Yi Yen watched the spectacle with relish, quite entertaining they had to admit. Only Jiraiya's face darkened. His Tsunade had been struck. Had just you wait, you watermelon head. He would enter sage mode and teach that scoundrel a vicious lesson. The smoke cleared, revealing Tsunade unscathed, no injuries in sight. But careful observation showed burns on her body healing at an astonishing speed. A black mark appeared on Tsunade's forehead. This was the legendary Byakugo seal. Once activated, wounds healed automatically. This was Tsunade's trump card. Yi Yen watched enviously. If only he could obtain the Byakugo, his wounds might heal as well. But that was wishful thinking. He couldn't even get a simple healing technique. Yi Yen doubted that his injuries would ever fully heal. Jirachi sighed in relief, abandoning his intention to After all, his beloved was no weakling. What was there to fear? Guy, seeing the Byakugo, exclaimed excitedly, "This is my first time witnessing the legendary technique. Since this is a duel, I should give my all. That's the greatest respect I can offer." No. You'd better show some restraint. This was just a training exercise, not a life-or-death battle. If Tsunade used her full power with Byakugo, would she even be a match for Guy? Without it, Morning Peacock alone could harm her. Indeed, Tsunade had no intention of forcing Guy to go all out. But Guy was already unstoppable. He directly activated the strongest mode available to him, the 7th gate of the 8 gate. Once the 7th gate opened, a powerful shockwave swept over everyone, stunning them. Iko so. Guy roared, transforming into a streak of light, charging at Tsunade. Boom. One punch struck Tsunade, sending her flying, slamming heavily into a rock wall. The Byakugo seal on her body began to dissipate. Tsunade gasped for breath. Utterly exasperated. Well, now she was genuinely furious. What were you, an Iron Man? Did you have to hit so hard? Full force. Guy's body steamed with blue sweat, feeling rather smug, inwardly proud of his restraint. After all, this was just practice, and going all out was his way of showing respect to Tsunade, his instructor. But he didn't mean to kill anyone, so of course he exerted control. With the 7th gate open, Guy became surprisingly cautious. If Tsunade knew Guy's thoughts, she would retort, "Thanks for not killing me." Guy waited for a counterattack, but nothing came. "Come on, attack me. Once I get hurt, I should feel anger." Jiraiya stepped in front of Guy, delivering a flying kick that struck Guy's body. Guy could have dodged, but he was confused. Wasn't this a unknown duel? When did it become a group fight? Dazed, he was sent tumbling by the kick. Jiraiya, pained, helped Tsunade up. "I'm done teaching. How dare he fight like that with the 7th gate? Go teach yourself." Though injured, Tsunade felt warmth in her heart. Indeed, sometimes it was good not to be too strong. Having someone to lean on was nice. Guy knocked away, deactivated the 8 gates, his head buzzing. What had he done wrong? The Byakugo seal could heal. How could she actually get hurt? How could Guy know the immense force of his 7th gate punch? Even Byakugo had its limits. Guy quickly apologized, "Forgive me. I won't open the 8th gate." Tsunade couldn't be bothered to respond. Forget it, she wouldn't teach him. He could figure it out himself. Naruto, however, recalled Jiraiya's words. Tsunade was more suited to be Hokage than Jiraiya. This woman, seemingly frail, was unexpectedly strong. Of course, Guy was a monster, excluded. Since Jiraiya himself recommended Tsunade and she had proven her strength, Naruto could no longer refuse. He said to Tsunade, "Granny Tsunade. Become the Hokage. You're perfect." Jiraiya and Yi Yen heard this and were overjoyed. Naruto had finally come around. With that, the story was back on track, bringing joy to everyone. Upon hearing the words "becoming Hokage," Tsunade pondered for a moment, then said seriously to Jiraiya, "You should be the Hokage. Right now I just want to stay by your side." Originally Tsunade had been unable to make up her mind, but this battle with Guy made her feel that perhaps she was not truly fit to be Hokage. She could not even fulfill a simple request from him, nor could she defeat him. So it was better to forget it. Being with Jiraiya was enough for her. Naruto, Jiraiya and Yi Yen were all silent. This refusal to take the role. Yi Yen desperately wished he could send a message to Jiraiya, blow some wind, make Tsunade change her mind. Fortunately Naruto shared the same thought and said to Jiraiya, perverted hermit, hurry and persuade her. I just accepted Granny Tsunade as Hokage. And now she's not agreeing. Jiraiya coughed and said to Tsunade, indeed you should accept. I have no interest in being Hokage. I only want to be a novelist. Besides, Konoha needs someone to step up now. Tsunade nodded. With the fourth and third Hokage fallen in battle, Konoha urgently needed to select a new Hokage. After careful thought, since Jiraiya was uninterested, she would not force her beloved. So she turned to Guy. Then how about this, you become Hokage, Guy. Guy pointed at himself. Hokage. Good heavens. He had never thought of that. Hokage or something. Yi Yen let out a cynical laugh. Was this a joke? Guy as Hokage? The plot was getting more and more absurd. No, impossible, it couldn't happen. Guy quickly said, I don't have the temperament of a leader. I'm completely unqualified. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged glances. Jiraiya realized this was a great idea. Neither he nor Tsunade wanted the role, so recommending Guy, who had demonstrated the power of the seventh gate, would be perfect. This guy might only be a jonin, but in terms of raw strength, there was no arguing. Jiraiya doubted he could defeat a seventh gate Guy even with Sage Mode. At best it would be a draw. So Guy's strength was more than sufficient. With that thought, Jiraiya answered Guy, that doesn't matter. The village has Narashikaku, he's very sharp and can assist you. And there's Kakashi, also highly intelligent, he can help too. So you needn't worry about strength or strategy. Besides, there have been many single-minded Kage like the first Hokage and the fourth Raikage. They governed well enough. Hearing this, Guy himself felt tempted. That's right, why couldn't he be Hokage? But Guy still humbly said, however, Kakashi would be more suitable. The copy ninja Kakashi was indeed renowned. If Tsunade and Jiraiya declined the role, the village would likely consider Kakashi first. Jiraiya replied, Kakashi is good in reputation and tactics. But relying solely on a Sharingan to become Hokage. In terms of raw power, he's a bit lacking. But you, when you open the seventh gate, it's unbeatable. Moreover, we may not know the 8 gates fully, but we know there's an 8th gate. If the village faces danger again, you can step forward and fight with everything, surely protecting the village. Guy was momentarily at a loss for words. Oh, indeed, if he became Hokage, there would be the advantage of using the 8th gate in critical moments. After thinking, he said, tempted, I'll consider it. Tsunade, yes, think it over. As for the daimyo of the Land of Fire and the others, well, handle persuading them. Jiraiya agreed, right. Well, fully recommend you as Hokage. It shouldn't be a problem. And if anyone objects, let them step forward and fight you, Onionon. Naruto fell silent. Fine, he didn't care anymore. Whoever became Hokage was fine. As long as the next generation's Hokage would be him. Everyone had reached a consensus except Yi Yen, who was utterly furious. What nonsense was this? How could it be so absurd? Learning Super Saiyan and ending up as Hokage. How was this possible? Yi Yan's heart turned ice cold. He realized that whether he tricked Guy or not, the guy would still get him into trouble. Ding. Detected that the plot development will alter the story's direction. Host must edit a video to make Tsunade the 5th Hokage. Ding. Please edit a video to make Guy abandon the idea of becoming Hokage. The missions came, 2 at once. One was Guy, the other Tsunade. One didn't want to be Hokage, the other had been persuaded and was tempted. Yi Yen had a headache. What could he do? First, Tsunade, she clearly didn't want to be any Hokage. And with Jiraiya around, she wanted even less to bother with such matters. So what method could make her change her mind? If you've watched Naruto, you'd understand that while the Hokage is respected and admired by many, it's actually the busiest job in the village. If Tsunade became Hokage, she definitely wouldn't be able to enjoy a private life with Jiraiya. They might not even see each other once a day. On the other hand, Guy didn't have a strong desire for the position. But if someone keeps recommending him, no matter who, they'd want to give it a try. Guy, with his personality, once he truly considered and made a decision. He would never change his mind no matter what. That unyielding resolve was what allowed a mere mortal to stand shoulder to shoulder with gods. So both tasks were extremely troublesome, and Yi Yen had no idea. Reminder: if the host fails to complete the mission, he will be erased by the system. Soon the system considerately reminded Yi Yen. Giving up was an option, of course. What was so hard about being erased? A trivial matter. Yi Yen grabbed his hair and tore at it. Seeing the strands, he suddenly calmed down. Perhaps because hair is precious, when you lose something valuable, your mind naturally becomes calmer. Yi Yen decided to go see Shangguan Yun. Yes, that editing master. He might have a solution. From the last incident, Yi Yen had reaped benefits, so he planned to use the same tactic again. But this time instead of a video he intended to meet Shangguanyun in person. That would show more sincerity. Yi Yan used a shadow clone, made a phone call and arranged a meeting. Shangguanyun answered Yi Yan's call and immediately agreed, telling Yi Yan to come directly to his home. Yi Yan took a car and headed to Shangguanyun's residence. On the road Yi Yan suddenly remembered something important: the house he had purchased. It still needed renovation. However, due to his current physical limitations he couldn't personally oversee the work, so he thought of Qiu Shaoli. He wanted Qiu Shaoli to help him with the renovations. Qiu Shaoli was Yi Yan's younger sister and he felt quite at ease leaving the matter in her hands. So Yi Yan made a phone call. Qiu Shaoli said, "Brother Yi Yan, that day I came to see you. But I can't remember anything. By the time I woke up I was already home." Yi Yan's mouth twitched. He knew Qiu Shaoli was referring to the incident where he had knocked her out. If she couldn't remember, then it was best not to recall it. What a good thing. This was exactly the effect Yi Yan wanted. He slowly said, "You must be too tired, resulting in an illusion, right?" Qiu Shaoli pouted, clearly displeased. "That's definitely not it." She wanted to explain further that it was not an illusion, something must have happened. At this moment Yi Yan skillfully changed the subject. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Shaoli, I have a house. Can you help me with the renovations?" "House? A house? Brother Yi Yan, that's amazing. You actually have your own house in a big city." Qiu Shaoli felt very proud, as if she had bought it herself, but she was still worried about not being able to do a good job with the task Yi Yan entrusted her. "Brother Yi Yan, I've never renovated before. Why don't you find someone else? If I do a bad job, wouldn't that be a waste of time and money?" This child was still as selfless as ever, always thinking of others. Yi Yan replied, "What's there to worry about? Just treat it as your own house. Renovate it however you like." Qiu Shaoli fell into silence. How could she treat it as her own? Yi Yan explained, "The house I bought is of course for the family. You are my sister, so you are part of it. Therefore it's your home as well. Decorate it however you want, don't think too much about it. If the renovation doesn't turn out well, we can redo it. You are among the few people I trust the most, and if I don't ask you I wouldn't know whom to turn to." Qiu Shaoli blushed, realizing Yi Yan's trust in her, and promised, "Okay, I will definitely not let brother Yi Yan down. Just leave it to me." Yi Yan then smiled, chatted with her for a bit longer and hung up the phone. He got out of the car and soon arrived at Shangguanyun's house. As soon as Shangguanyun saw Yi Yan, he immediately took out a wine glass and handed it to him. "Mr. Yi, please give it a try." Shangguanyun welcomed Yi Yan. Upon seeing the red wine in the glass, Yi Yan couldn't help but feel amazed. Ah, this is what it means to be wealthy. They all like to drink red wine. Although Yi Yan also had money now, he still preferred cola. Joyful drink. However, seeing Shangguanyun's red wine, Yi Yan thought, why not get himself a bit too? He took a sip of the red wine and was about to exaggerate how good it was and where it came from, wishing to have some for himself. But he frowned. This, $2.50. It couldn't be wrong, it must be $2.50. Yi Yan didn't even need to look at the bottle to discern its taste. The so-called $2.50 referred to the drinks priced at that amount in the supermarket. This should be grape juice that costs $2.50, a taste Yi Yan was very familiar with. Of course, if you asked him to try various flavors of joyful drinks with his eyes closed, Yi Yan could also identify them one by one. This was his skill. Seeing Yi Yan's reaction, Shangguanyun thought he was being picky, so he hurriedly explained, "I just like this grape drink, it's cheap and sweet, I really enjoy it." As he spoke, Shangguanyun opened his refrigerator. Upon seeing it, Yi Yan was stunned. Such a large luxury fridge, yet it was empty except for rows of $2.50 grape juice. Shangguanyun's mouth twitched. He had recently developed a fondness for this drink, so there was only this type at home. When others came over, he could only grit his teeth to serve them. There was no other way. When guests wanted to drink something, he had nothing to offer. Shangguanyun was very worried, afraid Yi Yan would mind, and added, "How about I place an order now for a few bottles of red wine?" Yi Yan downed the grape juice and praised, "No need, the drink is very good." After saying that, he went to get a bottle for himself, as drinking from the original bottle was much more comfortable. Shangguanyun was taken aback. Yi Yan was so approachable. If it were any of his other friends, they would probably be laughing at him by now. Shangguanyun smiled and took a bottle for himself, drinking as they exchanged glances and smiled. Then Shangguanyun invited Yi Yan to swim in his pool while they enjoyed their drinks. It was quite enjoyable. Yi Yan felt that he could become very good friends with Shangguanyun, as they got along quite well. After swimming for a while, Shangguanyun got to the point, "Is there something you need? Just tell me what I can do." Yi Yan washed his face and then said, "No need to be so polite. Just call me Yi Yan from now on, and there's no need for formalities." "Well, there is indeed something this time. I want to edit something." Shangguanyun thought for a moment and immediately brought over a tablet logging into a software application. Yi Yan was taken aback and leaned closer. What is this? Sheng Wanyan explained this software has many editing experts. You can post tasks on it and offer a reward to attract them to take the job. You can post all sorts of requirements regarding the type of editing etc. They will keep working until the employer is satisfied. Hearing this, Yi Yan's spirits lifted. This was a great tool. With it, couldn't he complete the system tasks even better? Yi Yan took the tablet and directly published his thoughts. The content was simple. Imagine himself as the character Tsunade. What kind of videos could persuade him to change his mind and become Hokage? And another requirement: if Kai wanted to become Hokage, what kind of video could stop him? After publishing, Yi Yan felt that no one would take it. It was just too strange. Sheng Wanyan glanced at the title and frowned. It is a bit strange. I doubt anyone will take it. Why don't you add more details to try? Yi Yan was just planning to do that when he was surprised to find that the tasks had been accepted. Moreover, both tasks were taken by the same person. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was the same individual. But that wasn't the point. The important thing was that someone had taken the tasks, which meant it was happening. Yi Yan was very excited, and Sheng Wanyan couldn't help but remind him, you still need to check their skills. If they can't meet your expectations, then it won't matter. Hello, are you the one who accepted the task? Yi Yan typed, awaiting the other's reply. As expected, the other replied quickly to Yi Yan, but this is my first time learning video editing. I'm not sure I can do it well. Sheng Wanyan heard this and nodded. See, he said he might be a rookie, didn't expect that to be true, he remarked. Yi Yan paid it no mind and replied, actually the technical demands of editing are not high, it is more about immersing yourself in the role within the piece. I think so too, the other said. My favorite is Huiying, so when I saw this task I accepted immediately. Alright, I'll give it a try. Encouraged by Yi Yan's words, the other brimmed with confidence and said they would need 2 hours, then would send the videos. Yi Yan naturally agreed. Sheng Wanyan could not help but suggest you should pick someone else. There are many masters on that platform, you could commission them to edit the 2 videos, though you would have to pay extra. Yi Yan looked at Sheng Wanyan and said, do you disdain rookies? I think he's fine, give him a chance to try. Sheng Wanyan frowned. He certainly will not meet your standards. Absolutely not, he insisted. Yi Yan clapped his hands. Very well, then you do it. You edit and I will pay you. Aren't you the expert? Sheng Wanyan was momentarily stunned, then composed himself and said, oh fine, let the newcomer have a chance. Let him try. Yi Yan suspected the other might turn to some professional editing service, but he did not press the matter. If someone did not want to, so be it. After all, this was his own affair. After swimming, they returned to the room and played the retro console. Yi Yan was surprised to find such childhood souvenirs in the other's home. Sheng Wanyan said proudly, I was lousy at these games as a child, but now. For example, I used to play Hunduluo and now I can clear it on one life, even beat those brutal online versions. Am that good? Not willing to concede, Yi Yan tried Hunduluo himself, but he soon idled and watched Sheng Wanyan play to completion. He remained as unskilled as in childhood, 3 lives were insufficient and he died quickly. Time flew while they played, and in less than 2 hours the other contacted Yi Yan. Sheng Wanyan set down his controller and leaned over. What kind of videos would they be? Yi Yan opened the first. After watching, he stood stunned. The perspective was oddly unconventional. Yi Yan clicked the second video and found the angle equally eccentric. Could this possibly work? Sheng Wanyan laughed aloud. This evokes an indescribable feeling. Yet it is oddly intriguing, though the technique is a bit rough. He looked to Yi Yan. So what do you think? Are you satisfied? Yi Yan stroked his chin and considered carefully. Though the videos were strange given the current developments in the Huiying world, it might actually be worth a try. Yi Yan was not entirely certain, but he had a hunch. Perhaps this was another unexpected play like Qiu Shaolis. It depended on whether he dared to gamble. What do you think? The other replied, it's just a hobby, if it doesn't work please find someone else. Yi Yan saw the nickname Pai Daxing Nanshan and ultimately chose to proceed. Why not try using his video? Nothing to lose. Yi Yan typed, no problem, I'm satisfied. Task confirmed complete. If the payment should be credited to your account. For Pai Daxing Nanshan, it was the first time earning money through editing. The sensation was novel and delightful. He quickly replied, if there are similar tasks in the future, be sure to find me. Generous boss. Sheng Wanyan's lips twitched. He had truly agreed. Could the task be completed so easily? A mere rookie. This was allowed. Yi Yan seemed to detect disdain in Sheng Wanyan's eyes and asked, or would you still prefer to do it? Sheng Wanyan shook his head and hurriedly said, whatever makes you happy. Yi Yan asked Sheng Wanyan, do you have a quieter room? Sheng Wanyan paused, grasping that Yi Yan needed privacy, and offered his soundproof bedroom at once. You work inside, he'll play games in the living room. Don't worry, it's very quiet and no one will disturb you. Yi Yan nodded and entered Sheng Wanyan's room. Shangguan Yun slapped his forehead, remembering that there might indeed be something inside that could disturb him. But it was not human, so it should be all right. Yi Yan stepped into Shangguan Yun's bedroom, which was a fully sports den, visually striking. Meow. An orange cat on the bed called out to him. Yi Yan took it lightly and in a cheerful mood named it "I'll call you Xiao Ju." The cat meowed again. Without further ado, the cat leapt forward. Startled, Yi Yan dodged. The cat smashed into the wall, became dazed and lost its ability to attack for the moment. Yi Yan looked on in mild disbelief. The orange cat did not seem very clever. It had shown no malice. Why attack him? Yi Yan snorted. "I'm calling you Xiao Ju, so what?" Whether it liked the name or not, that was what he would call it. Yi Yan found a seat, opened his phone, logged into the app and watched a live stream of the Huiying world. At that moment he was greatly pleased with Xiao Lai. His own character would not be Huiying and neither would his wife. As a powerful jonin of the village, he admired his idea. It was simply perfect. Xiao Lai now wanted to write his novel earnestly and live a good life with the woman he loved. Happiness was something he had never known before, and now he was immersed in it. "Hello, let me introduce myself. You may call me Wushang Zuns." Xiao Lai heard the voice and froze. Wushang Zuns. Was that Yi Yan? The fourth and the third had uttered that name when they fell in battle. It sounded like a being from another world, extraordinarily powerful. They were forces no one could easily contend with. Xiao Lai replied, "I do not know, Senior, what do you seek?" Yi Yan sighed. There was no avoiding it. One could not fault him for disturbing this blissful life. Yi Yan's actions were born of helplessness. He had no other choice. If the plot were not to return to its proper course, Yi Yan's own life would be in grave danger. Yet Yi Yan personally still held great support for the current Jiraiya. In the past there had always been an indescribable loneliness within him. Now it was much better. That solitude had diminished greatly. But Yi Yan would not waver. He too had to steel his resolve. "So Yi Yan," continued, "you and Tsunade, neither of you wish to become Hokage. Is that true?" Jiraiya paused, taken aback. This Supreme Venerable truly knew everything. Jiraiya did not deny it and said bluntly, "That's correct." "Is there a problem?" Yi Yan hesitated for a moment over this video file, then sent it to Jiraiya. "Just watch it yourself." Soon a large screen materialized before Jiraiya and a video began to play. Jiraiya stroked his chin. Tsunade had mentioned this thing to him before. In fact, the reason she had changed her mind and gotten together with him was also because she had seen something. In other words, the invisible force that brought him and Tsunade together was none other than this Supreme Venerable. What a good man he was. Good people enjoy peace forever. Having learned the truth, Jiraiya responded to Yi Yan, "Supreme Venerable, you have shown me great kindness, so whatever you ask me to watch I will take seriously. Rest assured." Yi Yan nodded with a smile. Right on track. He believed that after watching it Jiraiya would definitely change his mind. The video opened with a scene of Tsunade in the Hokage's office wearing a cheongsam. Jiraiya's nosebleed burst forth uncontrollably. "Wow, a cheongsam. This looks really good." But it wasn't over yet. Soon Tsunade continued changing into various outfits in the Hokage's office. With every camera cut a new costume appeared. Quickly the cheongsam turned into a nurse's uniform. A nurse's uniform. Jiraiya's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Yet he couldn't tear his eyes away from the screen. This video was amazing. He had never seen anything so captivating. Keep going, keep going. Sailor suits, JK skirts, white stockings, black stockings, fishnets. In short, every conceivable outfit was displayed, offering Jiraiya a feast for the eyes. But the pleasurable time soon ended. At the end of the clip came a line. "Becoming the 5th Hokage, it will all come true." Yes, that was the fundamental purpose of this video. The target was not Tsunade herself but Jiraiya, who harbored deep feelings for her. Though in the original story Jiraiya never ended up with Tsunade, his secret crush on her was no secret. Lord SpongeBob's idea was to seize the key figure, Jiraiya. If he could convince him, then Jiraiya would in turn persuade Tsunade to reconsider. This was somewhat akin to relieving the siege by besieging Wei. Convincing Jiraiya was far easier than persuading a woman who had already made up her mind. Yet this approach seemed rather frivolous. Yi Yan himself wasn't sure if it would work. He could only hope that Jiraiya too was a frivolous person genuinely captivated by the video, otherwise there would be no hope. After watching the video, Jiraiya indeed fell into deep thought. The Supreme Venerable's videos all possessed prophetic effects. So if Tsunade became Hokage, would this video also come true in reality? How did you think such a test could sway the heart of a powerful man? You underestimate one of the legendary Sannin. But Jiraiya couldn't help a mischievous grin, even a somewhat lecherous one. Yi Yan seized the moment. Once Tsunade becomes Hokage, there will be abundant benefits. Jiraiya analyzed rationally, if she becomes Hokage, won't she be too busy to be a model? Changing outfits every day. Yi Yan was stumped by this question. Indeed, the Hokage is the village leader who once in office there's barely time to eat, let alone change clothes for fun. Yi Yan knew this was hard to explain, so he resorted to bluffing. Are you questioning my prophetic ability? Have I ever made a mistake in my predictions? Jiraiya furrowed his brow. That seemed true. Then he raised another question. Then what is your purpose in wanting Tsunade to become Hokage? Let me say this first. I don't care what kind of existence you are. But if you harm the one I love, I will never forgive you. Don't treat her as a pawn. As Jiraiya spoke, his expression turned extremely fierce. Yi Yan answered truthfully, my purpose is simple. Everything unfolds according to its own arrangement, I merely steer it back onto the proper course. You can rest assured that no one will be harmed. Even if someone did get hurt, Jiraiya should take it up with Kishimoto Musashi, not him. Hearing Yi Yan's assurance, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. Once relieved, he immediately reverted to his usual self. All right, then let her become Hokage. Right away, the sooner the better. Jiraiya had changed his mind. As one of the legendary Sannin, he naturally had to shoulder responsibility. Tsunade was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, inheriting the title of Hokage was only fitting. The corner of Yi Yan's mouth twitched. Just like that. Was he too easily swayed? Couldn't he have considered it for a couple of days before answering? Yi Yan couldn't help but ask, don't you want to think it over? Jiraiya shook his head, no need. I'll go persuade Tsunade right now. Just wait and see. With that, Jiraiya moved faster than the yellow flash and rushed to Tsunade's room. Yi Yan knew that once Jiraiya agreed, the matter was half done. Now it all depended on whether Jiraiya could actually persuade Tsunade. On this point Yi Yan was still very worried. Tsunade was a woman of strong convictions. Once she decided not to become Hokage, how could a few words from Jiraiya change her mind? In the original story, Naruto had to go through many trials before Tsunade changed her mind. Forget it, he would just watch and see. Success or failure would soon be known. Jiraiya entered Tsunade's room. Seeing his serious expression, Tsunade asked, What happened? Jiraiya looked at her, his face reddening. This tendency to blush was really troublesome. Sometimes he hated being so shy. If he were bolder, things might be better. Yi Yan thought, you call that shy? Your boldness is already more than enough, okay? Jiraiya pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Tsunade, would you consider becoming Hokage? As he spoke, leaves in the courtyard fluttered gently. Tsunade caught a green leaf, staring in disbelief at Jiraiya. Hadn't they already agreed before? Neither of them would become Hokage. Why had he suddenly changed his mind? Tsunade asked in confusion. Why? You must at least give me a reason. After Gang Shou finished speaking, Yi remained silent. His expression showed no change, but inwardly he was panic-stricken. Hey Supreme Venerable, are you there? Give Gang Shou a reason. He couldn't think of one. It wasn't that Yi had no reason, but this particular reason was hard to articulate. He couldn't just say, I just want to see you in black stockings. That's why I want you to become Huiying. If he said that Yi would vanish from this world. Yi's thoughts of course were unheard by Yi Yan, so he offered no suggestions. Yi had to steel himself and say, because I want to see black. Gang Shou was taken aback. See what? Just say it. Yi swallowed the rest of his words, coughed and said, I don't mean to pressure you. I simply believe that if you become Huiying you will be exceptional, perhaps even as great as the first. Gang Shou replied, you overestimate me. I am merely a fragile woman. Yes, you are indeed a fragile woman. In your moments of tears and helplessness. But these cannot break you. You will be more resolute and more determined than anyone. If you become Huiying you will transform the village, making it unlike before. The village desperately needs such talent. In contrast, I am too carefree, protecting the village in my own presumptuous way, never inspiring trust to lead. What Yi said were truly his heartfelt words. He had always believed that the foremost candidate for Huiying was Gang Shou. He tugged at his hair and added, I seem to be forcing you again. Anyway, this is just my thought. You don't have to become Huiying because of it. What matters is whether you have the passion for it. Hearing Yi's words, Yi Yan fell silent. You. Are you giving up? You should keep using your Toknajutsu until you persuade Gang Shou. Yi Yan desperately wanted to show Yi a video of Naruto's Toknajutsu so he could learn how to brainwash, know how to convince others. First you must stand firm. If you waver, no matter how reasonable you are, you will lack persuasiveness. Yi Yan realized it was all over, hopeless. But at that moment Gang Shou astonished everyone. I agree. I can become Huiying. Yi Yan and Yi were petrified. A sudden twist. She agreed. Since when was Gang Shou so agreeable? Unbelievable. Yi asked in confusion, have you truly thought it through? Isn't this too rash? Gang Shou shook her head. No. I agreed partly because this is what you wish. Now that I am yours, I naturally prioritize your thoughts. In other words, your thoughts matter greatly to me. Yi Yan twitched his lips. Can you two talk without force-feeding me dog food? That's so impolite. Gang Shou continued. Secondly, I have seriously considered it. The village was created by my grandfather. As his granddaughter, I must step up at critical moments and bear the duty of protecting it. I am one of the legendary Sannin. It is my bounden duty. But I had too many concerns, so at first I wanted to leave it to others. Yet with your support, what do I have to worry about? No matter what happens after becoming Huiying, I believe you will stand by me. Zilai Yi said firmly. Of course, as long as it does not harm the village, I will support you unconditionally. Gang Shou smiled. Then there is nothing more to consider. Yi Yan was bewildered. This. Is it over? Indeed. The power of love is incredible. But Yi Yan could not feel that. Well, how could he? He was a single dog. Regardless, one side was resolved. Next he needed to find Kai. This was the most troublesome step. Through Zilai Yi and Gang Shou's efforts, Kai was already eager to become Huiying. If Kai truly resolved to become Huiying, not even 8 oxen could pull him back. Fortunately, Yi Yan still had a video. Would it be useful? It should be. It worked on Zilai Yi. Yi Yan now had some confidence. The scene shifted to the forest where Kai was training, practicing how to become a Super Saiyan. Well, he hadn't given up yet. Li Luoku, after training for a while, stopped and asked Kai Kaizensai, do you really want to become Huiying? Kai also stopped, stroked his chin and thought carefully. I haven't made up my mind. But becoming Huiying, imagining the whole village in our tight suits sweating every day practicing taijutsu. That doesn't seem bad. Just thinking about it is so youthful. Hearing that, Yi Yan could already picture it. You should not become Huiying. Absolutely not. Li Luoku replied, yes, if Kaizensai becomes Huiying, he will definitely do a great job. Hearing this, Kai grew more confident. Yi Yan knew he had to intervene. If he didn't, the matter would be set in stone. He spoke regarding this. May this master share my thoughts. Hearing his voice, both realized it was the My Dragon God. Kai immediately welcomed him. Master, you're here. Of course you can share your thoughts. Yi Yan typed, becoming Huiying. First, must it be your dream? Is it? Kai was taken aback, caught off guard. Huiying. It really wasn't his dream. His current dream was to become a Super Saiyan. That thought made his blood boil. As for Huiying, it was just so-so. Kai told Yi Yan everything. Yi Yan twitched his lips. In that case, just strive to become a Super Saiyan. Why become Huiying? Kai frowned at Yi Yan's advice. He said slowly, but becoming Huiying and then becoming a Super Saiyan, don't they conflict? Hearing that, Yi Yan didn't know how to refute him. Perhaps he had a point, but Yi Yan had to be firm. So he said directly, no, that makes no sense. To become a Super Saiyan and to become Huiying, you can only choose one. How can you succeed with a divided mind? You cannot multitask. When doing something, you must focus your mind entirely. That's the logic, but Kai was clearly not that easily fooled. Still appearing hesitant. Seeing this, Yi Yan couldn't be bothered to waste words and directly showed him a short video. Kai looked at the screen in front of him, curious. What was this? But soon he realized what video was being played for him. Kai settled down to watch. In no time, the video showed his lifelong rival Chimu Kakashi. The video showed many of their duels, bringing back a flood of memories for Kai, who watched with great delight. Yi Yan stroked his chin. Soon you won't find it so amusing. The real show is about to begin. Sure enough, the next moment Kakashi actually became the 6th Hokage. Kai was extremely excited. As expected of his rival who had become Hokage. Thinking about it, his arch-rival indeed deserved this. In the video, Kakashi was busy every day handling paperwork with less and less time for himself. When he met Kai, he merely greeted him and then left. Kai chased after him, wanting to challenge Kakashi, but Kakashi brushed him off. Next time for sure. Yes, from then on, every challenge Kai made was dismissed by this man with, next time for sure. Seeing this, Kai fell silent. Cold. Violence. After becoming Hokage, Kakashi had turned into such a boring man. Refusing passionate challenges. Kai's eyes burned with fury. Finally, a line appeared in the video, cherish your CP, stay away from Hokage. This line was a critical hit to Kai. It was clear it was telling you that you wanted to become Hokage, but if you did, you'd end up like this. The former rivalry CP would be dead in name only. Kai immediately questioned, if I become Hokage, will I end up the same as Kakashi? Yi Yan typed back, no matter which of you becomes Hokage, the outcome will be the same, you will no longer be rivals. Kai's lips twitched. Without Kakashi, would his life still have youth? That would be so boring. Moreover, being Hokage required handling so much paperwork. He got a headache just thinking about cultural matters. He was a total bookworm failure. Yi Yan added more, sending several similar videos. One showed a blonde Hokage. Li Luoka recognized him at a glance. It was Naruto. But Kai looked at him in confusion. Is this a grown-up Sasuke? He's becoming more handsome. Whatever he mistook him for, it didn't matter. The video's content was very simple. The blonde man worked 007 every day. His wife waited for him every night in vain, and his children lacked their father's company. Even on his little daughter's birthday, the blonde man was too busy with work to return. Immense pressure, anxiety, family complaints. Love life, stay away from Hokage. After watching this, Kai saw that it was indeed just like Kakashi being Hokage. Speaking of which, several generations of Hokage in Konoha suffered from herniated discs. They all worked day and night, the busiest people in the village. Kai didn't mind the hardship, but if he worked all day, how could he train? Couldn't he even train anymore? Then no dueling with Kakashi, no training. That life really had no fun at all. Yi Yan knew it was time. He wondered if Kai would change his mind. Yi Yan typed tentatively, so do you still hold your previous thought? Kai sighed and said firmly, forget it. I'm not fit to be Hokage. Being a Jonin is fun, and I won't let Kakashi become Hokage either. Don't even think about it. Success. Well, think whatever you like. Anyway, it's still early for Kakashi to become Hokage. Finally it was done. It wasn't easy. Speaking of this video, Yi Yan felt it was strange from the start. The perspective was very peculiar. Especially Kai's shipping CP. He could even ship that. Yi Yan didn't understand, but he still gave a thumbs up to the Pat Star God. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, gaining praise from Gangs Ho and Kai and receiving the following rewards. 100 Healing Technique. Kai's Basic Taijutsu. 100 Healing Technique. It's here, it's here. Yi Yan's eyes welled up with tears. He had been waiting for a healing technique for so long, but it never came, yet now he got an even more powerful one, the 100 Healing Technique. Using it, could he heal all his injuries? Finally he could leave the hospital. It wasn't easy. Besides that, there was also Kai's Basic Taijutsu, which apparently didn't include the 8 gates. But that was still excellent. After all, Kai's Taijutsu was the strongest in the ninja world. Yi Yan felt great, put down his phone and was about to go tell Shengguanyun that the mission was complete and to prepare something to celebrate. He was too excited to contain himself. Yi Yan left the room, the little orange cat in the room, then padded over to the phone with graceful steps. At that moment Kai asked Yi Yan again, Master, shall we continue training as Super Saiyans? But Gangs Ho refused to teach us about anger. Are there any other methods? However, there was no reply from the other side. Kai called out again, still no response. Kai fell silent. Could it be? He left. But that shouldn't be, they were chatting fine. You tut 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 tut. At this moment there was finally a reply, but it was a strange sound. This left Li Luoka and Kai baffled. What? What does this mean? You referred to them, that was easy to understand, but tut tut tut. What did that mean? Kai pondered carefully. This must be the master testing them, deliberately doing so to make them figure it out themselves. Then let's give it a try. Tut. Earth. Right, it must be the character, Earth. Then what is related to Earth? Moreover, this Earth character needed to be connected to himself, otherwise the master wouldn't have mentioned it for no reason. Dai-Tu. Yes, it must be Dai-Tu. Ever since the Nine-Tails night attack he had known that his childhood friend Dai-Tu was still alive. This Earth must refer to Dai-Tu. Combining with the previous words, you Dai-Tu. Could it be that he wanted him to bring Dai-Tu back to Konoha? Then he could become a Super Saiyan. It's very likely the meaning. Haha, he was such a genius to be able to decode this. It must be correct, that's it. Kai immediately clapped and said, Lee, we need to investigate the Akatsuki, find Dai-Tu and bring him back to Konoha. He is also our comrade, we cannot abandon him. Kai had made up his mind. If Yi Yan knew what Kai was thinking, he would spit out a mouthful of blood. That was just the cat randomly typing okay. Did he mean that? After eating abundantly at Shengguanyun's home, Yi Yan returned to the hospital. Once back, he decided to stay one last night before leaving. He promptly used the 100 techniques to heal all his injuries. Then Yi Yan lay down on the bed and fell into a deep slumber. Little did he know the organization's members had already arrived at the hospital entrance. Clearly they had done their research. Yi Yan was indeed hospitalized here. The Grand Martial Tournament. As the protagonist, he was naturally the one they needed to inform. Yet as they reached the entrance, they encountered a familiar face. He too was a member of the organization known as Huangshan Jinren, and his comrades twitched their lips, recalling their target, and yes, target were one and the same, Yi Yan. Upon learning this, they were astonished at the coincidence. Huangshan Jinren, however, considered it a trivial matter, believing he could resolve it with a simple intervention. He walked over to you. Long time no see. Your target is also Yi Yan, isn't it? You nodded. Are you after him too? Yes, we need him to participate in the Grand Martial Tournament. Huangshan Jinren replied. You fell silent. The Grand Martial Tournament. This old man must be delusional, you thought coldly. Whatever your purpose, that kid is my target. I'm taking him to the Su family right now. And as for that ninja, I'll find him later and mete out due punishment, you added. Huangshan Jinren tried to reason with him. There's no conflict. Let us take him to the tournament first, after it's over you can take him, can't you? You shook his head. I want. What can you do about it? His tone was exceedingly arrogant, unsettling to all. But his refusal stemmed from simple pragmatism. If Huangshan Jinren took the kid, there was no guarantee he'd survive. If he died, how could you take him to the Su family? Then his mission would never be completed. So he would not back down. The logic was sound, but you saw no need for further explanation. Huangshan Jinren, recalling how you had always looked down on him and acted arrogantly, grew enraged and shoved you. The other members' faces darkened. Good grief. Huangshan Jinren had made a move. Though it was just a shove, they knew you well, he was young and hot-tempered. If someone pushed him, he would surely erupt in fury. Indeed, you froze for a moment, then bellowed, you touched me. Huangshan Jinren sneered, so what if I did? You want a fight? I'm the king of Onion One. Huangshan Jinren taunted. You, enraged to the point of laughter, retorted, you're nothing but trash and you call yourself king of Onion One. What a joke. Huangshan Jinren shoved him again. Who are you calling trash? You could no longer contain himself. He had been shoved twice. Not even the boss Ling could get away with that. Murderous intent flared in you. Fine, very well. Just wait. Huangshan Jinren, certain you wouldn't dare make a move, scoffed, empty threats. Feudal rage. I'll stand right here. Let's see what you can do. Without another word, you summoned a robot and began manipulating it with a remote control. The robot drew a long blade and slashed at Huangshan Jinren. Stunned, Huangshan Jinren thought he actually attacked. This madman. He nimbly dodged the strike. Boy, have you lost your mind. You gritted his teeth. Didn't you want to see what I could do? Hey, race your answer. Don't you dare dodge, you coward. Huangshan Jinren's lips twitched. This brat, shoved him twice, exchanged some trash talk. Did that warrant a lethal attack? He caught the robot's blade with his bare hands, halting another swing. I apologize. I was too impulsive. Let's talk this out. Well, decide who takes Yi Yan first, how about that? Huangshan Jinren said earnestly. You replied calmly, can I tell you that the robot's blade is coated with a lethal poison? By catching it barehanded, you've already been exposed. You was an honest sort, he never hid anything. Huangshan Jinren fell silent. Poison on the blade? What kind of madness is this? Who coats a blade with poison? So insidious. Yet being a veteran, he steadied himself. No matter. You must have the antidote. You nodded honestly. I do. I never use a poison without an antidote. Reliable, so everything was fine. It was just a small matter if they were from the same organization and should get along. As Huangshan Jinren was about to speak, you added, but the antidote only works after the poison has run its full course. The poison will gradually dissolve the victim's body over 49 days. By the 49th day the person will be a shapeless mess. Without the antidote they die. But if taken at that moment, even a puddle of flesh can be restored to immortality. Huangshan Jinren twitched, wanting to strangle the young man. Yet he forced himself to ask, what happens if I take the antidote before the 49th day? You answered, nothing. It's useless, like eating a candy. So do you want the antidote? I can give it to you. Arg. This man is inhuman. Asking if he wanted the antidote. What difference did it make with or without it? Even if he took it, he'd suffer a fate worse than death. He'd rather just drop dead. Huangshan Jinren suspected you was toying with him, mocking him. His face darkened. Stop joking. This is not amusing. You turned to the other members behind him. You all can vouch for me, can't you? They shifted uneasily. No. He's telling the truth. Last time he used it, it was exactly as he says. A terrifying aura emanated from Huangshan Jinren. Old man. I'll fight you to the death. He lunged at you, landing a punch that collapsed his nose. You, clutching his nose, blazed with fury. My nose. You old bastard. You're asking for it. You quickly created distance, commanding the robot to attack Huangshan Jinren. But Huangshan Jinren had no patience for games. With a single handchop he shattered the robot. To him the robot was nothing more than a fragile toy. Huangshan, the true man, was the uncontested king of free fighting. His fist and foot skills were among the strongest in the organization. Yu's robot would be no match for him. Having anticipated this, Yu summoned another robot. This time the robot's fists retracted, transforming into a mounted Gatling gun. The robot then aimed the Gatling gun at Huangshan the true man. You pride yourself on your martial arts. Then test your speed against this Gatling. Let's see if your fists are faster or his Gatling more accurate and swift. Huangshan the true man said coldly, little Yu, this old man has no time to play with you today. He then blinked repeatedly, dodging every bullet that came his way. Yu was stunned. Could a human truly move this fast? In the next second Huangshan appeared before the robot and crushed it with a single punch. He continued, today I'll do as I please and no one can stop me. Knowing full well that his own life was forfeit, Huangshan no longer cared about the organization. Today he would make sure his enemy's life was forfeit as well. The other members of the organization watched this scene and didn't know what to say. How had the fight even started? Because of a little pulling, was that the cause? It looked as though this was a fight to the death. The onlookers weren't trying to stop it, convinced they couldn't. One had only 14 days left to live if the other's nose had been crushed. This was nothing short of a blood feud. Seeing Huangshan pressing closer, Yu unleashed his ultimate trump card. Countless parts descended from the heavens, attaching themselves to his body like a scene from Iron Man. But this was a suit of snowy white mechanical armor. This was his last resort, to enter the armor and compensate for his own lack of physical power. Moreover, this mechanical armor was unlike the others, equipped with many lethal weapons. Yu controlled it, his eyes glowing red as he fired beams of light that swept toward Huangshan. Huangshan initially intended to take the beam hidden, but an instinct warned him that doing so would mean his end. So he dodged nimbly and the beam sliced a utility pole clean in two. It cut through like tofu. Cold sweat broke out on Huangshan's forehead. Good thing he trusted his instinct, otherwise he'd be dead now. This guy, though young, was still a member of the organization, and no one in the organization was weak. He had to be careful. When the beam failed to hit its mark, Yu raised both hands and unleashed a sonic attack. The powerful sound wave struck Huangshan, causing his head to ache as if splitting. His movements slowed. Yu didn't let this chance slip by. His eyes glowed red again, aiming at Huangshan. Huangshan was horrified. This is bad, I'm done for, there's no way to dodge. Suddenly at the critical moment, Xian of the organization appeared using a Xuanwu shield to block the sonic waves and the red beams. The attack was rendered completely ineffective. Huangshan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was saved. At least these people hadn't just stood by, they'd actually done something. Yu was furious. He had been on the verge of success. Huangshan didn't understand his abilities, so Yu could have definitely taken him out. But now Xian had ruined it, and he had lost that one and only chance. Yu said outright, are you taking his side and making an enemy of me? Xian replied calmly, I am the consciousness of Zero. I take no one's side. I merely made the most correct decision on behalf of Zero. You cannot continue fighting. Our target is Yi Yen. Haven't we even declared war yet and already we're brawling among ourselves? Isn't that ridiculous? Huangshan and Yu snorted. Easy for you to say, one of them had little time left, the other had a crushed nose. Of course they'd settle this to the death. At that moment Bai stepped forward. She was a stunningly beautiful girl with blue hair. She said softly, though the antidote for Huangshan's poison is ineffective, my medical arts can cure you without any discomfort. You should trust my abilities. Hearing this, Huangshan nearly wept. Truly the organization was full of extraordinary talents. Even a fatal poison could be healed. Bai continued, but you must fold me a paper crane with your own hands, otherwise I won't act. It was Bai's habit. Although she healed people for free, she always asked for a hand-folded paper crane as payment. This was her long-standing principle, not to be altered. Huangshan's lips twitched. Fold a paper crane himself? A burly man like him? Did he look like someone who could do that? But to survive he would learn, even if he didn't know how. You stared at Bai, meaning, what about my nose? Aren't you going to treat it? Bai frowned. I can cure even Huangshan's poison. Your nose is nothing. Just prepare a paper crane. Xian then spoke, all right, the problem is resolved. Now we need to discuss Yi Yen. At this you refuse to yield, he must be handed to me first. Huangshan shook his head. Impossible. Don't even think about it. As they spoke they seemed ready to fight again. Xian quickly intervened, let us arrange it. Having Yi Yen participate in the world's greatest martial arts tournament will clearly bring more benefit to the organization. Yu's lips twitched. So his mission meant nothing, did it? Was the organization's purpose to maintain the ancient martial world's order or to earn the bullion money? They might as well just start live streaming sales, that would be easier. Xian continued, it's not unimportant, it's still important. But taking Yi Yen to the Su family wasn't about maintaining the ancient martial world either, that was just the Su family's own request. You can go talk to them in person. What's disrupting the ancient martial world is that ninja. Capture him and bring him to the Su family, that counts as an explanation. Then on our side we can formally declare war on Yi Yan through the world's greatest martial arts tournament. They don't conflict, it's perfect. Yu was a little speechless. Perfect. He thought it was a terrible idea. But continuing this dispute would bring him no benefit and he didn't want to start another fight. Yu finally said fine, I'll give you face and the boss's face. Huangshan sighed and added, then let it be as if today never happened. Yu and Huangshan outwardly made peace but neither had truly forgiven the other. They would bide their time waiting for the perfect opportunity to vent their anger. But the time was not yet ripe, they needed patience. Yu then left the hospital while Huangshan and his group also slipped into the hospital. As soon as they reached the hospital entrance, Bai had already used a hypnotic technique to put everyone inside to sleep. That was why the earlier commotion had drawn no one. Yi Yan slowly opened his eyes and found a group of people had broken into his room. 8 by count. And among them, was that Master Huangshan. Ah. So he'd brought reinforcements. Yi Yan sensed instinctively that this assembly would not be easy to handle. But Yi Yan feared no one. His injuries had fully healed and not only could he face these 8 but even another 7 or 8 would pose no threat. Master Huangshan greeted him, you must be astonished. Yi Yan cut in, no, I am not astonished. Master Huangshan paused, taken aback. Not astonished. Remarkable composure, waking to find 8 strangers standing silently in your room and yet feeling no shock. A faint twitch tugged at Master Huangshan's lips. Don't you think you slept rather deeply? You heard nothing. Felt nothing. Yi Yan yawned lazily, must have been hypnotized, hardly extraordinary. What precisely do you want? Well then, this man simply could not be startled. Their psychological gambit had failed utterly. The organization's members all turned to Master Huangshan, silently urging him to speak. Master Huangshan nodded. After all, he had initiated this matter, and it fell to him to deliver the announcement. I hereby extend to you an official invitation to the Supreme Martial Arts Tournament. You will participate, or we shall eliminate everyone dear to you. Xian stepped forward, gripping Master Huangshan's arm. No, ancient martial cultivators must never lay hands upon ordinary civilians. Master Huangshan froze. Was Xian deliberately undermining him? He'd only meant to intimidate. If even veiled threats were forbidden, how could anyone possibly feel urgency, or agree to compete? Master Huangshan stared at Xian, speechless. I said possibly, not certainly. Xian replied with solemn gravity, no, there is not even a sliver of possibility. Should you act thus, you will be expelled from the organization, and hunted without mercy. As for the toxin in your body, you may forget any hope of cure. Heh. Oh fine, you announce it then. Just stop interrupting. Master Huangshan threw up his hands. You do it, you say it. What are you thinking? Xian retorted. This tournament was your initiative, it's only fitting you make the declaration. Yi Yan watched their bickering with weary disbelief, and peeled a banana. Bai reached for the banana, but flinched under Yi Yan's sharp glance and withdrew. Indeed, these people possessed surprising decorum. If denied fruit, they simply abstained. Master Huangshan nearly lost his composure, but forced calm, softening his tone. The Supreme Martial Arts Tournament is truly extraordinary. Participate, and you won't regret it. Surely that sufficed. He might as well have arrived with a palanquin and 8 bearers. Where was the authority? Where was the awe? Xian nodded approvingly, clearly pleased by this demeanor. Yi Yan finished the banana and mused. You've placed me in quite a dilemma. How exactly am I supposed to take part? It makes no sense. Indeed, if he accepted so readily, he'd seem idle, absurd, even unhinged. Master Huangshan glanced toward the blond man beside him, who smiled wryly every time. It's always left to me. How tiresome. Qing raised a hand and clenched it midair. The entire floor's windows shattered instantly. Yi Yan blinked. What was that? To shatter so many panes in a single motion, how had he done it? Qing spoke coolly. A mere demonstration. At my will I could reduce an entire building to rubble in an instant. Humph. If he wasn't bluffing, he'd be formidable indeed, perhaps fit to lead a demolition squad. Qing continued. Let me be unequivocal, you will compete, even if bound and carried in. Someone desires your death, yet your life holds such value that the tournament serves as a means to offset the cost. But that is secondary. Our organization stands to gain, so please forgive us. Yi Yan understood at once this was a calculated show of force, meaning refusal was not an option. Should he decline, they would surely attack in unison. After witnessing that display, Yi Yan realized, fighting all 8 together would prove troublesome. Yi Yan relented. At least this martial tournament is unknown combat, correct? As one of its chief architects, Master Huangshan explained naturally. You'll draw lots and face each challenger in turn. Defeat all of us, and you earn your life. The organization will never pursue you again. Of course that was merely rhetoric. If Yi Yan could best all 7, the organization would naturally abandon pursuit, unless it wished annihilation. Yet such a feat was impossible. No one, not even Ling, had ever defeated more than half the organization's elite in single combat. Thus survival remained a gilded illusion, best admired from afar. Yi Yan studied them at a loss for words. Truth be told, he held no interest in this tournament whatsoever. Still he preferred not to provoke open conflict, not when outnumbered 8-to-1. Seeking a pretext to comply, he added a condition: no, if I win all 7 duels you surrender every cent earned from this event. And henceforth you grant any request I make. A ripple of laughter spread through the group. How absurd, hand over all profits. Preposterous. And what of your second demand? Grant any request. We're not your personal retainers. Why should we? Seeing their refusal, Yi Yan rose without further debate. Then let's begin. I'll annihilate you all, no tournament, no compromise. Precisely. Refusal left no choice but confrontation, even if outnumbered. Master Huangshan and the others exchanged glances, silent and unsettled. A battle now would doom the tournament entirely, leaving no revenue and no explanation to offer Ling. Master Huangshan stepped forward to mediate. We might as well agree, it's not as though he stands the slightest chance of winning. If victory is impossible, then what harm lies in promising anything? Xian's eyes lit with sudden clarity. Indeed, sound logic. He declared firmly, agreed. Should you win, the funds are yours, and our entire organization pledges fealty. No petty requests, you shall be our sovereign. Yi Yan hesitated. These people weren't merely courteous, they were astonishingly generous. He felt almost embarrassed. To command such loyal subordinates, how gloriously imposing that would be. Tsang had been lingering near Yi Yan's residence recently with a simple purpose in mind: to find an opportunity to approach Yi Yan and obtain the Caoji sword. The other party harbored too many secrets. However, today while observing nearby he encountered a man who proactively greeted him. Tsang was quite surprised. He did not recognize this person. Yet the other party clearly knew him. You are Tsang. A powerful ninja. Hearing the other party refer to him as a powerful ninja made Tsang very pleased. He quickly replied, yes, I am indeed powerful and no one can defeat me except myself. But who are you? Upon hearing this, you realized he had not mistaken the person and immediately struck the other party's abdomen with a fist covered by a mechanical arm. Tsang was hit by this punch, spat out blood and then lost consciousness. The other party's remark about being powerful and that only he could be defeated seemed quite persuasive. Su family. Su Ying began to fuss in front of Su Shan. Daddy. Where is Yi Yan? The son-in-law I wanted. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Why is this slower than a delivery? Su Shan looked at his daughter, his ears nearly worn out. Isn't that obvious? Of course it's slower than a delivery. Bringing someone over is not that easy. Recently Su Shan did not want to get angry, so he said to his daughter, be patient, good news will come soon enough. I can't wait. I've been waiting for a very long time. If you don't make Yi Yan a son-in-law of the Su family immediately, I will run away from home. Su Shan's expression darkened. He wondered why he had such a daughter. With a cold snort he turned to go back to his room, and this time he wouldn't back down, having been worn down by her. Seeing that her crying and fussing had no effect, Su Ying grabbed a lot of snacks, sat on the sofa and started eating while watching a Korean drama. Run away from home. She wasn't foolish enough to actually do it, she was just trying to urge Su Shan. Otherwise he wouldn't take it seriously. Just then the smart devices in the house suddenly went out of control and automatically unlocked the electronic door. Then a robot led a person inside. Behind the robot was you. Su Ying felt a bit scared and quickly called for her father. When Su Shan came down and saw this scene, he realized that the organization had intervened. Wasn't the other party also bringing Tsang? It must be them. Su Shan was overjoyed. Master, what would you like to drink? I can get it for you. You shook his head, controlling the robot to set Tsang down, and then got to the point. I brought the person you wanted. He took over 10 million from you but did not resolve the target. You can demand double compensation from him, don't worry about not getting it back. With me here he won't dare to do anything. Su Shan and Su Ying exchanged glances. Irreliable. But they weren't too concerned about that 10 million. Su Ying quickly asked, where is Yi Yan? Where is Yi Yan? Su Shan also said, Master, we don't need the money, what we need is Yi Yan himself. You knew this family was troublesome but still spoke frankly. Yi Yan is just your personal request which we refuse. If we accept your money it can be refunded within 7 working days, don't worry. Su Shan was stunned. What is this? Slapping him in the face. He had already told his daughter that Yi Yan would definitely bring her happiness. And now you say you won't do it. His daughter would surely throw a fit. Sure enough, Su Ying protested, how can this be? We will file a complaint against you. You are not professional at all. At this moment Su Shan also applied pressure. Don't think that the organization has no one to manage it. This world is vast, so vast that you talented individuals are but ants. Don't try to test the true power of the Su family. Yu was taken aback. Was this ordinary person threatening him? Did he want to lose his life? But he realized he couldn't act against an ordinary person and had to endure. Surely the other party knew that the organization wouldn't act against ordinary people, hence feeling fearless. Yu thought for a moment and decided to give them an explanation. How to do so? He looked at the unconscious Tsang. And suddenly had a good idea. Yu kicked Tsang awake. Tsang came to confused. This. Where is this? Su family. How did I end up here? No one explained anything to Tsang. Yu merely pointed at Tsang and said, I heard the Su family is mainly recruiting a son-in-law. I think he is quite good. Much better than Yi Yan. Saying this seemed to open up the conversation and he became quite excited. I have probably seen Yi Yan. He is nothing special. How can he compare to this ninja? He can create clones, become invisible, use fire techniques and so on. He has all kinds of ninja skills. If he could join the Su family, it would definitely make the Su family flourish. But conversely, what can Yi Yan do besides squandering money? You want him to be a son-in-law. Are you asking him to be the master instead? To be fair, yes, understanding of Yi Yan gained from the documents was relatively accurate. Even if Yi Yan were to become a son-in-law, he would certainly be a second-rate version. Relying on bullying him to find a sense of superiority or revenge. That simply wouldn't happen. Su Shan thought he was crazy. Introducing a ninja as a son-in-law. A ninja son-in-law. What a brilliant idea, why not write a novel about it? Su Ying had a blank expression. Oh, that sounds good. But she wanted Yi Yan. Just Yi Yan. Unable to hold back, Su Ying grabbed Yu by the collar. I only want Yi Yan as my son-in-law, don't you understand? What does it matter if others are good? Yu frowned and warned, don't push me. A seemingly simple statement was in fact a warning against being too pushy. If the other party continued to push, he would strike back decisively. He could even dismantle the entire Su family. He was a member of the organization, one of the top 10 powerful individuals in the ancient martial world. He certainly had some temper. Su Ying was also a hot-headed young lady used to being pampered and spat on. Yu. The scene fell silent. Tsang almost laughed out loud. Were you seeking death? Although he couldn't figure out the situation, he knew this Yu was extremely terrifying. You spat on him. Hee, you're done for. Yu extended his hand to wipe it off, looking incredulous. This wasn't just a matter of pushing anymore. It was a cleanliness issue. With that spit, yes, face and body immediately broke out in red spots. In just a few seconds the spots spread all over his body, looking quite frightening. Yu gasped for breath, his heartbeat quickening. Call out a name. After Yu finished speaking, he directly fainted. Tsang was left stunned. He fainted. Really? This is so absurd. Of course Tsang was unaware that Yu had suffered from severe mysophobia since childhood. The moment that spittle landed on his face, he would inevitably faint outright. His level of cleanliness obsession was remarkably high, though it usually went unnoticed. What was that? Threatening someone. Serves him right. Su Lan remarked indifferently, showing not an ounce of sympathy. Su Shan also ignored Yu, letting him lie there. Just think about what he had said. Were those words worthy of a human being? To give an example, when they wanted to buy cherries, Yu handed them luxury cherries, claiming they were similar. But the problem was they only wanted ordinary cherries, not the expensive kind. And there they were, endlessly pushing their sales. Then the pair turned their gaze to Tsang, who likewise met their eye. As for being Olivian's son-in-law, he didn't feel too great about it either. But if this Su Ying were better looking, it wouldn't be impossible. Had never tried it before and was curious. Tsang took his leave. Then we shall meet again if fate allows. He was about to slip away when Su Shan stopped him. Don't go yet. I think that organization is unreliable. Dealing with Yi Yan must be left to you. Tsang pointed at himself. My mission failed. And you still trust me? Su Shan's mouth twitched. They really didn't want to trust him, but they had no one else to turn to for this task. Now they could only come back to a horse they had already let go. Su Shan replied, all you need to do is bring Yi Yan to the Su family. You don't have to worry about the rest. We naturally have ways to deal with him thoroughly. What methods? Well, he didn't need to be curious. Tsang began to ponder whether he should agree. After all, he had to get close to Yi Yan, that was certain. Once he got close, tricking him into coming to the Su family didn't seem impossible. But he had no benefit from it. Why should he do it? Just then Su Shan spoke. If you succeed in this task, we will drop the matter of your previous mission failure and the money we already collected. Let bygones be bygones. What do you think? Tsang was blunt. Still not enough. Extra payment. Extra payment. Why did they always have to throw money around? Wasn't there anyone who asked for nothing? Fine, if you want it, you'll get it. Take it all. Just get the job done. That Yi Yan had wasted too much of his time and money. He had long grown impatient. Su Shan agreed. Don't worry, I'll add extra money. But this time no advance payment, you'll receive your reward after completion. Song agreed without hesitation. Deal. Su Shan then told Song to drag you away with him. Song was reluctant, but considering their cooperation he reluctantly carried the man off. After they left, Suing said bluntly, Daddy, I think these so-called experts are unreliable. Let me handle it. Su Shan frowned. You. How? Suing explained, actually your daughter has always been clever, she just never had a chance to prove it. Su Shan became intrigued, he was about to witness his daughter's wisdom. Then speak up. Seeing her father's excitement, Suing didn't disappoint. Last time Yi Yan was very protective of Su Lan. So if we kidnap Su Lan, Yi Yan will surely come to the Su family to save her. Once he's here I believe Daddy can find a way, after all we're working for them and they won't just sit back. This didn't exactly demonstrate intelligence, did it? It only showed cunning. Targeting Su Lan. She was just an ordinary young lady distant from her own family. Did they really have to go after her? Su Shan didn't think it necessary. But Suing pressed on, but Daddy, do you have a better idea? Look at the people you've hired, all sharp-faced and thin-lipped. Su Shan was left speechless. Finally he said irritably, do as you wish. Do whatever you want. No matter what trouble arises, the Su family fears no one. Not even Yi Yan nor the organization, the Su family can afford to offend them. Suing smiled and nodded, already forming a detailed plan. This time she would not only take revenge on Yi Yan but also settle old scores with Su Lan. She wouldn't let them off easily. During this period Meng Yao had felt like she was forgetting something. It seemed very important. But why couldn't she remember? Shaking her head she thought perhaps she was too tired. Lost in thought she picked up the medicine bottle and went to Yi Yan's room to change his dressings. But when she stepped in she found Yi Yan already out of bed, having changed out of his hospital gown. Meng Yao exclaimed in surprise, You. How can you be up? You were so badly injured, you can't act recklessly. Seeing Meng Yao, Yi Yan could now confidently tell her that he had fully recovered. Yi Yan walked up to her showing off his toned muscles. See how strong I am. I've completely recovered. Thank you for your care during this time. Meng Yao blushed at the sight of his muscles. But quickly she stared at him as if he were a monster. This is impossible. You were so gravely injured, how could you be fully healed in less than a month? Indeed, recovering so quickly would be a medical miracle. Yi Yan explained, my body has always been strange, I heal faster than others. Meng Yao nodded in agreement, it was indeed strange, sometimes good sometimes bad. Meng Yao didn't press Yi Yan. His recovery was good news and she should be happy. However, she warned Yi Yan, after you're discharged. If the hospital calls, don't tell them the truth or they'll want to study your body. Yi Yan's mouth twitched. Is that so? He thanked Meng Yao, don't worry about me, Finished speaking he was about to leave the ward when Meng Yao grabbed his hand. Yi Yan turned back. What's wrong? Meng Yao's face flushed, why had she grabbed him? Oh, how embarrassing. But she quickly realized it might be because she didn't want him to leave. After this they might never cross paths again. So instinctively she wanted to stop him. Meng Yao let go. Nice muscles. Yi Yan's mouth twitched again, what a strange compliment. Was that a compliment? Then she added, can we still keep in touch after you leave? Yi Yan paused and smiled, of course. Message me on WeChat anytime, I'll reply when I see it. Meng Yao blushed and nodded slightly. Yi Yan touched his nose and said, so until we meet again. With that he left the ward. Next he left the hospital to participate in the so-called World Martial Arts Tournament. Wei Xiaojie has not been idle these past few days, he has summoned all the wealthy individuals in the circle. Of course there is one person who feels out of place. And that is Yunfeng. Logically he shouldn't be here as he does not have the status. However, he is with Suing and she belongs to the Su family, a renowned family in the magical city. So he was still invited. Of course if Wei Xiaojie knew that the other party had split from Suing he wouldn't think they were closely related to the Su family. He would definitely change his mind. Xiaojie, why did you call us here? Exactly, we are busy too. If there isn't anything good we want to accompany you. Wei Xiaojie extended his hand and said, feel free to drink plain water. With so many elite youths invited, are they really only drinking plain water? This is really about health preservation. Wei Xiaojie also wanted to offer some red wine or something, but doesn't that require a certain status? Right now he is most lacking in that status. But regardless, plain water is still fine. Wei Xiaojie got to the point, the reason I invited you is that there is indeed something good happening. Have you ever seen a martial arts master? As soon as the topic came up Yunfeng spoke up, does knocking someone back 5 or 6 meters count? As he said this Yunfeng's mouth twitched. That memory is truly heart-wrenching. It counts, but I still think one must know lightness skill, being able to scale walls and fly across roofs counts. I believe one must be like those superheroes from the Avengers to count. Haha, of course, just like those cultivators in novels with golden cores, nascent souls and so on. When it comes to martial arts masters, everyone has many thoughts and the discussion is quite animated. Wei Xiaojia is very pleased with this, then said, then I must tell you what you mentioned actually exists. Do you believe it? Exists in reality. Haha, how could that be possible? You've been watching too many novels and dramas. If there really were this many masters in reality, they would have been discovered long ago. If there are, they must be from a long time ago. It's impossible now. Wei Xiaojia saw their disbelief but still firmly stated, yes, they all exist. They really do exist. Are you out of your mind? I also feel it recently. It has been too stimulating for Xiaojia, leading to some mental issues. Of course, otherwise how could he be talking nonsense? I even said that Sun Wukong really exists. You must provide evidence. Hearing this last remark, Wei Xiaojia hurriedly said, yes, evidence. I will get it for you right now. Do you really have evidence? Are you possessed? Or what? Soon he showed them a confidentiality agreement, the confidentiality agreement for the first martial arts conference in the world. Everyone began to peruse it. Yunfeng frowned when he saw the contents. Could there really be such a world? Then Wei Xiaojia continued, yes, we are about to hold the first martial arts conference in the world where many masters will appear and you can witness earth-shattering battles with your own eyes. Of course, for safety reasons you cannot go to the scene, but we will live stream the entire event and you can pay to watch. Pay to watch. Yes, that's the key. But these people do not care about paying, they only care about the credibility of the event. Live streaming. Are those masters that free? Why does it seem so fake? Wei Xiaojia replied, you must have doubts about the credibility of the matter, but it doesn't matter. When the time comes, won't you know just by watching? Yunfeng asked, then how much does this live stream cost? Wei Xiaojia revealed a smile, first to watch the live stream you need to upgrade to VIP, becoming our Supreme Invincible Universe Colored Diamond VIP only costs 7 million. 7 million. Why don't you go rob someone? Are you crazy? Even if they are not short of money, they can't be this extravagant. Wei Xiaojia continued, I know you are not short of money and won't care about this. If it's 7 million, they still feel quite short on money. Everyone feels like a poor person. You are disturbing us. But even if you don't care, I still need to be responsible for you, hence. I have decided that if after payment you feel dissatisfied or find the content untrue, you can ask me for a refund. I will refund you every single penny. After this was said, these people began to ponder. There is even a refund service. It sounds much more reliable. Could there really be martial arts masters in this world? Thinking of the confidentiality agreement before them. It is meant to keep what they see confidential and not spread it. If it were fake, would there be a need for such a confidentiality agreement? Wei Da is also considered a prominent family in the magical city. If he were to deceive us, could he escape? Exactly, we can give it a try. It's only 7 million. Who among us can't come up with that? The price of a car can allow us to see martial arts masters and open up a whole new world. Worth it. Haha, right. If it's fake, we can still get a refund and it's no loss. In this way, this group ultimately agreed. Wei Xiaojia was very excited. He succeeded. Ha. Now the issue of funding is resolved. He can finally witness Yi Yan's miserable state. This time the other party's realization of biochemical possibilities. As everyone gradually dispersed, Yunfeng approached Wei Xiaojia. Xiaojia, there's something I'd like to discuss with you, if that's okay. Wei Xiaojia looked at him in confusion and said, brother, just say it. I want to go to the first martial arts conference in person to record this live stream. Wei Xiaojia was stunned. Go to the scene. You are the first one to suggest this. Wei Xiaojia said helplessly, I already said that the scene is very dangerous. If those are all masters and masters are blind, if you get hurt I won't take responsibility. Yunfeng shook his head. It's fine, if something happens I absolutely won't hold you responsible. Wei Xiaojia thought for a moment and said, well, it's not impossible. Yunfeng immediately grabbed Wei Xiaoji's hand. His excitement was palpable. Yunfeng continued, then I will help you work without charging you. Can I watch for free? I'll be there on site. Yes, watching the martial arts conference without spending a dime is Yunfeng's goal. He is currently short on funds. How could he spend 7 million to watch this live stream? But not watching. He feels restless. Martial arts masters, ancient warriors, that's every man's dream who isn't curious. So he plans to watch for free in this way. Wei Xiaoji's mouth twitched. Isn't that a bit unfair? His instinct was to refuse. But then he thought of something. I can agree, but you must have Suing introduce a girl from the Su family to me. Su Lan is out of the question, but Wei Xiaojia still wants to get into the Su family. So this boyfriend of Suing in front of him can play a role. Yunfeng was taken aback, but he thick-skinnedly agreed directly, leave this to me, just put your mind at ease. Leave this matter to me. You can rest assured. Not that it will ever come to pass anyway. But Wei Xiaojia knew nothing about it. He happily patted Yunfeng on the shoulder. Reliable, then let's make it free. You'll be in charge of the live stream with me. Wei Xiaojia would also go to the scene in person, firstly as the person in charge and secondly to witness Yi Yan's miserable state with his own eyes. Only then could he be satisfied. Compared to that, the small risk was negligible. Without further ado, after discussing, the two took a helicopter to an island. The world's premier martial arts tournament was to be held on a small island provided by the organization. It was a secluded place where no one would interfere with the tournament. More than 10 hours later, the plane landed, and what came into view was an isolated island surrounded by the sea. In the center of the island was a massive arena paved with light green flooring. At each of the four corners of the arena stood a stone pillar with a coiled divine dragon. About a few dozen meters from the arena was a resting area divided into two camps. One camp was for the challenged party led by Yi Yan, the other for the challenger camp of the Shao organization. A little in front of the resting area was a viewing zone with a long table and many chairs, enough for a number of people to watch the battle. Seeing this, Wei Xiaojia was somewhat disappointed. The world's premier martial arts tournament. They had tens of millions in funds. Was this how they handled the venue? Isn't it too ordinary? Wei Xiaojia shook his head. Never mind, the main point was to make Yi Yan look bad, that was enough. Wei Xiaojia led Yunfeng to go rest and meet up with Huangshan, Jinren, Wu Daoshi and the others. However, as they walked over, they happened to come face to face with Yi Yan, who was out observing the terrain. He had just arrived at the island. There was still an hour before the start, and he wanted to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Unexpectedly, he ran into Wei Xiaojia and Yunfeng here. Wei Xiaojia, seeing Yi Yan, showed no fear at all. He even flipped him off. Kid, you're done. You know what? Well, settle our old grudges here. Just wait and see. Overwhelming dominance. He showed not a trace of fear toward Yi Yan. This was the confidence of having the entire organization backing him. Yi Yan sighed. Fish, so you're behind this again. You really have money. Fine, he was welcome to it. Yi Yan also flipped him off but said nothing. Yunfeng saw Yi Yan, a corner of his mouth twitched. Could this kid be one of the competitors? So he really was an ancient martial artist. No wonder he couldn't beat this kid. It seems Yi Yan has a conflict with Wei Xiaojia. How great he and Wei Xiaojia could form an alliance and cooperate. Even Yi Yan wouldn't get any good out of this. Yunfeng immediately laid his cards on the table. Yi Yan, you're doomed this time. Aren't you arrogant? Let's see how arrogant you'll be then. If I were you, I'd just wait to die. Wei Xiaojia turned to look at Yunfeng. Could it be you too? Yunfeng smiled calmly and nodded slightly. They had confirmed each other. Both were Yi Yan's enemies. In an instant their bond grew stronger. Yi Yan rubbed his nose. Interesting. Two fish have come together. Perfect, I'll braise you both together. It'll be delicious. Yi Yan seemed to see a small goal. No, several small goals. He couldn't rush to deal with them now, he had to lift them up, lift them high. Only then, when it was all over, could Yi Yan stride straight to the pinnacle of his life. Yi Yan snorted coldly. Even if you join forces, I won't be afraid. Then he returned to his resting area with a darkened face. Wei Xiaojia and Yunfeng had never seen the arrogant Yi Yan react like this. Ha ha ha. He's rattled. Indeed, he's afraid of them joining forces. Yes, if they teamed up they could accomplish something so remarkable that even they themselves would be scared. Wei Xiaojia said firmly, brother, this time we must cooperate. Yunfeng quickly nodded. Right, we must not let that kid off easy. Make him pay the heaviest price. Yi Yan, hiding behind, almost burst out laughing when he heard them. Sleeping Dragon and Young Phoenix. Hurry, make him pay. He couldn't wait. My life is getting more and more promising. Back in the resting area, Yi Yan gave up the idea of scouting, it was unnecessary. Seeing those two, he immediately lost the mood. Planning to kill the hour before the start, he thought of chatting with Sulan. Yi Yan made the call but it didn't connect. He looked at his phone. There was signal. Why wasn't she answering? Yi Yan didn't know why he always wanted to talk to his aunt Sulan. He felt he was acting a bit like a simp. No, he must be restrained. A boy who doesn't know how to be reserved won't be cherished. That's the truth. Just then his phone chirped with a message. Yi Yan opened it and saw it was from the video editing app. So it was from Pi Daxing Male God. The person who had made Tsunade and Kai change their minds was this person. Pi Daxing Male God, boss, did the video pass? Is there any problem? This was like after-sales service wanting to ask the client how they felt. Yi Yan typed, it passed. Thank you so much. Can I still come to you for future tasks? On the other end of the call in a pink bedroom a girl smiled. It was the first time she had received such recognition for her editing. This sense of achievement was really nice. The girl excitedly typed back, of course. Very welcome. And am also a Naruto fan. I also have many ideas I'd like to share with you. If you have time, could you take a look? Yi Yan paused for a moment. But still replied, all right. Then the girl sent her novel to Yi Yan. Yi Yan opened the novel and found they were all Naruto fanfics. And one of them was quite outrageous. Tragic and beautiful. The entire Akatsuki falls in love. This. Yi Yan had never seen anything like it. Too embarrassing. Ha ha ha. But he finally understood why the videos she edited before seemed weird. So her main job was writing novels, a writer of tragic and beautiful stories. Yi Yan replied, haha, very interesting, great imagination. I'll read them one by one. The girl blushed at the computer screen. How could this be? Her heart was racing. Ever since her crush failed, she had lost the feeling of being smitten. But this time that feeling had returned. It was truly incredible. She actually wanted to meet. The Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament, I hereby declare it, officially begins. Huangshan Jinren came to the stage and announced to everyone. On his left was Yi Yan, on his right were the members of the entire organization. And broadcasting to them were Wei Xiaojia, Yunfeng, and a Taoist named Wu. This was practically an all-star lineup, unprecedentedly magnificent. After this match it would be difficult to gather so many experts again. So for this tournament, just enjoy it thoroughly. Meanwhile, on the other side, a group of wealthy wastrels also logged into the live streaming app. They quickly saw the video footage. There really was a bunch of people. But watching a live stream costing 7 million was really unpleasant. However, they soon found that although becoming VIP allowed them to watch the live stream, they could only watch in HD. Clearly there was also a Blu-ray quality option. Why couldn't they watch it? What feature was inaccessible to VIPs? Were they being bullied? They tried to switch to Blu-ray and a prompt immediately appeared: please upgrade your VIP to Blu-ray VIP to enjoy the latest picture quality. Oh well, let's upgrade then. Upgrade fee 1 million. Supports multiple payment methods. Everyone wanted to smash their phones and computers. They had already spent 7 million. How could watching Blu-ray quality require an extra 1 million? No upgrade, absolutely no upgrade. Trash quality, fine, trash quality it is. That's what they thought, but the more they watched the more uncomfortable they felt, their eyes hurting. They were long accustomed to watching everything in the highest quality and now they had to stare at such poor quality. It was extremely uncomfortable. They simply couldn't get used to it. Some thought they had already spent so much, why not spend another million? So let's upgrade. Anyway, there wouldn't be any more charges. Probably. Most people chose to upgrade and the picture suddenly became clear. Of course it was clear. 1 million. Back at the scene, Huangshan Jinren coughed and continued, let me briefly explain the rules. This young man beside me is named Yi Yan. He is a prodigy of extraordinary talent. He stepped into the martial world for the first time and defeated many experts, arousing the resentment of many, so the 7 strongest in the martial world decided to challenge him. Yes, the 7 in black are the top experts of the martial world. The match is simple. Young Master Yi Yan will engage in life and death battles with each of these 7. If Yi Yan can defeat all 7, he will win the championship of the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament. As champion, all revenue from this Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament will belong to Yi Yan and the 7 experts will become his subordinates. If he loses, then Yi Yan will pay with his life. This is the cruel ancient martial world, the Wulin world. Upon hearing this, the live stream viewers didn't react much, they just thought Yi Yan was awesome. 1 against 7. He didn't seem much older than them. Can he really take on multiple masters in succession? It made their blood boil, fantasizing that they were Yi Yan. But some people were in an uproar, notably Taoist Wu. If he loses, all revenue goes to Yi Yan. Are they stupid? Why add such a condition? That's tens of millions. A bunch of brain-dead idiots. Taoist Wu was extremely angry, already not wanting to watch. Fortunately, Wei Xiaojia pulled him back and persuaded, brother, don't be impulsive. It said that he's fighting 1 against 7, but can he really win? Taoist Wu nodded slightly. That seemed fair. Taoist Wu added, at the start we need to let Yi Yan win a few matches. If he loses the first match, there won't be any viewership. Wei Xiaojia twitched the corner of his mouth. Could he control those people from the organization? Whether Yi Yan could win a match or several could only depend on his own strength. But that actually didn't matter. As long as Yi Yan suffered a crushing defeat and showed a humiliating posture, it was already worth it. Wei Xiaojia comforted Taoist Wu, don't worry, we definitely won't lose money this time. Taoist Wu sighed, I hope so. But what if Yi Yan wins? There is no what if. That what if is too terrifying. We will definitely win. Yes, if they lost, everyone present would be doomed. And no one would be able to stop Yi Yan, that big demon king. If he could beat 7 alone, he would definitely be the ceiling of combat power in the world. Who would dare provoke him? Under everyone's anticipation, Yi Yan had already arrived at the arena. So, who is my first opponent? Yi Yan inquired. Before Huangshan Jinren could speak, someone jumped up. It was Qing. Yi Yan had seen his ability before. He could shatter all glass in an instant, which was quite troublesome. Qing smiled and said, "It'll be the first, but the others won't get a chance to appear. They'll defeat you directly." Huangshan Jinren immediately announced, "Then the first match begins. No restrictions, let's settle the outcome." Yi Yan cracked his neck and beckoned, "Come on, little bro." Qing frowned. "Little bro? Who are you calling little bro?" Qing didn't bother with words. He raised his hand and the space around Yi Yan exploded, sending Yi Yan flying. Yi Yan retreated several meters. It was indeed an explosion. No, this feeling was more like Taoist Wu's ability. When Taoist Wu saw Qing's ability, he was also taken aback. This technique was somewhat similar to his own, but far stronger by more than one level. But the principle should be similar. Both use impact to create invisible air bullets, causing explosions. It was a technique of air bullets. But being able to create such a large-scale air burst like he did was truly outrageous, as expected of a strong member of the organization. Seeing Yi Yan retreat, Qing couldn't help but smile. "Haha, is that all you've got? I thought after defeating Huangshan Jinren you were some formidable figure, but you're just an ant." Seeing his opponent so smug, Yi Yan's temper flared up instantly. "You've gone too far." But Qing seemed not to notice Yi Yan's expression change. Instead, he grew even more arrogant. "You're simply trash. I doubt you can even withstand my next move." Yi Yan said with a dark face. "Say that again." Qing dismissed it. "Trash, so what? What can you do?" Impotent rage. In the past it was always Yi Yan provoking others, if this time being provoked by Qing and being powerless made Wei Xiaojia and Yun Feng very excited. "Yes, yes, yes. Verbal attack. Don't hold back." I love seeing that expression on his face. "Furious but helpless against you, haha, what a thrill." Yi Yan didn't say another word. "Fine, I won't test your ability anymore, it's not important. You're eliminated." Yi Yan directly activated the 100 hero art, instantly healing his injuries. Then Yi Yan dashed toward Qing. Qing paid no heed, waving a hand to unleash a series of explosions bombarding the scene. Smoke immediately filled the air. But Qing knew better than to believe that smoke meant no harm. That was only in anime. As long as one created such a commotion regardless of smoke, he would defeat them without mercy. Yet Yi Yan emerged straight from the smoke, proving that smoke did indeed mean no harm. Qing was stunned. How bizarre. It was true. He immediately threw a punch, and of course as long as it touched Yi Yan it would cause an explosion. Art is an explosion. He was invincible. Yi Yan did not dodge but met the punch head-on. Boom. The two clashed fists and the scene erupted in flames and a powerful burst of energy. The next second a figure flew out, landing off the stage. Wow. The match ended so quickly. Qing was amazing. Truly an expert of the organization. Indeed, he defeated his opponent in just a few moves. No exaggeration. See. This is what an expert looks like. Arrogant, but he always made good on his words. That was a true expert. But as everyone looked over, they saw the one lying on the ground barely breathing was actually Qing. And standing on the stage completely unscathed was Yi Yan. That explosion hadn't harmed him at all. What? They had been mistaken. Wei Xiaojia, Yun Feng and the others were celebrating too soon. No. This shouldn't be possible. Was he this formidable? That kid eliminated someone in one blow. Yi Yan swept his gaze across everyone, finally settling on Taoist Wu. The same trick. Even if stronger is useless against me. Bring someone more powerful. Don't disappoint me. This slapped everyone in the face. Taoist Wu's face darkened and the organization members looked displeased. Too arrogant. In the second match he must pay for his arrogance. Qing, lying on the ground, thought had he already paid the price. The wealthy playboys watching the live stream were all boiling with excitement. Amazing. This was incredible. Was this the clash of experts? These abilities looked like special effects, truly unbelievable. They were already anticipating the second match, wondering if Yi Yan could keep winning. Dear Blu-ray VIP, your complimentary viewing time today has ended. To continue watching, please purchase an extension package. The stream cut off at the most thrilling moment. Everyone was silent. Oh, they were being reminded to buy the extension package to keep watching. How thoughtful. Buy it then. They had already spent 8 million, it couldn't get too outrageous, right? Then they saw the extension package 1 million per hour. Cheap. Too cheap. If they told anyone, no one would believe that watching a live stream could bankrupt someone. They realized that the Demon Beast's Heavenly Martial Tournament would last over 10 hours. They simply couldn't afford to watch it all. Unable to hold back, they started beating up Wei Xiaojia, demanding to complain. Wasn't this bullying honest people like them? Wei Xiaojia, in a foul mood, answered the phone only to be cursed at. The language used was quite elegant. Elegant enough that Wei Xiaojia wanted to hang up. But for the sake of ratings he had to say, alright, I've received your complaint. Hey Race, what'll do for every hour you buy, you'll throw in an extra hour for free. I promise you'll be able to finish watching the stream. Everyone fell silent. That was quite good, they could still finish before going bankrupt. How generous. But there was no helping it, the live stream was too captivating. The rich young masters who didn't mind the cost continued buying. Those without money stopped buying and leeched off the rich ones. That way they saved a few bucks. They used to think they were never short of cash until they encountered this app. Only then did they realize how poor they actually were. They'd been too embarrassed to admit it before. From now on they would follow Wei Xiaoji's example: instant noodles for meals, plain boiled water to drink. That was the true standard for a rich second generation. Back to the scene. This time the organization sent its most honest member, the straightforward Nan. Nan was 2 meters tall, the most dedicated member of the organization, giving his all to everything. Being his enemy would be extremely troublesome and painful. The second match featured Nan showing how much the Shao organization wanted to reclaim their lost pride. Yi Yan looked at Nan and thought this guy had a strong physique. But he didn't take it seriously and simply said, make your move. Nan was taciturn and said flatly, I will never fall. Please enlighten me. And so the second match began. It officially started under everyone's anticipation. Would Yi Yan press on with his momentum, or could Nan restore the organization's honor? Nan took out blue boxing gloves and put them on, then began bouncing on his toes. Everyone was stunned. Boxing. A master like him using boxing. Huang Shanzhenren smiled on the sidelines. That was a resolute boxer. When it came to physical techniques, the only one in the organization who could match him was Nan before him. His ability seemed unremarkable but was exceptionally powerful and troublesome. This time Yi Yan was sure to lose. Seeing the boxing stance, Yi Yan pulled out nunchaku from somewhere and began swinging them. His feet moved as if dancing, extremely agile. Since his opponent was using physical techniques, he would too, a sign of respect. Nan paused briefly but ignored it, throwing a left hook. The punch was as fast as lightning, supposedly unavoidable. But Yi Yan stepped back and dodged, even counterattacking by swinging his nunchaku. Hiya! The nunchaku struck Nan squarely in the face, stunning him. The power of that strike was unbelievable. Nan was hit and already dizzy, but he relied on sheer willpower to stay upright and threw a straight punch at Yi Yan. If that punch connected, it could instantly shatter solid rock. Facing the attack, Yi Yan kicked out. Hiya! The kick, accompanied by a shout, launched Nan several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a large crater. Yi Yan grew more excited, threw off his shirt, revealing bronze, well-defined muscles. Then he continued swinging the nunchaku, which seemed to come alive in his hands. The girls watching the live stream cheered at the sight. So handsome. Yi Yan was so cool. They turned from passing fans to loyal ones. Go Yi Yan! Go Yi Yan! Go idol! Wei Xiaojia saw the barrage of comments on the app and twitched his mouth. Damn! Even this let him show off. No justice. Brother Nan. Stop letting him act cool. Can you do something? Nan struggled to get up, seeing double. No one knew what kind of blow he had taken. It felt like being smashed by the Hulk. His body felt shattered. But he couldn't give up. Gritting his teeth, he continued fighting. Yi Yan was somewhat surprised. Impressive. He still hadn't fallen. Although Yi Yan couldn't feel much from the boxing, Nan's endurance was far greater than Qing's. Yi Yan stepped forward cautiously. Nan also used both fists to protect his head and vital points, not daring to be hit there again. At this moment Yi Yan stepped cautiously, probing the depth of his opponent, refraining from acting rashly. He resembled a fierce tiger, exceptionally careful while hunting for prey. Yet after a long time without attacking, Nan was left in a bitter predicament. Why don't you make a move? What are you waiting for? If you don't strike, he will panic. It's not that Nan cannot initiate an attack, but once he does, his defensive power will diminish. The fact that he endured that kick serves as the best explanation. If he were to strike first, he would likely be sent flying again. Meanwhile, the spectators watching the live stream grew impatient, bombarding the screen with comments. Hurry up, attack already. Exactly. We don't want to watch such a sluggish fight. Indeed. If this drags on, Nan won't be able to hold on. This live stream charges by the hour, so they were eager to urge action. Wei Xiaojia, noticing the crowd's impatience, informed Yi Yan and Nan, everyone is getting restless, you need to finish this quickly. Upon hearing this, Yi Yan sighed, deciding not to probe any further. He would heed the audience's wishes. Yi Yan soared into the air unleashing all his strength and delivered a flying kick towards Nan. Nan did not dodge, rather he wrapped his arms around his head blocking his view, and thus he took the full force of the kick. Boom! This kick seemed to unleash a furious dragon, causing Nan's eyes to whiten. He staggered back, nearly stepping off the stage. The audience held their breath. Is this about to determine the victor? Nan stood there showing no reaction whatsoever. The crowd erupted in joy. That kick looked formidable, but it was actually rather ineffective. Look at him, he has no reaction. Yi Yan too was taken aback. Ineffective. This guy is indeed impressive. That kick earlier utilized Kai's martial arts techniques and Tsunade's brute strength. Yet even so, after taking that kick he could still stand. However, Master Huangshan and the team members fell silent. Seeing this scene, they were at a loss for words. Yi Yan and his companions were unaware, but as teammates how could they not know? Just look at Nan's eyes. Completely white. This indicated he had already lost consciousness. Yet the situation was unusual as he stood while unconscious. Yi Yan and the others then realized after such a long time without movement, they approached for a closer inspection, discovering that Nan had indeed fainted. This they had seen standing asleep but never standing unconscious. Impressive. Master Huangshan frowned and declared, in the second match Yi Yan wins. At these words the spectators grew even more excited, flooding the comments with support for Yi Yan. Some even wished to get Yi Yan's contact information. Upon closer inspection it turned out these were all beautiful wealthy ladies, making Wei Xiaojia and Yunfeng quite jealous. If Glares could kill Yi Yan wouldn't have needed to go through all this trouble, he would have been done for hundreds of times by now. Meanwhile the members of the Akatsuki organization started to panic. They had already lost 2 matches. Realizing it was still a live broadcast and that embarrassing moments were being witnessed by so many, their hearts sank further. Wei Xiaojia could no longer sit idle letting Yunfeng handle the streaming alone, he needed to go and talk to the team members. Approaching the members of the organization, Wei Xiaojia did not hold back. What are you all doing? It's already been 2 matches. Not only did you not win, but you didn't even manage to inflict a single injury on him. You all. The longer I watch, the more you resemble con artists. Xian and the others felt quite embarrassed. In the past they would have snapped back asking what he was even saying. However, now they were clearly in the wrong. Xian slowly replied, we didn't expect that Yi Yan kid would be this strong. Wei Xiaojia looked at them with a cold smirk, so you're admitting defeat? Ha! Xian was finally provoked, kid, speak with some respect towards us. When did we ever say we were admitting defeat? Since brute force isn't working, we have other methods. Xian and the others all turned their gaze toward Bai. Bai, a very pretty girl, frowned at their gaze. I'm just a support, you can't expect me to handle him. Bai was the organization's healer responsible for detoxifying and healing injuries. While she had combat ability, it was not even close to that of the other members. So she was puzzled why send her a support to fight in the 3rd match. Xian and the others hesitated to speak, but Wei Xiaojia saw through it at a glance, having encountered such tricks many times. He bluntly said, your teammate is using a beauty trap. On the surface it does seem appealing. But what use is a beauty trap? If you want to use it, should it not be on him? He needs you to use force to torment Yi Yan. Make him wish he were dead. Regret ever opposing you. Not to let you win using a beauty trap. Even if you won, wouldn't that just benefit that kid? Bai touched her delicate chin, feeling somewhat shy. A beauty trap. Xian ignored Wei Xiaojia's reluctance, only saying to Bai, go for it if the organization is counting on you. You need to be confident you can definitely do it. Bai hesitated for a moment but ultimately agreed. But don't misunderstand, Bai was into good looks. If Yi Yan were an ugly monster, then she wouldn't need a beauty trap even if she left the organization. Meanwhile on the other side, Yunfeng was managing the filming alone, unable to suppress a wicked grin. The imagined scene of Yi Yan making a fool of himself was nowhere to be found. Truly disappointing. But now was a great opportunity. The viewers watching his live stream were quite numerous and they were all from wealthy circles. If he could make Yi Yan embarrass himself in front of them, then even if he became a wealthy and powerful individual in the future, he'd still be ridiculed by these people, unable to hold his head high. Yunfeng wasted no time zooming in on Yi Yan, continuously enlarging the frame. Especially his face. He wanted to expose Yi Yan, whose face was covered in acne, to the public. It would surely provoke a lot of disgust. It must be said that this behavior was quite childish, even falling under the category of impotent rage. Yet Yunfeng truly felt there was no other way. He was impatient to see Yi Yan embarrass himself and could not wait any longer. So without Yi Yan's knowledge, his face was laid bare for all to see. At that moment the female viewers watching the live stream noticed the camera getting closer and closer. Moreover, it was directed toward Yi Yan's face. Thump thump. Their hearts began to race and their breathing became hurried. They grew anxious unexpectedly. As the camera drew nearer they could see just how flawless Yi Yan's skin was. That delicate skin was akin to that of a young fresh meat. It was truly unbelievable. How could it be so exquisite? Not only was Yi Yan's skin good but his muscles were also remarkably attractive. A boy with a fair complexion and a body full of muscle. It was simply irresistible. The camera, as if aware of their heart's desires, continued to close in. In the end they could see the pores of his skin. They gasped and covered their mouths. Oh! My God! Is he really a boy? Not a single pimple in sight. His skin was even better than a girl's. Some people might have skin that looks great at first glance but upon closer inspection the flaws become apparent. As you get closer all the pimples and blemishes come out and no makeup can conceal them. Yi Yan. Their male god husband. Oh dear, I'm so shy. It's simply exquisite. They are all a bit curious about what skincare products Yi Yan uses. So they frantically spammed the bullet screen, erasing all the male comments. Back at the scene, Yunfeng was already showing a smile. After that, let's check the bullet comments. Yi Yan will surely be criticized. How disgusting. Hurry up and get off the stage. Then he can share these suggestions with Yi Yan and the other person's expression will surely be delightful. So he looked at the screen. Ah, my husband, I love him to death. How can he be so handsome? He is clearly my husband. My male god. Stop arguing, he belongs to everyone. He has great martial arts, is handsome, has a great physique, gives a strong sense of security and is a little humorous. He is simply the perfect partner. I just want to ask, what makeup products does he use? I really want to know. Oh dear, this is the feeling of being enchanted. Yunfeng looked at these comments and his face instantly darkened. Infatuated? You all are infatuated. How is that possible? With how he poses for photos. It should all be the ugliest looks of Yi Yan. How could this be? Yunfeng was starting to doubt life. At this moment Yi Yan, waiting for the organization to send out the third participant, was also quite bored. Seeing Yunfeng, knowing he would watch the live streaming software, casually said, "What are the audience and netizens saying now? Read some comments, would you?" Yi Yan knew that perhaps many people were talking about him. But he didn't care. Any negativity Yi Yan would filter out himself. Yes, Yunfeng's opportunity came. He could read what the audience was saying to Yi Yan. But he didn't want to read it. It was as if someone had grabbed his throat, unable to produce a sound. Yi Yan asked, "You speak. I want to know everyone's opinions on the world's #1 martial arts conference. It can't be that you can't do this right." Yunfeng sneered, ignoring Yi Yan. Read what? What is there to read? Do you need to know their opinions and thoughts?" Yi Yan looked at Wu Daoshi and Huang Shanjinren. "If you won't tell me, then you can play by yourselves. I won't participate." Yi Yan also figured it out. Even if those 7 experts teamed up, they didn't seem to be his match. It's not that they are weak, but Yi Yan had gained so many abilities from Naruto, suddenly becoming way too strong. So there was absolutely no need to be concerned or give these people any face. Huang Shanjinren glared at Yunfeng. "Read it to him." "What can't be read?" "The contestants can't see the netizens' comments." "Read it to him." Yunfeng's mouth twitched. He knew this old man was also a strong one. If he didn't read, would he get crushed in an instant? Yunfeng quickly picked up his phone. But upon seeing the comments on it, he was speechless. Too difficult. What kind of earthly suffering is this? Huang Shanjinren urged, "Stop dawdling, hurry up and read it. Make it quick." Yunfeng with a dark face started to read. "Husband. I want to have your baby. Male god, you are so handsome. Do you have a partner? Wow, so handsome, I love you, male god. Passing by. I just want to know, why is his skin so good?" Reading this out loud, even Huang Shanjinren, an old man, turned red in the face. Yi Yan was also taken aback. Did this attract fans? What is going on? Yi Yan had a head full of question marks. As for the last comment, which was about the skin, Yi Yan found it hard to answer. It's simple. It's due to the 100 treasures technique. He used to stay up late often and his skin wasn't that great. But after using the 100 treasures technique, it suddenly became very rejuvenated, returning to the peak of his 18-year-old appearance. One can imagine that even the decades-old Tsunade looks just like a girl. If this is nothing for him. But he won't explain the 100 treasures technique to them. Seeing that Yi Yan did not respond, the bullet screen went crazy again. Wow. My husband is so cool. I love this high and aloof style. Yes, my male god in my heart is exactly this cool. Hearing this, Yunfeng's mouth twitched. You all liked humor before. Now you like the cool type. What's the relationship between humor and coolness? You are just looking at looks. At this moment Wei Xiaojia returned and Yunfeng simply tossed the equipment to Wei Xiaojia. He stopped filming, he needed some peace, it was annoying. Wei Xiaojia didn't know that Yunfeng had helped Yi Yan gain a wave of followers and didn't say anything, taking the equipment and starting to film. The third match was about to begin. Soon Bai appeared on stage. Yi Yan was somewhat surprised that this time it was actually a girl. This was a bit troublesome. Yi Yan couldn't quite accept a female opponent, it was hard to make a move. What if something went wrong? Bai looked at Yi Yan silent, carefully observing the other. Yi Yan was also unafraid, returning a glance. However, this glance, like an electric shock, made Xiao Bei's heart flutter. Wow. So handsome. Calm down, Xiao Bei, you need to stay calm. This is a battlefield, not a dating scene, you need to distinguish clearly. Yi Yan extended his hand humbly, saying, you can go first, let me see your move. One move is not too much, it's fine. Still, let's hold back a little. Bai subconsciously said, okay husband. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience fell silent, including Yi Yan. What was this girl doing? Calling people randomly? Or too nervous? Is this really someone from the organization? Bai realized she had misspoken and quickly corrected herself. Okay Yi Yan. Sorry, I'm just too nervous. Yes, in a moment of nervousness she inadvertently spoke her heart. This shouldn't be. Yi Yan didn't take it seriously, his eyes deep as he said, make your move. Bai felt Yi Yan's masculinity and her heart raced as she immediately charged at Yi Yan, her little fists wildly pounding against Yi Yan's chest. Every punch was delicate, as long as one wasn't blind they could see that there was absolutely no strength behind them. Wei Xiaojia and Yunfeng had dark faces. Little fists pounding on you. Is this really necessary? You're from the organization, bring something more substantial. What is this? Can this martial arts conference even be watched? It's simply unbearable. Yi Yan was being pummeled by the blushing girl. For a moment he was also at a loss. Pushing her away, he quickly retreated, slipping his foot and almost falling off the stage. This was the first time he almost fell off. Previously, dealing with two strong opponents didn't cause him such significant damage. Yi Yan frowned, realizing he had underestimated the opponent. You are even more formidable than I imagined. But I will not back down, let's have the same attack again. Is this guy really that shameless? You clearly are smitten. You are here to battle, not to go on a blind date. Enough is enough. Bai pouted, hateful. You did this on purpose, I won't pay attention to you anymore. Bei's face grew redder, stomping her feet as she spoke to Yi Yan. Yi Yan touched his nose, finding blood trickling out. He said seriously, you are indeed very strong. Much stronger than the previous two, you can even cause internal injuries. What exactly is this ability? This ability, you don't know what it is. Asking knowingly. This ability is most likely called that cute one. Members of the organization were also collapsing. They were all members and they had never seen this scene with Bai. If this kid is getting a but if this continues, Yi Yan might really lose. Yes, the beauty trap, how could a young boy deal with it? Yi Yan also realized he couldn't make a move and said, how about you go down yourself? After a moment of hesitation, Bai jumped down from the stage saying, I forfeit. Oh my. One truly dares to speak while the other truly dares to listen. Letting someone jump down themselves. And they really did it. What are these two doing? They are not really fighting but are indeed on a blind date. They are completely convinced. The organization's Xian watched, her lips twitching. My dear niece, I allowed you to act cute and employ beauty tricks, but I didn't tell you to forfeit. If you forfeit, what's the point of your earlier antics? Bai sighed. She had previously claimed to be a person who values looks. Who told Yi Yan that his looks were so high? The moment she locked eyes with Yi Yan, her heart melted. How could she bear to eliminate him? Let's take an example. If you fall in love at first sight, would you be willing to immediately become enemies with that person? Therefore, to avoid being caught in a dilemma, it's better to forfeit. A restless heart needs to be calmed over time. The members of the organization no longer wished to speak. The event concluded. Having lost 3 consecutive matches. At this rate they would soon face total annihilation. Thus everyone turned their gaze toward one person, the most unique existence in their organization. Even Zero felt a strong sense of apprehension toward him. He was Bei. Bei was a young man with his face covered, looking quite young. As Bei was being watched, he realized that if victory was to be achieved, it could only depend on him. Bei slowly spoke, I can take action, but you must not isolate me. Xian and Bai exchanged glances, quickly nodding in agreement, indicating that as long as he won they would never isolate Bei again. Only then was Bei satisfied and moved to the stage. Seeing the 4th round begin, Yi Yan was already impatient. You all are so weak. At this rate. Why don't you all come at me together? Upon hearing this, the members of the organization became excited. That could work. That's a good idea. They would all go for it. No matter how strong the opponent was, they couldn't possibly win, right? Just as Xian was about to agree on behalf of the others, Bei interjected, "No need, I can defeat you all by myself." Xian and the others were speechless. "Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. If they all attack together plus you, wouldn't the chances of winning be even greater? Why refuse? What if you lose?" Yi Yan looked at him frowning, "You're very confident. Can't you see the gap between us?" Basically Yi Yan could defeat them in an instant. This group of people was strong against other ancient martial artists, but against him they were simply not on the same level. This was a conclusion Yi Yan reached during the battle. Bei calmly responded, "You are indeed very strong. However, being strong doesn't necessarily mean you are my opponent." Seeing Bei so confident, Xian and the others finally felt relieved. Indeed, Bei had the right to be this confident. They still believed he could win in a unknown. After all, Bei was truly special. Yi Yan didn't waste words. "Alright, let's begin, let me see your strength." Bei introduced himself, "Let me tell you about myself, I am a superpower user." Yi Yan was surprised, "Superpower?" Bei shook his head in denial, "No, it's super ability, not superpower." Yi Yan's lips moved. "Oh, what's so impressive about that?" Perhaps the only ones who could defeat him now were Batman and Iron Man. Others had almost no chance. Bei continued, "Superpower users are very rare in the entire ancient martial arts world. Moreover, my super ability is also considered rare among all super abilities. You might as well say you are the giant panda of the ancient martial arts world. Then tell me, why are you so rare? How impressive are you?" Bei generously began to explain, perhaps because his ability didn't need to be kept secret. "Have you heard of the treasure basin?" Yi Yan became interested as the latest story he heard as a child was about the treasure basin. In simple terms, it can make the wealth of people increase steadily. It is a divine-level treasure. Could it be? This guy's super ability is just like the treasure basin. Damn. If that's the case, he really makes me a bit apprehensive. After all, this is Yi Yan's only soft spot. Yi Yan, feeling as if facing a great enemy, didn't dare to be careless. Bei continued, "That's right, my ability is just like the treasure basin. It is indeed just like the treasure basin." "That's awesome. It is the complete opposite of the treasure basin." Yi Yan was completely petrified. "Huh? The complete opposite? What is that? I've never heard of it." But he felt an even worse feeling. Bei revealed a mischievous smile, "I am a man possessed by the god of decline, born with the ability to reduce the wealth of those around me. My parents abandoned me because they discovered my ability to reduce wealth. Your ability is indeed quite disastrous." Yi Yan hurriedly kept his distance from Bei. Terrifying, too terrifying. For the first time Yi Yan felt the taste of fear. Bei stepped closer to Yi Yan, "My ability destined me to have no friends, no one at all. I'm very lonely, but once you accept the identity of the god of decline, you won't care. This is also an unparalleled terrifying power." Suddenly Bei punched Yi Yan, and the punch had no power. It felt like a punch from an elementary school student or a relatively weak girl. Yi Yan pushed Bei away, frowning. Bei spoke, "Open your phone and check the balance, you'll be surprised." Yi Yan was stunned, hurriedly opened the app and found that his balance had decreased by 1/10. Yi Yan turned green. This guy can really reduce other people's wealth. Without saying a word, Yi Yan grabbed Bei by the neck, "You give it back. Give me back my wealth." Yi Yan's murderous intent surged. Bei smiled even more, "As I grow older, my control over my ability becomes stronger, so I can reach a point where it's not just hitting others that reduces their wealth, getting hit will do it too." Yi Yan's lips moved. Is that so?" Bei continued to attack psychologically, "Actually, just touching will do, but it's not every time that it reduces 1/10, rather it's a loss of 1 every second." Yi Yan hurriedly released his grip, glanced at his balance. "Oh, it really is." The members of the organization saw Yi Yan's helplessness and felt very pleased. Indeed, Bei is unbeatable against Yi Yan. This is their organization's secret weapon. Of course, they often get scammed terribly. It's all so sad. Bei walked toward Yi Yan, who saw this man before him, unable to fight, unable to touch, and unable to be hit. Just trembling, he reached out, stopping him. "You don't come any closer." This shout was heart-wrenching. Yi Yan was left feeling emo. This punch would reduce 1/10. The more wealth you have, the more you fear this. If Yi Yan didn't have the system and was back when he first started with a balance of only a few bucks, Yi Yan was simply fearless, and if he didn't beat this guy until he no longer recognized him, he wouldn't be Yi Yan. Bei enjoyed this feeling of controlling others' fear, saying again, "You must be thinking now, if you have no wealth you wouldn't be afraid of my ability, right?" Yi Yan swallowed hard. "No way, can you still find a way to make people uncomfortable? Don't come over, please. It's so annoying." Bei said, "At first my ability indeed couldn't deal with those people. Or those in debt, but then I joined the organization. A group full of experts. I needed to continue enhancing my ability, so I advanced it. Yi Yan felt his ascension ability for the first time, and it was utterly revolting. This power is nauseating even without advancement, how much more so after ascending? Was it even necessary? Stop talking, let's just walk away. If one possesses insufficient wealth, below a certain threshold, and makes contact with me or I with them, their balance vanishes instantly. Once reduced to zero, the Doom God claims their life outright. Death is immediate. Debt need not be cleared to zero. Mere contact, whether initiated by them or by me, triggers instant fatality. That is the full extent of my power, now you know it crystal clear. So what of it? Bei spoke with unbridled arrogance. No analysis required, he declared his ability outright. What could Yi Yan possibly do? Only feel his own insignificance, and utter helplessness. Bei's sole objective was to shatter Yi Yan's psychological defenses, then a single strike would suffice to defeat him. Yi Yan fell silent. Over time he had encountered numerous formidable opponents, even witnessed the legendary Kage battle in the world of Fire Shadow. Yet never before had he seen anything so profoundly repugnant, a tortoise clad in reverse armor mocking him while rendering all resistance futile. Yi Yan glanced at his phone's balance. The opponent's strategy was psychological warfare. Deception was unnecessary, such power naturally bred overwhelming pride. Analysis revealed a critical truth: unless his balance dipped below a specific threshold, Bei could not deliver an instant kill. Instead, each strike would erode only 1/10, requiring repeated blows to achieve annihilation. Thus the higher the balance, the thicker the metaphorical health bar. With his current funds, Yi Yan judged he could endure one more assault, or launch one decisive counteroffensive. He scrutinized Bei closely, detecting no trace of martial cultivation prowess. Even that earlier punch lacked substance, like striking with empty stomach. Had Yi Yan possessed such an ability, he'd never have pursued physical enhancement. A mage who inflicts spiritual damage, why masquerade as a warrior? Having completed his analysis, Yi Yan resolved he would win the fourth match. Bei, oblivious to the shift, advanced once more. What? Has the righteous hero already lost his voice? Ha ha ha, if you beg for mercy I might spare you. Wei Xiaojia and Yunfeng thrilled anew. Yes. Exactly. That's the way. Torture this brat properly. He revels in others' financial ruin, let him savor the agony of losing his own. This final duel was Yi Yan's destined confrontation, inevitably ending in defeat. But as Bei closed in, Yi Yan launched himself forward without hesitation, delivering a tear-streaked full-force punch. Boom. He named it the Awakening Fist. Do not underestimate it. You still won't yield. Then go idle, forever. Bei was hurled backward by the sudden blow, crashing off the arena and lapsing into unconsciousness. One punch, one kill. Silence gripped the arena. Had Yi Yan truly dared to strike? Did he fear losing his wealth? That punch must have cost dearly. Tears streaming, Yi Yan roared at the crowd. Aahh. All of you, come at me together. I'll crush every last one in an instant. And claim the entirety of the Supreme Martial Arts Tournament's prize. What, this inexplicable surge of fervor? Indeed, Yi Yan acted not from sheer courage, but from awakened resolve. Defeat Bei, then conquer all others and seize victory in the Supreme Martial Arts Tournament, ensuring every lost coin would be reclaimed tenfold. Thus he ignored Bei's absolute defense, and shattered it with a single blow. Only afterward did his emotions erupt uncontrollably. Seeing no response from the crowd, Yi Yan pressed on. Why stand there frozen? Fight now, I can't wait any longer. Refuse. Then I'll descend myself, and eliminate you all just the same. His eyes burned crimson, radiating the terrifying aura of a demon sovereign. Master Huangshan cleared his throat and granted Yi Yan's wish. Very well, as you demand, the remaining 3 sages shall enter simultaneously to face you. Let the final round of the Supreme Martial Arts Tournament begin. The 3 were Xian, the wielder of the Black Tortoise Shield, Zhu, the Master of Flame, and San, the Reaper of the Crimson Scythe. Urged by Yi Yan and Master Huangshan, they ascended the stage. They knew, they alone bore the final hope. Victory was non-negotiable. Should they fall, the organization would become Yi Yan's domain, and they themselves would be reduced to universal ridicule across the ancient martial world. So for honor's sake they would fight with everything they had. Yi Yan, seething with unprecedented fury, would do likewise, without restraint. Such a clash promised extraordinary spectacle. Spectators leaned forward breathless, eager for the battle to commence. And so it began. Yi Yan versus the organization's last 3 champions. Zhu instantly conjured 3 avian constructs, blue, scarlet and crimson flames, each blazing with distinct intensity as they surged forward. Yi Yan paused, a pyromancer. Impressive flare. He raised his hand to intercept, but his arm suffered severe burns. Each flame's hue betrayed a different extreme temperature. This opponent was no ordinary foe. While Yi Yan recoiled in shock, San materialized behind him, slashing downward with the crimson scythe. Yi Yan countered with the 100 hands technique, catching the blade, but was overwhelmed by raw force and sent flying. Yi Yan soared upward, landing shakily. The scythe wielder's strength was immense. Yet Yi Yan retaliated instantly, punching the arena floor, unleashing a concussive shockwave toward both foes. They stood motionless, not flinching. As expected, Xian stepped forward, raising the black tortoise shield before them. The violent energy struck the shield, and dissipated like water, rendered utterly impotent. A faint smile curved Yi Yan's lips. The organization, each member ranks among the strongest ancient martial artists alive. Not a single weak link existed. His earlier underestimation stemmed solely from facing them unknown. His own power was simply too transcendent. He said nothing, but wounding his finances. That was unforgivable. Yi Yan drew forth the golden banded staff, swirling it with fluid grace, then deployed clones, using them to hurl his true self forward. In an instant he breached the trio's formation, unleashing the staff to strike Zhu and San, simultaneously sending them hurtling backward. Xian blinked, so fast, and the golden banded staff. It truly extends. Did you requisition it from Journey to the West? Without pause Yi Yan swung the staff down upon Xian, the last remaining sage. Xian blocked with the black tortoise shield, yet Yi Yan instantly abandoned the staff, letting it clatter to the ground. Xian's gaze fell upon the fallen staff, and instinctively he reached to seize it. With such power in my hands, surely I'd ascend beyond limits. But such distraction had no place in combat. Yi Yan exploited Xian's momentary rigidity, circumventing behind him. Xian sensed the shift, but failed to pivot the shield in time. Still, he wasn't overly concerned. Without the staff, a single punch posed little threat. If he channeled all defensive strength, he'd withstand it easily. Master Huangshan's expression turned grave, realizing catastrophe loomed. He was about to unleash that technique. Yes, he unleashed a full-power Rasengan directly onto Xian. It was still the familiar touch of Huangshan Jinren. The Rasengan possessed incredible power, blasting Xian off the arena. Thus far all three top experts had been defeated, their combat capability completely lost. No. It can't be. 1 against 7, and he actually won. Damn. That was amazing. Yes, this guy is truly incredible. In a novel he would definitely be the protagonist. Netizens and the audience were all ablaze with excitement. Haha, this Tianxia first martial arts tournament was worth every penny, so thrilling. Huangshan Jinren as well as Wei Xiaojia and Yunfeng were left speechless. Humph, cheating, blatant cheating. How else could it be possible? How old are you? To defeat 7 organization experts. Know that these people are among the strongest members in the whole world. But now was not the time for such thoughts. Now they needed to pay a painful price. Yi Yan swept his gaze across everyone present. All earnings from the Tianxia First Martial Arts Tournament are mine. No one competes with me. This was the way of a true powerhouse. Even if he lost a considerable fortune, he could earn it back. Wei Xiaojia naturally refused and immediately tried to flee. He was done. Yunfeng, slow on the uptake, followed suit and ran. Yi Yan spotted their little tricks and rushed over, defaulting on debt. What were they thinking? Huangshan Jinren leaped up, blocking Yi Yan's path, clearly unwilling to let him act recklessly. Yi Yan said calmly, "Is the organization also planning to go back on its word? Now I am the leader of the organization. I order you to get out of my way." Huangshan Jinren twitched his mouth. "You. If you want him to step aside, at least say it nicely." How rude. Huangshan Jinren yielded, and now he realized he could no longer oppose Yi Yan. A powerhouse like this, if you defied him you would truly pay a grievous price. With no obstruction, Yi Yan quickly caught up to Wei Xiaojia and Yunfeng, leaving them no escape. The two twitched their mouths. This was it. Yi Yan extended his hand. "How much did you earn from this Tianxia First Martial Arts Tournament?" Wei Xiaoji's face turned ashen. "Let's not talk about that. Anything else is fine. Or you could just cripple me." Wei Xiaojia had clearly grown bolder, preferring to sacrifice himself rather than his money. Yi Yan couldn't be bothered to argue. He slapped him, sending him spinning in place. Yunfeng was terrified and hurriedly said, "I." Before he could finish, Yi Yan cut in, "If you hadn't spoken, I'd almost forgotten. I need to treat you equally." Yi Yan slapped Yunfeng across the face, making him spin like a top 2. Yi Yan opened the software and saw the revenue from the Tianxia First Martial Arts Tournament displayed. Yi Yan opened it and was stunned. 200 million. He had never imagined so much. This Tianxia First Martial Arts Tournament was simply too lucrative. With practiced ease, Yi Yan transferred the money to his own account. Then without another word he broke the limbs of both Wei Xiaojia and Yunfeng. They screamed in agony. "You actually crippled us. Why didn't you let us settle it with money this time?" Despite his words, Wei Xiaojia was crying from the pain and instantly regretted it. Yi Yan shook his head. "I don't need your paltry sum." Yes, even a man grows up. The Yi Yan who once haggled over trifles was gone. Now he needed to accomplish one small goal after another. Could Wei Xiaojia produce even a few small goals? No, so forget it. Let him just feel the pain. Yunfeng gnashed his teeth in fury at Yi Yan, but there was nothing he could do. Yi Yan didn't spare them another glance and prepared to leave. The tournament had concluded successfully. But just then he saw Wu Daoshi approaching him. Yi Yan slapped his forehead. Right, he still had that one to deal with, he almost forgot. Besides Wei Xiaojia and Yunfeng, Wu Daoshi had also been constantly seeking his life. Yi Yan immediately decided to treat him the same as the others. Wu Daoshi bowed to Yi Yan and produced a large red envelope. Yi Yan was stumped. This move was rare, saving his life with a bribe. Yi Yan, who claimed to have nothing to do with worldly wealth, calmly accepted the red envelope and opened it. Inside was not money but a manual of Wu Daoshi's own cultivation technique and martial skill. Wu Daoshi hastened to say, I know that with your strength you would surely not care for a technique of this level. But this is the best thing I can offer. I hope you will accept it. To be fair, the guy was quite sensible. Although this item was worthless, it was still a gesture of goodwill, so Yi Yan found it hard to refuse. He took it respectfully. Wu Daoshi heaved a sigh of relief. Done. See. I'm the clever one. Now I escape unscathed without spending a cent, pure profit. When trouble comes, don't panic, you don't be foolish and name drop your father. Boasting and bragging won't save you, only sincerity will protect your life. That's experience. Yi Yan put away the martial skill manual, then kicked Wu Daoshi in the chest, breaking his sternum. Wu Daoshi clutched his chest, twitching his mouth. You accepted his gift. How can you still attack? Yi Yan replied indifferently, accepting your gift doesn't mean I'll let you off, those are two different things. Wu Daoshi was petrified. Oh, you're a really clear-headed guy. Wu Daoshi fainted. Yi Yan approached the assembled organization members. Now you are all my subordinates. Indeed, the entire organization belongs to me. Does anyone object? These fellows, though no match for him, were among the world's strongest. Taking them in would be beneficial, if they might come in handy later. Wu Daoshi and the others exchanged reluctant glances. Yes, they wanted to renege. How could such a casual declaration make you their boss? Just because you say so you become the leader. Then what about Ling? Only Bai responded quickly, all right, I agree. Huang Shanjinren thought, what are you agreeing to? This isn't a confession. Consider it carefully. In the end it was Huang Shanjinren who spoke, let's discuss this later. We need to consult with Ling, who is also our organization's leader. However, as the champion of the Tianxia First Martial Arts Tournament, you are indeed its leader. Yi Yan was dissatisfied with this reply and warned, I'll give you a few days. If you refuse by then I'll go straight to your base and wipe you all out. If you don't submit to me I will annihilate you. Any problem? No. No problem. After the conclusion of the Tenkaichi Budokai, Yi Yan returned to Modu. This incident had finally come to an end. Fortunately the gains were not insignificant, he had obtained 200 million. With this money Yi Yan could do something. He wanted to establish his own force much like an organization, but the specific plan was not yet mature, it would still take some time. However, Yi Yan had an intuition that the moment his force was established it would be incredibly astonishing and become the strongest in this world. Yi Yan returned to his rented apartment and found that Qiu Xiaoli was not home. He recalled that she must be busy decorating the house. Yi Yan sent her a text message, I've been discharged from the hospital. You've worked hard on the house renovation during this time. Your brother mentioned before that he wanted to take you out for some fun. When you get home, well, set off. He cherished this sister deeply. After sending the message, Yi Yan received a notification from the system. Ding. Host, please watch the live stream of the Naruto world. The main story has reached Sasuke's defection. Yi Yan was stunned by this news, knowing it was another opportunity. According to the original story, Sasuke chose to leave the village in order to avenge his clan and because he felt the gap in strength between himself and Naruto. He sought out Orochimaru to gain power. But when Sasuke defected, Naruto and his team, a squad from the organization, went to intercept him. Although they ultimately failed and Sasuke still left Konoha. This incidentally triggered the beginning of the Naruto Shippuden storyline 3 years later. Yes, Yi Yan sensed that Naruto Shippuden was about to arrive. This might be their last mission as children. Filled with curiosity, Yi Yan opened the app and started watching the live broadcast of the Naruto world. In the Naruto world. At this moment Naruto blocked Shikamaru and Niji, his eyes expressing determination. Sasuke, I'll bring him back alone. I don't need your interference. Shikamaru frowned. Naruto, do you realize what you're saying? This isn't just your business, it concerns the entire village. Naruto replied with conviction, everyone should trust me. I don't want to see any of you get hurt. He had already learned that Sasuke was under the protection of the Sound Four. They were all at the Chunin level. If they as genin went to confront them, they would have to engage in battle. Naruto couldn't guarantee their safety. Shikamaru did not back down. This is the village's decision, you cannot change it. And from a personal standpoint we all want to do something for Sasuke. I'm already a Chunin and everyone else isn't as weak as you think. The outcome is still uncertain. Naruto remained silent. Witnessing this scene, Yi Yen smiled approvingly. Naruto in this world truly cared about his comrades. But according to the original story you aren't going alone, give it up Naruto. Just then however Naruto's shadow clones emerged from somewhere and ruthlessly struck his comrades. One by one they knocked them all unconscious. Naruto dispelled the clones. Sorry. But Sasuke has to be brought back by me. Even if it means defying Tsunade's orders, so be it. Yi Yen fell silent. You knocked them out. You insisted on going alone. This doesn't make sense. What Yi Yen didn't know was that Naruto had recently witnessed Minato's death. He was still haunted by it. He was terrified that his comrades would also perish. So he decided that only he was needed to retrieve Sasuke. He would rely on his own strength to bring Sasuke back by force. Even if he failed only he would be sacrificed, a solitary one like himself. No one would care if he died, right? But Shikamaru and the others must not. Having knocked out his comrades, Naruto immediately set off to pursue the Sound Four. Yi Yen sighed. This shouldn't have too much impact, right? Whether he goes alone or with a group shouldn't affect the main storyline. Watching Naruto darting through the forest on the screen, Yi Yen realized that he intended to bear everything himself. Having Minato from a young age versus not having him, the difference in Naruto's growth was stark. In the original story it's hard to imagine Naruto making such a decision. After traveling for a while Naruto encountered the Sound Four. The Sound Four carried a large barrel containing Sasuke, who bore a cursed seal and was currently unconscious. Seeing the Sound Four, Naruto could barely contain his rage and instantly erupted with Nine Tails chakra. A single crimson chakra tail manifested. Clearly Naruto had murderous intent toward them. Yi Yen watched in disbelief. He used one tail just to fight them. Was Kurama this generous? Kurama spoke calmly from within Naruto's mind. Ravido used the chakra sparingly. If it's not enough, I'll give you another tail's worth. After all the other half of me received your father's kindness, this chakra is nothing. Hearing Kurama's response, Yi Yen felt conflicted. Aren't you going too far? This is still young Naruto, you're even planning to give him two tails. Even with one tail, Yi Yen estimated Naruto could take on all four. Actually the biggest difference here was that this Kurama was already the Kurama from late Naruto Shippuden, fully acknowledging Naruto. Naruto had not yet achieved perfect Jinchuriki status, but only because he was too young. Once he was a bit older he could easily activate the perfect Jinchuriki mode. Even so, Kurama was extremely generous in releasing chakra to Naruto whenever he needed it. Yi Yen was at a loss for words. At this rate the main storyline was bound to go off track. Without a word Naruto swiftly swept through all four members. The four were stunned by his speed and overwhelming chakra. They activated their highest level of cursed seal. Boom! Taiyuya was instantly blasted away by Naruto's tail, losing consciousness. The other three were dumbfounded. One move. A one-shot kill. Without hesitation Naruto extended chakra hands, grabbed two of them and crushed them. Only Kadamaru remained of the Sound Four. Kadamaru's face darkened. Good heavens, this isn't fair. They were like elementary school students before this monster. He had to escape, take Sasuke's barrel and run. Otherwise he would be taken out too. If that happened, how could he complete Orochimaru's mission? Kadamaru grabbed the barrel and swiftly fled. Naruto hurled a shuriken, hitting Kadamaru and drawing blood. But despite the pain Kadamaru didn't cry out and continued at full speed. Furious Naruto quickly gave chase. This sight was quite unbearable. Guei Tongwan fleeing while Mingren pursued him relentlessly. One of the formidable Sound Four forced to run just for a sliver of hope. This was starkly different from the original story where the Konoha rookies were the ones being tormented. Yi Yen covered his face, wishing Guei Tongwan could run faster, escaping Mingren's clutches. He was the one who caused this, he felt sorry about it. If Yi Yen hadn't altered the plot earlier, how could Guei Tongwan have been reduced to such a sorry state? Mingren sped up quickly, catching up to the pitiful Guei Tongwan. Guei Tongwan's face turned green. He knew he had reached his limit and closed his eyes in despair. Mingren charged at Guei Tongwan. But at that very moment Jun Ma Lu appeared in an instant, striking Mingren with his bones and knocking him back. Guei Tongwan was overjoyed. Lord Deshiwan actually sent you. Now there's no problem. Jun Ma Lu was, aside from Suozhu, the most suitable vessel for Lord Deshiwan's body. He possessed a fearsome bloodline limit and was also somewhat related to the legendary Huiyi clan. Yi Yen was deeply moved to see Jun Ma Lu. You finally come, or else this guy Guei Tongwan couldn't have held on much longer. However, could Jun Ma Lu actually deal with the one-tailed Ming Ren? Yi Yan could not be sure. Guo Tongwan hastily said, then you hold him off, he'll take Zhuo Zhu and leave. Jun Ma Lu nodded, alright, leave this place to me. Then Guo Tongwan left with Zhuo Zhu. Seeing Jun Ma Lu blocking his path, Ming Ren could no longer restrain himself and once again borrowed Ninetail's chakra. It's free anyway, no cost at all. What's wrong with using it? Ming Ren instantly erupted with two tails. This terrifying chakra made Jun Ma Lu frown. Lord de Shiwan. Didn't he say it was just dealing with some brats a simple task? You call this simple? He's already got two tails. Seeing the opponent about to attack, Jun Ma Lu quickly said, how about I let you pass? How about I let you pass? Both Ming Ren and Yi Yan doubted their ears. Just let him through. You're not even going to resist. You're Jun Ma Lu. Ming Ren asked skeptically, really? Jun Ma Lu said with great seriousness, really, you can go. Ming Ren replied, thank you. Jun Ma Lu gave a charming smile, you're welcome. Oh, you two are quite polite. But is this really okay? Guo Tongwan had just left not long ago thinking he had escaped. But he would be caught again soon. Can't you consider Guo Tongwan's feelings? Yi Yan suspected Jun Ma Lu was an actor, so he proactively typed, why did you let him pass? Hearing the voice, Jun Ma Lu was startled and asked in surprise, who? I am the Supreme Venerable. You can think of me as the most awesome person in the world. Jun Ma Lu's mouth twitched, this person was really thick-skinned. Jun Ma Lu asked indifferently, what is it? Yi Yan said bluntly, why did you let him go? Didn't Lord de Shiwan order you to stop those pursuing Zhuo Zhu? This person actually knows Lord de Shiwan. Normally Jun Ma Lu would never answer Yi Yan. But now, contrary to his usual self, he said, I suppose I can tell you. Wow. He's actually going to tell. Then he really wanted to hear what the reason was. Jun Ma Lu replied, my life is nearing its end. I can no longer sustain intense battles. The opponent just now was too powerful. Even if I disregard my body and go all out, I may not have a winning chance. So I let him go. His ultimate target is Zhuo Zhu. I believe Zhuo Zhu will surely prevail. Lord de Shiwan's chosen one cannot be wrong. So confident that Zhuo Zhu will win. Did you read the script? Jun Ma Lu continued, perhaps it is only at the very last moment that one can truly know who they are. Yi Yan was speechless. So not only did you peek at the script, but you also eavesdropped on Guo Jiao's lines. Jun Ma Lu noticed a flower and couldn't help reaching out to touch it. Then he revealed a smile. At some point I came to understand. I want to plant a field of flowers, do things I enjoy. But this time I'm sorry, Lord de Shiwan. Yi Yan was at a loss for words. Deep down Jun Ma Lu was truly a gentle person. But his experiences were too cruel. That was what changed him. As death drew nearer, Jun Ma Lu finally saw himself clearly. But according to the original story, Jun Ma Lu fought for Lord de Shiwan until the very end. He never chose to fight for himself. In principle, Yi Yan should correct such alterations to the plot. But this time Yi Yan said to him, go ahead, go where you want, do what you want, that's enough. He chose to encourage Jun Ma Lu. Jun Ma Lu was taken aback, then replied, you must be an interesting person. If life could be longer, I look forward to having a drink with you. With that, Jun Ma Lu left behind a silhouette and departed. Yi Yan shook his head, he really was as naive as ever. Indeed, stopping him would have been the right thing to do. Yi Yan thought to himself in self-mockery, but didn't actually do it, turning his gaze to Guo Tongwan's side. Over there Guo Tongwan was being chased again and was crying. Jun Ma Lu. Are you AFK? It's only been a few minutes. You just let Ming Ren through. Are you trying to kill me? Guo Tongwan clutched the barrel, growing anxious. Second pillar, my second pillar, hurry up and wake up. Now all hope rested on Zhuo Zhu himself. Only if he woke up and defeated Ming Ren on his own could they be saved. Zhuo Zhu had the heaven curse mark. Once awakened, his combat strength would surpass the sound 4. Gritting his teeth, Guo Tongwan hurled the barrel at the charging Ming Ren. Ming Ren was stunned to see the barrel, and his chakra instinctively surged up. Boom. By the time he realized the mistake, the barrel had already been destroyed by the chakra hand. From within emerged Zhuo Zhu, his whole body wrapped in purple chakra. Guo Tongwan was overjoyed, finally awake. It wasn't easy, but at least things had taken a turn for the better. Zhuo Zhu ignored Ming Ren and just looked at Guo Tongwan. Guo Tongwan looked back with confusion, as if to say, what are you staring at him for? Is there something on his face? Without a word, Zhuo Zhu directly kicked Guo Tongwan, sending him into a daze with his eyes rolling back. Zhuo Zhu lifted Guo Tongwan with one hand. You waste. Yi Yan and Ming Ren were both silent. Hey, that's your teammate. He protected you all the way and once you're out you unleash on him. I see. Going dark doesn't just make you stronger, it also makes you sacrifice your teammates. It seems Suozhu has truly embarked on the path of darkness. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance, then instinctively began to chase each other. Yi Yan was taken aback, unsure of what they intended to do. After a while the two arrived at the Valley of the... Naruto unleashed two tails sweeping towards Sasuke, who immediately activated his curse mark to its final form, sprouting a pair of wings. Naruto instantly appeared before Sasuke, delivering an uppercut that knocked Sasuke down. Naruto fell silent. Is this how I win? Isn't it a bit too easy? Just one punch. This isn't One Punch Man. But just then the water surface suddenly conducted electricity, shocking Naruto. It turned out Sasuke, after falling, had secretly used Chidori to attack Naruto with an electric current. Injured by the electricity, Naruto suddenly retaliated, grabbing Sasuke by the collar and stating battles also require... Naruto slammed Sasuke hard against the wall. Struggling to stand, Sasuke spat blood. Okay, maybe the opponent really doesn't need to think. Without hesitation, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, creating thousands of clones. Sasuke saw the shadow clones and calmly stated, this technique is merely a cover for your loneliness. He jumped into the crowd, emitting countless electric currents, Chidori stream. In an instant the incoming clones were eliminated one by one, leaving only the main body Naruto. That's right, just like this. No matter how many people you create, in reality you are still alone. Face the truth. This statement made Yi Yan, who was watching from the side, feel a tinge of sadness. He didn't know why, but he was unexpectedly moved. Naruto grabbed Sasuke's collar. Aren't you alone too? So. You should understand that bearing it alone will lead to no outcome. Sasuke pushed Naruto away. No, that's only because we aren't strong enough. If we are strong, one person is enough. Let's end this here. I will sever the ties with you. I need to move forward alone, only then can I grow stronger. Naruto said nothing, choosing to face Sasuke alone this time. But that didn't mean he didn't need companions. On the contrary, he was just afraid of seeing them hurt. But Sasuke was different, he was determined to be alone. Naruto resolutely said, I won't let you go after Orochimaru. I will stop you. Sasuke's eyes showed no hesitation. The one who wins will definitely be me, Naruto. Without further words they both began to unleash their most powerful techniques. Naruto harnessed the chakra of the Nine Tails, creating a massive purple Rasengan. Sasuke unleashed a black Chidori. The two collided, unleashing their techniques simultaneously. Boom! A powerful energy erupted, blasting them away and into the water. Yi Yan knew that whoever surfaced first would be the victor of this battle. After a while, Sasuke emerged from the water, glancing at the direction Naruto fell, showing a melancholic expression. He said nothing, only leaving his back to Naruto and slowly walking away. In this concluding battle Sasuke emerged victorious. Perhaps it was a battle of beliefs, or perhaps it was a contest of strength. But regardless of what it was, Sasuke indeed won this time. Closing the live stream, Yi Yan realized it was already late and Xiao Xiaoli had sent him a text message. Yi Yan, Gij, I won't be coming back today. I'm staying at the new place, you should rest early. Xiao Xiaoli had no intention of returning. Yi Yan sat alone in the dark room, pouring himself a glass of ice water and started to drink. After a while he considered using his cloning ability. But at the moment of using it he had a change of heart. Instead he decided to go outside for a walk. Putting on his coat he walked along the streets in the early morning and paused to gaze at the streetlights. Why do I feel so lonely? In the past, whether working multiple jobs or facing any challenges, he never felt this way. Yi Yan shook his head, resolving to adjust his mood, but from a distance he spotted Su Lan in casual attire. Yi Yan instantly smiled. Why did he feel so happy? So very happy. Yi Yan was uncertain of his own feelings. Su Lan was equally surprised to see Yi Yan, but still waved and greeted him. Yi Yan. Yi Yan hurried over, but without realizing it his pace quickened. Upon reaching Su Lan he first questioned her, why didn't you answer my calls? I thought something happened to you. Su Lan pondered for a moment, stroking her chin, and replied, it's just some troubling matters. But I'm glad to see you. See me? Yi Yan asked in confusion. Su Lan nodded gently. Yeah. Seeing you makes me feel at ease. Without realizing it, it's quite strange. Upon hearing this, Yi Yan didn't show much reaction on the surface, but inside he felt immense joy. He realized he truly had feelings for Su Lan. Yi Yan had liked girls before. But he never had the courage to express his feelings. But now, he didn't want to avoid it, he wanted to confront his own heart. To face it bravely, perhaps that was the biggest change he experienced after meeting the system. Yi Yan looked at Su Lan with unwavering determination. Su Lan, I like you. Su Lan was taken aback by Yi Yan's confession, at a loss for words. I don't like you. Oh no! Out of nervousness I instinctively rejected him. Yi Yan frowned thinking. Wait, did you really just reject me? But Yi Yan was a master, he wouldn't take it to heart. Grabbing Su Lan's hand, you only said you don't like me now, you didn't say anything about the past or the future, so I still have a chance. Even if it's not now, sooner or later you will be mine. This will never change. So domineering. So very domineering. Is this guy a CEO?